new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back, everybody, or welcome, because we're not welcoming back. We are starting the RES Unchained Southeast Asia 2025, the close qualifiers for the Blast Dota Slam. I'm Harry. Joining me is a very familiar place, LeBron, and we're going to be taking you through the first best of threes of the day, and then of course we're going to have our lovely colleagues take over for the other two as well. While this stream is happening, there is another one co-streaming at the same time. So there's going to be two games in this qualifier played at the same time. LeBron, good morning, my friend.
Hello.
It is very early on, and we are going to be enjoying some good games today.
Hello everyone. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, lovely morning in the Serbia right now for 5 a.m. actually. Yeah, interesting games today. Especially there is some new faces. I mean, old faces in new teams. So really excited to see these teams playing. We're gonna see Boom Esports against Buyback Bros. I really like this name, Buyback Bros. I wanna see how many buybacks we're gonna see from this.
Yeah, if we do get to the point of the buybacks, because at least for that first series, it is not going to be easy for them coming from the open qualifier and then needing to meet Boom immediately. But the bracket is as follows: Boom versus Buyback Bros, Yangon versus Ivory, Execration versus Vici Gaming, and then Nemesis versus Cuckoos. Today on this stream, we are going to be starting off with Boom versus Buyback, and then we're going to go into Execration versus Vici Gaming, and of course later on down the line the upper bracket matches will be played on, or actually one upper bracket match and one lower bracket match will be played on this stream. As you can see, those matchups are yet to be determined. There's going to be a lot of Dota games in Southeast Asia and even in Europe today, so make sure that you are following every single one of them. But I feel like, LeBron, that we can focus on the first match of the day, the Boom Esports versus Buyback Bros. It does look like Boom are the heavy favorites, but do you know any of the Buyback Bros players? Do you think they've got a shot?
I mean, they're all good players. I check leaderboard, they all have high MMR, but sometimes MMR is not real number, sometimes it can be fake. But yeah, Boom heavily favored in this matchup, as you said. A lot of players with a lot of experience from a lot of LAN events. And on the Buyback Brothers, nobody from these players have any major LAN event, right? So they're big underdog in this series, but you never know what they got. This is the team that came from the open qualifier. So yeah, and Boom is like directly invited team. They have one change, right, in the carry position.
Yeah, that's a big one, right? 23 Savage joining in the team, a big name, gonna be a part of Boom Esports. How much do you think that makes them stronger, right? Because 23 Savage is definitely the star player of this lineup.
Usually in the teams, if you have some problems, you think like some miracle gonna happen, like one guy gonna come, he gonna change your gameplay, because even if it doesn't change, it changes atmosphere in the team, You also played before, and like when you change one player, everyone gets more motivated to prove, to show, to play. So maybe this one change can boost Boom Esports. I mean, it's the start of the season. They start with top 1 at the Dream League qualifier, but then they lost for the Blast Slam 4. They lost it and they placed top 3. And the last qualifier for Fisher Playground 2, they were like last place, top 8. And they immediately, I guess 23 Savage was available, and they took him.
So who was the carry before 23 Savage?
It was the Jackie. Jackie
Okay.
is really amazing carry. I know him from before. I mean, he is Boom legend, right? They won LAN with him in Dubai, I think a few years ago, maybe 4 years ago. So yeah.
Unfortunately, he's not going to be part of the roster of Boom, but he's going to be a part of the Team Nemesis roster in this qualifier. I mean, yeah, I'd want to return to Boom versus Buyback Bros because obviously that is the series that we're going to be looking at. But just looking at these teams in the close qualifiers, and then I look at Execration. They come in as the number 1 seed. You're supposed to be going up versus versus probably the weakest team from the qualifiers, and then lo and behold, a wild Vici Gaming appears. So Execration might have gotten like the strongest team to go up against. Do you think Vici are the heavy favorites of this qualifier, or do you think the Southeast Asia teams actually have the edge?
I think Vici, for me, it's favorite for sure. I'm really a big fan of Chinese DOTA. I really love also Southeast Asian players, but Chinese Dota I think is more structured Dota. Like, so I feel like they have like more experienced players, like with big LAN events and big wins. So there is like new player there, XM, right? Top 2 at TI last TI. So for me, which is really big favorite in this matchup. I'm really looking forward to see this game because Execration is also strong team. They're holding like these players playing together for a very long, right? They have like really good synergy. And last year they even qualified for AWC, and this year they got invited to Blast, right? So really looking forward to see what they got a good coach, Arthur. He was like in Alliance for 2 years, I believe, and he got a lot of experience there in Europe. So yeah, I think a lot of players coming to Europe from Southeast Asia getting experience is really good for the region because Southeast region right now is struggling, right?
Yeah, they're doing the worst out of all the regions, right? They've become the SA. Basically, China is bouncing back. Europe is dominating for, 10 years now. And South America is getting a lot of young players, so they're solid. NA, I kind of count them as the same, America, because you really don't have you really don't have American players any longer. There's just such a limited amount. Wildcard or no, Apex Genesis is like the only team that the region has.
I think this is the reason because of the cost of the living, Like, for example, in Eastern Europe, cost of the living is very low. And with average salary is tier 2, tier 3, you can earn more than like casual like worker, And in other regions like Western Europe or America, you cannot survive with this. So that's why we are seeing less players from these regions, from these countries. For example, in Western Europe, there is like some lack of talents coming because I think cost of living is too much expensive for these tier 2, tier 3 salaries. And like you can see, like even teams are bringing like some Southeast Asian players or North American, South American, like from all regions. We are getting also players in Europe, which is good for all regions. Because in Boom Esports, you had like 23 Savage, he returned from OG, he was in Europe. Sanctity was playing in Navi, right? And we have also Narman, who was playing for Mouse. So we have 3 players in Boom Esports right now that they had experience playing in Europe. So this is like big boost, I think, for Boom, because all of them learned something new from different type of coaches and players they played.
So the coin toss has been done. Boom, they chose first pick, and Buyback Bro is going to be going for Radiant. So I guess that's pretty standard at the moment. As a Dota player, former captain, stuff like that. Do you have a preference between the first pick and the second pick? In my mind, first pick is just undoubtedly much better. But there's some people who prefer the second pick. Are you one of them?
Depend on your teammates. If your teammates, if you have like good flex, you have like players that flex good on 2 core roles, it's good to have second pick. And if you have some player who is like dirty player, playing like Meepos, Huskers and stuff like this, second pick is good. But nowadays, every team is like 95% of the teams are picking first pick, unless you know that enemy team wants second pick. So you're like literally picking Radiant, and they're gonna choose second pick, so you're getting Radiant plus first pick, because Radiant for how many years have like bigger win rate than Dire, So me as a player, I prefer Radiant when I played, because it was easier for me to the lane. Somehow Radiant safe lane is much easier to play than the Dire safe lane. So for the laning stage, I was always preferring Radiant.
Okay. So when you lose the lane, you can just blame it on the side. At the moment, there's one of the players that is missing in the lobby, so I really hope that he does come over. I mean, it is early morning for us, but in Southeast Asia, it is not that early. So I'm kind of curious what the problem is.
It should be 11 a.m. for them, right? If you
Yes.
cannot pick up, this is the problem with Dota 2 players. You know, in my teams, if you had game like at 10 a.m., the rule was you need to warm up one game. You know, so it was every time rule in my team. You need to wake up earlier, do whatever you need to do, and play one game. You know, warm up. So
could you enforce that rule to somebody like Borania? You want to play with him, you know? And so there is definitely a number of players that could be, especially in our country, that might not be able to wake up that early. But as everybody can see, me and LeBron, we are early birds, as they say. Early bird gets the worm.
I mean, with Borania.
Did you have trouble waking up today?
No, it was easy. Anyway, I wake up every morning 6 a.m. I am going to the gym, so this is like 4 a.m. It's like nothing, you know, like easy. I just prepare my matcha latte, some dates, you know, and like I'm ready to work. But about Borania, like you said, like I always put some penalties, you know, like there was like if you're late 1 minute, it's €1 penalty, you know, and after a couple of like 20-30 days, I don't know, he already collected €200 penalty. It's like around $250. And on the first meetup at bootcamp, he literally bring the money and throw them to us, you know, like say, like, okay, guys, spend it, you know. Like, but we go together as on the team dinner, and it was
Without
good team
him.
building. With him, but he can only watch, you know. Okay, last player joined the lobby. I guess we are ready to go, huh? Soon. It's scary play, it's always, you know, late, you know.
Yeah, it is how it goes. Though, I mean, when we mentioned Borania, he was a mid player, but I guess core players are the case. Now, whenever I'm casting with T Panda, he switched his positions. So of course, he never played competitive Dota, but he used to play offlane quite a lot. Now he's playing support, and whenever he gets the chance, he's like, "Oh man, these core players are so annoying." like 3 days ago, you were a core player, my friend. But for LeBron, we know. I mean, I know that you have been a support player for a very long time now. You did play mid back in the day, right? Am I
Dota 1,
wrong?
huh? In Dota 1.
Yeah. That's fine. So 15 years ago. Yeah, so yesterday we were casting Puppy, and we remembered his little monitor incident, or he brought it up in the old chat. Do you know how many years back the throw of the headset into the monitor was?
I guess it's no secret, right? So it should be 2014, maybe 11 years ago.
It was 9 years ago.
Oh, okay.
But it was still such a long time ago. I
Yeah.
remember it like it was yesterday. And, it was definitely a popular clip on the internet. I know that they even made a little bit of a stunt. I'm not sure whose tournament it was, but I remember Slacks leading that one, and then just bringing in players to see who's going to be breaking the monitor the best. And then they're like, and now the big boss, and then they bring in Puppy, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, time flies, bro. We are old now, you know. Need to
Yeah.
accept it. I mean,
I mean,
remember.
not we. You are old. I'm young.
I remember it was like 7 years ago. I was in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, playing LAN for the Navi. I feel like it was yesterday, you know, and I'm here with you. Disgusting.
Yeah, that's how
Don't
it
get me
goes.
wrong. I'm happy to be here.
Nah, I don't know. I got you wrong. Not gonna lie. But hopefully, yeah, there's still some problems with
what do you think,
with the lobby.
In when you play pubs, who is like the worst, like from the all courts? Who ruined the most? Carry mid laners or off laners?
I think I don't know who ruins the games, like in the classical sense, but the most whiny are mid laners for sure. Right, they're I remember refill bottle, ping 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 ping, secure rune, ping ping ping. Why did he get the rune? Oh, high ground miss, and so on and so forth. There's always a problem, and and it's always somebody else's fault that they're losing their lane. So, but I get it. Whenever I played mid lane, it's stressful, man. If you start losing the mid lane, you know that you're gonna get flamed. So you better off start flaming other people. It's easier.
It's better to always put blame on others, not on yourself.
Exactly. It's much easier, much better.
Usually mid laners are more emotional, like you said, but carry players, I think they're more like ghouls, dead inside anime and stuff like this. 1x9. So if you have more carries in team, it can be problematic if you're on high immortal draft.
Yeah, so the classic classic position 1 names. Position 1, please, thanks. Dead inside. Yeah, those are the ones that you
carry or AFK.
Yeah, exactly.
I experienced this yesterday.
One ruin. That is also.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So, anyways, we've got a draft. A little bit late there, but we apologize. The teams made it in. There were some problems with starting the lobby, and now we are in. So, I know that you did some research. You always do quite a lot of it. So, anything in particular, something interesting that you found out?
I mean, I see Boom Sports really like to play Dragon Knight. So if they have a chance, they will first pick it. They also love Puck. So basically, Sanctity, he's playing like this Puck first pick, or they're picking Dragon Knight. They also love Snapfire on both teams, like Snapfire, Tusker, this type of heroes. So also we now have 23 Savage. He is like Morph and Medusa spammer. So
Enjoyer?
maybe, yes. Also what I saw, Joe Cam, he's like literally playing every game 2 heroes, like only 2 heroes. He's literally Tusker and Snap simulator,
Okay. Are they gonna ban those?
Boom
banned the Snap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it might be they're like, yo, dude, can you please play a new hero? Is that a possibility? And then they just ban it out. Did you ever do that? I remember when I was drafting, sometimes a carry of mine, he's asking for a certain hero, like, okay, oh no, I banned it out. It was a misclick.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's actually happened one time. We are playing official game, and my team is telling me pick anti-mage, And I hate to play with anti-mage, and I like literally ban it. I literally ban anti-mage, and my team was, oh no, oh no, what we do now? But we pick something good, and then we win. But I don't like to play with anti-mage, so yeah, it happens.
Why? What is that still a thing, or was that back in the day?
I think when back in the day, now with Dominator, at least anti-mage is useful, Before it was super useless, just farm till you lose. One fight in the base, GG.
And that fight, he's not even blinking in. He's like sending illusions and trying to find an angle for his ulti. Yeah, that is true. That is true. So you probably would have enjoyed playing with Burning back in the day. Midas, Battle Fury, and he has a Magnus in his team. Other anti-mages, when they had Magnus, they wouldn't even get a Battle Fury, but he needs both of them.
Okay, interesting pick. They go for the Enchantress first pick. I thought it's gonna be Enchantress when I saw Snap ban. Snap is really good against Enchantress in the game. And Narman is playing Enchantress. He's spamming Enchantress, Chen.
Boom Esports.
He used to be position 4, and now he transitioned to position 5.
Yep.
We see immediately Hoodwink respawn. This is like casual, like on position 4 you wanna have Hoodwink Snap. But I don't like this 9 pick Hoodwink, because this pick should be your strongest hero, You should cover it with bans, strongest pick, like some core, some flex that you can play on different roles, like for example Pango, or DK or whatever, like some core that you can protect. Okay, you see they are banning DK right now, because supports you can find alternatives, few of them, like on cores you don't have much heroes that you can flex between the cores.
Yeah, I've been seeing this pattern more and more. So maybe 15-20 days ago, everybody was opening with cores. Now in the past 10-15 days, people have started going with supports. I think the cores have been a little bit overused, and people are losing faith in them because opponents are finding ways to counter them, and now everybody's like scared to open up with a core. I mean, I'm seeing it now a lot. Even the double support openings have come back with even some tier 1 teams yesterday. Liquid did something like that. I also think Aurora we're starting the draft with 2 supports. So things are switching, and I think maybe the new round of strong cores need to be found.
You can always praise supports. You can say supports are brave, they don't care. For Speak My Hero, and of course, are a bit like, I don't want to name them, but they want last pick, This is what cores dream about, Just give me last pick, I'm gonna carry this game. But yeah, many supports been banned, and that's the case. Maybe they decide to go for the Hoodwink because this guy is playing like a lot of Snap. Snap is banned. His next hero is Disruptor. Disruptor also banned. So I guess he decided for the Hoodwink. And it's good, like you have break for the Enchantress, control, good lane. Usually you want to have position 4 heroes who have like a good laning phase, good like spells in the fights, ability to stack the camps, and Hoodwink is one of those. Okay, they go for the Pango now. This is the flex that they can play on mid and often, so this is good pick, especially when you have second pick, because you can keep this Pango till the end.
Is it the flex? Like, do they play it on both the mid and the off lane, or?
It's most pick hero for the Nevermind on the off lane,
Okay.
so I guess it's gonna be off lane, and he's the pressing the buttons, So, okay, guys, I'm just gonna pick Pango for myself.
Yeah, makes sense. And it's also another hero that is kind of good versus the Enchantress. If you buy Spirit Vessel, you're good against the heal, and if you're buying a Diffusal Blade, I mean, you can sometimes even just burst the Enchantress. Bushwhack, slide of the Shield Crash, and the Swashbuckle, and the Enchantress is just dead. So
the damage from Pango.
Quite a lot.
From the Boom, I expect them to pick some offlane now for the Jabs. I really like Jabs playstyle because he's all around flat. He can play anything. Yeah, you go for the Lycan. Maybe I don't know if they can flex it.
Why didn't they go for like a Dawnbreaker? It felt like an amazing pick, and in other tournaments, Dawnbreaker nowadays is just getting almost perfect results.
The thing is, like now with because wall like block all informations from pubs and stuff, people evolve more. People trying more heroes, playing everything, and now I think everyone has their own meta, right? So people are trying new heroes. They don't play every, like before, like you have like these 3 straight heroes, you need to pick them. If you don't pick them, you're getting report now. Now I can pick Trend Protector, feed in my pub, and I will not get reported,
Really? So, why do you have 5k behavior score then?
I have 12.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I saw Milan a couple of days back, and he's like showing me pictures of his 12k behavior score. I'm like, yeah, dude, that's not really that impressive. You just need to be a normal human being, and it's,
Milan.
That's how it's gonna be.
Milan stopped talking in pubs, so that's why he cannot get reported.
Yeah. Okay. He says, I get an idea to talk. I push the button. They're like, no. I pull out the microphone out of the computer. Like, you're not gonna talk. Oh, Treant Protector.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
I told you, man. I can read the people's mind. I mean, this is a good pick against Lycan. Trend got buffed last patch. You get 3 more armor on living armor on the last level. So yeah,
that's a lot.
On the laning stage, Trent is always strong. And you have this ulti, big AoE control. Remaining. Biggest problem with Trent is like his ultimate long cooldown, and it's kind of hard to. Oh, I guess this is fan favorite hero. Like it was most pick hero for decades, and now it's like Shaker, right? It was every day like some memes with Shaker.
Is this now just an Ursa for Boom? Yeah.
Yeah.
Very easy Ursa pick. I mean, Buyback Bros just put themselves in a position where one hero counters every single one of their heroes.
Yeah, there's gonna be strong lane Enchantress Ursa. You don't wanna come on this lane. But Pango and Hoodwink, if this is Pango lane, they can do a lot of damage on the lane to Ursa. They have a lot of first like 2-3 levels. They can do a lot of to Ursa, but later on it's gonna be harder for them to stay. They can always try to pull waves, but it's not ideal against Enchantress. As a range
Yep.
hero, you cannot really pull waves. If you are melee, you can do it, but
10
as a range,
seconds
Enchantress
remaining.
can destroy him.
Yeah,
They're banning the
especially
troll.
Hoodwink, right? She's so
5
squishy. You
seconds
kill her in
remaining.
like 10 hits.
Yeah. By the way, is this Pudge mid
Radiant
lane?
team
Or it can be carry? They're banning carry, so I guess this is like flex, right? Between Pudge and Pango, they can both be mid and off lane.
I feel like you should play a mid Pudge in this one, right? Because if you wanted to play a carry Pudge, you would have picked up a different
10
position
seconds
5,
remaining.
right?
5
Usually
seconds
with Trent,
remaining.
as you said, you want a different, you want some range hero, you know. So they're banning troll.
Medusa is not
Levi
greatest
loves to
here,
play
so...
Return to battle.
Morph, but Morph into Ursa is not ideal. Good counters to Lycan is like Monkey King maybe, some Slark, but also I'm not sure about Slark.
No, I haven't seen a Slark for a long time. Though, if you look at Boom, they've got no lockdown, so I actually wouldn't mind it. Wouldn't mind
10
a
seconds
Slark
remaining.
pick here.
So some people start picking it in pubs. It's
5
like
seconds
50-50,
remaining.
you know. Depend on the
Yeah,
lanes.
and the other heroes in the game as well, right? That's kind of how it is with the Slark. You currently in the meta, I feel like Slark is good versus the heroes that are being played, but he's not particularly good with the heroes that are being played. So they just go for a standard Ember. A little bit of a lockdown problem on Boom, though. Not gonna lie, they've got basically 2 stuns.
I mean, Ursa gonna buy Basher, so you can count this as a 3 stance. Maybe Medusa can be good pick for the buyback
10
bros.
seconds
You have
remaining.
only Ursa that can maybe pressure you. You're gonna have
5
strong lane with
seconds
Trent.
remaining.
You're gonna have this winning condition, front lane hero. And
What
all
about a
around him.
TA?
Yeah, also sounds good. You have strong lane against Lycan, you can hold top tower forever. With Trent, you want to have strong heroes that can defend your towers, you know. You need to use power of the hero. It's like strong in team fights because you want to max your W to leech seed to heal. Like you're healing so much if you max it. And you have this armor. Oh,
Oh,
Meepo.
it's
Okay,
a really
okay.
good Meepo game, actually. You know, this is I feel like this is one of the better Meepo games that I've seen recently. The Emperor is no longer a Meepo counter that he used to be. This is I mean, this is the cheese pick if I've ever seen one, and
Yeah, this
Boom
is what we're
Esports.
talking. If you have some cheese player like this, then you like second pick, right? So
Yep.
P-Buy, one of the most played hero, I think it's Meepo. So maybe they forgot about it, or maybe they don't care about it, you know.
Yeah, I'm
But
not
later
sure.
on,
Do you think we see like an Ember Maelstrom in this game, or are we still gonna go
10
for normal?
seconds
Actually, I think Spirit Vessel in this game is amazing.
Vessel is good. Plus you
5
have this
seconds
Ursa
remaining.
stacking his passive on the Meepo is big. So it's not gonna be like free Meepo. It's not like before, you know, like when Lizard was top 1 on leaderboard playing Meepo, you know, because it was overpowered. It's not overpowered, you know.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's not. You wanna say that Lizard was top 1 because Meepo was overpowered?
No,
Did you
no,
just
I
say
didn't
that?
No, no.
That's what I heard. Okay. Hopefully he's sleeping and not watching this, but
Sleeping for
one
sure.
of us might be. Actually, he wakes up early to walk his dogs in the mountains there where he lives, but it's. I feel like it's too cold now to wake up this early. You still need to wait for the sun.
To be honest, I think Boomy Sport can snowball from the like not like that much from the lanes. It depends like on the mid matchup, you know. It's gonna be Pango versus Ember. This is like 60 to 40 for the Ember, and it's gonna depends on these early rotations from the supports plus runes. Who gonna make pressure on side lanes more, you know? Power of the Meepo is like with level 4, he can rotate through the gate or he can run to the mid and make big difference in the game.
Yeah, I still have PTSD from Meepos. I remember it was ESL weekly tournaments, and we lost. My team lost to like a 5K team, because 5k MMR back in the day it was more than it is nowadays, but we all had a lot more because they last picked Meepo and we lost the game. So I always look at this Meepo as a possible hero that can really change the outcome of the game. But just a quick reminder for everybody, you have a banner down below. You can click on it, and then you can go to the 1xBet site, who is our sponsor. The RESD2 is the promo code, up to 100% bonus on your first deposit. So make sure that you head on over and check them out, as the game will be starting, and 5 heroes are here. 23 Savage, he's not paying attention. Okay, he understands now.
Weird angles to move and
30
smoke.
seconds
First
to
time I see some angles like this, and both teams got revealed. Like, I mean, Hoodwink got revealed,
Watch
and
and
I think
learn.
Ursa got revealed. Yeah. Both team have really weak level 1, so they just want to dodge, and they just want to take the runes. To trade, if they can trade like 2 for 2.
Yeah, this
So
is
at this
the
moment
worst
you
level 1.
just, yeah, you wanna smoke, press like 2 wards and play on these 2 wards, you know. Try to get 2 wards.
Battle begins.
2 runes. You don't wanna play against, and with patch you wanna take 3 runes at least. But okay, 2 for 2, good for boom.
Oh, are they gonna
Patch kill
hook
is smoke.
Narman? Yeah, it's fine. Narman will go back. I still liked Narman's previous nickname, Hustla, more. I cast him in Southeast Asia as Hustla for a long time, but he's been Narman now, I think, for more than 5 years. So it's about time I get used to it.
Yeah, Hasla is really dope. On the bottom lane, creeps in the tower. So lane gonna push. This is really good for the Lycan.
I have a question. Why did they decide to put the Pudge in the off lane, where the Pango, I think, would have done much better in the lane than him?
Maybe it's because of the hook. So he can kill the Enchantress script.
I guess. It does help, right? But Enchantress creeps are so fast, man. I don't know. It feels sometimes impossible to hook them.
Yeah. Probably mid laner maybe don't play patch. Other boy.
Yeah, maybe. But who doesn't play Pudge? I had this discussion with Panda 2 days ago. I don't know a single Dota player without at least 50 Pudge games. And most of them have a lot more.
Bro, everyone can play patch, but can everyone hit the hook? If I play patch, I'm getting reported, bro.
Because you're a position 5 player, that makes sense. I'm gonna report you as well. Though I love 5 Pudge. It's a bit different now. These trees in the safe lanes are kind of weird. It used to be very, very good. The trees were in such good positions for you to, especially Radiant safe lane, to position with the Pudge. You literally go into the trees and they're shaking in their boots because you can hook them from any angle.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to play against patch. Attack on the bottom lane.
Going for the Treant. He has very low armor and he is gonna go down. Nothing that the Meepo can do to help him, and that's gonna be first blood for Joachim. Boom, they started off strong, and I guess to be expected that they're gonna be doing well in the laning phase. They are a favorite team after all. Is laning stage the part of the game where the difference in teams shows the most?
Yeah, this is probably like the biggest difference. But usually biggest difference is like minute 15, 20, like team movement, you know? Like all these players, they're high MMR players, so on the lanes, you can do always good, you know, against anyone. But later on, it's like true skill, like the knowledge of the game, like how you move on the map, what you do as a team, and stuff like this. This is the problem with high MMR players, you know. They're all high MMR players, they know how to press buttons, but as a team, it's a completely different story, you know. Playing competitively and playing PUBG, it's much different story. Game is different, you know. Competitive Dota is much faster compared to PUBG because you need to be ready every second to be focused what is happening in the game. And in the PUBG you can just chill, you know, and play and win.
Yeah, chill and farm. Though I have to say, when you play high ranked pubs all the time, it gets taxing. You know, I can't say I miss those days because I don't play ranked nowadays much. When you play like with top 200 players every game, they are Those games are intense. Not gonna lie. I mean,
Yeah.
you're streaming now all the time, and I'm watching the games. You need to be focused as well. Even as a 5, if you're not focused, you're gonna lose the game for your team.
Yep. There is some room control from Boom Esports. Joke, I'm trying to deny one water from Pango. Okay, he's just gonna sit here for the enter. Usually this moment can be very good. If you can deny mid laner water on, you can win your mid laner matchup. But this time, Sanctity decided to go on bottom rune, didn't want to go for the top. If they will deny Pango rune, Pango will play with 0 resource on the lane, and that will be tough for him.
Yeah, the Ember started the lane really strong. He got a lot of advantage with the early CS, so now we're gonna be seeing him ahead of the Pango by a decent margin. You mentioned 60-40 for the Ember. That's pretty much it.
I really want to see who's gonna make first move from like on the portal, because Meepo can do portal move, or you can have Enchantress gating as well. So I want to see who on the top. Ursa attack, Woodwing probably die. Low HP, yeah, Qualifier, he's fine. But Ursa with the early phase boots, big moving speed, armor, which is good against Ursa.
Patch has
Patch is
phase
doing
as
good.
well.
Yeah, Patch is doing good. He have like he's like top CS right now. Yeah.
But this is gonna change right now when the Ursa is getting his boots, his power treads. It becomes harder. But look at the rotations.
But they have ops, so they see it. But can they do something about it? Yeah, Meepo don't care. He's still farming on the bottom, right? They're gonna
Well,
attack him
he's
on the bottom
alone.
lane.
Yeah, they want BB bottom. But he is. Meepo is one of the faster heroes in the game. What is that? Like 230? 330 movement speed, yeah. Oh no, 320.
Even more. What I see?
No, I meant base movement speed.
Okay, yeah. Everyone running on the rune. It's
Yeah, from
very
the top
important
lane.
who gonna get the mid rune. This is gonna decide on like some side lane rotations. Pango using roll.
Going in. Rune is bottom, so it's gonna be regen.
A lot
Narman.
of sticks on him. Not gonna die.
They are going for him. 3-man chains. Nice dodge there even on the shield crash. So Wonder Boy's not going to be getting that huge of a shield. The calling comes out, but that is going to be one dead Muerta. Joachim tries to get out. They're going to be bringing in the second Meepo as well. Narman needs to be careful with the Meepo. They most definitely can't kill him with the next round of poofs. And there's the Earthbind, the Bushwhack, and a couple more kills to secure another one. Or Narman healing up. There's a billion wisps, and none of them will be able to heal the wounds. BB with a double kill on the Meepo. Okay, you know what? I love this Meepo pick. He gets a double kill. Things are
And another one.
things are looking good.
Yeah, he's active. I really love how BB is playing. He's active. He's using his hero to the maximum. So this is nice. You need to take advantage of this. Like clone that you can abuse, be anywhere on the map, make numbers. Because Lycan right now, what he can do is only help with Hovel, right? Remove attack damage and armor, which is good. Because, you know, at night, Lycan spamming W and your team getting kills, it's really good for the Lycan. He's getting assist goal.
Is more Meepo the standard facet that people go for now?
Yeah. I think it is. But I don't know. Actually, I'm not Meepo. I enjoy it, to be honest. But I think this one is like hero.
Yeah, when you flamed our friend Lizard for him spamming Meepo. What was it? Was it 2017 when he was rank 1?
Yeah, maybe something like this. 2016, 17. Yeah, something like this. Yeah. When he joined EPG, I think Elements Pro Gaming back in the days. Boom Esports pressuring mid tower, but there is strength level 2 living armor. It's not easy to go through. Best thing against strength, you should open towers earlier before he maxes his armor. After he maxes his armor, it's gonna be more harder and harder.
Yeah, it's very hard to push through it for sure. But things are definitely looking solid for both of the teams. Boom. All of their cores are farming well, but nobody's being shut down on the other side either. So pretty equal start to the laning stage. We are coming to a point where that laning stage will be ending. So now those movements that you talk about are gonna be coming into play.
Yeah, we see Lycan with Dominator. You really want to bring heroes to him, open the bottom tower, if possible, or he should rotate as well to the mid probably, because like this, I don't think they can open the tower against Trent Armor. Boom Esports need to put numbers and try to open the tower. Look, Fudge is on the mid lane.
That's a dead Ember.
Amber, yeah. Good rotation from the Fudge. He was literally running without TP, you know. He predicted what was gonna happen. They need to defend this tower. And Buyback Brothers, they put numbers.
No, I'm seeing more and more teams just bring offlaners to the mid lane. I've seen Saberlight when he's playing a Dawnbreaker, level 5 Dawnbreaker TPing in to fight. That's not something that you see too often, but something that you are gonna be seeing is the RESD2 promo code, guys. You have the banner down below. With it, it's going to take you to the 1xBet site, and you have this promo code that gives you up to 100% bonus on your first deposit. There's going to be that Juggernaut there reminding you from time to time, and us telling you as well. As, they are rotating to the mid lane. AD Rune, Remnant forward, chains being used, Calling is there, dead shot to finish him off. He didn't even need the fear, just the extra damage from it, and Sanctity for his overtime gets the kill, and now this tower should finally fall.
Yeah, Trent used armor on the Fudge, so it was on cooldown, and because of this they're gonna lose the tower, plus Pango dying. Jokam dewarded one mid ward near Watcher on the right, and they also have sentry on the left side. So, good body block on the Trent. Will he die?
Yeah, looks very dead. They even popped the shapeshift, so the wolves were buffed quite a lot.
On the top lane, Pango sitting on the Ursa. Ursa no ultimate.
Yeah, but he's strong.
Yeah, Fudge without spells. Oh, nice.
Let's see, heals, one more hit. He's surviving the heals. Oh, BB is here. They want the Earthbind, and they are gonna be getting the connection there with the Bushwhack. Blood Grenade as well. Ursa tries to get away. The Earthshock is not gonna be enough. Jokim getting in, Calling, pushing back the Meepo. Narman will survive. That Swashbuckle not enough. And boom, they only lose the Ursa, but they did claim the punch, so considering that how much was invested, this is not that bad. Sanctity coming in, he does have an urn, and very nice dead shot being connected on with there. Jokem will pay for his sins, however, Sanctity only has another remnant. He needs to be careful how he uses it, but he will be getting far enough away, so that's enough distance for him.
A lot of fighting, a lot of action. I love how BB keep it up and secure the Ursa kill, but meanwhile, jobs on the bottom lane with the Lycan and the most Nimba creep that has been nerfed, Troll. Just open the tower against Trent. And this Trent is maxing living armor, you know? Like this build on Trent, you cannot farm because you don't have Nature's Grasp, right? Usually you want to have it so you can push the lanes. And he got for the facet that I don't really like on the Trent.
The extra damage.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Because with the other facet you can even push waves with planting Trent on the lane, and your AoE like damaging, healing.
Yeah, the tree plant, right? That's
something
other
like this.
Yeah. I have to say it's definitely a bad thing. I actually probably know the names of a lot of them, but I haven't learned the names of the facets. It's just too much in terms of information.
Who gonna know this, bro? Just say like this. Planting tree. Attack on the Pango on the mid lane, chains.
He is
and
so much trouble. One more Sleight of Fist. No, they don't even need it.
He had Fairy Fire, maybe he will survive, but he forget, you know. Minute 12 about Fairy.
I think 85 HP would be enough.
I mean, you don't know if you don't try, right?
That is true, but he needs to save.
He's farming a lot right now. Smoke action from the Buyback Brothers. They smoke only as the two heroes. Fudge with Blade Mail.
They need the connection with the hook. Will slow down the Ember. He dodges the shield crash, and he should go down right now. Sharpshooter with the Wonder Boy getting stuck there on the cliff. He almost survived, and the hook will connect Narman. He has no way to get out of this one. Your versus a Pango. They're going to be blocking and slowing him down even more. They can't attack him. He's untouchable. There's the Bushwhack. There's so many overprotected Wisps, and even BB will be joining in there. Has the Diffusal Blade as well, and it will be the poof that lands the kill.
I really like how Buyback Brothers they are putting numbers, but Boom Esports they are abusing this in fact. Like Jabs is getting a lot of farm, 23 Savage is getting a lot of farm, opening towers, and on the top lane because Ursa didn't lose his tower, he can farm all this jungle on the top side, plus lane, and like it's such a comfort for him, you know. He's like top network always. Okay, Meepo now with some kills. Like Meepo is 5-0, you know, but Meepo is like he need to do this. He got diffusion. He's going for Dragon. One more smoke now from the Buyback Brothers. They want to fight the Lycan, but Lycan is so deep. Lycan is farming the lane with wolves and jungle with his zombie creep.
Overlord now. He has the big one. But yeah, Lycan needs to die. And Meepo is one of the better heroes to kill him. You get him into the one earth bind and you're pretty much done the job. He's not gonna be getting out of that one.
Smoke broke. They found one hero, the tops, but what I noticed, Jokam is really good at dewarding. Like he already found like 3 wards.
Yeah, they're controlling the map quite nicely, and it's easy to do, right? When you're shoving in the waves with the Lycan wolves without any commitment, there's just no response from Buyback Bros to that.
Now they're gonna be like strong timing on Boom Esports. They will probably try to force a fight or rush Lycan with his Helm of the Overlord. Ursa gonna have his Blink Dagger in 50 gold. Ember is like also like wanna fight non-stop with his Vessel. You see also Enchantress rushing Solar Crest without the boots. So a lot of good timings for the Boom Esports.
Yeah, you probably want to catch the Meepo once, and I think that's the only thing that is missing. If Boom killed the Meepo once or twice in this game, you're not gonna have a good time.
Immediately smoke from the Boom. They wanna abuse their strong timings right now. They probably wanna fight around Rosh. You know, if you win this fight, you have insta Rosh. You know, so this is how you should look for the fights. You wanna fight around some objectives. Objectives can be towers, can be Roshan, can be some big kills, right? But
they found Wonder Boy. There's the calling, Slide of His Chains, Vessel, dead shot. Pretty easy pick off coming up from them and Nurses.
Movement on the Rosh. Yeah, this is how you should play. So, good objective DOTA from Boom Esports. I don't think without Tango they can defend the Russian. Maybe they can try some hook shot, but we still didn't see overgrowth from the trend. He's trying to scout, but gonna die as well.
That's a bummer. I think they are getting a little bit lost on Buyback Brothers on what to do on the map at the moment, and Boom are for Boom it's very clear how you need to play. Now with the Roche dead, you don't really have a clear objective, but now it's still gonna be guys run at them and fight them. You're at that moment of the game as Boom Esports where you just want to fight all the time.
I mean, usually they wanna now control 2 lanes, farm as much as possible, take some towers, but Meepo have strong timing, he got Agarin. Maybe Buyback Brothers will look to fight. It all depends on other cores, you know, are they ready to fight? A Pudge, he wanna finish his Agarim, I guess, he's like 1.2k away from it. So from now on, they probably wanna dodge the fight, maybe they could hook shot. On the mid lane, Pango is chained.
Okay,
he's gonna manage to survive. Armor saved him from the trend.
Still, that's your big team fight ulti down the drain.
And they're gonna lose tier 2 for this. And outpost.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It doesn't look good for Buyback Brothers now because Boom Esports is getting a lot of map from them. This is what you wanna do when you have Aegis, you know? You were farming like on your side of the map, like 50-50. And now you're stealing enemy farm, you know? You're playing on enemy side of the map.
It just looks easy for them, very clean, and this is the part of the map that you mentioned, right, where we're gonna be seeing a difference in movements from 15 to 20 minutes. Boom, it has only been them. They're the only team that has been doing anything on the map.
Yeah, like Buyback Brothers were making moves like to make a kills, you know, but with all these kills they didn't open a single tower, right? They didn't open the map. Map didn't change. They're thinking about fighting on the top lane. This is very problematic when you have Trend Protector, Max in living armor like this, and you're losing all towers.
Yeah, he's not farming, he's not pushing out the waves. He's just hoping that he's gonna be able to protect the towers, and it's just not gonna happen. And this is versus an Ursa lineup. I know that they do have a Lycan, but still Ursa lineups are notorious for not bringing towers down. And
Yeah, exactly. Lycan is trying to finish his AC, gonna need some time, but he's still really fine. Big problem for Buyback Brothers, they have Aghanim Meepo, but they cannot take a fight, you know. With Aghanim on the Meepo, you wanna fight.
maybe they needed a blink on the Spudge.
Yeah, on Pango as well. He does good.
Yeah, he was thinking
But
about an
that's,
Aghanims.
Yeah, but they need to something to start the fight.
Well, attempted hook. You can hear the Pudge not being too happy about that.
Dire's middle
And
tower is under
Boom
attack.
Esports, they're continuing to farm. The one thing that we have to keep in mind is that Ursa is like the be-all end-all carry in this game. He pretty much solos them later on down the line when he's got the BKB. He has spells to get out of everything that they throw at him.
Don't wanna kill Tormentor solo. Buyback Brothers have good work, so but they couldn't take any fight. Okay, Enchantress got shot. Nice shot.
Yeah,
From
better than
Mr.
Muerta.
Narva.
Imagine if you got
Yeah,
it on
yeah.
Muerta, does nothing. Rolling Thunder being used,
Oh, roll,
Slider Fist, and he dodged it. He still has some remnants, but he's gonna get hooked. Instantly, the calling will be there, silencing the Pudge, and Sanctity will come out. Ursa, he wants to get in. He wants to murder them, and Neverwind is gonna be first. They do go on their side, still have the Aegis. Even if he dies, it's not a big deal. He just wants to bait him in, Slider Fist onto the Meepo, and he's gonna go down. Now TP out with the Treant Protector. They find him, they kill him. He had one more second left on the TP when they saw him, and they still managed to burst him down. That is how squishy he feels to Boom right now.
Yeah, and first Trent ultimate in the game just to TP out, but this is the problem with teams like this. And like I said, they're all good players. They have high MMR. They can press buttons, but minute 15, 20, they don't know what to do. They're getting lost, you know, because early game they make movements and like they were getting kills, but all these kills map didn't change, you know. All towers, tier 1 towers from Boom Esports, they're alive, right?
Yeah,
So by
I remember,
getting these kills, you didn't do anything objectively, you know.
I remember our Nerf gun tournament when my axe had 20 kills and we still lost the game versus you because we didn't know how to move around the map back in the day. It happens. It happens. Doesn't matter. We could if there's a local LAN, LeBron, we could go and play one time just for good old days.
Well, always. Okay. This is the lack of like experience, you know, for the new players, for the teams without some experienced captain and stuff like this.
Dire's middle tower is
You need to play around the block a bit to start to get the general idea. But I even in 2025, I still see like tier 2 teams, like pretty solid teams that are struggling when they're being split pushed, right? And that's why when I saw Lycan and like nobody really to respond to the wolves shoving out the waves, you don't have anything that you can shove out without any commitment, especially if you don't get the first spell on the treant. But there's gonna be a shapeshift Howl being used. It is daytime, so that Howl not as strong. Sleight of his chains. Meepo has been found. Damage output insane. He is gonna be digging him into the ground, but I think they're gonna dig him into the ground once again. Overgrowth. AMP. Saving them. There's another chain. They do get the pushback onto the Ember, never mind. He did save his Meepo for the time being. Rolling Thunder being charged up, but they don't want to stop the Ember going forward. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. Rolling Thunder, Earthbind, Sharpshooter, a couple of more hits. They should be able to take him down. He is overextended, but look at 23 Savage. He is not overextending at all. He's going to be savagely murdering everybody. The Atos is there, Takahashi. He wants to keep him in base, but this Ursa is way too powerful at the moment, so it's going to be a 3 for 1.
This hungry. He's very hungry. He was in the jungle, sleeping, you know, his winter sleep. And then after he woke up, he's ready to eat them all. Yeah, I don't think they can deal with Ursa right now. He's super strong. when you play against Trend Protector, you want to have carry who can dispel his ultimate, you know, and you have Ursa with his ultimate, plus you have BKB. So you always want to have two ways, you know. Usually people before will pick some hero with Manta, some natural buyer of the Manta, but now, like on 23 Savage, you have Ursa. You can like just enrage, or you can just BKB. So it's not easy to control him.
Definitely not. A toss on the
Attack on the mid
Emperor.
lane.
That's gonna be a nice Muerta kill, but he does get the Pierce the Veil off. And look at the impetus shots armor, and he's losing all of his mana. BB dropping low. He needs to dig into the ground, and he can't do it. Joachim is still alive. You didn't even kill the initial hero that you went for. Narman is gonna get the double kill, pretty much getting out all of his mana to dish out the damage. And even he, at this point in the game, hurts quite a lot.
Meepo spells were not on the cooldown, but he didn't press them. But anyway, it's very hard to do this place. Minute 25 when enemy have tier 1, you know. They instantly TP, react and kill them, right? If this tower is dead on the mid lane, they could get these kills.
But it's not,
But
they
yeah.
didn't get a single tower. Is any tower low? Top lane, I guess.
Radiant's middle tower.
It feels like Boom is supposed to kill Trend Protector, you know, and he's healing all these towers.
Yeah, but living armor, I guess it's not what it used to be. It's good to protect when the tower is being pushed because of the armor, but it just doesn't heal much. Remember how it was? You use like five living armors on a tower and it's back up to full.
Yeah. It's all about team. It's if team can fight around it, if team can defend it. Because if people bring numbers against Trend, they will always open towers.
Yep. And
Towers
also,
got buff.
yeah, they did. And also, it's more of we can delay the push and have more time to prepare for the defense rather than it being a big heal.
By the way, watching items on Buyback Brothers, I don't see any item that can change the game, you know.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Patch
attack.
got his Aghanim, but now he bought his Ghost Scepter, but I don't know, this is like defensive items, you know.
I see a spell that can change the game. That's the hook, right? So maybe
Yeah,
get
yeah.
him out of position.
Yeah, this actually can work, but let's see. They're gonna go for the Rosh. The second Rosh with Rosh Banner. Plus we have Lycan with the AC trying to finish his Aghanim, so they're gonna go for the high ground. Push after this. They don't wanna give them time.
That's gonna be an Ursa that turns into a wolf. I don't know, man. Bears are stronger than wolves. I don't know why you would ever want to be a wolf, but maybe a hybrid between the two.
Yeah, but hybrid is like much stronger, you know.
That is true. Man bear wolf. That's what he becomes. As that's a smoke, and I feel like this is a last hurrah one. If you lose this fight, that you're just gonna call GG. Well, they're not getting out of their base too much. They smoked in hopes of waiting for their opponents maybe getting that hook off, and Sanctity just sends in the Remnant. The chains are there. No Scepter gets purged off, and Bushwhack doesn't even connect. There weren't any trees. And 3, not gonna be going forward. Rolling Thunder. Oh, he stopped the hook with the Rolling Thunder. They're not gonna be pulling the Muerta in. He might actually survive because this Pango can't do anything to him. Every single one of his spells is physical, and Muerta lives through it all. Very unfortunate. You could have at least gotten that consolation prize kill with a hook, but it gets cancelled out by the Rolling Thunder, losing 4 heroes, not calling GG, but it is painfully obvious right now to everybody that Boom has won this game 1.
Yep, Wonderboy just called it GG. It's over. I mean, they have good, by the brothers, they have like good early moments. They're getting some kills, like they're leading by kills, but they are not opening towers. So yeah.
That's a
I don't know.
problem.
Yeah. When you make movements like this, you also need to change map, you know. You cannot only come and get the kills. You need to get objectives, you need to open towers, you need to open the map. Because this Ursa, like he didn't lose his, like Boomispers didn't lose a single tier 1 for the whole time, right?
Yeah, it
And
makes it
you don't
impossible
wanna,
to
yeah.
play.
And you have like Lycan who is just farming, Ursa who is just farming. So you have 2 FK heroes like Kors who are getting so big. So yeah.
So when you are when you're this outgunned, so obviously there's a big difference in strength between the two teams. What is the type of draft that you need to go for to give yourself the best chance?
I mean, you want to go for your comfort heroes, which they did this game, I guess. I mean, maybe Nevermind should play this Pango because this is his most played hero in competitive. And his patch, it was like, okay, you know, but I don't know. I feel like they need to try to play more as a team later on. Like when they do a move, they should open towers, you know, they should take them up, you know. They cannot just play for the kills and then farm, play for the kills, farm. But Boom Esports is just out farming you, not losing map, not losing towers. And at one point when they reach the timings, they group up as a 5 and you cannot do anything about them because they are one item ahead of you and levels.
Hopefully they do take that information that you just gave and use it in their next game, because they're definitely gonna need all the help they can get. With that being said, we do have a game 2 coming your way, everybody, but it's gonna be starting only after the short break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
And welcome back, everybody. We promised you a short break, and hopefully we delivered it in your eyes here at the RES Unchained SCA 2025, a qualifier for Blast Dota Slam. Here with Harry and LeBron. We're watching our first series of the day here in Southeast Asia, and it is Buyback Bros versus Boom. First game, if you're just joining us, we'll be going towards Boom Esports, and to be honest, they looked pretty dominant. So, LeBron, looking forward to game 2. Any heroes specifically that you've been playing in pubs that you're not seeing in competitive games that might get pulled out in this series or throughout this qualifier?
I mean, in first game I said Trent, and after 30 seconds Trent was picked. I lost in the pub. This Trent also, Buyback Brothers with the Trent loss, so I guess it's not good to use. Any hero, I spam a lot of Ogre, you know, and with Ogre I'm winning every game. So maybe I would like to see Ogre or Jakiro. I think Jakiro is getting so popular right now because of the patch. This buff was really huge. So I can see Jakiro because Buyback Brothers, they have like issues opening towers, and Jakiro is one of the best supports and hero in the game that can open towers, right? So Jakiro is good, strong on the lane, strong in the team fight. He also have this tower push. So wave clear. This hero have everything what you need from a hero, right? He's also tanky, a lot of HP. So Jakiro, one of my favorite position 5s right now. I would love to see them. I would love to see it from the Buyback Brothers, but Buyback Brothers, they should try to think how they can do team plays to more, you know, like they're making like a lot of like good early fights on, they're bringing numbers, but they need to get like, you know, like this cherry on the top of the cake, you know, you like after you eat the cake, you want this cherry, you know, this cherry should be like opening tower, you know, getting map, getting objectives. So this is what I want to see from the Buyback.
Okay, so Pugna, Jakiro might be a way to go. Maybe they can go for a Lycan themselves, something like that. Maybe a Dawnbreaker, Nature's Prophet to be able to shove out the waves. That could be a way to do it. They're gonna be banning out the Jabs Lycan. They definitely don't want to be playing versus that one. And well, they're not gonna be getting the Nature's Prophet that we mentioned to deal with the waves. I feel like if you are outgunned, and if you are a worse team than your opponent, that the Nature's Prophet is always going to level up at least that ability to deal with the waves and consequently get towers as well. But no such luck. Okay, look at this. The Zoo heroes are gone.
I guess they're all Zoo enjoyers. I mean, first game, Pugna, you mentioned Pugna as well. With Jakiro, Pugna was banned in first phase. So not sure if this game going to be banned. But I believe Buyback Brothers ban it last time.
10 seconds remaining.
Feel like they have a good idea, you know, from the Buyback Brothers. They just, it was hard for them, I guess, to open these towers. If you don't open tower, I keep repeating myself, right? But this is like, it was the main problem, you know.
Yeah, it made it impossible to play Dota. So what are your experiences? Did you have those kind of problems with your teams? I mean, most recently with Zero Tenacity when you were playing versus some tier 1 teams?
We were like close like 3 or 4 times to qualify for some LAN. We were like top 3, top 4 placements in the Europe qualifiers. But usually like we played a gaming gladiators at some point. We had like really good start first 20 minutes, and like we are even opening these tier 1 towers, getting some map. But at some point when they got their timings, they group up. They just outclass us in team fights. So I think like it's huge like gap between these experienced players in sense like when to take fight, where to take fight and stuff like this, you know. They know like this spike power is better than tier 2 players. So this is like advantage like Boom as well. They have like a lot of experienced players who play on multiple TIs, big events and stuff like this. And on the Buyback Brothers,
I know that you're humble, LeBron, but
Dire team
would you consider? Was there a point in your career when you thought that you were a tier 1 player, like that you could play in any team?
When I was delusional. I mean, I was like always like watching myself with like big ego, you know, like I'm tier 1 player. And like last couple of years, I got like humbled down a bit, you know, and then like I lost this mindset. I'm tier 1 player. But yeah, usually I was having this, you know, like I'm watching players. Oh, why I'm not playing in this team? I'm better than him, you know. I should be in this team.
5 seconds remaining.
But yeah, it's a bit delulu maybe. But
Yeah,
I mean,
it's fine. You're still young. I can see that you're using the new age words, the Lulu and stuff. So you most definitely have like another 20 years of a competitive career in you.
why not? Why not? I should be like Cristiano Ronaldo or LeBron, like LeBron. I'm the LeBron, right? Playing till 40 plus.
But he retired actually, and what was
Who?
it, yesterday, 2 days ago? Yeah, LeBron announced his retirement. You can see.
Nah.
5 seconds
Yes,
remaining.
It's
yes.
fake.
He announced. You're just not following news. Imagine a guy, you're the guy who shares your name, and you don't even know that he retired a couple of days ago.
He didn't, bro. It's a fake for the entertainment, you know, to sell out the
Oh.
tickets more, you know.
Yeah.
Price
Are
went
you
up to like $500 from $50, you know.
are you talking
10
about
seconds
yourself that it's fake, or about
Yeah.
the basketball guy?
Both.
5
I quit
seconds
NBA for this,
remaining.
bro.
That makes sense.
This is the meme in chat. This game, Buyback Brothers go for the first pick Beastmaster. Never mind is like most pick hero. You can still flex it on the mid lane, but I don't know. Sometimes these mid laners, they are casual mid laners, you know, playing Queen of Pain, Pack, Storm, SF. You don't like have these options to flex, but if you want to be tier 1 players, you need to play all these heroes. Like
Boom
you can see
Esports,
Malrin, right?
turn to
TI
battle.
winner. He used to have really big problems with hero pool, but he non-stop spam pubs, improve, you know, and he's now spamming every game Kez. So you can see Malarian playing Kez soon for the Falcons in the upcoming tournaments.
Yeah, I remember Malrine, Timber,
seconds
and
remaining.
Tusk. That used to be his heroes. Man, I would
5
love to see a
seconds
Malrine Tusk. Not gonna lie, it'd be very fun. Though obviously it's not as strong in the mid lane as it used to be.
Yeah. One of the players as well was Mobay, who's played this Tusk a lot. Warlock I love from the boom. Like you said, people start picking more supports early on. They didn't want to open with like.
Boom
Usually you will see
Esports,
Gyrocopter here,
turn
you
to
know.
pick.
But Gyro was banned from Buyback Brothers on the 9 pick, so you don't counter the Beast lane. This is telling me that Beast is like offlane. But Warlock casual position 5, he don't care about any lane. He gonna secure his carry full free farm. Good
10
team fight.
seconds remaining.
Wave control. Like good things about Warlock is like you can always push
5
waves. You just press
seconds
QW
remaining.
and you're like pushing full wave. You're getting so much money. You're always farmed and high level.
Yeah, especially you're high leveled, especially if you fight early on. So we're probably gonna see Boom put a lot of emphasis into that fighting during the laning stage. I'm still surprised they didn't respond with the Jakiro versus the Beastmaster. It seems that the news hasn't reached the Southeast Asia that Jakiro is the new big thing.
I mean, yeah, Jakiro can be good against Beast, but for Jakiro to work on lane, you also need strong carry, so you can play so aggressive. If you have like passive carry, you can even feed on the lane easily. Okay, they go for the Sanctity Pack. He really enjoyed playing this hero. This is the hero I hate the most in pubs, you know. Like players, they're last picking Pack into pubs without 0 counters and they think they're good, you know. They're grinding MMR, they get top 50, they put
10
LFT looking for
remaining.
team, you know, and when teams pick them, they cannot perform like this because
5
you can see like
seconds
Sanctity
remaining.
first picking Pack here, right? In pubs, you're last picking without counter. It's different playstyle when you last pick it in pubs and when you're like picking like this now. Buyback Brothers can get a lot of counters to it, you know.
I guess that's why you play the Ogre, because you want to have a puck counter with the instant stun.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
yeah, exactly. And you have this shard that you can block 3 hits by
Yeah.
Glimmer, but you always need to buy Midas, guys. If you play Ogre Magi and you don't buy Midas, you're griefing the game. So listen to me, always buy Midas.
Yesterday I was casting a game and Puppy bought the Midas on a silencer. So you know, the puppy meta silence or anything with a Midas is back, and they will pick a Tiny. That could be the laning counter to the Puck, which he is, but it could also be a position 4. However, Sanctity, his best hero used to be a Tiny. He would pretty much play it every game. So if he's going to be laning versus him, I still think he's going to perform quite well because he knows the hero inside and out.
I mean, all these Puck players who are first picking, they don't care much about counters. They play against all of these matchups. So I don't think you're gonna struggle much. They are going for the snap. Most pick hero by both teams, I think, right now. So casual pick. Good laner, a lot of damage. And as you mentioned, if this Tiny is mid against Puck, you can put this snap on 4 and 5. It's still flex. I would love to see this Tiny on position 4. In Europe, we see a lot of Tiny position 4 right now. Couple of days, it's getting popular. You have insta lockdown for Puck. On the other side, for the Boom Esports, they can still go for the Ursa against Beastmaster, and especially if this Tiny is 4, you're gonna have full free lane with the Warlock.
Yeah, that would be a pretty free lane.
And you see your lane, right? And Jabs is like all-around player that can play any hero. He played multiple roles in competitive, so he wants to have this last pick probably. Oh, actually, they're giving last pick to the 23 Savage.
I thought they were gonna pick a troll now. For me, it was like a pretty clear troll game, but I'm going off of the info that I have from a lot of the Western qualifiers that I've been watching. I haven't watched much Southeast Asia. Obviously, it's a little bit too early in the morning, so I'm not sure what they like to play. But this for me was like a clear, we're gonna pick a troll, and you have such solid heroes to go with that.
Most of the times you should pick like this. You see your lane, you wanna counter it, but maybe it's team performance. They wanna give last pick to 23 Savage. It's like, okay, you are a new guy into our team. We wanna make comfort for you. We wanna feel you good. You want, and like Jabs is like all teammate from 23 Savage, right? They come from the same country, Thailand. So they're like good friends. Okay, I'm gonna sacrifice. Me as a captain drafter, I'm gonna give you like last pick, you know, my buddy. You can have it this game. So Centaur is good laner. Not much counters to him. Maybe some Lifestealer can happen or Ursa.
Yeah, he hates playing versus heavy physical damage though. So if it is a 5 Snapfire with the minus armor from the little shredder, you can sometimes suffer. But usually people do start with the Ring of Protection. But that's gonna be a Faceless Void, and actually it's not that bad of a Faceless Void game. Other than the Centaur's stun into a Hoodwink Sharpshooter, you don't have other things for the burst. You would be needing the Centaur to burst down the Faceless Void, and you have decent amount of damage to throw into the Chronosphere as well.
Yeah, it's really good combo Snap Void, like old school combo. Even though Snap is new hero, but it's old school combo bit from, because when Snap was introduced, it was like best combo, like with Faceless Void, it was pick a lot. And Void now, before you had problems staying on the lane as a Void, but now with this new build of Dominator, you get this Helm, so you're getting stats, you're getting HP regen, you're getting armor, everything you need. So it's much easier to sustain. Before you will buy some Ring, maybe buy some Vanguard, but now you can go for this Domi, which is buffing you a lot on the lane. So he should be having like normal lane farming, but you're not countering full Centaur. You cannot really pressure him, stopping him on the lane, you know.
Oh, they think that this is gonna be a mid lane Beastmaster, it seems.
Yeah, that's why they left last pick for 23 Savage, you know. Because if they went for the Ursa there instead of Centaur, they could get on 18 pick like Enigma for the Buyback Brothers, and Ursa will be such, even though Warlock is counter to Enigma, you know.
I still think Buyback Brothers could still pick a 5 in this game. Or a 4.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this can happen. What is good counter to Puck on the mid lane? It's mostly Dragonite and Ember. This is like 2 biggest counters. I can see them picking Ember this game. They just lost to Ember. This guy maybe will love to play Ember as well in this game. Like a lot of control. You need this chain. A chain,
I don't know,
like,
man. I love the Tiny here as a core. Look at it. Hoodwink, Warlock, and the Puck. All 3 of them you can burst down. I'd actually like a mid lane Tiny with a Blink Echo Saber.
Then you will need to pick some position for like Disruptor, which is ban, maybe some Dark Willow. Okay, they just go for the Ember.
Yeah, so it is gonna be a position for Tiny.
What 23 Savage can pick here can be maybe Medusa. They need some front lane.
What?
Anti-mage.
Choose your hero.
Okay, weird.
It's not that good of an anti-mage game. I think he just wanted to play it.
Maybe. But you know, Warlock is hero that makes safe laners pick hero like easily, you know, because you can pick literally any hero. You're gonna be able to secure you like with heals, with lane control, like pressing fatal bonds on the lane with Warlock. You're pushing lane, you're harassing them, you have opening to like pull camps and stuff like this. And whenever you're pushing the lane and getting farm, you're like having advantage that enemy cannot pressure you, you know. So Warlock is the hero that can secure any hero, you know. So it doesn't matter. Like this anti-mage, maybe he likes it against Void and Ember, so that's why he goes for it.
Are you good versus a Faceless Void though? It's considered like the anti-mage counter at some point. Once you have 1 or 2 damage items, you just kill him in a chrono every single time.
Yeah, but it also depends. Like if this anti-mage jump Void and burn his mana, he can also like big Void counter in this sense. You just need like 1 stun, anti-mage jump on him, he's dead.
That is true. So going into game 2, do you have faith in Buyback Brothers, or do you think there's just too big of a gap between the two teams?
Buyback Brothers have shot in sense that Ember gonna have good matchup on the mid lane. Beast should have good matchup top. Okay, Warlock can maybe mess up with him, but if this Beast get fast dummy, open top tower, play around opening mid tower, like if they get this map control, if they open towers early, they have good chance, you know. It's all about these objectives early on. If they can snowball from the lanes, and maybe if they can like play fast, this anti-mage struggle a bit on the lane, they have a good shot. But let's see. Boom Esports still favorite for me. I feel like minute 25-30, they're gonna have this timing where they can end the game if they delay the game and don't lose early on.
That's what we would like to see. However, guys, you are gonna be seeing our Juggernaut on the screen again, reminding you of the promo code RESD2 with the banner down below, up to 100% bonus on your first deposit. So be sure to check that one out. As again, the side of Buyback Bros, they're thinking about these early smokes, maybe going for a kill, but I feel like maybe this time around it's more of a warding smoke than anything else.
Yeah, they're literally putting 2 wards to play for 2 runes, and they're sitting on on triangle, so they're like expecting Boom Esports gonna block their camps, you know. Like triangle. And on the other side, Boom Esports, they really love to farm. Any trade kills for the Warlock is like Black Grimoire, like book that gives you 300 XP per level, per kill.
200.
Sorry.
200.
Oh yeah,
got
200,
nerfed
200.
multiple times. I think it was 300, 250, and now it's 200.
I mean, it's still good. You get like 3 kills, 4 kills. Like you don't need to even get kills. You just need to be involved in kill, get assist. And
What's
this is
the
like,
range?
I think 1.2k. But if somebody's marked, for example, and you get assist, doesn't matter about range. You're gonna get, you know. So it doesn't matter about range.
Oh, it says hero kills and assists. Yeah, so
Yes,
it's not the range. Okay, so if you do not hit them and they die next to you, you're not getting it.
Yeah. It happens to me like in pubs. I'm spamming. Wait, guys, they're killing somebody. Wait me, let me right click him one time. But yeah, Warlock getting 3 or 4 books early on, that means he's gonna be level 6 super fast, minute 8, like probably. And this minute 8, he can like literally pop golem any lane, open tower, you know. This is the power of the Warlock.
So now
Early
I'm looking at these letters that I don't understand at all. I now understand how people feel when they see Cyrillic in Dota, right? We can read it, and then I mean you know Russian pretty well, but
yeah, this is exactly like we are watching some.
Did you learn Russian exclusively through Dota, or did you have some prior knowledge?
Only in Dota, you know, because when I joined Navi, I didn't know Russian at all, and then I need to play to learn it. And basically, when you live with someone, like we were having like boot camps for 40, 50 days, and we will just speak, and that's how I will learn the language.
Oh, internet is down for the Faces Void. This is not good. He's fixing the internet. I don't know how you do that. Maybe just restart the router, but I don't know if you can. If you can fix it. Okay, he fixed it. Easy. Okay, I didn't know he was that good at fixing internet.
If you're a professional player and this is your job, and you don't have double internet, you should be reported, you know.
I think somebody was explaining to me that in the Philippines, and is he a Filipino player? Just a moment to check. That was BB. He's from Laos. I don't know, but they're like in Philippines. There's one internet provider, and they are. You don't have two of them, right? It's easy. It's easy for you to speak here. We in Serbia we have pretty good internet overall.
Yeah. I mean, I have like 3 options, you know. I have like 2 internet providers, plus on my mobile phone, it's like 3rd provider. I can always connect through Tether, like make 3 internets, you know.
Yeah,
So,
for casting, it wouldn't be good enough. The internet, the phone internet, but actually for playing Dota, it's quite decent.
yeah. I will usually get 60, 70 ping, which is with this internet from the mobile phone. But normally you have like 20, 30. But you can see like even some Southeast Asian players like Narman, you know, he's playing European pubs, and Sanctity, they're both playing. They're from Mongolia. They're both playing European pubs. I think they play with 110 or 120 ping. In my team in Europe, Z10, we also have 2 Mongolian players, C and 423. They're both playing like European pubs and scrims and tournaments with this 120 ping, you know. You like now have like this. Everyone wanna play European pubs, you know, because European pubs are really good. A lot of players, like
Everybody's
you,
here.
yeah. You have
everybody's in our country. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Right now, like I think everybody's boot camping here.
Yeah, we are for country. Yeah.
My hands are an extension of my
That's how it is. Yeah, not only Dota, the players from other games as well.
Through anger.
But overall, it's
But
it's
feel like
still a
we are
problem.
lacking some talent. You know, before in our days there was like a lot of LAN events for new players.
Yeah, nobody wants to play those now, right? You make a tournament and nobody comes in. It's actually your fault. I remember before I came to the Dota scene, no one would ever beat any of the old guard you elements, right? You, Gogi, Booktop, right? You just come to a tournament, you stomp everybody, and then you go home. And after 5 years of that, people just stopped coming. It used to be that there would be like 30, 50 teams on a tournament, and then you guys just had to
But I
had to
also
beat
like this.
everybody.
I was beaten by Gogi and Booktop and Mitch, so I had to beat them, you know, to join them. It was for
so
me as well.
You sold your soul. I beat them. And, okay, actually, there was one tournament that I played with Booktop, but I was a double agent, so we lost in the finals. Just kidding, didn't do it on purpose.
Okay, game started. I don't think there are gonna be some fights. Oh, actually, nah, they're just a lot of damage on the puck. By the way, Snapfire with 2 times in Little Shredder level 3 is doing so much damage. I don't know if people build it like this now in Southeast Asia, but in Europe it's, for some player, it's common. Like on the lane
Nobody's doing it. You told me that, like 2 points in Little Shredder, and nobody's doing it. I'm calling for it every game. Like LeBron told me he's the smart one, and then nobody gets the second level of it.
Okay, in 1-2 weeks you're gonna see it. Everyone gonna do it when I put it in meta.
Okay. Makes sense. Like always, LeBron ahead of his time. Talk to me about the lanes. Anyone in particular that we should keep our eyes on?
I guess maybe anti-mage Warlock lane. I would love to see if they can punish this anti-mage. Right now, Warlock is securing him super good with Fatal Bonds. He connected like to the boars, to the heroes. If this anti-mage get fast heal, they cannot pressure him at all. Big level is like level 3 on Beast, when he have 2 times in wild boards. This is the moment when they can get a kill. On the top lane, Centaur doing also a lot of damage at some point, they can pressure. They're attacking Snapfire.
Oh, Snap is in trouble. He doesn't have his cookie just yet. A couple more hits. It's not gonna be enough. He gets himself into the tower. So I cannot believe that I see a Centaur Hoodwink lane, and you tell me that you are gonna be interested in the Warlock Anti-Mage lane. Like, the Warlock Anti-Mage lane sounds like the most boring lane in the world.
Yeah, it's boring, but it's gonna, how to say, it's gonna make big difference in the early game. If they can pressure anti-mage, if they can push him out of the lane, open tower and stuff like this. If this anti-mage is not pushed out of the lane, if he's getting full free farm, then I don't think Buyback Brothers have a chance of winning this game.
Is Takahashi dying?
Takahashi in problems. He have Verifier.
Is Takahashi that Takahashi 69? Is that rapper?
Sure, bro. Oh, he's dropping stat item for Verifier, more region.
Oh, it's Tekashi, I think. Yeah. I thought that you were cool and you know the new stuff. He's still dropping low.
I mean, Tiny have 0 armor, you know. Okay, now 3 armor on tower. If Warlock had like Shadow Ward, he will be dead.
Yeah, I never asked you about that. How do you feel about? I know it was added a long time ago, but tower is giving armor. Do you like it? Is it something that was added because of the old OG lineup that would just dive you all the time?
I mean, it's good early on also for the laning stage. Position 5 can abuse it, you know. They come into this circle if you're a ranged hero and you just trade with position 4. So this can be pretty much like, this is what you should do when you're position 5. Abuse this armor and HP region. So it's good for safe laners. But I don't know about these dives on LG. Maybe it was because of this.
Maybe it was.
Anti-mage full free farm, you know. This is not good for Buyback Brothers. He's like top net for on the CS board, and he have like 6 creeps that he's farming on his tower, not missing a single one.
I mean, we knew this was how it's gonna be, right? When we saw the lane versus 2 melee heroes, it's not like the Beastmaster and the Tiny can do anything to you. Tiny is just not a position 4 that pressures the lane unless it's under certain circumstances, which aren't the case here.
Yeah. Anti-mage burning whole beast mana. He don't have any mana left to even summon a boar. I mean, at some point this beast gonna have Odomi. They can use like gate with Snapfire and rotation, and this is the moment when they can pressure anti-mage up tower on the top lane. Attack on the Snapfire. I think he gonna be the first blood. Yeah, just stunned into Bushwhack, into Akron shot. They don't even need to grenade to kill him.
Yeah, and they're gonna be pressuring BB as well, right?
Yeah, a lot of creeps on him.
Well, if they get the Bushwhacker now, he's gonna die. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, jumps with a double kill.
Yeah, we didn't want to look at there at all. They're like, look the other way. This is getting 18 plus here.
It doesn't look good for Buyback Brothers right now. Job's gonna have super fast Domi and anti-mage as well. They're both kinda same net worth, same timings.
That's gonna be huge. You're not gonna have a way to deal with this, and the Domi and the Beastmaster is gonna be delayed. Maybe they can kill Joachim. Has a Fairy Fire, has a Healing Lotus. He's gonna survive. AMP is the one that needs to be careful, but he will be able to escape. Jabs doesn't want to chase too much. Yeah, LeBron, you're are you still looking at that bottom lane? Is it super exciting to you?
All I see, Warlock pulling 24/7, anti-mage getting all creeps on tower. It's so good to watch, you know.
BB using the time dilation to do nothing with it, as none of the spells were used by the 2 heroes.
Puck get level 6 faster than Ember. He have coil, but supports are not here yet. They are arriving a bit now. It's gonna be fight for the rune probably. This can change a lot if Ember get good rune or Puck. Ah, fuck with the DD.
He might die, actually. He's gonna dodge the Remnant, goes for the silence. There's the coil, turns around onto the Tiny. That 0 armor, not helping him at all. Sanctity, he got a lot of his HP back. Thinking about going in, he will. Bushwhack will not connect, but the right clicks will be more than enough. AMP next on the menu. The Grandma is a little bit tankier than the Tiny in terms of armor. And Sanctity thinking about diving. He will be missing the orb. The right clicks, of course, not gonna miss. But in the end, the damage will not be sufficient. Still, Boom Esports, an even better start to the game than what we saw in the previous one.
Yeah, they got the kill. And Warlock got the book. Plus, they're pressuring mid lane with the siege. You know, it's gonna be a lot of tower damage from Boom Esports side. And later on, with any rotation, this tower gonna fall. You know, or if Ember leave the lane. So big win for Boom. If I was this Warlock, I will flame pack. How can you miss, bro? How can you miss your illusion orb? It's my book, bro. It's XP. You know, please practice more.
Yeah,
but yeah, still good.
A nice one. Oh,
Beastmaster in the problem.
Yeah, wait for the... yeah, he's waiting. Wait for me to get the assist, please. There it is. He's gonna be getting the damage. No mana on the anti-mage for guilty. He doesn't even have it. Tiny's coming to help. Avalanche there on the anti-mage. There is gonna be a Fatal Bonds. Nice toss. Stampede being used, and never mind. Will not get out of this one alive. 23 Savage. He will kill him with a Centaur. He's not even gonna be doing the job himself. He's got his lackeys.
Yeah, Centaur got Stampede, and Stampede his little boy Centaur from the anti-mage. Easy kill. Warlock having like 3 books, so basically if he activates it right now, he gonna need like, he gonna have the level 6, but he's lacking the mana right now. Mid lane was open, so by Break Brothers lost mid tower. They're gonna probably lose the rune. Oh, Ember was lucky actually.
Yeah, he's gonna get it. Bushwhack! Oh, no way!
Bushwhack.
There's the silence. Well, will be used. The miss is there.
There is
he
sentries.
does have a remnant back. He should be fine.
Puck actually almost died. He was low. If there was one support from the Buyback Brothers, this Puck was dead. But Snapfire didn't come on the rune. Oh,
He's gonna be dead anyways.
Wonderboy. Big kill for Wonderboy. Solo kill.
Get outplayed. Nice one.
Radiant are
Yeah.
scanning.
Oh, you gonna find
Radiant's middle tower is under
Joachim as well?
attack.
Well, he doesn't have much mana on Wonderboy,
No.
so Joachim is...
And he don't have chains.
But with Tiny coming in, he's a little bit too fast with the Scurry. Who's gonna be getting the rune? It is gonna be Wonderboy, and now it's gonna be a dead squirrel for sure. Wonderboy uses the slide of fist, so that he is the one to get the kill, and that's gonna be 2 for them. A little bit of overextension from Boom Esports, but I think the problem is still the same. You're getting a couple of kills, but you're not really pressuring any lane, whereas look at what Boom are doing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Golem has been used by Warlock. They're gonna kill Beast and they're probably gonna open his tower. So basically, same like game 1. They're getting some kills. Wonderboy doing really good things like getting kills, but this is not changing the map, right? You're getting kills on your side of the map, not opening tower, not pressuring side lanes. You're even losing towers, right? You lost mid lane, you lost your like Beastmaster tower, and now Void gonna get pressured. He's gonna also lose his tier 1 tower.
Yeah, nobody's coming to stop this. He does have a chrono, but you don't have that much damage right now to put into it before there's Morty Kisses.
Yeah. Biggest issue when you lose towers like this, you're losing map control, so every your movement gonna be readable easy, you know, because it's so hard to make a move, you know. You cannot like press the smoke and run from some deep lane or something. You need to always constantly have pushed lanes, and it's hard to play because... Okay, Wonderboy died on the rune. Puck got Arcane, plus he died. So what I wanna say is like, it's just harder to play when you lose all towers. All your plays are obvious, you know. Pro players can read them.
Well,
On
there's
the
the
top lane.
chrono. Bushwhack stops the Mortimer's Kisses that might actually allow him to survive. They need the toss. The heals are there. Turns around with 3-man hoof stomp. And now he wants to kill them all. You wanted me, but now I'm gonna be getting you, Takahashi. He would love to live, but he will not be allowed. It is only a matter of time. He wants to pick out flowers for his own funeral, it seems. And we'll get the avalanche onto the 3 heroes. Maybe they even decide to let him live, you know. This chase might not be worth it any longer, but he doesn't have anywhere to go.
Takakashi doing some cardio, but they got him.
If I'd known you're a bloody
He was running like mini marathon, but they got him, you know.
Yeah, the Hoodwink is a little bit too fast. Going through the trees, having the scurry. Nice attempt, didn't work out. The early game is ruined. I mean, not only the early game, the game is ruined right now.
Yeah, I mean, what I want to say, for example, now you have Beastmaster Domi, right? He wants to open this anti-mage tower, but how you gonna do? How you gonna do this play? You need to bring all heroes, but it's gonna be slow, so slow. You need to run whole map, because you don't need to have this tower to TP, right? To come fast, and it's gonna be always super obvious for like Boom Esports what Buyback Brothers wanna do, and they can prepare like good defense or like dodge this, for example, and split push, outfarm them, get more on the map and stuff like this.
Well, 7k gold lead, 12 minutes into the game. The game looks much cleaner for Boom than in the previous one. Do you even buy a Battle Fury on the Anti-Mage? He's gonna go for it. I was thinking, yeah, maybe you go for like Diffusal Blade or something.
I thought you were gonna say you go for the Meteor Hammer, you know, to push fast.
No.
But nah. I mean, you always wanna go Battle Fury second item after Domi now, for sure.
Remember
You don't wanna risk.
Remember the old Russian Anti-Mage build, the Vanguard? Then you just go and fight.
Vanguard Radiance?
Yeah, that doesn't have to be Radiance, it's just Vanguard early on, and then you just go and fight. Very popular in Dota 1 days. There's gonna be a ward placed.
Good bushwhack on Void. Die, it was in 1 second literally.
Oh, are they gonna drop the golem? Yeah, they will, of course. And the coil, they really want the Snapfire there. They're like, Grandma, your time has come.
You're going home, huh?
Yeah, if the other world is a home, then sure. But,
by the way, I didn't tell you. 2021, I was actually in talk with Gary, owner of Doom, like about coming to Southeast Asia and play for them. It was the year when we qualified into Division 1 as a level up, you know.
Oh, the year when you qualified for Division 1 and then they stopped and then Division 1 was cancelled.
No. It was cancelled when Sweden Strong and Milan played.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It was my team with RDO, Fanik, DNZ, Tony, Noob, I mean, from Nigma, yeah.
I remember. And you didn't go, you stayed to play Division 1?
No, I got backstabbed by some players. I'm not gonna name them. One of them is Noob from Nigma, another one is Fanik. Oh, Chrono Delusion.
Yeah, this is not ideal.
Faces would use Chrono on Pack Illusion and Snapfire Ultimate, so they didn't get a kill. They wasted 2 big spells.
They killed the illusion though.
Yeah, and after this, I know Boom contacted Celery, but Celery was still new player, you know, he wasn't established tier 1 player, but he declined them, and then Immortal Fate suggested me as that they can try me, you know, and I was in talk, but because of the corona, there was like no possible way to go there. Countries were closed and stuff like this. And in the end, this Boom Esports, they got promoted to Division 1. They were supposed to play Division 2, you know, but some team got banned for 3-2 or something like this. And then Boom was playing Division 1. After this, they won Division 1. They got to all majors and they even won LAN in Dubai. Imagine if I go to this team. Maybe I will be tier 1 here, yeah?
Or maybe they wouldn't go to that tournament.
Yes. And Boom. So yeah. Or Boom will not win the LAN, you know. But yeah, shout out for the Gary, the owner of the Boom. You know what I'm thinking, you know? The owner of Boom is Arsenal football team fan, and 23 Savage is also Arsenal football team fan, you know? Maybe that's why they took him in the team.
Maybe.
I think this is the connection, you know?
Yeah, you always need to find connections like that and be like, oh yeah, I like Arsenal as well. I had a friend in school who found out one of our very strict teachers, like where he was from. He's like, yeah, I know some, I have some people from that village, and he just got into his good side. Like, yeah, I know. I'm from there as well, even though he was never there. He didn't hear from those relatives in like 15 years. But it was a good way to get easier grades. So this is the Dota version of that. Yeah, I like Arsenal as well.
I mean, you know what jokes are the best?
No.
The boss jokes, When everything boss says, you should laugh, you know.
Oh,
This is
okay.
what I
Okay.
experienced in Bait Esports, you know, because I was playing with the Dandy in team, and he was my boss.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You're like,
Attack on the
then you're
Beastmaster.
so funny as Beastmaster gets caught. He wants to get away. There's gonna be a golem dropped,
Violent
and
golem.
he is gonna be taken down quite easily. Boom Esports, they're really at a point in the game where you don't want to save any of your spells. You're so far ahead, there's not gonna be a play the enemies can make when the spells are down.
Yeah, they're stuck in the base. Boom Esports have all deep vision, they're controlling full map, and it's so hard to play right now for Buyback Brothers. But yeah, basically in Bait, whatever Dandy will say, we will laugh, all of them. I tell to my teammates, whatever Dandy said, we need to laugh. No matter what he said, we need to laugh, because he's the boss, you know. And then he was confused what is happening. But yeah, you need to be good with the boss. Okay, attack on the Centaur. He have the pipe, late mail.
This is a hard target, but you don't have another one, so it's either him or nothing. It's not looking good.
Yep, it's not looking good right now. This game might finish super fast, that I even have time to go to the gym, Harry.
How far away is the gym?
2 minutes walk.
Oh, easy. Okay, then you can.
Yeah, that's joking. I mean, I was really hoping to see game 3. Buyback Brothers trying to take a fight in the mid lane.
Jabs doesn't need to
Bases
buy a
way
Blink
down.
Dagger because he's got the enemy tiny to toss him in every time. At least they got the puck, so that's something. But this is gonna be a high ground push. Jabs has the Troll Summoner. Actually allows him to die. Sharpshooter onto the Beastmaster. Doesn't have the roar, but he's gonna scream in pain as Narman takes him down. GG will be called. 18 minutes of gameplay. Boom Esports, they didn't need more.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I mean, Boom Esports have a really good experienced players, and they're just proving it, you know. They have much experience, and this game was super outclassed by them. No chance for Buyback Brothers. Everything went wrong from the lanes. You're losing on lanes, you're losing all tier 1 towers. Literally, you cannot play the Dota, you know.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna ask you much about this series because it's obvious that it was a complete outclass. Because we're gonna have a bit of a longer break, an hour and 10 minutes to be exact. But our next series is gonna be interesting: Execration versus Vici Gaming. So I want your thought right now before you've seen them play. Do you have a favorite? Is it gonna be Vici or Execration that are gonna be winning the next series?
I think it's gonna be 2-1 for the Vici. It's gonna be some long games, but I think in the end, Vici with the more experienced players, I think they're gonna win. But Execration, it's like a really strong team. They also play like a couple of months ago LAN event, and now they're also invited to the Blast Slam 4. So strong team with the players with good synergy. I think the strongest part about Execration is their synergy. You know, they play a lot together. They're all from the same country. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to watch this game. This is gonna be like probably best series so far, like one of the most interesting. So yeah.
Yep, this might even be the two teams that are gonna be fighting for the spot on the Blast Slam. But with that being said, we do have that long break coming up. Hopefully you guys can get refreshments, go and watch the other stream. Maybe there the series was closer. If not, just wait for that hour. That's when we will be back with the next best of 3.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The RES Unchained Southeast Asia 2025 is back here with Harry and LeBron. For those of you that don't know, this is a qualifier for Blast Dota Slam Season 5. We already had the qualifiers for the 4th season a couple of weeks back. But anyways, LeBron, did you enjoy the break? Did you manage to squeeze in a pub or that workout in between?
No, I just make some granola. I ate, take a breakfast, take a little chill, do some preparation for the teams, and I'm ready for the show, you know. Amazing series coming up for us. Execration against Witch Gaming. Really excited to watch this. What do you think? Yeah. Who do you favorite in this matchup?
Oh, it's a hard one for me. I'm not sure. I feel like Southeast Asia teams have naturally been pretty okay versus Chinese teams. So I feel like Execration should have a shot, but still, if I'd have to go for a favorite, I'd still be saying VG Gaming. However, I never want to take away that Execration have been playing together for a long time.
Yeah, all of their players, they have some short period when they left the team. They thought maybe that is better in some other teams. They play for a couple of months and they just return to the Execration, and they're having good synergy. They're all like high MMR players, played like last world champion in Saudi Arabia, so they got some experience. They also get Arthur as a coach. He's bringing a lot of ideas from Europe. So by watching the draft, I see like he was coach for the Alliance, I think, for the 2 years. Like he was like there, and like when they brought him, Execration started playing much better. They had like some LAN events and stuff like this. So yeah. They failed to qualify for all LANs at the start of the season. They were like top 2, top 3, and top 4 these last 3 qualifiers. So yeah, they're looking forward to qualify for this Blast. For Blast 4, they replaced Talon, right?
Yep, but the thing is that you know, you are like probably the number 1 seed, the one expected to go through, and then a wild Chinese team appears. And there are people, of course, that are thinking, why are VG Gaming allowed to do this? But if you want, you can find a tweet from Blast, or actually that's not a tweet. We got a message from Blast officials, like what happened. So they had to move the Chinese qualifier due to a public voting process. And the thing is that this public voting process was negatively affecting the Chinese teams, and they couldn't play the qualifiers. I'm guessing there were some scheduling issues, and because of that, they can't play the Chinese qualifiers. So VG Gaming were allowed to go into the Southeast Asia qualifiers so that they would get to play. And Southeast Asia is played on a server that is close to Chinese teams, so they will have ping. I don't know how much, but they should be able to play.
I mean, all these Chinese players, they are playing Southeast Asian pubs, because I don't think anyone is playing in Chinese server pubs.
Why?
There is a lot of grief. I think there is a lot of griefers and like betters and stuff like this, and this server got destroyed. So all people
Chinese
move
pubs.
to Southeast. Yeah, so all people move to Southeast Asia pubs. I was checking like leaderboard and rankings. So everyone is like in Southeast Asia.
So what is the wasn't like China the best region for pubs? I know whenever people would travel to China for a tournament, they would be very, very happy about how the pubs were.
I mean, mostly European pubs were like number 1 always, and then Chinese pubs, I think. But for me personally, when I was playing for Navi and when I was in Indonesia and 2 times I was at Saudi, I was playing Southeast Asia pubs, and for me it was enjoyable, even though people are saying nobody wanna support in Southeast Asia and stuff. But no, it was good.
That's because you're a support, man. That is the same when people were constantly telling me. I remember people saying, "Yo, just if you want to raise MMR, play play after hours,
10
like at
seconds
3,
remaining.
4, 4
Ah.
a.m. on the American servers, and I was like, "Oh, awesome! Let's do it!" I lost every single game, and then I understood all of the guys that are winning their core players, and it wasn't a nice environment for support. So maybe Southeast
Yeah,
Asia
that
is a
is.
nice environment for supports.
Yeah, it is. It is. But let's back
Radiant
to
team ban.
the thinking for speak for the Vici gaming. It can be flex, but usually you want to pick it on mid. So execration open with the Queen of Pain, comfort hero for the Bob, and
Radiant
it's like
team
one of
pick.
the biggest counters on the lane.
Dire team pick.
Thinking usually they don't care about counter pick. You're just gonna push waves when you get level 3 fast. You can go jungle. You're gonna get stack camps. So you're always gonna have good timings.
It comes down
They
to that
got
sentry war, right? If the Sand King takes away the Quap's sentry, then he's gonna have a very easy
10
time. But if he
seconds
doesn't,
remaining.
I have seen Quaps push him out of the lane completely. Though, really,
5
I did see it in
seconds
Tier 2 Dota. I have to say, Malrine, when he played the Sand King, and I mean that's probably like one of the best, if
yeah.
not the best mid laner in the world. He never cared.
Yeah, literally first pick Sanking, don't care
Dire
counters,
team
like
pick.
if you are good enough. So yeah, this is like Naga for DY. DY is very famous for his Naga. He was like retired and now he came back to Vici game. I think he didn't play for 1 year, and now he's back to. But I checked, he's like super high MMR, like top 50 on the leaderboard.
10 seconds
So
remaining.
he's spamming pubs for sure. But you know, pubs in competitive Dota is a
5
bit different.
seconds remaining.
You need like to get some games to, because you get rusty. You need to get used to it because competitive Dota is much faster, you know, compared to the pubs. It's just chill.
He didn't play for 6 months, a little bit
Okay.
more than that. So his last tournament in
Radiant team
2024 was ESL 1 Bangkok. It was a closed qualifier, and then he didn't play the tournament, it seems. So yeah, after that he just took a break.
I want to say Vici Gaming have big advantage in sense that they have WS, the ex of
10
laner from the Talon.
seconds remaining.
He's the first player to get 15k MMR in the world, and he is like one of the
5
top
seconds
MMR
remaining.
players, I think, especially on the offlane. And on offlane, it's not that easy to raise MMR. So what I want to say about him that he have big experience about Southeast Asian teams, right? So he can bring this knowledge to Vici and give them like all the info, like how teams are playing, what they love, what they don't like, and stuff like this. So
How do you feel about the Dawnbreaker versus a Naga? I know in a lane that Dawnbreaker is going to be fine, you can deal with illusions, but inside of a game, you pop your ulti and there is instantly a song that kind of stops the fight. Do you really want to play this hero into a Naga?
I feel like Naga is one of the most broken heroes in competitive Dota because it can break the game. In what sense? You can constantly be annoying, pushing waves, giving vision with illusions that one of the best players can abuse. Plus, you have this song that can counterplay like any team fight, right? So this is like one of the hugest spells in competitive Dota you can have. That's why Naga you see like a lot in the like competitive games, especially in I mean, at TI it was banned in every first phase. Maybe they give one game to
Dire
Snake King
team
and they won like easily, like last game or something like this.
So we get to
This
see a
is signature Chen. Yeah, it's signature Chen for CML. And like Troll, I want to say like low, like spamming almost every game Troll. It's his most played hero in competitive scene. And
What makes the
it
troll
looks
strong
like,
now? Everybody's playing it.
I mean, just strong lane, strong matchups, and now you have Naga position 5 melee. You want to have some
10
range, right?
seconds remaining.
So he see his lane. He see his lane. He feel like he is strong.
5
He's gonna have
seconds
free
remaining.
matchup. If Troll have good start, fast timings on his items, he gonna scale super fast.
That's
It's
what
not.
that's what you want. But what is like a carry that is solid versus a troll? I've seen a Razor workout, obviously, but is there something more conventional that you want to play versus him?
What I
Radiant
noticed,
team
Palos
ban.
love to play a lot of different heroes.
Radiant
So for
team
sure he
ban.
gonna find best solution. Some of the heroes before were like
Dire
Morph,
team
and I
ban.
think Morph is like most pick hero for Palos, but now Morph is in like in weird spot. It's not
Yep.
like that pick like before. Maybe some tanky hero like Dragon Knight can work because I don't know. Like usually Troll
10 seconds
versus
remaining.
one against any carry matchup wins. Maybe some TB can be good.
5
Some
seconds
high armor
remaining.
hero that cannot get bursted, like that can kite. You need to kite the troll, you know. This is the main thing about troll. you need to kite his ulti, and it's gonna be hard to burst him, right? There is like Naga counterplay with sleep.
How are Execration heroes in terms of kiting? Do they have a good way to do it?
I mean, they have some decent heroes, like you have Cookie, you have Dawn that can go out, Queen of Pain blinking out. It's all about play style, but Vici Gaming have so much damage right now, like with Saint King, and this Chen needs to buy like some pipe, some greaves maybe. With these auras, they can kite first damage from the Vici and then try to fight.
Are we gonna see a Magnus, man? I've been longing for a Magnus troll for a long time, and I feel like the China teams are the ones that might actually make it happen.
WS, he loves to play a lot of Mars, I believe. Some
That's
Pangolier
banned.
maybe. About Magnus, I'm not sure. It's really big counter. The Ildon is like one of the best counters to Magnus, so I can expect some Pango maybe.
It's banned.
Ben, okay. Centaur is not banned, right?
Centaur,
Yeah. You need some pipe builder against Snap. Queen of Pain as well, like a lot of magical damage. And Centaur, it's not easy to counter. Like if you can counter him with like some Lifestealer or Ursa or Monkey King, but all these heroes are bad against Troll. Okay, they ban Lifestealer. I assume they wanna go for this Centaur pick.
Yeah, it makes sense. He really doesn't like playing versus
Radiant team pick.
versus a lifestealer. So something that is good laning stage wise versus the Centaur, and I think would fit okay into the Execration lineup, is a TA.
Yeah, TA is decent hero because you can kite. I mean, you have strong lane
10
on top,
seconds remaining.
and you have these traps that are gonna scout very well later on in fights.
5
You can
seconds
hold if you can
remaining.
hold your tower forever, you're gonna outfarm them much. Okay, they just go for
You may
DK.
now
As I
select
said, like
your
you need some
heroes.
tanky hero like DK against Troll, a lot of armor, a lot of control. And it's good front lane because look, you have Queen of Pain, she wanna work from the side. You have Dawnbreaker that wanna connect with like ulti, right? So you need some front lane hero, like in front of Snap, in front of Chen. So this is perfect pick for them. But in general, it's not gonna be that easy to fight into Naga Sleep and sinking ultimate.
What's the build for the DK in this game, right? Because I've seen multiple approaches. I've seen Blink into Silence, the Orchid. I have seen Mage Slayer Blink. I have seen Mjolnir first item, which is I feel like I like the Mjolnir the most. That is the best way to scale.
If this is Skater, he will buy first item Blink no matter what. And what they need is like Blink, but it's about player, you know, what he feels like. And Palos, I think this guy is playing every hero, like literally every game, different hero. So I think he's universal. Like he is not like type of the player who's just gonna AFK farm, right? So he should probably go for the Blink Dagger to help his teammates win early fights, because you have this follow-up by Dawn, you have follow-up by Quap, but you don't have any way to start the fight. But a lot of players who are greedy, they will go for this build with Mjolnir.
Yeah, so Blink Orchid could be the right one if you do want to go for that Blink. But we'll see. We'll see what they do, if that's what he wants to go for. For now, he hasn't queued up anything. But of course, guys, you should queue up the promo code RESD2. Just copy paste it there. You can click on the banner down below. It will take you to a 1xbet site, and there you can redeem it for up to 100% bonus on your first deposit. So make sure that you do that right now. Better at the start of the tournament than later on.
Both teams gonna do late smoke. And Vici Gaming, they're moving to their triangle. They're expecting Execration to come and block sinking camps. So
Odds in favor of Vici, not by a lot though. Though Bob is one of my favorite players to watch in competitive gameplay. Definitely the one of the most fun players. He can solo win you the game, but also sometimes he is like, I'm just gonna go here and die, and you don't know why he did that.
And I have experience with him in pubs. He ruined a couple of pubs for me, but it's okay. I forgive Bob. He have cool nick. Bob. Smoke got revealed on both sides. guess maybe
battle
they're gonna be a fight.
Well, dead shot. Dragon Tail. Oh, nice. Shanks gets close. They're gonna have to go for the hoof stomp so that the center gets himself away, and he will be using the downstream to get some distance between him and Palos. So he didn't start with any armor items on the centaur, so I feel like CML and Palos can just smack him in the face.
Yeah, that's weird because Chen have really good right click. Chen wasted his grenade, but Centaur managed to run out. Like you said, on the mid lane, it's gonna be really important for XM to remove Sentry from Bob. Bob already have Sentry on his side
Radiant's courier
of the
has been
cliff.
killed.
What do you think for you? What
Got
is the
it.
most interesting to watch? Yeah, XM got the Sentry.
Well, top lane is full of kill potential, I think. I think bottom, that Vici, because they didn't get the ring of protection, they're probably not going to try to trade, so it's going to be a farm fest. But Troll versus Dawnbreaker, I could see anybody getting a kill here, right? If you overextend on the Troll, he's very good at turning things around. And also, he constantly harasses you, so Tino could get low.
Yeah, man, I agree. It's interesting how XM managed to kill the Sentry. He's putting Minnow Pain on low HP, but Chen is sending like this Satyr, mana burn creep on the mid lane. This is gonna make big difference on the mid lane. But
I don't know, man.
Senkin got like 8 out of 8 CS. I mean, this
He's
is TA
crushing
finalist,
it.
you know. XM is like TA finalist player, like.
Yeah, he's doing it everything right. This is not what you wanted as a Queen of Pain. You picked this hero to counter him, to annoy him in the lane, and everything is going well. He is queuing up the sentry on the quap. Is he bringing out a sentry? No, he's bringing out a bottle. Maybe
It's cooldown. Sentry is going to cool down because
still.
supports are buying on sites. Chen already have 2 sentries on himself. Didn't place any. A bit mistake there. Apollo's low HP on bottom lane.
Yeah, he's being healed up though. Right clicks don't hurt him that much, but the double edge does. WS gets the kill, and the DK will fall. In the early levels, mainly like level 2, 3, is where the DK is kind of squishy. I'm surprised that Vici could go for this one, but I think we all forgot just how powerful the Muerta can be in the laning stage. I mean, the Centaur did a lot of damage, but pretty much Muerta did the same amount.
Yeah, and Chen even gave him like 5 armor, like Divine favor. I think this creep should be on the safe lane, because burning mana to Centaur or Muerta will be huge. And Senkin kinda don't even care about this mana burn. He's like he got his bottle, his mana cost on the spells are very low. And on the other hand, like now he bring the creep.
Now it might be too late, because your Palos DK already died. He is farming okay on the DK, but I think this lane so far is going the way that Vici wanted it to go.
Yeah.
They're going on the Centaur, doing a decent amount of damage. Those right clicks, they do start to hurt, but Helm of the Iron will be here fairly soon, and that is where when this Centaur becomes a real issue.
Yep.
So what's kind of the timing that we're gonna be looking at for either of the teams to get out of the laning stage?
I mean, probably XM getting his Blink Dagger is gonna be around minute 10 or 11. Depends on the stacks, but for now on, they are 0 stacks from the Vici side. They are focused much more on the lanes than doing stacks. It's gonna be dangerous for them at some point when Dawn have level 6. So if they survive this first Dawn ulti, it's gonna be huge for them. They're gonna have Centaur Stampede as well to kite it out.
Yeah, and you don't have many stuns other than the Dragonite, Dragon Tail. You don't have great setups for the Solar Guardian. I feel like if the Quab jumps in and slows somebody down, and you try to follow up with the Solar Guardian, then the
Attack on the
Stampede will be
Palace.
too good. Not again.
On the bottom,
They're going for him.
Palace.
He does have 6 wand charges. Another double edge will kill him going into the trees. PYW, 2 seconds until dead shot. He doesn't need it. WS will be finding Palos, and this lane is turning into a disaster with the DK dying twice. This is your last pick. This is the hero that you knew what you were going to be going up against, and it's still going so badly for you.
Yeah. And WS started with 0 armor items, and now with his skills he got his helm. On the top lane, Snap with the problem. He jumped out of the cliff, but Naga pulling him out.
They want him dead. Shanks is dropping low. There's gonna be a deluge. He's not gonna be moving too much, but Naga doesn't really do too much in terms of right-click damage. He needs 2 more hits underneath the tower. The extra armor, the heals are coming in for Shanks and DY. He's not gonna have damage. He almost got the deluge off there. Probably would have landed him a kill.
Yeah. CML bring 2 satyrs on top lane. He gonna burn full mana from troll, and this is giving a lot of mana regen as well to Dawnbreaker.
Troll has 15 one charges, and considering he's the stupidest hero in the world. Oh my god. That just
time.
needs to stop happening, and it's only gonna get worse now with the centaur having so many levels. I mean, he's putting more points in the double edge. He's going full on kill on the centaur. Usually we see retaliate maxed out, but WS has a different agenda.
Yeah, but you know what is interesting for me? That Sand King and DK almost have like same net worth, like only 200 difference, even though DK is 0-3. I don't know how is this possible, to be honest. I thought XM is having a good game.
Well, he seems to not be having a great game, but to be honest, Bob isn't having much of a better game anyways, so I think as a Sand King you're fine with this
I guess
ending to the laning stage.
Both players were using a lot of money on the resources. On the mid lane now they're trying to pressure tower with the Bob double damage and siege, but I feel like they're gonna be able to defend it easily with Sand King. Sand King, he have his ultimate ready.
Yeah, he's threatening with it. If you come close, you are gonna be in so much trouble. But in the end, they're gonna move back, and the tower will only take a small amount of damage. As Bob, rotation towards the bottom lane, towards the first Wisdom Shrine. This is a way to change the outcome of this lane, but the Sand King is immediately responding. DK, this is gonna be another death of his XM. No, he's not gonna be going for the DK. The only one that he can finish off is CML. WS a little bit too tanky, surviving the Sonic Wave. Even with an 80 rune Bob, he cannot get the kill. WS can be denied, but I think he has enough to survive. Oh, Bob has put himself in a very bad spot. Solar Guardian coming in. No, it's a good spot because he's baiting, but inside of the Sandstorm, he will go down. XM can be denied. He's going to be running to the side. He's taking some damage there, but not enough for them to take his life, and the Shadow Strike will expire. Palos is still alive. Tino trying to get himself away, and let's see if that's going to be allowed. The luge being used. CML joining in on the fray. There's the stun, and with the Starbreaker, he's going to be smashing him to the ground. DY dodges it with the mirror image, but Palos is coming in with the Dragon Tail. Finally, this DK will get something. Let him have the kill, and they will. 2 kills for Palos. His game is salvaged.
I mean, both teams overextending. Bob was not happy, so he go full aggro, even though, like, Palos, you know, Palos steal the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, he's dead again.
Oh, he's getting attacked. And one charges? Nah. But then Vici Gaming again overextended and give double kill to Palos, but he will die as well now. Game is kinda even, but Troll is full free farm, Centaur is full free farm. Your hero, like DK, he will go for the armor build. He wanna like recover by farming, he don't wanna go for the blink. Channing the problem as well. He should be fine. There is Stampede, but they don't wanna waste it.
Shanks is here.
Snap have level 6 fast, by the way.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
there
but
is
it's so
Stampede.
hard. Well,
Oh, nice cookie.
For PYW, the stun is there. Hoof Stomp, Stampede, PYW running away. Mortimer kisses,
Nice.
and he just went into
First.
that one.
Yeah. Oh,
WS, no Stampede, no TP, he's gone. Nice.
okay. Nice place from Execration. They're getting kills. And what is good for them, they have Dawnbreaker ult in 5 seconds, so they can keep going on.
No Stampede, yeah, for sure. They most definitely do it. The Sand King is not even close to his Blink Dagger, so...
Yeah.
Any,
Plowen for... And CML is farming his stacks, the triangle, the big camp.
He can't take away his Ancients, but the big camp is also a big influx of gold.
He went for the power threats on Sand King, so his blink gonna be a bit delayed. He also bought full wand and wind lance.
Not looking good. Now he's gonna find out that his big camp has been farmed by CML. Very nicely done by the Chen there to steal it, and he's actually approaching the mech. This Chen is having a hell of a game.
Yeah, both supports have good game on the side of Execration, and if you see Vici Gaming, DY have only level 4 because they lost Wisdom Rune, you know. He barely hit level 4, you know.
Yep, he's gonna need the lane at some point. Maybe go to the mid lane and be a little bit greedier. XM getting closer and closer to the Blink Dagger, but it is gonna be a little bit late. You usually see it 10-11 minutes. This one is gonna be coming out at maybe around 12.
Yeah, on the bottom lane, Palace is trying to pressure tower. They're gonna kill Centaur Dummy Creep. I don't think they can defend it right now. So really good play from Execration right now.
Radiant's top tower has
Lu did get the trade, so
Bob
at least
using his
something
rune.
there.
He wanna make some solo move, but they see him. There is a sentry. He knows about that.
So
Troll
how
is
do you
still
feel
a
about
super
this
pop.
current game, right? Because 3 cores of Vici are topping the network charts, but their supports are not doing well. So better farm distribution, I guess, on Extreme Gaming. But this Troll having such a free game, is this a problem?
Yeah, this is a big problem. He even opened enemy tower, so he's now full free to do whatever he wants, you know. He's gonna farm these 2 camps in the jungle, he's gonna farm these ancients plus camp plus lane, you know. He's farming from the 3 sides. And big point here, it will be if Naga is level 6, they could protect this tower forever, you know. But because Naga is low level, maybe they're gonna have issues defending top. At some point, Execration will love to come at top with their timings. They have Chen Mech right now. Dob is close to his blade mail. There is some attack on the mid lane.
Sonic Wave, not enough to kill Muerta, and that epicenter with a stampede, but they do have the Solar Guardian to protect their 2 heroes. Shanks is dropping low, not low enough. XM is now in trouble. They cannot help him. Maybe a deny. PYW doesn't get it. He hit him now, and he's gonna be getting him dead. With the second hit, pretty much killing his teammate. That shot being used with PYW. He does look like he's gonna be going down. There's nobody to deny him. So Execration will get 1 kill, and of course will be happy with the Sand King dead as well.
I mean, these kills are good, but it's not ideal, you know. You kill Sand King, who finished his blink. Muerta kill is whatever, but map didn't change, you know. Map statement didn't change. Troll is still full free farm. You're wasting all your resources to fight on the mid lane, but you're not getting much, you know. Even though also like he got denied on sinking. I mean, Pop got XP. Before you will not get even XP, but now you get XP. I would love to see them do this play at top lane, you know. Before Naga 6, and now there is no sinking ulti. Maybe they will try to commit for the top tower. This is the perfect moment. Only thing you should be worried is sinking ulti, but it's cooldown, and they know about this information. They're gonna open this tower.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous game, we could see that that a team was having a big problem opening up towers. This time around, it might be the team that we kind of looked at as a favorite that is having a rough time getting out on the map. They only took the top tier one, but I think now with this safe lane tower of Vici dropping down as well, that tier one on the top lane won't matter much in the coming minutes.
Yep. Strong timings now on Execration. As I said, this mech on Chen, Blade Mail on Queen of Pain. You know, I always say like Queen of Pain is strong hero, but when you combine it with the Chen, it's like beast, you know. You're like buffing Queen of Pain with like so much auras, healing stuff and all this. It's different hero, you know. So I always love to see Queen of Pain with the Chen. It's one of my favorite combos. On the bottom lane, Snap is TPing. Maybe they want to do some smoke on enemy wisdom. Yep. Naga is still level 5. He's gonna hit level 6 right now, but she doesn't have TP, no mana. Should be free fight for Execration here.
Yeah, if you go there as Vici, you're gonna be in so much trouble. That is another Wisdom Shrine that you're not gonna be able to get. Vici Gaming, they're gonna have some experience issues in this game for sure.
Yeah.
No, actually, no, they're ahead in experience despite the 2 Wisdom Shrines.
I mean, they're ahead by cores, but supports are a bit struggling. I love how Shanks played this Deep Vision. It's really good. Later on, maybe they can use.
Yeah, we'll see if they'll be able to.
Troll. Top 1 network. Finished his battle theory a long time ago. Going for the Yasha into BKB build. Nowadays I see a lot of Agarims on Troll. This game there is not much you can dispel
I
from
guess
yourself. Maybe.
Wop slow.
Yeah. Co-op slow and DK Q, like to have like damage reduce.
That's not bad, but I do like the Yasha BKB in this
Yeah.
game in particular. This is one of those games where the troll has so many stuns in his team that if he is just naturally farmed with classic troll items, right? You finish an SNY, then a Basher, then a Satanic, that you're just gonna be this unstoppable force. I like it. The odds here from 1xBet. Still favoring Vici Gaming, despite Execration pretty much controlling the game. PYW does get a pick off onto Shanks,
top
so
lane,
finally.
free kill. Yeah. I mean, how I see this game, next timing, super big timing, gonna be Dawnbreaker Aghanim. At this moment, it's gonna be like super hard for Vici to fight into Dawn Aghanim. But later on, with Naga sleep, when she gets a shard and stuff like this, they're gonna have a really good reset in the fights. Naga will be able to heal all of his teammates full, reset fight, and this is gonna be the moment when Vici can win team fights. Right now, they're feeling they can open the towers, Snap is dead.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
But now gonna be dangerous. Don is getting his Aghanim, he is getting level 2 ultimate, so Execration 100% gonna look for a fight. DK still doesn't have Blink, so it's hard for them to start a fight. He went for the armlet into Dragonlance. Maybe this Dragonlance is a bit greedy because you reach this timing with Aghanim that you're super strong that you cannot really use.
Yeah, you needed the Blink Dagger now, but he is 1,000 gold away, so he can farm that in 2 minutes. We'll see if it's gonna be too late. Troll though is starting to make a big gap between his net worth and everybody else's, and we all know what happens when a troll is insanely farmed. And just look at him having a perfect game.
I love what Centaur is building. He got pipe and now he's going for the Crimson. He's like going for the full auras for his teammates. If they don't get bursted, Naga press sleep as well to reset fight, regen them full. Like I don't see how Execration gonna fight them. But this is still, they need some time for these timings. I think next big fight gonna be probably on Tormentor. Yeah. Both teams will love to get Tormentor. If Naga can get Shard, or on other side you have Chen. Attack on DY. You don't want to waste slip. Oh,
He's waiting. Bob needs to be careful. Has an illusion rune. The Burrow Strike misses. Illusion rune gonna be popped there to remove the ensnare. And just blink out from Bob. Even the TP from the Centaur, he will cancel that one out. But that means that you do not have him if this fight is to happen. Though for now, Execration will decide to get themselves out of harm's way.
Yeah, 4 TPs wasted, you know. 400 gold. Net for diff. But most importantly, when you use TPs, you're selling them up, you know. Look, where is DK? He already pushed bottom so far. On the mid lane, you're also seeing Bob pushing wave a lot. So by pushing wave, you're controlling map, you're getting a lot of information and vision, and you know that the enemy is stuck on the top, right? So now you can decide where you want to fight. Execration already moving. Look, they have DK blink. They know enemies are stuck on this side of the map, but good scout from Naga. DY scout DK with the blink.
Going in.
PYW still.
He pushed him over the cliff. Cookie forward. Not fast enough. Just enough to get him out there with the Stampede.
And XM using this time, pushing mid wave deep. Pain trying to catch him.
Is under attack.
He doesn't have a TP, but he's alone on Pain.
Is Bob gonna go for this? No.
Yeah, just pushing him out so to stop him from cutting waves and stuff like this. But you can see tier 1 players every little moment, every little information they're using to get something on the map. This is the difference between tier 1 and tier 2 players. They scout the troll on the bottom lane. They even have these ops. They're using the gate. Bob is going crazy.
No Stampede. He does have his ulti on the troll. He's gonna have to pop it. Decides not to do it.
Snap as well using ulti, and Kentaur just gonna TP out.
Okay, so no troll ulti coming out. That is gonna be a huge kill. We're already seeing this DK Blink Dagger coming into play quite nicely. So big,
He's already
kills.
sleeping on the mid lane. He wanted to set up on sinking.
Solar Guardian coming forward, Starbreaker as well. He needs the Burrow Strike away, but it doesn't look like he's gonna be getting himself out. Tino with the snipe there, Celestial Hammer will do the job. And this does open up that Tormentor. 40 seconds without the Sand King fighting the Tormentor would be impossible.
Yeah, Execration playing really well, using gates, using TPs, and right now, as you say, Tormentor, maybe Execration don't wanna do it. Let's see. Okay, they will do it. They see the DK. DK are attacking Muerta, but Muerta is gonna pop the ulti. Should be fine.
It's still a spell that you don't have.
Palace is alone. Palace is alone here.
He doesn't have a TP. Queen of Pain is coming though. They might be alone, but with the troll in the vicinity, this DK isn't gonna be standing much of a chance in a man fight. The rest of the Execration, they're taking the Tormentor, but Vici Gaming, they didn't call that. They didn't call that bluff, so
Yeah.
they
I
didn't
mean,
wanna
they-
go for it.
Yeah, they don't have vision. They don't know where is his teammates, and you don't wanna commit full on DK. DK is super tanky hero. So if they had Senking there, he will be dead. But I guess Senking was dead. Okay.
There's the Chen,
Chen.
shard, so he's now gonna be you're now gonna be dealing with the ancient creeps as well.
Yeah. He immediately gets Ancient Grip. He took this small Prowler with lifesteal and health regen.
How much does it give?
I mean, like 11 HP.
11%. That's not bad.
Radiant's middle
You should
tower
get
is
like
under
Golem
attack.
or Dragon. This is the best scripts you can get.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
First
Yeah, for
wisdom
Chen,
for
for
the first wisdom for the Vici Gaming. It's gonna go to Troll. Troll is getting his BKB into 100 gold.
That's gonna be a game changer, but still, Lou needs to be with his team. Even if he's isolated, even with the BKB, he's gonna get kited. I mean, the DK now, is that gonna be a Hurricane Pike delivered to him? Yeah, you got a Pike, you got Blink on the Quap, Celestial Hammer, Cookie, so many things to kite the Troll. If the Sand King and the Centaur are not keeping his enemies in place, they will be able to escape easily.
Yeah, you said DK. They have only DK stun, but now they have also Snap Aetus, so one more wave to control. It's good when you use Stampede, and you can just like Aetus the guy running, slow him down. There's gonna be some fight on the rune. Palos going
Caught.
aggressive.
They want the Stampede.
You don't wanna attack Centaur first target. The Centaur have Pipe and Crimson, you know.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's too tanky. So they
Smoke
did pop
from Vici.
their Mortimer's Kisses, and yeah, you want to go. There is a spell missing on the other side. This might be a moment to come forward. Shanks, he's in a smoke as well, so pushing the wave a little bit with the Cookie. If he is the only casualty here, Vici are not gonna be too happy.
I mean, Troll finished his BKB. They wasted Snapfire ulti. They immediately wanna take a fight. Even though they will not find them, they're gonna take some area, put some deep ward from the Vici side. But lanes are really pushed. This is like obvious smoke from Vici Gaming. If you see bottom lane and top lane, both lanes getting pushed hard. Nobody on these lanes, and you know like that Vici Game probably smoked.
Do you
Right
feel
now.
like Vici are playing way too slow? I don't know, man. Even when they smoke, they're just coming out very slowly. There isn't any decisiveness in their moves. I know it's classic Chinese Dota, but there definitely were opportunities where they could have ran at their opponents and they just didn't take them.
I think this is mostly because of the Dawn and Chen. You have these two heroes who are gonna heal a lot, and you are like not sure how much damage you can provide. Because if you fail these fights, it's gonna be game gonna be in very bad spot. So you're most likely like playing safe, you know. Gonna take like only safe fights, not gonna risk too much, just gonna play for the late game. They decide to force the fight. This is like the one of the strongest point about Naga. You can secure Roshan pretty well with the sleep. You have illusions to scout area. You have sleep to if something went wrong. So you wanna take the fight, but the enemy doesn't give you fight. What you do, you force some objective, some big objective, you know, not like Roshan. And Execration was, they were not sure about these fights. Apollo's Dragon form was cooldown, that's why they didn't want to fight. And Snapfire Mortimer Kisses will also like cool down, you know. So this
How
is
do you
like
feel
two big
about
points.
this how do you feel in general now about this DK build? Are you happy with it? Is this the best one that he could have gone for? Did you want to see something else?
I mean, I don't know. Every time I see DK in games, in pubs, he always do a lot of damage, you know. So I'm not sure he could go best. Attack on the Sand King on the top.
Soul Guardian landing, Starbreaker, not even needed. Palace has enough right click. So that's going to be a 6k gold lead for Execration. A pretty easy pick off from them. I don't know if you feel the same, but I haven't seen any kind of impact from this Sand King, even though he had an okay lane.
That's what I want to say. I think this is like biggest issue from Vici right now, because Sand King didn't do much in the game, didn't do many plays. His timings were slow. So I expected much more from him this early game, but what can you do? About DK build, I feel like you have this Dawnbreaker who is buying full utility, right? Team items like BKB, Aghanim, I mean, he wanna go Refresher. He's not gonna do like much damage. And you have Queen of Pain, like kinda semi-carry, but... so I feel like DK could maybe go more for the damage items.
Is it gonna be Daedalus after this BKB? Or
Yeah, I assume it's gonna be Daedalus, and Dawn should buy like something like AC. This Chen is super farm, by the way, I wanted to mention. Like, he's really close to Sand King. Okay, he got shard for free, but still. He is literally super close to buy the pipe. He got his mech and arcane boots.
he's thinking about a Aghanim Scepter. That'd be so cool. I'm a big fan of the heal. Reminds me of the you played Warcraft 3 probably, Keeper of the Groove. The Night Elf hero just standing in the middle of the fight and healing everybody.
On the bottom lane, attack on the troll.
They do have a Stampede to pull him out if need be. He's still the hero with an Aegis, so you don't want to commit 100%.
But a lot of TPs used from the Execration, only Queen of Pain didn't TP. Bob with Arcane Rune, close to BKB. Bob is telling his team, guys, wait, please, don't fight. I want my BKB.
No, Bob is not saying that. Bob is saying, guys, why would we wait for my BKB when I can jump in now? But no, he is actually quite conservative in this game. We'll see for how long it holds him throughout this turn.
Look, he even stuck Ancients for Dawn and said, okay, you farm, you know. I'm gonna get passive gold from stacks because you get 30%.
They reduced it in the last patch by 5%, right?
But now I think they increase it again, right? Something like this. I think they increased it.
Now with the ladder patch?
Yeah, I think they did.
Okay. That would be crazy, though. I have to check. Because stacks are so important, right?
I think it's buffed for sure. Like first neutral creep gold XP penalty for stack camps increased from 15 to 20.
Penalty, right? So that means that it's less gold, right?
Oh, less gold. Damn, bro. What did I thought
mean, it makes
about
sense.
it's more gold?
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because there are too many stacks happening. People have like averaging like 20 stacks per game.
Smoke from the Execration. Let's smoke from the Vici.
Oh,
Nice
dodges the Dragon Tail. Beautiful. And now they're going to be going into Palace. They want him dead. The Solar Guardian will be there to protect the Dragonite. Sonic Wave. Get off my DK. Pops the BKB, but the Troll has his own. He's going to be dodging the stun as well. And now DK, when your Dragon Tail doesn't connect twice, you're going to be in so much trouble. The Troll is trying to beat him up. They're going to have the net in the sky, pulling him to the ground. And they want to put him inside of it as well. But somehow, he is still living. Now jump onto the Queen of Pain. They want him dead as well. They won't be getting the ensnare, and the Troll doesn't have his ulti, doesn't have his BKB, but he has an Aegis, so he'll be fine. CML dies to the double edge as XM dropping low. Nice Yules there to dodge the Starbreaker, and now they have to run away because VG Gaming, their Troll is back, and he's hungry for blood. WS getting the blink in. He doesn't have the stun, but guess who does? XM coming in. Nice BKB there to dodge the fear. And Tino trying to get himself away now to the Queen of Pain. They go, you won't be getting out of the net. We don't care about your blade mail. We will hurt you more than you will hurt us. And that's going to be a triple for the Troll. A big fight for VG Gaming, and they are back in this game completely.
It's so easy to watch and just listen to you, like Eminem talking. And I can just say that now. Oh, Troll did really good ultimate. He pressed very well R, you know, Battle Trance, and killed them all. Good job. I mean, just kidding, but Centaur dodged the stun from the DK. If they could like burst Centaur there before using like Crimson Pipe, maybe they will wanna fight, but good blink out, then good stun on 2 heroes. They managed to burst Snap immediately. I feel like Snap didn't do much damage in the fight. But good timings from Vici, and it was easy fight for them. Just hard to fight into, you know, DK press BKB, and he wanna fight, but he cannot because what happened? Naga press slip, and because DK is in BKB, and Troll is pressing ulti and just killing DK, nobody can help him, you know? Like he's literally Troll in BKB and DK in BKB fighting each other.
And we know the Troll is gonna win that one. If it's a 1 versus 1, the Troll will win. It's always like that. There isn't a hero who can stand his ground versus this guy. Also, they dodged 2 DK stuns. One with the blink, the other with the BKB. You know, when you're DK, one of his best tools is because he has this very long duration single target stun. And it just doesn't do anything in the fight.
Yeah. And this DK doesn't have like much damage right now. Like he went for Pike and BKB and Blink. Okay, Armored is giving him, but not too much, you know. So he needs some sort of the damage. He's going for the Daedalus, like you said. But it's interesting that Execration took this fight when Troll had Aegis, right? They felt like they're strong.
Yeah, they thought they could do it. And if they did initiate on the Centaur properly, maybe it would have even worked out. But that blink out changed changed everything.
Now they have.
Troll is going for an MKB. Why an MKB over like a Basher or something?
I guess it's just more magical damage through this, because too much armor on Execration side. You have DK, you have Chen who is giving a lot of armor, and I guess this is the case. Execration wanna get this again Tormentor. First Tormentor went for the Chen. This one should go for some core. It's gonna go for the Bob. Not bad.
Nice.
And Vici traded for the bottom tower. By the way, this Dawnbreaker, there is refresh on Dawnbreaker, but I don't know. There is gonna be some mana issue. Pressing all.
Yeah, just stay in the fountain. Use the the Solar Guardian from the fountain. He has a Soul Ring, so he should be fine, right?
Yeah.
I can't say how many times I've messed up not popping the Soul Ring when I have full mana, and then because even if you have full mana and you pop the Soul Ring, it counts.
Yeah, it counts. It goes up. By the way, what I really like about Naga is Aghanim, but the White doesn't want to buy Aghanim, I think, because with Aghanim you can use it on the BKB. You break the hero, you know, you can break the DK. For example, DK press BKB, you can always slip, use net on him, break him, and like kill him in his form, and nobody can help him from his teammates. But I guess you need to farm a bit more to get that item. He went for the drums, second item on Naga. Usually you wanna buy Blink. With Blink you always gonna be in position to make good slip. But okay, they feel like they need some movement speed, so he's going for the drums.
So it's a 3k gold lead for Execration, nothing too huge. How do you feel the next fight is gonna go? Like, in terms of map control, in terms of strength of the heroes, who has the advantage?
I mean, if I see like Dawn have 2 ultis, I think Execration have advantage. But when I see Naga with, if she can make a good slip and reset the fight, then I see Vici Gaming doing much better in fight. It's all gonna be about execution, about this Dawnbreaker ultimate or Naga slip, you know. If they can somehow kill Naga before the fight, like before the big fight, like on the start of the fight, then I think Execration have big advantage. That's why you wanna buy Blink on Naga, you know. So you wanna hide in some trees and always be ready to pop the ultimate immediately and blink in.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. As right now they are encircling the Roche. It is gonna be up in a minute. And while we are in a pause, all of our viewers can take a slight chance to click on the banner down below and type the promo code RESD2 once they get on the 1xBet site. It is gonna give you up to 100% deposit bonus on your first deposit.
Watch at the rush pit, please. There is big fight, boxing match.
Oh, let's go. Who's gonna win this one?
is under attack.
I don't know, it's not fair. I think there's a difference in weight.
Yeah.
Weight class. Warpine
Yeah.
might be too strong.
I agree with you. They should go and do some measurements before this fight.
Yeah, this was like, you know, when, just a
Oh,
second.
attack on the Naga.
Going in. Naga's dead. The first Solar Guardian. When Conor McGregor and the Mountain sparred, that's what it felt like. Like you might have skill, but you cannot take this big beast down.
Lucky for Vici, Roche is not up. It's literally gonna be like last timing of the Roche.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate for Execration. They would have been able to take that one with the Naga Siren dead. But Vici are using this time quite nicely
On the
to
top
shove
lane?
out the waves.
Muerta gonna be able to TP out. Pin ultimate.
That's Sonic Wave gone. Okay.
Yeah, but it's 30 seconds. He got
Yeah,
talent. He
that's
means
true.
45 seconds on Sonic.
He's level 20 on Bob.
Yeah, Bob is playing good. Even though Bob is lowest MMR in this lobby right now. But MMR is just the number one, smart guy said a long time ago.
Who tells good jokes that you laugh at.
Yeah. Troll forcing the rush.
Can you fight this one? You've got Mortimer's Kisses to get vision inside of it. The Roche will roar.
Yeah.
I feel like you can't let them have this. If there's an Aegis and a Satanic on the Troll, he's just gonna be able to kill all of you. Mortimer's Kisses, they're flying in. Troll is not the prettiest of the dudes, but he's got character and stealing the Aegis. They're also coming in with the Solar Guardian. This is really dangerous for them. Let's see how much Palos can do. Refresher, another Solar Guardian there. They're starting to get out of the fight. XM with an Epicenter going in, stunning two heroes. The Stampede being used, and they want to trample their opponents. That's exactly what they do. Bob will scream in pain, not delivering much of it though. As a TP out with the BKB, they will be successful to get out all of their cores. Execration in the end, that is not too bad at all. Stealing the Aegis, giving the supports, it's fine.
Yeah. Great steal, but still you lose two heroes. Pain also gonna die to the troll. Palos going crazy, he wanted to steal Wisdom, I guess.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It's
attack.
classic Bob. There's just no other way to
Just
put
block
it.
things, huh?
Yeah, it just happens a lot.
On the mid lane,
he'll be finding the DK. He thought they don't have the troll. I can do whatever I want, and okay, he will be able to survive. He's not gonna give away the Aegis. Would have been a big problem.
Muerta is actually scaling hard now. He went for the pike. He wanna buy BKB. With one damage item, Muerta can do so much in late game. So I feel like Vici game you have more like carry heroes compared to Execration. It's all on DK, and this DK doesn't have a damage, for this stage of the game. He went for the Orchid. He even didn't finish like Daedalus. So I don't know why would you go for the Orchid.
I think to kill the Naga. I think that's the idea. Jump the Naga, silence kill. But Naga now has a Blink Dagger, so finding DYs, it's gonna be hard.
I think even if you just stun him and gun him, you're gonna kill him. You don't need Orchid. But
Probably, yeah.
oh, don't break your ulti.
He doesn't
survive.
have his refresher at the moment.
Yeah, he finished the Hex by the way on the Dawn. You're gonna have double Hex in fight. Tino is
Legs,
super
double Solar
farmed.
Guardian. Exactly,
He's same farm like DK. But I don't know if this is what you need. I feel like Execration is lacking the damage right now,
Yeah, even if they stun the troll with double hexes, you can't kill him. Plus also there's a save on the Centaur. He's got that card.
Yeah, Snap gonna die on the top lane. Bit out of position on the Shanks. Problem for the Execration, like 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, they had like 5k lead, right? But I feel like Vici was like in super favorable spot, like even though they were losing network wise, they were like bigger winning condition. Oh, attack on the palace.
He's alone. Somebody needs to come to help. He stunned the Centaur troll. Look at that range that he has because the neutrals.
Yep, 200 extra attack range. By the way, do you see how much damage he's doing because of the MKB? this
Yeah,
purple
it's so
thingy
much.
popping so much. Oh,
Solar Guardian, he did pop the ulti on the troll, and they don't care because the sleep is there, Stampede being used, they can't go through the defender's gate, so DK
nice
staying
hit.
out of it, but that dead shot pulls him back in. He got back into the fight, the Mortimer's Kisses are doing enough damage to kill the troll actually, so that is a good one. Tino is doing a ton of damage, he tries to go for the Solar Guardian, will be able to get himself into that middle of the fight. PYW hiding in the trees. There's going to be a dust used, and now they're turning it around. Bob did go quite aggressively, and they miss with the dead shot. So now they're most definitely going to be missing the damage. Bob going forward with the blink. It's going to be nice save there. They doesn't connect onto the Sand King. Would have been a kill, but still, Cookie, Starbreaker, XM, he needs to get himself away. Not going to be happening. Nice double hoof stomp. Burrow strike. XM is somehow living, but he needs to blink away, and it's not going to be happening. Bob, he does run him down. In the end, Vici Gaming, they're left with only one hero.
a big fight from Execration, Snap use ulti, but they used too much for this DK, but after he respawned, he had BKB, a lot of armor from the Chen, Pipe, Greaves, Dawnbreaker heal, you know. They used so much to kill him, but so much resources. In the end, Execration managed to turn. And now, next fight, they're gonna have one extra items, you know, on each core, on Dawnbreaker, on Queen of Pain. So actually, some damage is coming up. Bob gonna have Refresher soon, and Don can finish whatever he wants. He have 4k gold.
The odds there, we saw them from 1xbet. They're quite interesting, switching a couple of times in this very close game. You said it's gonna be a close series. We're hoping for full 3 games, but if we get even 2 games of this kind of action, I would be very, very happy.
Attack on the Naga.
Yeah, this is what you mentioned. You don't need an Orchid to kill him. He's just going to die.
Yep. If Naga buy this refresher, it's gonna be huge. He's far away from it, but maybe next 20 minutes. Murtle on top lane, trying to TP out, but he thought silence gonna be enough to TP out, but there is Aethys on Shanks. Even if you're silence, you can do it.
He does have a creep there with the helm of the Dom trying to go through.
There is
Cookie
double
to stop it.
Ah, he failed.
Yeah, he
That's
didn't
okay.
see him. He's still chasing. They
A bit
they really
optimistic.
want him
Oh,
dead.
but there is Bob. There is Bob there. He knows there is no TP. You have double
they should be
cookie.
able to get him.
Yeah.
Nope.
There is not much
He-
mana.
Got the BKB
You wanna
off.
fight?
I mean, you have no choice. Stampede being used. Help is coming. They might have the workhorse. Put him inside of it. Put him inside of the cart. No, he denies him. Just die, PYW already. They took so long to kill him. In the end, he's gonna be murdered by his own teammates. And the Quab getting out of this one is impossible. When the one ensnare connects, then the rest follows immediately. Shanks hiding in the trees, thinking it's gonna help him, but he will be found and murdered as well. That's 2 heroes without buyback. Vici Gaming, they don't have this info, but they can't poke at your high ground.
I mean, this is big mistake from Execration. You're chasing this Muerto for 40 seconds. When he is like useless, you know. Like, even though if you kill him, nothing gonna change on the map, right? A bit weird, but great reaction from the Vici. On the other hand,
This is a big one.
yeah, they
Now you
used
can't go high
Ulti
ground.
and Hex. Plus, if this DK can hit the target in Bloodthorn, now he have damage, you know. If they cannot
Yep.
dispel this Bloodthorn, if target is stunned, he's doing so much damage. Plus,
The
he
Centaur
got
is
40
going for a
gold.
Lincoln's. He sees what the problem is.
Yeah. I mean, they have only way to start the fight is DK Blink stun, right?
Pretty much.
But he have Hurricane Pike, you know. He can break the Lincoln with Pike, then stun you, then Bloodthorn you. So I don't see this Lincoln will help. Next big fight gonna be at Rosh Pit. This is gonna decide the game, basically. This Rosh fight. Whoever win this Rosh fight gonna control next game or probably end the game, if there is some buybacks commitment.
Well, we'll see if it does work out for Execration, or if it's gonna work out for Vici Gaming. There is now a refresher on the Sand King as well. Is that we only have 2 refreshers for now, right? What is the Quap getting? A refresher. Makes sense.
Yeah, refresh. Yeah. By the way, this next rush gonna be at top, so it's gonna favor execration because you have this outpost that you can TP if you buy back and stuff like this. If rush was bottom, this will be good for Vici, right? Because you have your outpost to TP. So this is gonna be huge for execration. But they are deciding to take, because now they don't know when rush can be up, right? It can be up from now till next 2.5 minutes. Vici Gaming is they're super scared because nobody is showing. Okay, Bob is showing now, and they decide to leave the base.
Swiftblade on the troll.
Yeah, we didn't talk about Battle Trance Strong Dispel on the troll. He can use the ult if he's stunned, but if he's hexed, he cannot because hex silences you.
And silence as well, right?
Yeah.
Bob is baiting. They will be fighting the Sand King. The silence is there. And the workhorse will save him, but now they're going to be turning their eyes onto the centaur. WS a little bit too tanky to get taken out, and the Sand King is back up to full. Lu, the backline's killing the Chen, and now he's going to be going for more, but he doesn't have the BKB any longer, so needs to be careful. If he gets silence, he can die. There's the Bloodthorn Troll. He will turn around with the Satanic, pops the ulti, removes the silence. He's going to get hexed up. The Solar Guardian will be there. This Troll will most definitely die. No, they stopped the Solar Guardian with the stun, so he's going to be able to heal up, but it's not enough. No buybacks on two of their heroes, and this is minute 45 of the game with the Bloodthorn. This DK just doing way too much. A triple kill for Palos, and Bob, of course, is going for more. This is not your base any longer. At least the Naga will get out.
He's trying to cut the waves. He killed the bottom two waves. Now he got haste. Maybe he can kill this wave.
But the glyph, and he's gonna die because of it. That's another hero that you don't have.
Yeah.
Another hero without buyback, and I think you just go throw now.
This is yeah. You just open the tower and you go for the throne.
Yep. Let's see if that's gonna be the call. Man, I'm never getting used to the range of the alert. They're doing it. Nicely done by Execration.
Yeah,
Vici Gaming, they popped the
fight.
glyph.
Naga tried to slip, but it was not enough. Too much damage from Execration. But it's weird, you know, they find Sand King first in the fight. He was out of the position. Yeah, they used so much to save him, like cart and sleep, and it was not enough. And Sand King didn't do anything in the fight, plus he have like double ulti, double everything, you know. Imagine they start first fight, you know, with double Sand King spells.
That would have been different. Would have been different. He pretty much didn't do anything in that fight. But also, I think Sand King didn't do anything in that game. XM was very underwhelming, especially after what seemed to be a pretty decent laning stage. I don't know, man. Vici Gaming, to me, they just seemed kind of slow. I don't know if you shared the sentiment.
I agree. I think this is mostly because of the Dawn. They were probably afraid to take a fight into Dawn ulti. Yeah, I know, like whenever I play against Dawnbreaker, it's always in my mind, oh no, you know, how are we gonna approach this fight? You need to approach the fight that you need to kite his ulti, but it's very hard, you know, especially in competitive Dota. So maybe they should think about banning this Dawn. But yeah, great team play overall about Execration. Like we said, the strong power about Execration is they have really good synergy. These players play a lot together. And Vici Gaming, some of them play before together, but you have DY who came back from retirement, you know, they're still new team. XM, maybe he didn't play enough Dota after the TI. He was like top 2 at TI. Yep. I have him in friendlies and he doesn't have medal, you know, that means he's not playing pubs. So maybe he just came back. Yeah, so maybe he just came back from vacation.
Yeah, hopefully he can get his head into the game because it will be needed. Execration, you know, they still are the top seed of this qualifier, so it makes sense that they're gonna be winning the first game. But will they win the series? Something that we're gonna have to find out after the break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Definitely the highlight of the day is this series here at the RES Unchained SEA 2025, the Blast Dota Slam Qualifier here with Harry and LeBron. And why is this series a highlight? Because it's Execration versus Vici Gaming. Either one of those teams could be the teams that makes it through, but this is only the first match. Whoever loses is going to the lower bracket. Whoever wins one step closer to going to the Blast Dota Slam. LeBron, after game one, do you believe more in Execration, or are Vici Gaming still your favorites?
I mean, I believe more now in Vici Gaming because you remember before the games, you asked me
10
what do you prefer
seconds
more, like
remaining.
first pick or Radiant, you know?
Radiant
And mostly
team
people
ban.
pick first pick. Vici Gaming in last 10 games, I think they played 8 or 9 times first pick. So Execration, I realized this as
Radiant
well,
team
and they
ban.
choose
Dire team
Radiant
ban.
because they knew that Vici Gaming gonna choose first pick, and Execration also won a second pick. So they're getting Radiant plus second pick, but this is gonna be
Radiant team
same
ban.
like from the first game, you know. And you're not gonna have the same draft because Vici Gaming gonna adapt to the draft, and it's gonna be a different story. Like you see now, Vici
10
Gaming
seconds
uh,
remaining.
is banning Dawnbreaker because this was
Radiant
the biggest
team
issue
ban.
from them in the first game.
Dire team ban.
So I expect Vici Gaming to fix drafting in this game, and it's not gonna be same. So,
Dire team
by the way,
We'll
what I
see.
wanted to
We'll
say,
team pick.
people saying
It's the
MMR
same.
is important, you know, but first game, Execration won, and Vici Gaming by far have more MMR than Execration,
Dire
you know.
team ban.
Okay. Same opening, though this time around there's not going to be a Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker has had a lot of good win rate in the recent qualifiers and recent tournaments overall. So definitely a smart move to get rid of that one.
I mean, XM struggled first game, probably couldn't fight because always in his head it was like don't can ulti, and he just
Radiant
told to
team
his
ban.
coach, just ban the Dawn, you know, and I'm gonna win it for you. Go Sen King first pick again. Maybe this time around they can flex it, put Sen King on the offlane and pick something else on the mid lane, like something like Puck,
Radiant team
which
pick.
is a really good
Dire
counter to
team
Queen of
pick.
Pain. And Execration is not afraid, they don't even think about it. They're going for the X. This
Yeah,
is
very
interesting.
early.
Very early on. And I don't know if this is kind of flex on some support that they can do it. Maybe they were practicing it.
I doubt it though. Yeah, I have a question. In China, we do see the teams or the coaches usually are the ones that are clicking the
5
heroes.
seconds
They're kind of
remaining.
taking that when in the draft. They're kind of taking the pressure away from the players. How was it in your last team? Were you, because you were the captain, were you the one that was clicking the heroes during the drafting phase, or did your coach do that?
I mean, I was pressing the buttons and coach will tell me what to do, you know, like ban this hero, pick this hero. But he had some.
But what if you don't do it?
I mean, there was one incident recently in his team now because I'm not playing. Some of the players just decide to become a captain, press the button, and didn't listen to the coach, and he was just picking, banning whatever he wants, and they lost, you know. So I guess that player got punished a bit, but it happens. It happens.
Your the coach was officially Mitch, right? It wasn't
Yeah.
Grizine had nothing to do with the drafts. So did your manager? Did he help with the drafts as well?
I mean, Grizin tried to give some advices. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. But yeah, I think it should be like mostly coach with the captain, you know, because you're doing the
10
preparation as
seconds
a coach. You know what your players can do the best, and you're preparing what
5
enemies
seconds
are
remaining.
drafting. And with coach and with captain, you're like talking, you know, before the game, making the plan. And at some point, if you need assistance, you will say, "Yo, Sherry, what you want to play on your hero?" You know, stuff like this. You're giving him option. Like, I want from you this type of hero, and you're giving the option. Which gaming going for the Phoenix and Shaman, two heroes that we don't see much often, but Shaman is one of my favorite heroes. Got nerfed a bit, but still strong hero, strong catch. A lot of control, a lot of team fight from the Vici gaming. Not sure how Execration can respond to this.
Jakiro Juggernaut I like quite a
5
lot as
seconds
a response to this, or Jakiro plus the other support as well. But I feel like you can.
Jakiro is good because you can break shackles
Radiant
from
team
Shaman and you have double hit on the egg.
Oh, they go
They're
Marcy.
going for the Marcy. This probably gonna be Palace on the carry. But
You think so?
I mean, what do you think? They can put it on support, or they can
I
put
mean,
it on offlane in the next.
they do have last pick, right? So they
yeah,
they
they're gonna
might
keep
not
it as a
reveal all
flex.
their
10
cores. Yeah.
seconds remaining.
They should go some support like Jakiro right now, like you said,
Dire
and they
team
keep
pick.
flexing these heroes. Oh,
Enchantress.
interesting. They go for the Enchantress. Okay. Enchantress is kind of hero that is really good against these two supports. These two supports struggle against creep. You can open towers early and you can tank for the team, you know. You can go always give vision.
10 seconds
Maybe
remaining.
this is the idea, you know, of the hero. Just front lane, give
Is this
idea.
now just a Mars? I mean, it looks like a perfect Mars game for Vici Gaming.
If I am Vici Gaming, I will go for the puck and put this sinking on the offlane. There is literally
Okay.
zero counters to the puck, and XM is one of the best pucks in the world. It's his most played hero, and first game he struggled with sinking. They can still go for the Mars. It's most played hero for WS, which is also good. Against Marcy, some people are picking Slardar. Troll is one of the best carries, but
Versus the
Troll
Axe, it
first,
can be hard.
yeah, against X, and first game they lost, you know. Even though it's no low mistake, he had a good game on Troll.
Dire team ban. Templar
Oh, you just go for the
assassin.
Templar.
Okay,
You
it's
wanted
an
to see it
okay
in first
hero in
game,
the
but
game versus Axe, right?
Radiant team
Yeah.
ban.
it's good.
Radiant team ban.
So you
They
ban, I
keep-
think, Medusa and Gyro.
Dire
I think
team
those
ban.
two are the ones that you should remove if you're Vici Gaming.
Yeah, good buns, I guess.
And
TB
I
is like
still
good
think
into
that-
Templar.
Yeah, but I still think that puck that you mentioned is the best possible approach for Vici Gaming.
Maybe it's gonna be greedy now when you have Templar gonna farm a lot,
10
Senkin
seconds
gonna farm a
remaining.
lot, you know. And Puck is hero who farm a lot, but it's securing the late game for sure,
5
like mid-late
seconds
game.
remaining.
They're banning Medusa, like you said, good ban. And what you say, one more hero?
Gyro.
Gyro. Yeah. I mean, if there is no Senking, TB will be great, but I still think this Marcy gonna be carry, and they gonna put, but it's weird. It's weird because this Marcy can be support, X can be support, right? So they can last pick offlane, or they can last pick carry.
Dire team pick.
Anti-mage. This is telling me Senking is offlane, you know? And they're gonna pick mid lane now, like Puck. Or even Ember.
Anti-mage
Ember is also good. Ember is good because it's not greedy. Okay, just go for the Puck. Yeah. I thought they're gonna pick it much earlier, but yeah. This is what I'm saying, like, it's same draft, in sense Execration have Radiant and second pick, but Vici gonna adapt, you know? They're like changing the plan. And now you're thinking like, we are doing same, we are
10
confident,
seconds
but
remaining.
plans change. Now Queen of Pain is counter-picked. You're playing into
5
almost
seconds
last
remaining.
pick Puck, because, okay, you have one more pick, but you're playing in
What
a Puck
about-
in zero counters.
What about a Jugger for Execration still?
No, not gonna fix anything, you know? They need some strong hero who can salvage a lot of problems, but I think there is a lot of holes in Execration draft right now. And Vici Gaming is more compact. They're a bit greedy, but if they survive these first 10-15 minutes, I think Vici Gaming is in much bigger advantage. They have stronger team fight.
Maybe just pick a Lion and leave this Marcy as a carry, right? Get something to deal with the puck, because you've got nothing.
I mean, even if you deal with the Puck, you need to commit a lot to kill him, and in the end, you're gonna have Sinking, Phoenix, Templar running at you, killing you. Because you are lacking some big team fight, you know? You have X and Queen of Pain, but I don't know if this is gonna be enough. If you watch Vici Gaming, they have much stronger team fight, and they have much better heroes for objectives.
Ooh, it's a rough one. It is a rough one for Execration. They've got another minute to think about it. Didn't use a lot of reserve.
Beastmaster is still in the pool, but Beastmaster, I don't know. They need some hero, maybe something like Pit Lord, you know, to buy Pipe and Crimson.
Then you're
And
gonna be
then,
too slow.
But then you're gonna put this X on support. I don't know. Alchemist. Okay.
Select your hero.
Alchemist and carry, I guess.
That is a hero that solves a lot of the problems, right? No matter which draft you have, if an Alchemist gets really strong fast enough, it changes things. Though, and his lane should be fine. Sand King isn't known for like super high armor, so Enchantress should be able to secure a pretty free lane for Palos.
Yeah, Palos gonna have full free lane, and they're not gonna be able to pressure him that much because Templar wanna stay on his safe lane, farm like jungle, farm wave. He gonna farm a lot, but yeah, Execration gonna have this timing when they're gonna be super strong with like Radiance Blink on Alchemist, and if they can abuse this timing and snowball from this moment, they can win this game. But if somehow game go even in this mid game, I don't think they have a chance because the more game go to the late, I think Vici have higher shot to win a game.
Yeah, does look that way. You're gonna be needing a solid start with this Alchemist as well. You cannot just rely on coming back through farming. You need your lane to go well. You need your lanes to go well. So talk to me about the Axe versus the TA lane, right? Can the Axe and the Marcy threaten the TA at all?
I mean, it's very hard to do it. With rotations from Enchantress, they can do it, you know. But as a two, I think it's very hard.
Okay.
Because you have Phoenix, who is completely countering Marcian lane, and you're playing Phoenix into 2 millis, you know. This Phoenix can win solo lane for the Templar Assassin.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, I mean, you are playing versus 2 melee heroes. You're right. So we'll see how they do. Will they be pooling? How are they gonna be approaching it? How you guys should be approaching is by clicking the banner down below and using the promo code RESD2 to get yourself up to 100% deposit bonus on the 1xBet site. So feel free to go for that one, as Execration are going for a smoke. They want to start this one off strong. Let's see if they're gonna be allowed to get something done.
They want to block the camps for the Sand King. This is obvious play. WS breaking the smoke.
Unstable concoction. Gonna be flying out with the dispose. They want him dead. He has the sandstorm. Sentry is gonna be placed, but they're taking way too much damage. This Phoenix is too annoying early on. WS dropping low. One more hit. They can't get it. And XM gets the first blood. They're gonna be killing Palos as well. A disaster strikes on the side of Execration. Vici Gaming, not only do they have a draft that you prefer, they also are gonna be starting with 2 kills, and the first blood on the puck will make this lane versus the Quap so easy.
You know, in pubs, if enemy is like, it's always like, please just not puck, you know, like, so just hope for the mid laner to not get the first blood. And this puck got first blood, and his matchup against Queen of Pain was already good. Now it's gonna be even, like, he already have bottle, you know, from the bounties.
Yep, I have seen Quaps win the lane versus the puck, but I think with the first blood that's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, he don't even want to buy a bottle first item. He's sending the stick, full wand, and then he's gonna have bottle.
Do you think there's gonna be a single point in Shadow Strike on the Quap, or do you just skip it?
I guess you just keep it.
Okay. Shanks did kill a courier, so at least something. You are not gonna have the tangos instantly on Lu.
Yep.
But still, this lane is not gonna be easy.
I mean, X is annoying with his battle hunger, and he started the lane with the 4th ring of protection. Yeah.
Oh freaking hell! And that's pretty good versus the Phoenix because it's physical damage, and Phoenix has 1 armor, so he's definitely gonna be in pain.
Shanks is gonna pull the waves, but Phoenix, oh, he's doing good.
Oh, he didn't block it.
Yeah. And he got for the hotspot actually on the Phoenix.
Yeah, people are going for hotspot a bit more nowadays.
On support, right? On the core,
yep.
Dying Light is much better.
I haven't seen much
Phoenix,
for Phoenix though.
Yeah, I think Phoenix core is like one of the strongest heroes if you can play it. You know, only DM I see playing in competitive Dota because people are not used to play against it.
Yeah, it surprises you, right? You come with an off lane or a mid lane Phoenix and you just stomp the lane.
If I'm playing pub, no, attack on the sinking, he should die.
One more hit,
Nice.
and they got him.
And it's kill for the Enchantress. If I'm playing pub and there is too much supports in my team, I'm just picking Phoenix and going mid or off lane. And usually these cores are not used to play against Phoenix, you know. I was like winning a lot of mid lanes against some pro players with Phoenix. They don't expect this damage, and they don't know how hero work exactly, like when fully, because they don't play this matchup. On the mid lane,
what is
Qualifier is doing
Enchantress
really well
doing
with
with
the.
the courier?
I feel
CML
like
just fed
couriers.
a courier.
Couriers sometimes are backed, you know. Sometimes for me, I'm also feeding the couriers. Like I press to deliver to me, but courier just going to the spot I was that time. So I don't know. Is it misclick or maybe some bug?
Queen of Pain
Maybe
is
position.
winning the mid lane despite that
Yeah.
bottle early on the puck, so doing a
Yeah,
good job on Bob.
Bob doing really good.
Doing a
Really
great
nice
job.
close hits. Yeah, from the Bob.
Ooh, and he's just smacking XM as well.
Yep. On the top lane, some struggles a bit. Oh, Shaman actually managed to die bottom. Problem with Shaman is super slow, and he even got Tranquil. He got Tranquil because he got 1 kill, and he still dies.
He's still slow, even with the tranquil boots. Yeah. Man, him and the CM, those heroes are just so hard to play sometimes.
Yeah. I admire Snaking, you know, when he plays in CM. He's so good on CM.
I want that hero to come back. I'm a really big CM fan.
Yeah, just give it 1 more armor and it's gonna be back. You know, like when they buff it, plus 1 armor. Okay, hero can be played now.
Yeah, it's just that I think people just need to be reminded that the hero is there. I don't think the hero is bad at all, especially with all of these unit heroes being played. Yeah, and then and pretty aggressive safe laners too. Monkey King is played, TA is played. I mean, now we see an Alchemist, but Tino is in trouble. DY wants him dead. Blood Grenade does connect, but the Fire Spirit didn't. I think he needed 1 more HP. Literally 1 extra HP.
Yes, for sure. Palos having good pattern on farming. He bring creeps to the small camp, but it's actually he lost a lot of. He actually lost 1 wave. He took 1 neutrals, but he pulled creeps into this small camp near ancients.
Yeah, I get it. But the Alchemist is still gonna be topping the network chart, topping the CS chart, looking pretty good for him. The Queen of Pain is ahead of the puck in terms
on
of
the
CS,
top lane,
but
Tino in problem.
Oh, they won the Axe dead again. Oh, this is a disaster. He does have a healing salve, but still, this lane is becoming unplayable. He cannot even get to cut the wave.
He's dropping Ring of Protections, like it's gonna heal him more, but it's not gonna heal him.
Yeah.
Maybe if you think too much about it, you know, you visualize it, maybe it's gonna do it. On the top, on the mid lane, Bob going super crazy on the puck.
Oh, well, Marcy gonna be caught underneath the tower. This is dangerous. XM gonna be coming over. Shanks does look very much dead if that orb connects, and they are gonna have the Ether Shock to finish him off as well.
Good TP by PW. PYW, he's like one of the most famous players for the Shadow Shaman. He's like old school Shaman player.
Tino is dying again. He just can't do anything. And this is, even with the Helm of Iron Will, he has so many, he has 5 armor items and it doesn't matter. They just run him down with the magical damage of the Phoenix.
Phoenix is such a great hero against X in the lane, plus in the game, you know, because you always can like counter play X. He go call to your guy and you can just dive in, press egg and laser with the shard. You have so much heal, you know, against X. Yeah, yeah. It's a super counter pick to X. This is why you don't pick X this early, you know. I don't know why they pick this X so early. They literally hold their cards.
The pause is gonna be giving some time to the teams to reset, to think about what they're gonna be doing next. Of course, it's gonna give time to you guys to click the banner down below and use the promo code RESD2 for 100% bonus on your first deposit. As UIW is going for some stacks, and that's gonna be great for the Sand King. Is the build for the offlane Sand King the same? Are we still gonna be seeing the first item blink, or do you maybe want to go for some auras in this game?
I know you're always gonna go blink, but what people are doing, they always go for like they upgrade the boots into phase boots or power threats, and they go for the blink. But for me, this is still weird, you know. You want your blink as soon as possible. On the mid lane, there is some attack on the Enchantress. So
they
much
don't
healing,
have mana.
Yeah, he should be fine. I mean, I don't see the. I guess this is for the laning. so you're a bit stronger on the lane with phase boots or power threats. But I see Sand Kings that goes jungle, you know, and then by still upgrade boots, then blink.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. You're
They
right.
wanna attack the Sand King. He have a sentry.
Yes, going in. He's going for an epicenter. Once the fight, Sonic Wave will make sure that that epicenter doesn't accomplish anything, and the Sand King dies yet again. The phase boost didn't really help him much in that one.
And this was Queen of Pain rotation with Arcane Rune, so his ulti and TP gonna be fast coming back. Both teams sharing wisdoms. I mean, there is no some wisdom still. Templar now is so strong. You have like traps all around. It's very hard to come to his lane. Look, Shanks, he come on the lane. One trap, one spell, half HP.
They don't even have to commit anything. It's so sad. He's gonna be placing down a sentry to help with the traps, but you're still two melee heroes. You can't get close. There's gonna be DY in trouble. He's baiting them there. Goes for the Icarus dive, but the
He TP'd base.
Battle Hunger, he has the TP base. Yeah, probably would have died to it.
Yep. I mean,
But
Templar
Alchemist
cannot
is
be
having a
pressured.
great game, right? I mean, if you look at him, he is super far ahead.
Yeah. Full free farm on the lane, plus he's getting jungle creeps. This is dangerous for sure. But this is Alchemist's last pick, you know. You have free lane, you know you're gonna be big. But can you use it, you know?
CML messed up there. He didn't stop the shackle.
Shackle.
Yeah,
Still
tried
so
to heal.
tanky.
Oh, pick me up. Puck gets stunned up. BYW in trouble. They might even get a return kill. Puck had to go with an orb defensively, so that's gonna be a Shadow Shaman dead. Freaking Enchantress, man. This hero just doesn't die.
So much heals, it's insane. Plus you have like this Sister's Shroud, you know. One of the most broken neutral items in the game.
It's so dumb.
Yeah.
I really expected that one to get changed or removed. I think one thing that I dislike about neutrals is they constantly add new and remove the new ones. Just I feel like there were definitely some in the already existing ones that could make a good rotation for the game to be fun and balanced.
Yeah, I agree. Give back Aquila.
Yeah, sure.
Poor man shield.
And why did we ever need Helm of the Undying? Like, why? I feel like the old tier 5 items were pretty strong, but they weren't dumb like that one.
Yeah. X finished his dummy. Got the troll creep. Trying to pressure the top tower. But it's hard, you know. It's but they're bringing numbers. Everyone is coming here. They don't want to give this tower for free. I mean, not everyone all 10 heroes, but...
Did you see what Lou does? He gets hit by the Battle Hunger, then he puts down a trap and he kills it and he removes the Battle Hunger. It's it's so annoying for the axe. Your spell does nothing.
This used to work as well on Clockwork, you know. He Battle Hunger, you put cogs and you just kill the cogs. But now, because you're pushing the cogs, you cannot do it, you know. You can just drop here, you drop your item on the floor and kill your item and it's gonna be fine, you know. Maybe you're gonna get reported for destroying your items, but at least you're gonna remove Battle Hunger.
Can it? I think that doesn't
Don't
work.
try this at home.
Imagine if somebody now goes into a game, it's like, LeBron said it worked.
Yeah, that will be funny, man. Oh, on the mid lane. Some attack on the puck.
It's very hard to bring him down. And Sonic
We're not
Wave
paying
into
user,
nothing. They are diving Glue now in this top lane, and the Alchemist goes in, he stuns the Phoenix. Can they kill him before he gets his egg off? No, he gets it off. It is a disaster. They're gonna try to kill it, and with the stun from the Sand King, it isn't enough. No miss is gonna be happening. However, Palos, he has taken way too much damage into the epicenter. He will die. That's gonna be a huge kill, the biggest one on the map. The rest of Execration, they want to come over, but they don't even have the Sonic Wave. Using it in the mid lane. Marcy's dropping low as well. At least they bring down the puck, running him down from the mid lane. In the end, it is going to be a 3-4-2 around the map. Still a victory for Vici Gaming, but salvaged a bit.
Big win for Vici. This is usually happening because teams are doing 2 plays at the same time, you know. At the same time, X and his company teams are diving the Templar. Puck, I mean, Queen of Pain and Marcy, they were attacking Puck, you know. It was a bit super optimistic. They're gonna kill him. Queen of Pain wasting ultimate and all of this stuff. And at top, they are diving like Templar, you know. you cannot make two places at the same time. It's probably impossible to do it in Dota. You know, you can do it, but it's very greedy. Usually, it's gonna cost you.
But it was close, actually, right? If the Axe managed to get the dunk on the Phoenix, I think Dino there made a mistake. He started pulling back. If he just stayed near his Alchemist and just dunked down the Phoenix, Noah comes out, and I think they cannot kill the Alch. Oh, they're gonna go for Lu again. This time around, he's not gonna be getting out of it. That's gonna be an easy dunk for the Axe. Some extra armor for him. He already has a ton of it, but
And double troll creeps.
never enough. Yep, goodbye
So
tower.
much skeletons. Nerfed, they said, right? Nice nerf, bro.
How much did nerf? 1 damage per rally, right?
Yeah, it's a lot. Tino is buying. Is it Phylacteria? Yeah,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Phylacteria
Phylacteria?
actually on X.
Yeah.
Some
Okay,
new
this is a
item build, huh?
different Axe. Yeah, okay. I mean, he doesn't even have a call.
Where are you going?
Interesting
needs call,
approach for
bro?
sure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You just buy Kanda, you know. Look this mid.
Yeah, we're all
No spirits and Phoenix.
Radiant's
second.
Execration coming with some crazy stuff. Oh, WS.
Stun into nothing. They're gonna use the coil. I think you just break that one and escape. Dino gonna get caught, protected by Pavis. Epicenter in. Sonic Wave. Now he doesn't even want to use it. Actually got silenced by the puck, so won't be able to. Vici Gaming, they're gonna get something for them losing that tower. But this Alchemist is getting out of control. That is, he might start doubling the cores in terms of network. He's actually doubling the puck in the
Yeah, he just got Blink coming to him. I don't know. Too much misspells from Vici Gaming. They didn't even commit tech. The X was dead already, but maybe they were afraid of some counterplay. Too much commitment, but UIW actually going for other lands, not for the Blink Dagger. This is a bit greedier build, but this is like comfort, you know. Some players love to play with the Blink, most of them, but somebody loves other lands. On the bottom lane, they want to attack the Sand King.
Oh,
he's
nice
fast on
blink
fingers.
out.
I mean, this is when you are young, you know, and you have high MMR. You can always react. WS can be goalkeeper, you know, have good reflexes.
Radiant are scanning.
But it's not good, you know, you're running out, you're losing wisdom.
Under attack.
Yeah, running out like a coward and leaving your wisdom shrine to the
Radiant's middle
opponents.
Yep.
tower is under attack.
You shoved your fast, but you know.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Odds are favoring Vici Gaming. I don't know if this game is in their favor, to be honest. WS going for a TP out, and he will be able to get himself away. The Queen of Pain not being in the vicinity. Bob being a little bit greedy there with the creeps and just not being close enough to deliver the extra damage needed.
Yeah, 2 games in a row, Shanks placing same ward. They did same play, play. Do you remember? They smoked
Yes.
for the wisdom. They came here, they killed or they force out and put this deep. Oops, 2 games in a row. Maybe if some coach from Vici Gaming give info to his team about this play.
Yeah, maybe he was watching the previous game and told them. We'll see if there's gonna be a D ward fairly soon, because that ward shouldn't stay there for long. It can you can get punished because of it.
Yeah. When I was playing, I was like doing a lot of research about teams. I will like literally download 10 replays of that team, last 10 replays, and you will see the patterns, you know. Because from these 2 games, what I see, Execration have same pattern, you know. And in my team, we will always have like also the same patterns, what we will do at certain time. But if some team is good with preparation, on the bottom lane, they attack the Alchemist.
They will be able to kill him, no problem. And with 3 heroes, while this is happening, 2 of your cores are still farming, so this is quite beautiful for
Yeah,
for
and
Vici.
they didn't even commit Sand King ulti, not even Phoenix ultimate.
Under attack.
So really great kill. A bit weird that Palos died, because he know that Sand King is not on these camps because of these wards. And a lot of heroes were missing, but he was like greedy.
He
He
thought
cannot
he was
die.
stronger.
Queen of Pain got coil on the mid lane.
Oh, he cannot pick me up during the coil, or he messed
Yes.
up. I don't know.
No, you cannot. If the target is rooted, you cannot.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
he should have
is
just
under
broken the
attack.
coil there on the Queen of Pain, and then he would
Yep,
pull him
yep.
out.
Then he can.
The TA now has a Deso, so Lu will make short work of this tower. Nice orb there to scout that the axe is coming. But Lu doesn't have a way to get out. Let's see. Egg is available. They're committing. Maybe he doesn't want to get out. Alchemist going in. Egg will be popped and they get a Hex instantly. He doesn't have to BKB. Palos has to get himself away. Onto the TA they go. They have to dunk him, but he won't be able to do it. The Egg stun will be there in time. He kills the trap to remove the battle hunger, so Lu will be fine.
Big fights coming out from Vici Gaming. These last 2 minutes they're playing really good. They're doing good decisions in the fight, in the fights, in the moments. Like this Alchemist wanna finish his BKB, you know. He should finish it like 30 seconds ago if he didn't die. And it's a bit delayed. Any big items coming out?
Spirit
This
Vessel.
Queen is struggling, you know. First game he was destroying, but this game he got counter-picked by Puck. Because I will say, I told you, it's not gonna be same, you know. You're thinking, I'm playing again Queen of Pain against Saint King, I'm gonna destroy like first game. But they change it, they pick the Puck, you get counter-pick, it's a bit harder for you to play.
It is a
Plus
lot
they have these
harder.
supports. Yeah, and you have this Shadow Shaman, which is... I think Shadow Shaman is like one of the scariest hero to play in late game. Because you need to pre-fire your BKB when you start the fight, you know. Because you're just gonna get suddenly random Hex or Shackle in the fights.
Speaking of BKBs, Palos will have his, so that's gonna be a game changer in my mind, right? This is the timing where Execration have to make something happen. If they don't build up a lead now with these next 2 BKB charges, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Finally, X gets a Blink Dagger, so he's gonna be able to close the gap. He is maybe given up on his Phylactery build. He did go through with it, but I think he's seeing that it's not really contributing much.
Yeah, I think it's weird to be honest.
Is under attack.
But I don't know. Let's see. Oh, Puck got stunned by Alchemist. There is no follow-up.
He doesn't have a
Queen of
Blink on
Pain.
the Puck. He does look dead.
Ah, he was so close, 100 gold for his Blink Dagger. Supports on Vici Gaming have really high net worth, by the way, both of them.
Yep, and
they're
both of them do
smoking.
benefit from items.
Queen of Pain
quite
on
a
the mid
lot.
lane, got Hex.
God. Is destroyed. Oh, but there is gonna be a carry found as well. That is gonna be a dead TA. So Shanks gets him
Yeah.
down. The dunk doesn't go
Dire's top
through.
tower is
He
under
didn't get there in
attack.
time on Tino, so no extra armor for him.
So, yeah. Oh, Palos. Wanna go on DY?
He's gonna be
No
catching
ultimate on him,
him.
got Hex. X is there with Blink Dagger. He should be dead. Oh,
Oh,
nope.
he's
But
fine.
Tower
Super
is
slow.
under attack.
As
Not
an
TPing him.
egg.
Not TPing him. He should
He's
die.
gonna die.
Dire's courier
Yep.
has
Yep.
been killed.
So much overtime damage there. Even if he had a TP, I don't know if he survived that battle hunger.
The biggest issues now is like they don't have BKBs on side of the Vici. You don't have auras. And Senkin have like a lot of money in his bank account, you know. He should finish his Aghanim. I don't think he's gonna be able to finish it before Tormentor. And Execration in first game they took all time Tormentors. And I think this game it's gonna be the same.
Dire
Marcy died
are
on the
scanning.
bottom lane. Yeah, I don't know if Vici can contest Drosh. I mean Tormentor. They would like to do it, you know. You have the egg, you have the Senking, but Senking is playing greedy. He's not ready with resources. He's trying to go to the base to regen, but he will be late, I think.
That's only a 2k gold lead with an Alchemist lineup. You would prefer for that to be bigger, but they are going to be getting a
Huh?
Tormentor now. I don't think Vici can do anything about it, so some nice shard. Both of their supports have decent shards, so they're not going to mind either of them getting it. Maybe a bit better on CML.
Yep,
Radiant's bottom
Shanks
tower
gets it.
is under attack.
still okay. Better to have it than not to have it, because Shank's gonna have BKB, you know. He's gonna do a lot of damage, even though he's a support Marcy.
Yep.
He need like 700 gold.
And he's approaching level 12 as well, so level 2
Yep.
Unleash is going to be available.
On the bottom lane, PW trying to open the tower with the snake. Alchemist denied it.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Oh?
been denied.
Nah.
He's going to get the snake as well. Nice extra 250 gold. Oil broken. They found the axe. He's not getting out of this one alive. Actually, CML is coming over, so he will help, but the epicenter will still be there protecting the axe. He's living through it. Turns around. Puck will finish him off with the silence, but he puts himself in harm's way as well. As the orb onto the high ground, he can go if he wants to, and will do exactly that. But Vici Gaming have lost 2 heroes around the map. BYW was a casualty as well.
This is what I love from Queen of Pain players, when they're not afraid, you know, to commit in, go in, especially with Blade Mail. DY, he got his shard now. I think Phoenix is now one of the strongest hero in the game, because he got level 2 egg with shard, and his Sunray is maxed. If he's able to press good ultimate with Sunray, I think this is gonna change the fight. And he's
Yeah,
not
but-
easy to kill. He have like a lot of HP plus Essence Ring. Like basically 2k HP on him.
Well, 5k gold lead for Execration. Now it's looking a bit better for them, and there's a BKB on the Marcy. So this Marcy will be scaling into core territory at some point in the game. Even if your Alchemist does drop off, you're gonna have this Marcy to fall
Yeah.
back on.
And big timings on Execration. Palos just finished his Orchid. Shanks finished his BKB, and they immediately they're using smoke, you know.
Yeah, smoke kill into Roche. You would want to get this Roche away from a TA lineup. That would be quite huge. WS will be showing up on the
Yep.
bottom lane, but they know something's up on BG.
They are a
Gaming.
bit late. They are a bit late, 5 seconds. They see PYW. Insta
jump.
blink.
He didn't charge
still
up
good
his
kill.
stun. Okay, doesn't need it. Is this good enough to get Roche?
Radiant
I mean, you can do it, Rush, but you're gonna lose a lot of time. You don't wanna do it, you know. You wanna keep going and fight.
Palos going in onto the TA. He has a BKB.
But look
The
what
TA will
Sunray
get
is
a
doing
blink out.
to him.
Yep.
So much damage. If there is control on him, it's gonna be a
He
problem
burns.
later on. Yep.
XM is out. Axe couldn't do anything to him. Axe is going for a BKB. Actually, he's quite farmed despite his laning stage not going well. This Tino Axe build is at least getting him a lot of money.
Stonks. Templar finished Hurricane Pike, so he have one more tool to kite in the fight.
Not much,
They're
much
stacking
needed.
up. Feel like they wanna smoke on the Witchy Gaming. They are literally 5 heroes at same place of the map. Templar gonna show, so it's not full obvious.
Oh, this fight is gonna decide a lot here, LeBron. But
Yeah.
Execration, they're smoked up as well. Both teams running into each other. Epicenter being charged up. X goes in and he does find the Sand King, but nobody else, and nobody can come in and help. Palos dropping low. He does have his ult. He's gonna be healing up. They tried to kill Diag, but the Marcy dies. They need 2 more hits, and Diag will pop. Okay, that's gonna make the fight almost impossible. They did lose the puck, but they still have WS with his magic damage. CML is taking a beating and finally will fall. If that egg had died, a completely different fight, but
Yeah.
they needed one more hit. I really liked what Lou did there, just killing the Marcy.
Yeah, that was amazing. Alchemist got caught. I mean, this is the power of Shaman, you know. You cannot pre-fire BKB as a core, you know. It's hard for you, so you have like full duration of the BKB. He got hexed. He got to half HP before pressing BKB, and when he pressed BKB, he could just fight for a couple of seconds and he need to run away, you know. So he couldn't help killing the egg, doing the damage in fight.
Quite helpless.
Yep.
On the Alchemist.
Shaman is so annoying to play, especially like in late game. This is I think, one of the most played hero and with biggest win rate, especially in pubs, you know. Like this, like he has so much control.
Do you have more games on the Shadow Shaman than you do on Earth Spirit?
No. Alchemist casting the stun. By the way, we didn't speak about level 15 on Alchemist. He's giving a lot of armor to his allies with Acid Spray. It's
Yep.
literally
Dire are
What's that,
scattered.
8,
the Dezo.
right?
Yeah, like 6/6. It's like
6, yeah.
Dezo. How much you removed from Dezo, you're getting back. So it's
It helps versus the TA.
Yeah.
He needs to put that on the Marcy when she's killing the egg.
they're
Running
tipping out.
forward. You can't catch anybody there. Torment are not going to be spawning anytime soon. Roche is still an option for both teams, but now it's on the top lane, so a little bit better vision there from Execration.
You know, Pain also has BKB, so there is good timings. It's all about first, the start of the fight. Who started the first, you know? They're deciding to go for the rush. It's a bit risky, but Vichy Gaming is a bit late. They don't expect this because they will for sure love to take a fight with deck and sinking Epi there. They're just gonna trade with pushing some waves, trying to farm a bit more till they finish the rush. I guess it's scary because you don't have a single BKB in your team, you're not gonna even bite.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's not good, but they will have to give it away, so
Bob got
it is what it
Aegis.
is.
So Bob gonna be Bob, he gonna go crazy, blink in 5 heroes. On the bottom lane, they're gonna get tier 2.
Radiant's bottom
They didn't
tower
wanna
has
TP from
fallen.
execution because you're gonna waste so much time to TP all heroes and it's gonna be even risky.
Dire's top tower
You're tipping
is
into
under
enemy vision and traps. Templar finish his Monkey King bar right now. So
That
a lot
helps
of damage
versus
from
the
him.
Alchemist, yeah. Quite a lot. You're not going to be missing any longer. That also is a big deal. But he still doesn't have his BKB. I know it's not a great BKB game, but I still feel like he can easily get caught and die.
Yeah. Enchantress is gonna finish his Lotus, and Lotus is one of the best items against Shadow Shaman, you know? Because you put it on the target, and you cannot really press spells on the target. I mean, you can hex, but you're gonna be hex. It's fine. On the bottom lane, PYW playing super aggro, Queen of Pain tipping, but PY realize and going out. Good read from him. There is 2 TPs on the bottom lane. Oh,
Shaman caught. He's going to be fine.
yep.
He's going to have a BKB soon on the Shadow Shaman, so he's not going to be caring about that Lotus at all. That's a huge
true.
deal. You do have the call to stop his
Yeah,
his
but do you
shackles,
wanna
but
do
that's
it?
the only thing.
Yeah.
I feel like he should be public enemy number 1. Phoenix and the Shadow Shaman. They're not easy to catch, but if you can, you should kill these guys first.
You need to think about too much things, right? You need to think about Puck, you need to think about Templar doing damage in fights, also Senkin can jump on the top lane.
Oh, WS dead. Palos, he wants to refresh this fight. The rest of Execration are running in to help, and Axe not gonna be able to get himself away when you're next to a Shadow Shaman. Coil onto the
Coil.
Marcy. Queen of Pain goes in. He has the Sonic Boom, and there's the follow-up. Silence as well. Goodbye. Shard from the co-op is a big counter to the Puck.
Yeah, and he got it. Oh, he bought it, right? Yeah, he bought it. It's good. He's also into Phoenix. You're silencing him. Big kills. He went for the Lincoln on the Puck, but it didn't help him. I mean, if you get call from X, Lincoln not gonna help you. It's gonna help you against Alchemist, but
Well, they're still in a solid spot on Execration, it seems. I feel like the late game co-op can be a big problem in this game. Puck in the late game is a strong hero as well, but a co-op with this Shard is actually quite a decent counter.
I mean, Bob is playing really good co-op. But in the late game, I still think Puck is a bit stronger, but XM is struggling a bit in today. He's dying too much.
He's not playing too well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. He's not playing like he can play. PYW just finished his BKB.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
No.
And on DY we have Solar Crest finished. Enchantress just finished his Lotus Orb.
Big items
from
coming out.
Vici. Yeah,
But
from both teams.
But that's Vici Gaming BKB on the Shadow Shaman for me. That's the biggest item change. It really does change how the game goes.
There is Abyssal on Alchemist, maybe you can control him later on if he doesn't go on the Alchemist. He should try to go on Alchemist with Shaman. Otherwise he's just gonna stun him and break. This is the smoke for the Tormentor. Because Tormentor gonna respawn.
Execration, they need more heroes here. They're late. Their co-op with an Aegis is not in the vicinity. Scan used. Okay,
Execration now they're coming. Phoenix show on the way with spells.
Oh, Axe has a BKB. That is a game changer. Those slows were
Bob
very
is going
annoying.
crazy.
Bob just blinks in. Has
But
the
Bob
Aegis
have
there.
Aegis, you know.
He has the AD
Oh,
rune.
big-
There's the hack onto the Marcy. Marcy is dead, and now they're gonna be catching the Shadow Shaman. He gets taken out as well. Marcy buying back onto the TA they go, but there's the Hurricane Pie. He gets himself away. The egg pops, and it doesn't matter. Palos is surviving. Can they take him down? Yes, with the Spirit Vessel being there, his BKB wasn't available any longer. Tino protected by the Lotus Orb. He'll be fine, and it's gonna be Execration winning the fight 4-2. That was so close to even the Alchemist surviving, and then it really would turn into a disaster.
I thought it's gonna be really good for Vici when Phoenix pressed the egg. Managed to kill Templar and kill the Alchemist, but too much damage. Like you had this Aegis from Bob that made big difference, plus Shanks bought back on his Marcy, you know. And they have this tier 1 that he was able to TP insta, you know. So these two heroes with 2 extra lives changed this fight. Because SX survived on like super low HP, plus these two heroes have extra lives, right? So it was not fair battle.
I don't see this too often, that there's an egg that nobody is touching. At the middle of the fight, it pops and you still lose it. That's that's something you don't see too often.
I mean, Bob with double damage on Queen of Pain and Aegis, you know. I think he did so much in this fight.
Yeah, for sure, right? But it wasn't a fair fight to begin with because of the Aegis, but still.
I mean, it started really well for Vici because PYW found the Marcy with Hex and Ultimate insta-killed him without him pressing anything. But then he got cold. Even BKB didn't help him. He didn't use it, but he will die anyway.
So Bob, next item gonna be a Shiva. That's gonna be a huge thing versus the TA.
Yeah, he got his
armor,
level
but
20 as well. Minus 45 seconds on Sonic Wave. Plus he got Shield Rune now. Plus haste. He's feeling so strong right now.
Axe is level 20, 100 Culling Blade damage. That's 600 damage threshold. If you drop below 575, you're just dead. And a lot of the heroes on the Vici are quite squishy.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Senking is gonna finish Shiva soon. I just don't like. I feel like this Templar is kinda squishy because no BKB. It's not gonna help him too much this game, BKB, like, but still too much.
Dire's bottom tower
I don't know.
is
He
under
cannot stand the ground and hit them, you know.
Yep.
This is the main problem I see.
He's being silenced, he's being slowed, he's being stunned. It's annoying, right? And
Yeah.
and also all of the AoE damage is just constantly getting him lower and lower. So the second that they commit, they can easily take him down.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
If he is a Medusa and he can
Has fallen.
hold his ground and hit, that will be easy. But with Templar, he need to play super perfect, you know, in these fights. With Hurricane Pike, with
Dire's
Blink.
bottom tower is under attack.
Wait, there's the shield rune on Bob, and he feels like he cannot die. So, and
I
he
feel
might
like Bob
actually be
always
right.
feel like he cannot die, bro.
Yeah, yeah, he doesn't change his playstyle.
Yeah.
Okay, the current circumstances fit his playstyle. Let's put it that way. So
Yeah.
Alchemist is not here. They did force out all of the TPs from VG Gaming and got out without any casualties. Very nicely done by Execration. Now,
Yeah.
when the Alchemist shows, you want to get out of the base. Yep, there it is. Smoke from VG.
Yeah, and they pulled them out to the base, and now because Vici is stuck in the base, they need to go out. Best way is to smoke because there can be wards anywhere, right? On left or right, like they have it on this cliff, and then you can take easy fight if you want as Execration.
The bottom lane is getting shoved in again by the helm of the Dominic creep.
Oh, Bob is going on mid lane aggressive. I mean, Bob with big dead. He lost the gem.
Plays.
I mean,
lost the gem.
this is like the
Lucky for
worst
him, it's no
possible
rush.
thing you can do, you know, because you have two cores who are farming on the side lanes. They even see the alchemists because they have these cliff ops, you know, really good ops from BW. Why? Because mid lane is the worst place to be, you know, and you know that enemy is smoked. You know why? Because Enchantress was like trying to break the smoke. Why you need this mid wave, you know? You can just send the Enchantress creep, kill it for free. Your two cores are farming, you're happy, and they're losing time. But you just wanna do extra play and then you feed. This is huge because you lose big advantage on the map, plus you lose the gem. And Vici Gaming, they know when Roche gonna respond because of the innate on the Templar Assassin, the third eye.
Are scanning.
It's gonna be in 1 minute, at least they're lucky. It didn't respawn now, so they're gonna have chance to fight for it.
Yeah,
But
could have
yeah.
been much worse. Could have been much worse if the Roche respawned.
But this is casual mistake from mid laners, you know? It's minute 35 and they think they should still play mid lane.
Yeah, this is my lane, but not any longer, buddy. TA, what do you get? I guess you get the melt hit bash, right?
No, usually you get refraction instances, but I mean, depends, right? Okay, now he got for the melt hit bash. Okay, Harry, you're right.
Yes,
My apologies.
I'm a professional, so you should listen.
What is this meme? I didn't know your game or somehow. How did it say? I was not familiar with your game.
That's okay. That's okay. You should have been familiar, but
Roche gonna respawn in 5 seconds. Vici Gaming know about that. They're gonna smoke. Some big timings on them. Shiva's on sinking.
Raging
DY
check.
getting level 20.
There it is. There's an Aeon disc on the Shadow Shaman. That's actually quite cool.
It's not gonna help you against X. I mean, okay.
It's 70%. It's not like
Yeah.
foul play.
Actually, it's fine.
Scanning.
What is good against it, Shex, is like Shard, you know? You have Shard plus Healing Lotus is you can heal and X cannot cut you. But he don't have Shard.
Oh, smoke on smoke action. Big fight coming up. There's a Daedalus on the TA, level 25 as well. Alchemist, he's got his 25 too. Even more regen to work with. CML comes forward and he does break some of the smokes. Nobody's willing to commit.
Yep. Enchantress wanna buy Mage Slayer.
It's actually not bad.
I mean, it's
This
good
game.
into... Yeah, but can you... I mean, actually with your Shard, you
Sproink,
hit all
yeah.
of them. Yeah, this is good actually, yeah.
Shiva on the Quap. There is one on the Sand King on the other side. as
They're
you
hitting
mentioned
the rush, but...
previously.
There is the roar.
Middle tower.
He roared.
Oh, they
GM
don't wanna,
coming over.
They wanna split, they wanna try to pressure bottom tower. Snake on the
Oh.
lower ground.
Yeah, somebody's gonna have to deal with that. That snake is killing the tower. It's gonna do it in 5 hits. Lotus Orb. Alchemist, he's gonna pop
Belgium
the
is waited,
BKB.
BKB.
They have to try to
Now which
focus the
gaming wanna
Roche.
fight? Which gaming wanna fight? Because Belgium is gonna lose ultimate and no BKB.
Roche is dead. They even used the Sonic Wave. It's time to bail. Somebody needs to deal with the bottom wave as well because you might lose Raxus too. Yeah, Alchemist is there. Oh, he's not. The snake wasn't close enough to kill the Raxus.
He make mistake by putting snake on the stairs. Okay, let's see the fight here. I guess just Enchantress gonna die. He put the snake on the stairs, and stairs is like lower ground, so snakes were missing a lot of hits, you know.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't know what's the miss chance on the lower ground, maybe something like 30%.
Yeah,
So every
but 25.
third hit you will
25.
miss. Okay,
25.
every fourth hit.
How can
every
you not
fourth hit
know
you miss.
that?
I mean, come on, why you need to know this, Sherry? That's gonna change 5%.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna change when you're playing in the mid lane and you miss twice from the low ground. You can get more mad because you know that it's 25%.
It's better if I don't know, bro.
Yeah, just close your eyes.
Ooh, they are
Yeah,
using
they-
Alchemist on the triangle.
Yes,
They know
so
that he
team.
doesn't have BKB, you know?
He needs help. He needs
Big
help
call.
now with a call. They're jumping from the Mars. He's surviving not for long, but the puck dropping low. They missed the Culling Blade. You killed the Alchemist, but he's not the only one. Goodbye, Aeon Disc, and very soon goodbye, PYW. But no,
Oh,
that is
but
going to
they
be a
get-
nice Sonic Wave pushing it away. The Egg is in a perfect position. Axe stunned up, not moving an inch, and Bob needs to run because PYW would connect on him. With just 3 heroes, Vici Gaming, they destroy Execration. Perfect Egg positioning, and yeah, you don't need 3 cores. You just need Lu and the 2 supports.
Yeah, I mean, this is classic Dota 2 players. They're never happy, you know? They're always greedy. They always want more, you know? You always, like, you should be happy, you know? You got good trade,
Radiant
but
structures are fortified.
I don't want to say this word, but yeah. you just want more, you know? You should not be greedy. This is like casual mistake of every Dota 2 player. They are not happy, they want more. Double damage on the bottom. Maybe Templar can get it. Templar is doing a lot of damage now. Swift Blink on him. He's putting BKB, you know, classic carry player. Last item BKB, maybe I don't need it, you know.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna change his mind. Like, what about a changing my boots for a rapier, right? That could be a way to go.
Big egg in that fight by DY actually. He managed to destroy them and he's going for the refresher, you know. If they cannot kill DY in fights, I think it's gonna be big issue. They need to jump him before the fight starts. This is the
It's
main
so
target
hard.
for them. Yeah?
He also has a Descent Blood, right? So even if you think that you're out of range of the Phoenix Egg stun, it might still
yeah.
catch you.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's a really big deal because it increases the area by too much.
Too much. And he got this 1.5% max health sunray damage.
Yep.
So it's so much damage to these tanky heroes like Alchemist and X.
Alchemist is making an axe. Is that for a Queen of Pain? It has to be for a Queen of Pain, right?
I guess so, yeah. Tormentor, oh, this is great Tormentor for PYW. And now after 35 minutes you're getting these greater lotuses. You just need to get these 2 lotuses. You have like this 900 HP region. You get to this through shot, like you drop too low to 1 HP, you pop it insta and X cannot cut you.
Now there's gonna be a refresher on the Sand King, refresher on the Phoenix as well in 100 gold. Just needs the tiara.
5-man smoke from Execration. Bottom wave is super pushed, and this is obvious for Vici Gaming. Nobody showing on the bottom wave. Nobody fixing this wave. They know something is... they're cooking something.
So tell me, LeBron, how do you kill the Shadow Shaman? Right? How does this hero die? Double BKB, double A on this, double foul play. I don't see a way.
You need some nullifier, but it's very hard. But if he get called by X and focused by Alchemist or Marcy, he can die. But then there is Phoenix, you know, there is so much things that can happen in fights. It's not easy.
Vici late game, man. Puck has Ags level 25. PYW refresher. Refresher on the Phoenix, refresher on WS. I feel like their only weakness is this TA not having a BKB. Okay, actually, he does have a BKB, so there's no weaknesses. This lineup's team fight is just amazing.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned at the start. Like their team fight is such so strong. And look, X, I don't know, this build. Phylacteria, Kaya and Sanch. Maybe he should have like refresher or something like this. Double BKB, double call. This for me is weird, to be honest.
Yeah, very weird. Not something that you expect.
Alchemist gave Aghanim to Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain gonna be level 25 now. So a lot of damage from Queen of Pain coming. Plus she finished the refresher, you know. I mean, some strong timings on Execration as well, you know.
Yep, Co-op can do a lot, but you need a longer fight. Also, yeah, 25 Sonic Wave, as you mentioned. That's 1750 damage pure. That can be AoE. That kills most of these heroes in Vici Gaming, actually.
It's actually with buffs. If you press Alt and Hold, it shows the real value. Almost 1000.
Oh my god. 1960.
So it's 2000. Yeah, so like 2000 pure damage.
God. For haste, Puck has a dozen Blood Rect as well as the Sand King. That is a perfect item going in. Hex is there onto CML. He gets taken out. Doesn't have a buyback. Gem also dropped. They want to fight. Going onto the Puck. Lincoln's broken. He does get silenced up. And will probably be taken out. Puck does have a buyback. The call onto 3 heroes. And the Sonic Wave get deleted. PYW is using the refresher. And the 2 snakes are there. You don't want to be fighting around those. The Puck did buyback. It's time to run. Oh. Alchemist, he wants to go in. He's gonna be finding this TA, and I don't think you can do anything about it. He's gonna be protecting himself with the Lincolns, and it's just not enough. TP out. Where's the bash? The first hit. Oh, he got the Abyssal. You don't even need the first hit. It's gonna have the foul play, but die just the same. XM needs to run, or that would be a dieback. What a fight for Execration. You had something to say about this, X, LeBron? Because he literally won that fight.
I mean, his pressing feels good, you know. That was amazing call. He called the three of them. Enchantress, by the way, stole 2 gems with Courier, you know, it was funny. Between 2 snakes. But yeah. No buybacks, only on Templar Assassin. I don't think Puck can hold solo. And Puck used buyback in this fight. He got super... I don't know, he got super aggressive on Puck and got caught like easily.
Yeah, quite easily. He thought we killed the one hero, we can do whatever we want. Tax is buying back, they want to end the game. There is a buyback on the TA, but he's the only one. In 20 seconds, the Sand King will be there. It's very similar. Buyback on the TA. Okay, they go back.
This time they cannot end, yeah. They're just gonna go for the rush right now. But it's big win. They force the buyback on the Templar.
Why did Tino buyback though?
I don't know.
Misclick.
He thought they can end the game, but he becomes super. I don't know. I
excited.
Find the word, but yeah.
Like we're winning 2-0 versus Vici Gaming. Let's go! I called 3 of them, and then like.
Yeah. You're not calm-headed, you know. Like into some moments, you get hit up. and you just don't think right. But it's fine. Still really good for execution. But next gonna be big fight. You know, I think if Vici Gaming take fight around Roche Pit smartly with 2 eggs, there is no chance for execution to win.
Yeah, I don't think Execration should even fight around the Roche Pit. They should try to force out a fight on the lanes, because you've taken a lane Rax. I don't think Vici Gaming can allow themselves to leave another lane of Rax. So I like what the Axe is doing, shoving in the waves on the top lane with his Helm of the Dominator. And they're even sending in the creeps from the Enchantress. They just want to shove in those waves. It's gonna make it very, very hard for Vici to play.
By the way, this X got level 25, so it's gonna be even easier to make this big call. Yeah.
He's going Refresher, but a little bit too far away from it.
Yeah. I mean, Refresher is good, but yeah, he need some time. Biggest problem for Vici Gaming, there is no front lane heroes, you know. You don't want Puck to be front lane, Saint King as well, and like literally zero. If you watch their lineup, only Templar can go, but still, if Templar get jumped and lose almost all HP, it's gonna be hard for him to fight, you know.
Yeah, you can't fight if that happens.
That's why they need AD Sages, you know, on Templar Assassin. So this guy can front lane and control the tempo.
XM goes in, instantly BKB from Bob, blinks in forward, Sonic Wave, the egg has been dropped. You need to bail, you need to get away from this egg, but the double stun, they are just getting deleted. You need to buy back. Palos coming in with a stun, thinking about going in again. That is the second egg, and X doesn't have a buyback at 3 versus 5. Palos, you need to run, and I don't think you can do it. He's gonna BKB, try to fight, onto the Shadow Shaman he goes, that's not a target now, that allows Lou to just go ham onto Palos, who does have a buyback on the backlines. Bob, he did buy back, he's seeing a gem on the ground, we'll see if he can get it, and if they find him with a stun, it's over. We're going into the game 3, it seems, LeBron, because without the quap, I don't know if you can fight any longer.
I guess Bob doing Bob things, going crazy on high ground, putting his team in super weird spot. Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect how Vici can fight, right? You're holding area and enemies coming to you, but you're pressing your spells, you know, together as a 5. And then what enemies can do? They cannot fight into Snake, they cannot fight into Egg. Too much damage, too much heals. Templar can hit. Literally, Templar was just sitting at place and hit, you know. Plus this level 25 Puck coil on BKB. It's so hard for Quap to play. Buyback from Unchained, but no BKB on him.
Maybe the game is not over just yet. Can they throne? Oh, they're gonna try.
Yeah, I think they can.
Yeah, probably can. But Execration, they can at least try to fight Coil onto the Marcy. He cannot break it. He's gonna have to wait, being attacked by the Puck there. Puck has been found! That's a big mistake. He gets taken down, but he will survive.
He popped the refresh from the Rush Pit and he's activated. So we're gonna see game 3 actually, you know. It looked like Execration gonna win this game at some point, but still, Vici Gaming with strong team fight. This is like the strongest point about their draft. Team fight and like fighting around Rosh. This is where they win the fight, you know. Around Rosh Pit with their...
I actually can't believe that they went for that fight, Execration. Like, it was so obvious that you need to wait, that you need to poke the waves, that you need to find an opportunity. And instead of, you know, making Vici Gaming at least work to get a perfect fight around the Roche Pit, they just give it to them and lose the game in one fell swoop. I guess that's how Vici Gaming lost game 1. So a close series, LeBron. That's what we wanted.
That's what we expected. Yeah, from the start I said I think Vici gonna win 2-1. But yeah, really good games. A lot of fighting. But for me, this game, MVPs, 2 supports, PYW and DY. I think they are like combo from the past. Like they play together long. And I think this game, it was really super diff, you know. That's what we will say, super diff.
Yeah, okay, that's how we're gonna be ending this game too. We are gonna be going on to a short break, and hopefully these teams get into the lobby quick because I want to see them play versus each other. But it's coming your way after the break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. the new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Oh, what a game 2 and what a game 1 as well here at the RAS Unchained Southeast Asia 2025, a Blast Dota Slam qualifier, a game between Execration versus Vici Gaming with Harry and LeBron. We are going to a game 3, something that this series definitely deserves. LeBron, I'm just gonna ask you, are you dead set on Vici winning this game, or is there the third one? Do you think it's gonna play out that way, or are you gonna have to see the draft and then make your decision?
I need to see what they're gonna decide. They're gonna take again first pick. Okay, they choose the first pick. Vici Gaming took the first pick, and now I favor Vici Gaming. I say they're gonna win 2-1, and I'm still going with them 2-1. Okay. I told you second game, Execration, they wanted to go same way, Radiant second pick, but I know it's what's gonna happen. I have experience a lot of times in the games like this. You think, oh, we won like this, everything gonna be same, similar, we're gonna outpick them, but suddenly some things in draft change because teams adapt. And which game adapted really well? Bond down breaker, counter pick Queen of Pain with the puck. Bob had good game, but not that good like first game. And yeah, Vici Gaming supports did so much in this game. They adapt like with the Phoenix, but you know, Phoenix was picked only because of the X. Execration go for the X super early, and because of this, they got the Phoenix that early on the and DY on Phoenix. He was MVP for me. He destroyed this game.
He really did. He really did. It looked amazing for him, but we'll see if Execration makes. I think that was a drafting blunder getting that axe early, but also it is a play blunder when Bob is just constantly blinking into enemy heroes. Like, this guy is crazy. Has always been crazy, but that last fight for me was was something that I definitely didn't expect. It was too much.
I mean, blinking crazy like this into enemy high ground, into egg, into shaman, shadow shaman, it's very hard for you to fight, you know. It's good if you have vision, if you have ward, and you're blinking and killing like some hero bursting him, but he's blinking into fog, you know. He's pressing Shiva to give vision to his team, but you're literally putting your team in bad spot to fight. I mean, it's very risky, and if it worked out somehow, they will won the game there, but in the end didn't work out, and we're into game, luckily for us, game 3 for us, you know. Can't wait to see what they got it in the draft.
We want to see how it goes. But overall, though, everybody's in the lobby. They need 2 minutes, so we have 2 minutes to fill for the viewers to look at our beautiful faces, LeBron.
I mean, it should be easy, huh? Right?
I hope.
I really like this game that DY is playing hero with a lot of spells. In first game he played Naga. He's a really good Naga player, but he had a really tough start and he didn't have fast levels. They lost Wisdom Shine and stuff like this. So he had a really tough game, but in this game he's playing big teamfight hero with a lot of spell damage. And on the other hand also PYW on his signature Shadow Shaman managed to do so much. I really like Shaman. I don't know why people stop picking it, you know. It's like a really strong hero overall in the game. His laning stage a bit is weak. He still have really strong damage on the right click. His spells are good, but somehow he's really slow. And this new position 5s they're really strong against him. So maybe that's why it drops. But we see it here, Vici Gaming pick it Shadow Shaman, and you know they pick it because they need control. They pick Phoenix because of the X, but they're thinking we need more control on position 4. What is left?
I like that point that you made, right? Because what the hell? Why aren't Lion and Shadow Shaman in a meta where every single spirit is popular?
I mean, Lion also getting picked a bit in some games, but for me, Lion is a bit weird. Shadow Shaman is much better. You have like same control, but Shadow Shaman is giving you this big snake, you know, that can open tower, that can give you Rosh. I mean, Lion also have ulti burst, but compared to Shadow Shaman have
5
better ulti.
seconds remaining.
We're gonna be getting ourselves into the draft. It is ready, so we are
Radiant
getting
team
ourselves into it. Let's see.
As the creation changing the bans,
Yeah, they
it's
don't
like
want
an
to allow the
adaptation,
Sand
yeah.
King.
10 seconds
Now it's like
remaining.
adaptation. They are
Radiant
banning
team
Sand King,
banned.
but they're banning all heroes, of course.
Dire team ban.
What can Vici Gaming first pick? Maybe some Snap or Disruptor. I can
10
see.
seconds remaining.
For me, Disruptor is like logical pick. For
5
Vici, you
seconds
don't show
remaining.
too much. You can flex on both supports. It's strong laner, strong hero overall right now.
No, they banned out the sniper. What the?
XM sniper, bro. It's
Yeah,
so
but
good,
still, they're
and,
not gonna.
Team pick.
What do you want to pick? There has to be something that you want to pick. So Puck was banned out. I like that ban because sniper is a good Puck counter laning wise.
Yeah, and Puck is good against Disruptor. You can dodge Glimpse with your phase shift. You can also kill
Dire
Disruptor.
team
Right?
ban.
Mars. This is like
That
most
is a big
picked
Tino hero. Yep.
for Tino, yeah. He's literally every second game Mars. In both game it was banned in second phase. But now because
Dire team
they
ban.
don't want to go Queen of Pain into Disruptor, and there is no sinking on first pick to be, so they just decided to go for the Mars. Mars is strong hero, getting really popular in like a lot of regions, in pubs.
Yeah, he is a big boy for sure. Like in a meta where there's Phoenix, there's Disruptor, there's a lot of range heroes like TA, Gyro, and the Medusa. It just makes sense. It is to go and play the Mars and combos well with the Lash. This could be their double offlane, or it could be a Bob Lash. I don't mind the Bob Lash because with this hero you should jump in like a madman. That's literally what you're for.
But maybe it's too early, like in first game, I mean second game when they open the X. If this is called a Lash, it can be counter picked heavily. That's why they ban kind of sniper.
Quap. Burst. Lash hates burst, right? So
yeah,
Quap is definitely like the best hero.
This Quap ban is telling me that this is core Lash, and they prepare also with sniper ban, you know.
Maybe. We'll see if that's how it's gonna go.
We kind of need, I guess, PYW hero. Maybe some Tuskar is nice. Some melee, some save.
Dire team pick.
SF Tusk could be an opening, but that is a little bit of burst, and that is a hero that actually lanes quite nicely versus the Lash.
Yeah, there is not much options left for the mid laners against Lash, I guess. When you ban Sniper Quap,
and also if you don't pick that Tusk now, the enemies might get him. But you know why a Tusk could be bad for Vici Gaming? Because it's a really good setup then for a Dark Willow for execration. So you might have to skip on it.
Yeah, I can see it. Also, it's hard for you to save into arena.
Blink, jump in.
I mean, this can also they can also be position for Disruptor, and they go for some position 5, like Clockwork. Clockwork can be nice.
Yeah, Clockwork is solid versus a Mars. Yeah, Mars actually isn't too happy to play versus a Clock. You just put cogs inside of his arena, and then he cannot latch you to the wall. That's a lot of damage is taken away. It's annoying.
You can also give vision into arena if you go for this facet that you don't see with Rocket.
Yep.
Also, Lash doesn't like to be hooked, to be into cogs.
And he definitely is not a hero that's going to be buying a 4-stack.
Ooh. I was thinking about Nyx because you were like signature Nyx player before, and I was like, want to mention Nyx, but like, no way, they're gonna pick Nyx. I'm not gonna say Nyx, you know. But they go for the Nyx. Interesting. This is gonna be with Orb of Frost? No, Orb of Venom?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so you're just mad at every single pub I killed you with an Orb of Venom on the next. I'd lose the game, but I don't care. I'd lose the lane, and it was just fun.
Okay, interesting pick. Didn't see it much lately, but in the pubs, people play it. It actually won the game because, you know, some heroes like Nyx, they got forgotten, you know, and you stop playing against it and you forget about how to play against it. So it can be very annoying.
Silencer.
It's gonna be Silencer position 5.
Not a great hero versus the Nyx either.
If you don't want to show now if Lash is mid, you need to pick carry. But do you want to pick carry this early? That's the fact now.
Dire team pick. Templar
Okay,
Oh,
you
it's
just go
kind
for
of a
Templar.
flex.
Yeah.
Both Palos and Bob, they do play a TA, so that's a decent one for
TAs.
sure.
TAs
Vici
good,
Gaming, they
TAs good
need
pick.
something that pushes towers. I'm thinking Beastmaster because both Nyx Assassin and the Disruptor hate when all the towers are up, and at the moment they don't have
10
ways to
seconds
take him
remaining.
out. So something beast like a beast would be nice. I guess your lane
5
versus the
seconds
TA isn't
remaining.
perfect, but it can be fine.
Hmm.
Or Enigma.
I feel
versus
like-
a Silencer though you can't.
I feel like hero with pipe is good here for Vici. Something like Centaur. Or if they want to go some carry, like something like TB.
What about still picking an Enigma, right? The TA lanes well versus you, yeah.
Yeah,
I
and,
guess
you have,
because
and you're playing against global, not
Yeah.
ideal for Black Hole.
But I've seen people just pick up the Enigma into a Silencer so many times because in the lane he doesn't really contribute to killing the Eidolons. When Eidolons are
Dire
level
team
2,
ban.
can't do anything. So they're just gonna go
Oh,
Beast.
nice,
It's
nice.
the best
Good
one.
call. Good call. Maybe lane can be rough. 2 millis against 2 ranges.
You might put him in the mid lane, right?
Yeah,
he
you
can
can put it,
actually
yeah.
do solid versus the Lesh because you have units.
You keep flexing and you
10
can put
seconds
SF on safe
remaining.
lane. But probably
5
XM don't
seconds
wanna
remaining.
play this beast. I guess they're gonna ban some troll from side of execration because this is most played hero by
Radiant team
low right
ban.
now.
Mm.
Gyro ban is telling me this beast
Radiant
is
team
offlane.
ban.
Oh, they're buying
Dire
Medusa
team
and
ban.
TB. Okay, they go for this TB. I say TB is good here, but they rated beast more than TB. Usually how it goes, these two players who are gonna pick their heroes, they're talking with the drafter, with the captain or the coach, who have more options, you know. So at this point, they said like, okay, I have less options, give me beast.
10
And the carry
seconds
guy was like,
remaining.
okay, I have like 3 or 4 heroes, so I don't need to pick my hero to be picked right now.
5 seconds remaining.
So I'm still leaning towards this SF being mid and the Beastmaster off lane, so that they need a carry
Yeah, yeah.
on Vici Gaming. What's the left?
I think troll. I think troll is a good option here. This SF
It's-
gonna be magical.
It's annoying versus the Mars though.
Dire team pick.
I mean, yeah, but he can be like in melee 4.
Is
Like,
this
you don't care.
Abaddon or Lifestealer? I think with this Shadow Demon ban is kind of coming to mind. Maybe like a Radiance building hero.
Maybe Abaddon. Yeah, maybe Abaddon can be a good option. You're front laning for your
Radiant
team.
pick.
Oh, they go
Just go troll. Just go for the comfort.
Okay.
It's game 3. You're gonna play your most comfort hero probably, you know, and troll is decent here. What can they pick now to counter pick it, you know? Do you wanna go for them? You probably wanna go mid laner, right? But
10 seconds
you can pick
remaining.
support because Vici, they were like split, they're banning carry,
5
and because
seconds
Templar can be
remaining.
mid, and they're buying Shadow Demon because the Lash can be mid and TA can be safe lane, right? So
Oh,
it's weird
imagine
because
you.
it's like,
You know what would be good here? Actually, a Tusk. You pick a Tusk. You are gonna do well in the lane. Later on down the line, you're a counter to the Beastmaster. You're a counter to even to the Disruptor if you get towards your BKB timing, and you can literally camp this SF in the lane and make him suffer. But
it can work, it can work.
It would be cool.
Only thing is like, I don't think this is good Lash core game. Too much counters.
Yeah,
You
you're right.
probably wanna put it on support. Go for some mid laner. Oh, Ringmaster.
Now select your heroes.
In
But
the
they
end,
will
bot
go
gonna
for
be
the
Lash. Is it gonna be Bob Lash with Blameo going in like crazy?
It's gonna be Blink, but I don't know if he's gonna buy Blade. No, probably not.
No, you have to not too much HP. But I mean, they have two supports good to play with him in sense like you have global, you have save, but there is not much catch of except from the Mars. Maybe Ring can buy Road of Aethys. On the other hand, you have Ichi with decent catch, Disruptor, Nyx, Beast, a lot of heroes, a lot of teamfight. This time, Execration pick a lot of teamfight as well. So this is gonna be for me the most even game in this series for sure, because from both sides you have like a lot of AoE, a lot of teamfight, but I think Execration have a bit bigger advantage on maybe on the laning stage. I think early game is more favoring Execration, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think because of the offlane of Vici Gaming, but also, I mean, if you look at the mid lane of Vici, they can win that one. And their safe lane can win as well. Even though Mars is one of the better heroes to lane versus the Troll, he's good because he survives the lane, not because he kills him.
I think we're gonna see a lot of fights on mid lane with two supports
Yep.
from each team rotating, and whoever is like ready with resources, they're gonna win this fight because both lineups can fight on mid easily. They have a lot of spells.
Vici supports though are better at starting the fight at bursting you down, but if it's a longer engagement, the Ringmaster and the Silencer are gonna do better.
Yeah, I expect this game Bob to lead hard. If he gonna like snowball first 10-15 minutes, get his blink, lead the team, get a lot of kills, open map, then Execration have good shot to win this game. Palos just gonna farm, control bottom area. If they cannot, if Beastmaster cannot open bottom tower, I think Execration is in really good spot because Temper gonna put a lot of traps and they will try to fight there.
And if you guys can open the banner down below or click on it rather, you can use the promo code RESD2, not Dota 2, RESD2, and that's gonna give you 100% deposit bonus on your first one. And odds favoring Vici Gaming. They've been favoring them for the entirety of the series, but Execration have been holding their own. Let's see if they can win. Vici Gaming, I don't think this is their prime though. I feel like in a couple of days they're gonna be much better as a team.
Yeah, I agree with you, for sure. It's a new team, they just start playing competitive, games together. So the more they play, the better they're gonna be better, they're gonna evolve. So for sure, like we are not seeing prime of Vici. But both of these teams, they are like contenders to win this qualifier. There is some attack on the rune.
Oh, that's a nice stun from the Nyx, forcing Pale level 1, not that big of a deal, but Palos is looking very much dead. WS will get the first blood, and that is the lane in which you should have an advantage on Execration, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the case any longer. This Beastmaster will have a very early helm.
Yep, and they are blocking the wave, that means lane gonna push to them, because... Oh,
another one.
The Ringmaster.
Bottom lane, Shanks. He's gonna die. Take it out. WS might be a casualty as well. Oh, joking around the trees, and Palos actually has to run away.
And Palos is losing all creeps because they blocked the wave.
Oh no,
Enemy creeps are on your tower. He lost 2 creeps. This Ringmaster got strong Mentonic. But on top lane, Tino playing alone against these 2 heroes, he's not happy.
Even in the previous game, Vici Gaming started with 2 kills. I think Execration need to bail on these early fights, because they're definitely not working out for them. Definitely have a wrong read on how strong they actually are, level 1.
Yeah, they need to work out on this early smokes, positioning and stuff. It's kind by a time.
So how do you reckon this top lane will go in the end? Is Mars gonna farm well, or is Troll just gonna have the freest time in the world?
I think it's gonna... this Disruptor is one of the strongest heroes if you have like strong carry, you know? And he has strong carry. So this Disruptor can make so much plays with this Troll. A lot of damage. I think Mars is not gonna have fun on the top lane for sure. They're already attacking him, pressuring him super hard. On the top lane.
Yeah,
Mars,
they're killing him.
Gonna...
Goodbye, Tino.
Yeah, too much damage, Disruptor and then Glimpse. Shanks is trying to pull waves so Mars don't lose this XP and gold.
Well, he'll be able to. Nicely done.
Yeah. But
it's still a great start.
Yeah. On the mid lane, Bob is destroying XM on the CS. You have more denies than XM have last hits.
That's weird. I guess SF needs a couple of extra souls and then things become easier. But Lesh is not like super well known for his great animation and right click damage. So
yep. In all 3 games, Bob is outplaying XM on last hits.
Yep. And also now pulling the creep wave there on the high ground, so it's gonna be tougher for the SF to continue CSing.
Yep. Caster Curse.
At least he got the first deny. So how are PYW's items looking? He's gonna go for Tranquils, no Orb of Frost. So.
They're gonna be fight for the Lotus. It's gonna be easy for Execration. They're playing the lane on the bottom as 2 millis. Templar is full free farm.
Makes sense. I mean, that was to be expected. You called it out immediately that the lane is gonna be hard, and Nyx is one of the like weakest laners. When they put that his Mind Flare would give you a creep to farm, at least you had that. You could go and cosplay a Mirana in the woods. Now you can't even do that.
Yep. Luckily, Beast got the kill, and he have this helm early on. He cannot really be pressured, but Templar gonna free farm.
This is really gonna... But if Silencer moves away, they do have ways of running down
on
the
top
TA.
lane. Top lane attack on the Mars.
Again, they want him. There's the glimpse. Nice spear, didn't send away the troll, but Lu wasn't in position to continue doing the damage, and Tino did have a lot of stick charges. That is a deal in this Vici Gaming safe lane. Does spam a lot.
Yeah, I love when these Raptor players they go for 2 times in Thunderstrike because it's scaling so much. First level is 25 per strike, and then it's 55. It's more than double.
That's a big deal.
Yep. DY stuck the small camp, so he's gonna have the pull. Top lane is really going good for the Witchy Gaming.
Yeah, things are going well for them on the top lane, but mid lane, Execration winning. Bottom lane, obviously Execration still winning as well. So a relatively even laning stage, apart from those kills making it a little bit in favor of Vici.
Yep. Shanks in problem.
Yeah, it's very dead. Maybe the creeps are gonna deny him. He's gonna go with the whip and finally dies to DY. He couldn't connect on both of them with Tame the Beast.
Yep. They're stacking jungle, SF stacking his camps, Nyx is stacking his camps. I love this observer from the Nyx. He put a bit defensive ward.
Yep. He knows that somebody's gonna be coming in there next to the secret shop. Very unlikely that it's gonna get rewarded.
Attack on the Templar Assassin on the bottom lane.
They want him. There's another jump from the Hawk. Palos is dropping low. The TA might die, but they don't have vision. You know, there's this 80 gold item. It's called the Dust of Appearance, and it usually helps.
Yeah, but you don't want to buy it on a support. You know, better to have 80 gold on a bank account, right? Minute 6, Rune. Ringmaster already on the mid. He's putting ward behind tower, but look, Bob is going crazy. But big play from XM. XM pressed the glyph, so the creep's gonna tank the Diabolic Edict, but still too much damage from Pulse Nova and Lightning Storm.
He is so...
Oh, and Bob get the double damage.
YW needs to run. He's so dead, doesn't have a spike carapace, which is kind of the reason that you pick him. Yeah, he will.
So much
Thank you, SF, for stacking this for me.
Yeah. Easy. SF tipping, but stack is gonna be dead. Bob, again, early game destroying, you know.
And this
Bob
is big, right?
Really
If Lesh has a good early game, he's just gonna melt everybody. I mean, look at Vici Gaming's heroes; they're not particularly tanky.
Yeah, and you have these all 3 cores that wanna farm early game, you know. They're not gonna stack together too much. So they're gonna be big opening early game for Execration. What about Wisdoms? They're gonna split it.
Yeah, no fights for Wisdoms.
But Mars gonna take 1, so that means Shanks on his ring gonna get no XP. Unfortunate for him, but he's getting midway.
I mean, it's fine. Your level 6 Ringmaster is solid, but it's not the most important thing of the hero. You still do a decent amount of damage even without the ulti. But it does combo well with the arena.
Yeah. Shanks found the ward on the mid, but he cannot reward it. Maybe
he's gonna wait for
the Lash. Yep.
Let's see, they want the SF again.
Domi. SF is just playing safe, you know. Playing jungle. If he see option like to push mid wave, he's just gonna kill it and go back to jungle. On the bottom lane, this Beast just finished his Domi. But it's hard for him to pressure this Templar, you know. Templar already level 6 with a lot of traps. Supports are gathering on the mid lane. Nyx is late, so it's gonna... Even Tino came, you know, with Mars to secure the rune. Ooh, arcane rune for the bob, but DY gonna...
Denied.
But he gonna pay for this, his life.
Guess it's okay, right? It's life not an important. Troll is farming. It's not like he slowed down any of his carries or cores because he's dead. But this Lash continuing to be a participator in kills means that he's gonna be getting a very, very early blink dagger.
Yep. But you know, when you say this, his life doesn't matter. You know, every hero, when I was saying this to Dandy, when I play with him, he was telling me, you know that Papi, a long time ago, will treat his creeps as a Chen like a hero, you know? He will fight for every creep, you know? Like, so important. Okay, attack on the bottom lane.
They want DY. He's gonna be Disruptor in trouble. He has the glimpse, but he's gonna be slowed down again. Trap as well, not moving an inch, and he's gone.
Yeah, it's just hard to play against Templar on the lane. You cannot open tower. You need to bring 5 heroes, and it needs to be ideal, you know, to open the tower.
Yep.
What you can do is maybe trade tower like Lu is trying to do on top lane with Troll.
Bob is very aggressive here, and there's gonna be a roar as well coming for him, especially with the beautiful body blocks from PYW. XM just comes close. Double raids, and the third one gets the kill.
This is just classic, I'm not gonna say classic Bob because it is, but classic mistake in sense. You show bottom, you show 4 heroes to defend tower, right? You get kill on Disruptor, and Ringmaster tip it top to defend. So you're literally showing on 2 side lanes, and Bob is playing behind tower alone. Of course you're gonna get punished. You're not playing in the pubs, you know, that maybe people not gonna punish you. This is like potentially tier 1 team, right? We cannot call them tier 1 because they're still not tier 1, but with tier 1 players.
Yep. The Bob, you know, that's just what you expect. D tried to glimpse him there. He almost got back into the base, but he's gonna be fine. PYW stealing a little bit of experience on the bottom lane. He wants to level 6. Of course, until you get a tower down, your level 6 on the Nyx is just not as valuable. In just 1 or 2 sentries from the enemies, and it's the whole map is covered.
Yep. By the way, why Nyx didn't have dust? Oh, look, attack on the Nyx bottom. He's tipping out. I don't think he's gonna make it. Yeah,
he's gone.
Dead. He loses 1 int. Nyx in 8. He can detect heroes with 400 units of himself, you know, so he doesn't need dust, but Templar was on tower, and he didn't want to go into tower that early game to tank.
The Nyx sense. Yeah, that's why you still have a dust. You dust him and you move away, and you allow your core to do the job.
Yep.
It's like, guys, I can see invisible units. Yeah, but that's if you hug them. 400 range in Dota is not that much.
True.
TA goes towards the top lane. They are setting up for this tower, but they're pinging out the troll as well. And from the side, here comes Bob. Like, why is he on my side of the map? Bob is always there. Troll getting silenced by the global, and he's not gonna be able to speak a single word. Bob will make short work of him.
Bob the legend.
No. He's. I think he's immortal. Legend is like really low MMR.
I mean, Bob is the lowest MMR in this lobby.
Oh, so he's okay. So you are just poking fun at him.
But Bob is really like playing really well, and then he make like big mistake, you know, some crucial mistake.
Well, let's see.
They managed to open bottom tower. They bring literally 5
That's
heroes.
big. PYW no ult
Templar
yet,
a bit. But is he out of position? Marth is here. Oh, big disruptor ultimate.
Oh, that's a nice Wheel of Wonder. It actually might save Mars's life. If he can get the arena off, it's gonna be huge. And there it is. It does come out. Troll using the ulti. They did isolate the TA, but he's still surviving. It is gonna be a 2 for 1. For now, Execration are gonna be slightly happier with how the fight went. And Bob going in. Troll doesn't have his ulti. They will bring down the Mars. PYW finding an opening now. Onto Bob they go. There is gonna be a nice tame. The bees there sending Lu away. And PYW will have to give his life away as Bob is going in. I want to murder you all. And maybe with a diabolic edict, you will do exactly that. He doesn't care about his own life. The only ones that are alive are supports, and it is the Execration supports who are going to be getting all the experience from that fight.
Yep, level 9 silencer, and he got found the ward. He's like probably most
9 int stolen. You know.
I mean, Vici Gaming, they bring 5 heroes because there was like no global, right? They use global to kill Troll on the top. So they said, okay, this is the perfect moment to open the tower. They bring 5 heroes, but still, Execration wanted to take this fight. They took it and it paid off in the end, you know? But it was really close, you know. Bob killing 2 heroes with when he died, and the Diabolic Edict from the ground killing 2 heroes.
To be honest, it was close for him not to die because they were clumped up together. He almost got the stun off of them. They panicked for a second on Vici Gaming and then they hit him and it was enough to kill him. But if he gets that stun off, they die and he possibly lives, and then it is truly a disaster. But either way, he's top of the network chart. And of course, Bob is going for a Kaya. This guy's not going to be buying a BKB just yet. He wants to kill you faster.
Yep. Beastmaster finished his Helm of Overlord and he insta get the dragon, you know. He's just a lucky man, you know. If I'm playing Beast with this Helm, I'm getting like these new creeps that are useless.
Don't be like that. You want to reuse it anyways for the extra gold all the time.
Dire's middle tower is
Well,
under attack.
Nyx hunting. They see the Silencer, or Silencer sees the Nyx. TP out. Bob not gonna be there in time to get the stun off, and
Dire's
Nyx will be
is under
fine.
attack.
That
On the mid
Scuttle.
laner, Templar getting tower,
Dire's middle tower
but
has
XM
been
denied
destroyed.
it.
Nicely done. I mean, the SF has 150 damage, so he's actually not bad at
Dire's top tower
denying
is
that
under
tower.
attack.
Mars just got his blink, and they immediately wanna smoke, but Ring and Lash smoking alone, and Mars and Silencer they wanna connect through the twin gate. Actually they don't. But look, Bob and Shanks, they wanna make solo moves as 2 heroes.
DY, I
This
think he
can-
knows he's
This can
protecting
be
his
very
carry.
risky. Yeah, this can be very risky.
Well,
They're not gonna find anyone, I guess. Oh,
I
DY?
think they're gonna go for the Disruptor.
He stopped his blink. Nice stun.
Doesn't matter.
Yep.
He's so dead.
On the top
Man,
lane,
Tame the Beast is so much damage. They're
Yep.
TPing. They wanna fight. Dino doesn't have the Blink Dagger available in the next 7 seconds, so he can't get the catch.
Nyx is building Stoller Crest.
I guess it's a fine item, right? Buffing the troll.
Radiant
Not
Yeah.
something you would expect. I was thinking maybe.
So he's not playing
Blink.
for the damage, yeah? Yeah. Usually now you
Cool.
wanna go for the blink, right? Blink heals, some control. You wanna
Exactly.
survive in the fights and press the more, like, as much as stuns you can do it, you know, in the fights. Just use stun, go out. Use stun, go out, you know. You're not doing damage. This one
That's
is
why
really
I
good
wanted
on
to
top.
see Blink Yules would be the
Yeah.
choice.
I think this is good, I like this. They have really good ops sentry on top. Oh, attack
no.
on the silencer.
Well, they're afraid. They're afraid. They don't want to commit, especially because the rest of Execration is in the vicinity. So you're just dropped your Static Storm for nothing. But at least they did protect their vision.
Yep. Against Nyx, you should always have like this ob sentry and same place of the map. They saw the Nyx there, and that's why they decide to attack on the other side of the map.
Well,
Nyx
the
stopped
game has
still.
slowed down. It
Yep.
has slowed down quite a lot. But who does this favor? Who's happier with this? Who's going to be hitting timing first?
I think it favor more Vici Gaming. You have this troll with Battle Fury farming. SF finishing his. Oh, SF is scared. Oh no. Nah,
Well,
global
Global
use.
Sun is being used and they're both inside of the arena. Now Bob will make them burn and make them pay. He gets a double kill there. Again, it is him setting things up. But Vici Gaming getting ahead of themselves, right? When you use that Requiem on the SF, that is a good time to get the hell out.
Yep. They thought they can maybe burst the Lash, but no damage. You forget about global, you know. Mars was around area. And yep, using arena you cannot escape in global. Easy peasy. Next big timings for Vici Gaming gonna be Pipe on Beast. If he can finish it for the Tormentor fight, that will be huge. They wanna kill this Mars.
I don't know if he can.
He blink out.
Dire are scanning.
Nyx still
Mars is
scouting,
going
but,
for Yules.
They saw this Nyx 2 times on the same op center, you know. They are reading this Nyx every time. This is huge, this ops sentry on the same
Yeah,
spot.
for sure. This is what happens when you're playing a Nyx and only one tower has fallen. You just hate this. You have nowhere to go, and sentries now are so huge.
Yeah, and you have Watchers that you can just put sentry, take Watcher, and you see, like on triangle. You cannot walk on these 2 stairs. You both time gonna be seen. Now smoke from the Vici.
Dire's bottom tower
CML uses the dust, turns around, they want to fight, they do have the save for him. Wheel of Wonder in a good position, and the Silencer is surviving. Let's see, the Glimpse will kill him, Roar being used onto the Lesh. Impalement Arts. Off the mark. Mars has found him, but he misses the spear. XM, he doesn't have his ulti. This is quite dangerous. They do get the stun onto WS. Stroll from the other side will be protecting his SF and killing Tino. He wanted him out of the arena, but he's going to be inside.
Nice
However,
save.
the escape back. He's there, tried to leave. There's gonna be a spear, and they're focusing on the troll. Where's the stun? The follow-up is there. He got the ulti off. Now you're gonna be in trouble. The troll not healing up that much, so one hit will kill him once his ulti ends. And there it is. Now it is gonna be Palos joining in on the fray, and the side blades. XM, he needs to be very careful. Nyx coming back into it. He wants Palos dead. Double stun. Global silence, just a fraction of a second too late. Now the question is, can you kill him? He's gonna get a refraction in a second, and now he will murder the two supports as well. He gets pushed back a bit, and that's gonna be a rampage from Palos. No, double stun from the Nyx. He still doesn't want to go down without a fight, but it doesn't matter. This girl squashes the bugs on her own.
Palos, you lucky how it was this voice line. You remember?
Yes,
There was
yes.
some voice line about Palos.
No luck. Only skill in this fight.
I mean, great rotation, but I'm really like surprised that Execration, they are willing to take a fight when Global is cooldown. And these fights were so close, you know. If Palos didn't connect, this will be disaster for them. But Palos on the time, cleaning up, getting Rampage. And now he's gonna get like reward Aegis, you know.
Yeah, he's gonna get another item delivered to him. Is that a full pike? Let's see. Mars gets the Yules. Palos gets a pike, and it is gonna be Roche. It seems that they're giving it to Bob. We know who's the one that's gonna be going in. Palos is like, can I please have the Aegis? No. No, you are a coward who comes at the end of the fight.
Yes, exactly.
The big boys need it.
If Bob didn't play like this, Palos will never clean them up. So this fight, Bob is MVP, you know. No joke. If Bob don't play like this, like crazy, there is no cleaning
Bob is
up.
always crazy. Is he just gonna give the Aegis away immediately? No, he's not that easy of a kill. PYW playing with his life a bit. Kinetic Field keeping him at bay. Well, they need their TA to come over, but he's solo. The TA was killing the Tormentor and almost died by doing that, while the rest of his team is just dying quite nicely. He died!
He died.
What the hell are Execration doing? Like, how?
They are literally doing two things at the same time. They're fighting on mid lane and Temper is getting torn. And you know why? They're doing this while Global is cooldown. Again, they're not respecting their cooldowns. They literally don't care about Global. And Vici Gaming, it's always in their head, you know. Global is cooldown. And Global is the easiest spell to time it out, you know. Whenever they press it, you just know it's 2 minutes, you know. You know, for example, they choose minute 15, you know, minute 17, it's up. And it's so easy to follow it up, you know. And every time Global was cooldown, Vici was forcing the fight.
Somebody's crazy here, right? And I feel like it's the entirety of Execration. So either Palos told them, don't fight, I'm killing the Tormentor. Or Bob said, I don't care that you're killing the Tormentor, and went in. I have no idea what's happening in those comms, but I would love to find out.
I think it's just chaotic, like it's so much chaos, you know? It's not clean. You know, when I was like... no joke. When I was playing Lance with Navi, like usually Chinese teams will scream, you know? I don't know how they will communicate, like it was just screaming, 5 players screaming, you know? If you will hear them, because you will hear from a gaming room or from some practice room or some play, like they...
Really?
I don't know how they can... Yeah.
That's weird. Are they communicating, or are they just like when they kill somebody, or something?
Everyone is screaming, you know, and the loudest guy is like talking. For example,
okay.
SF, and everyone's like speaking something like screaming, whoa, like you don't know what they're speaking, but it was crazy.
So they're giving info. It's not that they're just screaming when they're killing somebody.
They're giving, but
that's just how they communicate.
Yeah. But in tier 1 Europe teams, it's super calm, you know. I like in Liquid, for example, if you watch some comps, some videos,
they speak every word. Yeah, they speak one word per 2 minutes. That's how Liquid communicates.
But in team fight, for example, Nisha will not say a single word, but Mitsuki will say Nix, focus, Nix, something like this, you know. He will like target who to target and stuff like this.
Yep.
But you know, this is like game 3. There is a lot of adrenaline in, and you're like not clear-headed, you know. Maybe everyone have different thoughts in his head, you know. So you need calm need to be calm and need to have like strong voice in the game, the leader, you know, what we are doing next.
You have a strong leader. It is Bob. He's literally, you know, Braveheart. You know, they'll never take our freedom, and then going against the more powerful force. That's what he does.
Trying to defend his region, huh?
Radiant's top tower is under
That's like, why are you in our region? For people that don't know, there was a. I'm just gonna read you the announcement once again. Just a second. BYW is looking very dead. So here's the Blast said we had to move the China qualifier due to a public voting process taking place. And this would negatively affect some of the Chinese teams, so they would be excluded from the qualifiers. And Vici Gaming was one of the teams that then asked if they could play a Southeast Asia qualifier, and it was allowed. So, no, Blast, because of something that they were doing, they had to make an exception this time around.
Meanwhile, Palos opening mid tower.
Radiant's top tower
DY is
is under
so deep.
attack.
Look. Oh, he see Templar. You gonna glimpse him back?
Dire's middle tower
Oh?
is under attack.
Is he protecting the creep or what he's doing here, bro? But Mars
Yeah.
tipping as well. Long TP.
Oh, oh,
He's late.
that was the
Radiant's top tower is
closest
under attack.
possible stop of the TP that I've seen. I have no idea how he got out, actually. It felt like he was about to get stunned.
At least, you know, got the Dragon. This Dragon was cutting so much waves. And this lane was constantly pushed. And he was getting a lot of farm.
Dragons need to die.
Oh, Bob killing Xim solo. Bob with a big place without even using BKB, and his age is just dropped.
Usually people, when they're losing their ages, they don't go for a fight. Bob,
Yeah, but
he
Bob
always
solo.
goes forward.
He was
yeah.
doing solo. He was doing this solo. How can you explain this play without vision? Look, there is no
He's going for
vision
more.
there.
Oh, DY, oh, he's on his own ward, okay. But he feels kind of stuck here between the two parties of his enemies.
You know,
That'll be
I see
fine.
Bob like doing well, like this, 30 minutes, and I can see him next time he blinking in and die in 1 second without doing anything and like throw the game for his team.
Or win the game for his team.
Yeah, let's see.
I feel Bob is like a big X factor. I would love for like a real tier 1 team to pick him up.
Oh, Roar on
He's,
the Mars.
Mars got
Global
caught.
use.
Global Sun is there. He has the double spear, sends them away, and he's gonna survive from what it seems. The
Arena
troll is
use.
coming. He will drop the arena. Gets stunned by the
Oh.
spike carapace, and Lu chasing. He cannot find him. Nighttime vision. not
This
there.
is why you need shard on Disruptor, you know. It's longer cast range, you can put it on ground, he will catch him hit there for sure,
Radiant are scared.
and glimpse him back. You can
It
have
lasts
non-stop on
forever.
people. Yeah, you can cast it non-stop without stopping.
It's so much vision as well. He is going for an Aghanim Scepter though, so he's gonna be hoping for a shard from somebody else.
Yep.
Is there any save? There is a save for the Disruptor ulti in the escape.
Yeah,
act.
there is a ring ultimate. I mean, sorry, ring escape part. Nyx
It kinda
actually
feels
don't
like
finish
his
solar.
ulti.
Dire's bottom
Yeah,
tower is under
true.
attack.
Nyx went for the eels now. You don't want to finish solar.
It's too hard to play versus the Lesh and the
Auto
Silencer.
positioning. They have deep ward in the base. Bob is looking. Look, where is Bob? Bob is looking, bro.
Yeah, how dare if somebody dares to devour the ward in their base, they will die.
They're
Oh,
ready to
who's
punish
crazy?
here.
Dire's bottom tower
Can they
is
go on
under
this troll?
attack. Radiant's top
They're
tower
gonna try. No global.
Oh,
Pops the BKB and the ulti. He's gonna get that kited. He still seems very, very dead. Oh, they're glimpsing back policy. Pops the BKB. Yeah, smart.
-3 int.
Make Yeah, that's for a troll. That's really bad because he's a really dumb hero. He has 33 intelligence. I mean, come on.
Oh my god, yep.
You know that.
Insta-devour.
You know, just a second. We're gonna talk about it later. As Mars goes in, misses the spear, or misses the latch of the spear.
Mars should die here. No way he survives.
He has a Yules. And I think Bob is gonna jump. Escape
Oh.
act. Bob.
Arena use.
There's the arena. It's been nice BKB response by the SF. If he didn't BKB there, I
Templar
think
blinking
he
in
would have
without
done it.
BKB.
He doesn't have a BKB, but he has a pike. He kills the disruptor. That's the one that would have caught him. Disruptor does buy back. YW coming in. Why did he go for the hit from the Vendetta? That was pretty much unnecessary. Uses the spike carapace there to protect himself. Bob thinking about jumping in. He'll decide against it. Troll coming back in 20. Vici Gaming are still ready to fight. So
Maybe he thought.
do you know the clip where there's it's an old clip, like 10-15 years old. They're killing the troll with the silencer like 10 times.
He has zero mana, right?
No mana for TP. Yeah.
yeah, no. Oh my god.
When Dota 2 came out, it was very fun because if you would play a 5-stack, it would usually be a mismatch. You would come in against players who are definitely not on your level if you're in the top tiers, and then you would just bully them in ways unimaginable.
I love this clip when Puppy is streaming and he's playing OD mid against Jagger and
Yeah, good at
13
creeps.
mana boy. 13 mana boy. Because you can get only 13 mana maximum. Attack on the Nyx. Execration just playing really good right now. They are holding areas. Palos with his traps upgraded by Shard. It's so hard for them to play, like to move outside of the base, you know. You don't have gem on your side. Actually, you have gem on the SF. Roron, Templar Assassin.
Yeah, but they have the arena to protect him, and Lou, he has to run away. If he pops the ulti, he knows that he's gonna die. Bob is coming forward, doesn't really have that much mana to work with, so the troll will escape. But Vici Gaming, once again, they're losing these engagements every single fight. It's only execration.
Yeah, Beastmaster finish AC and thought they can take a fight, but without Nyx, 5 versus 4.
Whoop.
It was a
Jumps
bit
in
hard.
for Palos. Doesn't feel
I still
scared
didn't
at
see
all.
a good SF ulti this game.
I mean, it's he does have a blink and Kayasha, so you would assume that he can get it off.
SF is really good hero against safe heroes, for example, like Ring Oracle, because if you blink on the target and use the ulti, you're gonna fear this safe hero, right? So Ring will not be able to save if you can burst that target. But this Templar is super strong right now. Can't even burst him. How you gonna burst him? You cannot go through his refractions.
He's going Daedalus next. He's just gonna be murdering people in seconds. There isn't anybody on Vici Gaming who has high armor. You're just gonna... Beastmaster has it. He got an AC. Okay, so that helps.
And they know when Rosh gonna be up.
Yep.
Sorry.
In what? In 7 seconds? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
they know about it. They are already ready. He finished the Daedalus. Just gonna get the Rosh with a Rosh banner. They're trying to smoke and find some.
Bob is making a play on the map. He's gonna have a BKB in 5 seconds, and he's gonna need that to TP out. PYW is chasing him, and Bob is out. Yeah, they're afraid that somebody's gonna be responding because the tier 2 on the top lane is still up. They don't even know that the opponents are finishing the
crazy,
Rosh.
bro, but this time it's working out. Imagine your team is getting Rosh and you're solo killing enemy carry alone. And they're giving ages to
Of
Bob.
course.
What the fuck? Usually wanna give ages to the hero who gonna push high ground, and this is gonna be Templar, right?
What about a hero that's going into the enemy
Mars?
fountain? Nicely done.
Yep, Arena wasted, but Roar wasted as well.
Yep. Troll might have to buy back. We're gonna be dealing with 2 lanes of Rags. They do have the glyph. And look at Bob. Bob is already preparing to jump on whoever shows. Oh, they found the SF! Oh, he does get the BKB off. Yeah, nice escape back. The beautiful SF ulti does nothing to him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
SF should be lucky to be alive, Palos. His blink forward, actually. You want me, you got me. It's not a problem at all. There with the side blades onto the trap. Some additional damage onto his opponents. No more glyph on Vici. That is going to be a second lane Arax. And you are going to be fighting 4 versus 5 into an Aegis. So basically 4 into 6.
Well, Tino's
It's
spinning
going to be
this.
WS caught. They just spear him back and he will be taken out. Tino has a 4-staff and has a pike from Palos. And Palos is just going forward. He was the SF that will be able to get him. He has to buy back, but he's not going to be having souls. Let's see what a troll can do with his BKB, with his ulti. He's beating up Palos, who doesn't have the Aegis. But afterwards, the troll will die just the same, because there's going to be a global silence. A spear. Bob coming back to life. And like always, he comes in to finish you off.
Amazing fight from Execration, but they are too much ahead.
As I found,
Both placing BKB, not getting stunned. Bob is killing them in fountain. They don't
Yeah.
check. And Silencer is just collecting int, you know? 42 int.
They used the arena for nothing. They could have actually dove him in the fountain with that arena, but decided against it. They're like, we don't want to rub any more salt on the wound.
Yep. Oh, Palace is like, okay guys, I need to go. Let's finish this game.
He could have bought back 30 seconds ago, but that's fine. Oh, Mars again goes in, pushes him back into the fountain. He's inside of the Static Storm. And I don't think Bob was gonna go through the throne. He's gonna go for a fight. He wants to kill them. Split Earth onto two heroes, and the side blades are gonna be lined up perfectly. GG will be called. GG Gaming. They didn't manage to beat Execration. And not gonna lie, LeBron, in these 3 games, with the way how they developed, Execration did look like the better team. This is a deserved victory.
Yeah, I mean, they play much better, especially Bob on the mid lane. Every mid lane he won, you know. Later on, he had some crazy dives and mistakes, but I think he's the best player in this series for sure.
Yeah,
he's like genius,
it.
you know. It's so close to how do you say it, you know, for the genius, you know. But for me, he's the genius, you know.
Fine line between a genius and a crazy person, yeah.
But this series, Bob was genius for me, you know. He's the MVP for me. He's so entertainment to watch. But yeah, overall, Execration, as you say, the better team today. I mean, these players are playing for a long together. They have really good synergy and they have like solid strats. As I mentioned, Arthur, their coach, doing good job. Rich Gaming just started playing together not long ago, so they can progress a lot in the lower bracket, you know. Nothing is over. You still have a lower bracket. So the more they play, the better for them. So
that's gonna be it for us for today, but we do have 2 more best of 3s. Our colleagues are gonna be taking over, and those games are gonna be starting in... Wait a second. Okay, they're gonna be starting right now, so it's gonna be a pretty short break, and as soon as the teams are ready, the game should be starting. It's going to be T-Time and Ultras that are going to be taking over. LeBron, you and me are going to be coming back tomorrow, but for all of you viewers at home, enjoy the rest of the day. But for now, a short break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back to the RES Unchained, the second edition of this, as we try and find out who will be the Southeast Asian representative to be joining us in Chengdu for Blast Slam number 5. I'm T-Time, joined by Tultras, as we're heading into the next set of games. And the next set of games comes with Heartbreak, Tultras. I know you're a doctor, but I don't think you're certified to treat that. It's lower bracket time.
Yeah, it's never a good place to be in. One series away from elimination from a lot of these teams. A lot of them that are new to some of these, that some of the big boy matches, such as Buyback Brothers, who will be costing. Ivory, though, they have been in this position before. I believe they were in the previous qualifiers. They consistently make it to some of those bigger qualifying rounds, but never seem to consistently make it through, though.
Of course, we've already seen a couple of the early matchups for the upper bracket. Boom Esports taking down Buyback Bros. That one was a clean sweep, and I do mean clean. Execration versus Vici Gaming that you just saw, or maybe you're just tuning in from the sidelines, just listening to whatever Harry and LeBron had to say. That was a bit more contested, but Execration still with a very convincing game number 3 coming through. Fantastic performance on the Templar Assassin. And then, like Dr. said, we've got Buyback Bros with Ivory, and we'll be topping things out later on with a little bit more of that upper bracket action with Boom Esports versus Yangon Galacticos. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at the actual matchup we have for ourselves between Buyback Bros and Ivory. Buyback Bros, Dultrus, I have to say, it's a team fortunate to be here in some ways, right? Obviously, with the Southeast Asian region and the teams being as they are, Talon has not been able to field a lineup either for the Blast Slam 4 or, for that matter, for the qualifier for Blast Slam 5. So Talon dropping out, and Yangon Galacticos got invited, and Buyback Bros got a much easier bracket run because of that in that second open qualifier. In the first open qualifier, funnily enough, they lost to Ivory in the very first game. So talk to me about these guys a little bit. Obviously, they're a little bit newer on the scene when it comes to the experience and the expectations, but what should those expectations look like?
Well, I mean, if you asked me this question a month ago, back when Buyback Brothers started off, I would have had a very different answer. They have gone through a few roster changes. You have Nevermind and Takahashi playing on that offlane and support position. Previously, you had Nasjo as well as Helmi Ibrahim playing. Helmi Ibrahim, who I thought was a very convincing player on that support position. So let's see what Takahashi will be able to do. They still will bring in the consistency of Wonderboy on that mid lane. He is a playmaker through and through, and it is very much going to be at the back of his plays that Buyback Bros will be looking to break through. At the same time, though, T-Time, I had the pleasure of costing Buyback Brothers quite a lot of their series, but they're certainly the underdogs going into this. I would wager that they're perhaps one of the weakest teams in this qualifier. They haven't even been able to make it into the playoffs or some of those semi-professional tournaments out there.
Well, when it comes to Ivory, I managed to catch some of them versus Execration earlier on today, rather versus Yangon Galacticos earlier on today as well. And that's always an interesting matchup. It always goes back and forth. Ivory and Yangon both feel like they're on a very similar level, which is that they're on the cusp of being in consistent closed qualifier runs, but not necessarily actually looking to compete for the win in the same way. They're going to be more of a team that maybe upsets one of the big boys, but probably can't beat all of them in a row. And I think we saw that versus Yangon Galacticos coming through. It's going to be an interesting time exactly to see how they fare out over here. But Dultrus, on paper, these guys should be the heavy favorites, right?
Oh, definitely, but at the same time, though, T-Time, the last time these two teams went at it, I happened to cost that match. It was Buyback Brothers who actually won against Ivory in a 2-1 fashion, despite of Ivory being the heavy favorites, like you mentioned, as well as the fact when you consider that Ivory has switched their lineup around considerably. You no longer have Aizen playing on that carry position. Rapido, who was previously their offlaner, is now going to be playing that carry position, and then they've added in Madara to their offlane role. So Grims is no longer there on that hard position. So this is, again, for Buyback Brothers, despite being the underdogs, they're
5
playing against a
seconds
version of
remaining.
Ivory that hasn't been playing as this current 5 for very long.
Radiant team
Well, I'm looking
back.
forward to seeing
Radiant
exactly
team
how
back.
Ivory versus Buyback Bros will also be faring out of the draft warfare because, you know, like I said, I've definitely seen more of Ivory than I have of Buyback Bros. I won't lie to anyone about
10
this, but what I have seen of
seconds
Ivory, I was actually kind of surprised that they lost out to Yangon in the
seconds
earlier
remaining.
series. Obviously, game number 2, they were up very much so, and they
Radiant
almost lost that
team
one as
back.
well. It went to 53 minutes, but game 1 was what I found really
back.
interesting
Team
because it felt like they were playing out everything pretty much correctly, right? They were prioritizing the right objectives. They were getting good execution. They actually had very good map control across the entirety of the map. They used a good 5th pick Underlord to continue
5
ganking
seconds
up throughout the
remaining.
entirety of the map to give their carry more space to farm. But the weird thing was that they never actually got that farm up on their carry, and that seems to be sometimes a team that one of their players just falls behind, even if they're doing a very good macro collective effort. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they try and shore that up. I'd really just like to see some lane dominating presence because it feels like it's so much easier to front run if you're Ivory than it is to actually play from behind.
Oh yeah, and an interesting point that you mentioned, it's playing by the book, right? I think there's a bit of a triad in the Southeast Asian semi-professional scene. Ivory, Reconics, and Yango Galacticos, all 3 of these teams play the early to mid game by the book, but it then comes down to a game of speed, which is why I think Yango Galacticos had the edge there. But speaking of the edge though, Buyback Brothers, I have seen them play with the Snapfire time and time again, and the last time that they played against Ivory, they were able to win both of the games with their Snapfire. Sure, it
10
was a
seconds
different support
remaining.
player playing with them back then, but they know how to play. They know how to.
That seems like a pretty big
pair-
deal.
Remaining.
It is, right? And back then they picked up the Mars with the Snapfire, one of those stable combinations that we see in Dota so often ever since TI. But let's see if they'll be given the opportunity for that pick, though. Ivory haven't banned it out.
I do like the fact that Buyback Bros as a team, they do actually try and play a little bit more of these simple 2-man combinations, right? You know, where I'm talking about Ivory needing to go for lane domination, I think Buyback Bros needs to go for ease of execution. And Ivory don't ban out the Mars because they'd rather just pick it for themselves. It's obviously very good with Dragon Knight as well. DK is surprisingly enough a hero that can be kited pretty easily once you get a 4-staff or 2 out, or even a Glimmer Cape or something of the sort. Mars actually helps hold things down pretty well for a DK who, you know, with the range form, synergizes reasonably well with this. Now the question is, how are you going to be building around this when it comes to supports? But I think more importantly for me, what does Buyback Bros go for their offlane, right? Dawnbreaker is obviously banned out. That's another one of the big ones that I always feel like Snapfire does really well with. And they'll go with the Timber Saw. Now this could be mid, don't get me wrong, that's always a possibility. But it's 2 strength heroes against them. It's hypermobile, it's a lot of damage, and it's good in lane.
I think it's going to be the off lane, right? Just a Snapfire plus the Timber Saw. It's a great combination. You have the cookie for that additional setup. And, you know, Ivory are revealing their placements a bit too early on over here. The Dragon Knight, the Mars are going to be core positions. And one of the interesting synergistic aspects of the Dragon Knight and the Mars is that that arena blocks out enemy projectiles, but your allies' projectiles still go through. That level 20 from that Dragon Knight, that plus 150 attack range coming into that Dragon form at the back of that Dragon Lance means that you're going to have those hits coming in, but you will not be able to dish out your own hits if you're Buyback Brothers. They're playing with information though, as well as just straight up natural counters. But you know, you ask me what they should be picking, I think it has to be the Lifestealer right now.
You want to go 3 cores immediately? Especially versus that Timber Saw. I mean, it feels like you're really opening yourself up to a Disruptor pick or something like it if you go for a Lifestealer over here for Ivory.
No,
Unless
I
you go
meant the
for
Lifestealer for Buyback Brothers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me now in my head. I mean, Lifestealer is great versus Mars, obviously, especially, and it does feel like even versus Dragon Knight, it goes really well.
Ooh, Skywrath Mage. This is something that we don't see all that often, but Ivory have ran this before, and we have seen some other Southeast Asian teams. Kopites, I remember, in a Tier 3 tournament that I costed, did play the Skywrath Mage. That was when Essen was playing with them, but haven't seen too much of it since then. Buyback Brothers, so how are they going to respond? The Skywrath Mage means that a pick like a Lifestealer becomes incredibly risky because your rage is only as good as your ability to pop it.
They have one stun, basically, that's reliable amongst them, right? I mean, you know, Ice Path is good, don't get me wrong. DK Dragontail is the only one reliable one, though, in that way. As much as you're saying, hey, you probably don't want to go for a life stealer. What I'm thinking more and more is, yeah, but what about something like an Ursa, right? You know, something where, sure, he doesn't do well if he gets silenced, but it's a natural BKB builder, also has a lot of like great stun resistance if he gets his ultimate off, actually can fight back into the arena as well, so yeah.
I mean, Lifestealer Ursa Warrior, you know, it's the risk you're going to be playing with. If you get silenced, you will die because the amount of follow-up that is available on the other side. And I think Buyback Brothers, they're going to be playing it safe. They will pick up a Medusa, a hero that is designed to survive against the silence despite of whatever you're going to be throwing at her, right? You have the pure damage available on Ivory. You have the insane magical damage coming in from that Skywrath Mage, but none of that is going to matter against the Medusa. Not to mention, you know, Medusa is one of those heroes that is great against a Dragon Knight. All you have to do is hit that Eye of the Scotty mark. That 30 to 35 minute timing is what Buyback Brothers are going to be playing for. What the question now is Ivory going to look towards ending this game before Buyback Brothers have a chance to make a comeback?
I don't fully agree with that. I actually don't love the Medusa pick over here, very specifically because of the Jakiro more than anything else. Medusa is obviously not one of the most mobile heroes, and you do need to do a lot of really slow walking around. Not a natural Dragon Lance and a Hurricane bike builder or anything like it either. Jakiro does really well with his macro pyre to just burn away that mana very quickly. It's easy to land and make sure that it's there. And inside the arena, even if you get your Stone Gaze off, if you're underneath a macro pyre, you're probably not regenning back enough mana with a Mystic Snake in that sort of situation. So I'm a little bit concerned. It's obviously still a hero that doesn't worry about the Skyrat silence, and I feel like that's what they're predominantly going for. And to be fair to Buyback Bros, there aren't all that many great targets for like a Skyrat Mage, Mystic Flare either over here. Like, who are you killing? Timbersaw? Hard to do that. Natural Ghost Rider builder in a lot of ways and everything as well. So they do negate the supports, but yeah, it does feel like it's an awkward timing as well for me between Medusa and Timbersaw playing together.
What's going to be interesting is how Buyback Brothers plan to build up some tempo in those team fights, right? Apart from their Snapfires, Mortimers, sure, they have the hookshot to go in, but the Timbersaw is going to get silenced as soon as he Timbers chains in, right? That's going to be the most obvious setup for the Buyback Brothers, but this last pick has to put it all together. For Ivory, I would say their lineup is all built in. Regardless of who initiates, you have the follow-up, you have the physical damage going in as well, you have the magical damage, you have someone that can build up auras if he really wants to. You can even go for a Mace Slayer on that Dragon Knight, and that Timbersaw is even less of a threat. Let's see, though. I mean, Buyback...
How do you feel about a Juggernaut for Ivory?
I think we all had the same feelings about a Juggernaut every time you have a Medusa on the other side.
Hey, Odie's staff has been nerfed. It's okay.
Is it okay? Is it okay? I feel like it's too late now. You know, the damage, our hearts have been broken at this point. But, you know, on a serious note, Juggernaut is actually a great pick here, right? The Blade Fury means that you don't really care about the Mortimers, right? You can just run out of the cogs with the Blade Furies as well, and then you have the Omnislash for not just the Medusa, but also that Timbersaw. So I would imagine, coupled up with the silence coming in from the Skywrath, it should be a great pick. But
it's also strong in lane if you've got your Concussor shot from the Skywrath as well. You know, lots of kill potential if you want to go for, you know, some early fighting versus the Timbersaw.
Ooh, Buyback Brothers is going to go for an Invoker. I actually think that the Phantom Lancer wouldn't be all that bad for Ivory.
Yes! Finally he said it. He's owned up to it. The Phantom Lancer. It needs to come back. My favorite hero, guys.
It's always a struggle to actually win with the Phantom Lancer. I think that's the biggest problem with the hero. But in this kind of a situation, you know, Invoker loves to control heroes. That's what the Invoker is designed to do. But the Phantom Lancer, at the back of his doppelganger, doesn't really care about the control that Invoker brings in. You can deal with a Timbersaw later on. Sure, your laning phase is going to be a bit weak, but that's when you have to rely on your supports, right? Your supports in this kind of a position, the Jakiro and the Skywrath Mage, you have to trust them, because otherwise there's really no way for your lineup to work. It might just end up being a Dragon Knight carry, though. I mean,
I'm also just slightly concerned, because I was going to bring that up as well. I'm also slightly concerned that I think Buyback Bros might have been worried about a Dragon Knight carry and an Invoker pick coming out, because obviously the Vex Invoker does so well versus the Medusa. This could also be a deny pick, because for me personally, look, I don't actually see all the best synergy between Wonderboy BB and Nevermind on the Timbersaw, right? Because Timbersaw Medusa, timing is very awkward. Timbersaw generally doesn't become super threatening till about that 18-minute mark or so when you have your Kai, when you have maybe your boots and everything as well, and you have like a mana pool to be able to consistently fight up. Invoker wants to go for Midas. Medusa is obviously a later game hero and everything as well. These timings are awkward for me. And I'm kind of concerned about that, especially with the Weaver being picked up. I mean, we've gossiped some Weaver versus Medusa games. I think Weaver is one of the classic, like, underlooked anti-Medusa heroes.
It really is, particularly when you have that Sakushi, right? That double hit, the Geminate attacks means that your Medusa now has additional control to deal against, because you have to get the swarm away from your Medusa. The more negative armor you have, the more damage you're going to be taking, the faster your mana shield is going to burn away, right? That's an aspect that's not really all that much talked about, but it's just the amount of CC that your Medusa is taking in. You already have the silence, you have the pure damage, magical damage, physical damage, the disables coming in from the Mars. It's a whole lot to deal with. And then when you consider the fact that what do the Buyback Brothers actually have to make sure that that bug isn't just swarming around, it's not really a whole lot. The Clockwork isn't really going to be holding the Weaver in. The Timbersaw can't do much, and the Mortimers, the Weaver is just going to run circles around that bombardment. So it really has to come down to Wonder Boy, but that's such a difficult task. So I think, you know, for Buyback Brothers, it's a pretty even recipe. Get to that 30-35 minute timing. That is when you're going to be strong. But for Ivory, they're picking up a glass cannon that is designed to, one, end the game early, and if not, has a solid plan B. The Weaver can go late, like you mentioned, toe-to-toe against the Medusa.
In the meanwhile, of course, by the way, guys, don't forget our partners over at 1xBet. You can use the promo code RESD2 to sign up for up to 100% first deposit bonus by clicking on the pinned message. That is going to be that's going to be a fun little thing for you if you want to play along and support the tournament while you do so. Yeah, going back to the draft, I think Ivory has very clearly come out on top of it here, and in order to make up for that, you need to get off to a very good start in this mid matchup. You know, Wonder Boy is the player you highlighted. I fully agree with you. Wonder Boy needs to succeed massively.
I wonder if he'll be able to do that though, because Ken right now, you know, there's a lot of itemization that the Dragon Knight can build in a lane against the Invoker. You can go for the Mage Slayer, you can go for the Blink Dagger, you can go for the Orchid, all of them extremely viable against the lineup of the Buyback Brothers. It really seems like one of those items works against every one of them. But right now, it's a 5v5 clash.
In goes Ken with an initial stun. The Cookie will be able to move Takahashi away. It is going to be no real blood spilled beyond just a couple of scratches here and there. So no harm, no foul. Split the bounty runes 2 and 2.
Surprising that Buyback Brothers didn't decide to take the fight to Ivory, because they very well could have. Ivory don't actually have many great level 1 abilities. You have Ken's stun, but I mean, you have the Snapfire, you have the Medusa, the Mystic Snake does a whole lot in the early game. The Timbersaw's pure damage is just superb. But I suppose they want to play it safe. They realize that they need to hold on. They need to hold on to the mid to late game, right? I think that's what we're going to see as far as Buyback Brothers playstyle goes.
Oh, very nice from Ken. Just spotting out Wonder Boy's mana, making sure he can go back in for the deny on the range creep. Gotta love these little things.
You know the Invoker is going to be using the Sunstrike. The first Sunstrike is always going to be on the range creep. But you know what the next level play that I have been waiting for is when the Invoker...
You missed the Sunstrike on purpose?
No. When the Invoker uses the Sunstrike to secure his side lane's range creep. You know,
oh my god, that would be so toxic.
Very aggressive Observer Wards, or rather very defensive Observer Wards being placed down by Buyback Brothers inside of their own jungle. Very surprising. Don't actually see this Observer Ward placed all that often this early on in the game, but towards that top side, I mean, this is where MYN has to be careful on that Snapfire. He can get gone on and he can die pretty easily if he gets skewered to the wall. I mean, the Skywrath Mage does absurd amounts of magical damage. Not to mention that concussive shot also slows you down.
Speaking of MYM, it's going to be the Snapfire who's almost gone down. A couple of more right clicks really would have done the job, but Drake can't finish it off. He didn't have that level 2, otherwise this would have definitely been a dead grandmother. Well, speaking of, Takahashi ends up going down. And listen, Clockwork, Might not be a, fuzzy cookie given granny, but he is quite lovable.
This is such a bad lane for the Clockwork. I mean, against the Jakiro and Weaver, normally you want to be able to go in to land your battery assault, try to squeeze someone inside of your cogs, but do you really want to face up against that dragon? With the dual breath, with the liquid fire that doesn't cost any mana, one of the best heroes to actually trade. It's rough. Can you believe that Jakiro was unpicked the entire TI?
It was very surprising to me, to be honest, especially with how prevalent Mars is. It always feels like a good hero both with and against the Mars, in my opinion. Yeah, I was a little bit shocked about that. Also, such a good babysitter.
And that's what Buyback Brothers are really missing, right? I mean, you constantly see MYN on the Snapfire in danger.
Oh my god, look at... They might be missing Nevermind too pretty soon with the amount of damage Rapido is doing to him. And this is what Ivory is trying to prioritize. They're trying to prioritize stacking up these extra range creeps and the like and whatnot and pushing the lane in more. You consistently have the Clockwork needing to stay near the Timbersaw but also being kind of useless in the lane like you said. So you're just going to see him soaking XP from the Timber, not being able to rotate either because Nevermind also needs help. Look at this, he's going to die over here. The second that Clockwork goes away, you are at risk.
And it's surprising that they're playing the Clockwork towards the spot lane. I would have imagined the Clockwork would have been able to do pretty well against that Skywrath as well as that Mars towards the top side with the Medusa, right? And the Snapfire would have been able to support the Timbersaw pretty well. That Shredder, like we've seen time and time again, can trade against the Jakiro very fine. So I think a bit of lackluster decision making as far as what they want out of these lanes. And this is going to hurt them. You know, you talk about a 4 protect 1 lineup, and right now these 4, they're not even able to protect themselves.
That's the classic transition from 4 protect 1 to 4 protect none.
Hunger Games, Dota edition, you know, it's everyone for himself.
Top side. Alright, thought maybe we can get a quick little Gorgon's Grasp onto Madara, but Madara turns it around. It's going to be the Snapfire who should end up falling. Another right click. No, it's going to be God's Rebuke to send him home.
And they don't actually have to care about this Medusa, right? They realize that if you disable everyone else, then Bibai will be a natural and vulnerable target to go on later on. Once you have Dragon Knight online, once, you know, Ken kicks in with his Blink Dagger or even his Orchid, you're going to have a world of opportunity to be able to do that. Even towards the mid lane, you take a look at this lost hits discrepancy T-time. 29 CS for this Dragon Knight, only 14 CS for Wonder Boy.
That's what should talk last hits discrepancy. I would like to introduce this to something that the Zoomers call an aura discrepancy. He knows that there is someone over here with a Ghost Walk on, but maybe Ken has overestimated his abilities. Trying to go full Sung Jinwoo over here, he will end up falling to the battery assault. That's a massive kill. That is huge. That gives them a chance back in, but only if Nevermind stays alive, and that seems to be a bit of a challenge over here. Remember, no Timber Chain this early on, and that means this is a very dead... Well, not quite a full tin can, but hey, a partial.
I'm really surprised by the fact that he hasn't taken the Timber Chain. There's nothing really to stop that Timber Chain. Only the Ice Path can do that, but he hasn't really skilled it up, right? And it's really hard. So it's a game of chicken, but both sides is laying eggs. Neither side actually running at each other.
Mid lane, another attempt, and they think Ken's going to be the weak one. Remember, he does have his level 6, so they could be 3 Dragon Heads over here, not just the 2 of Teehee. Drake even comes by, he's got himself the Blood Grenade as well as the Concussive Shot. This is a big dive to go for. Takahashi with both the Magic Wand and the Fairy Fire gets away, but not quite long enough, could still fall. No, never mind, it's going to be Teehee going down elsewhere. Wonder Boy re-engages, but it might be at the cost of his own life. A lot of big damage, but not a lot of kills for the Radiant side. Ivory, heavy commitments not leading to much.
It's great for Buyback Brothers though, right? They're identifying the fact that Wonder Boy will be the one to get them out of this mess, so they're trying to enable their Invoker as much as they can so that he can build up space later on. 7-minute mark though, who's going to be making a play for the Shrine of Wisdom? I don't think Buyback Brothers are in a position that they can go for this, so at the very least, they should be able to secure their own. We see the Clockwork moving in for it. Snapfire will be, MYN will be able to hit his level 4 at the back of this, and you need your ultimates. And that's where I think things will change for Buyback Brothers. The Mortimers, the Hookshot, those two ultimates will be enough to take Ivory's heroes down. At least the Skyrath and the Jakiro, maybe Dragon Knight.
I think Dragon Knight could be a bit more vulnerable than you think, especially because he is, of course, going for that first item, Blink Dagger, because he realizes he needs to be quite active around the map while Weaver continues to rack up that lead.
I don't know if the first item, Blink Dagger, is the right way to go about this. There's so much counter initiation. I think
can
we
I
need a
ask you
simultaneous
another
Blink Dagger.
question?
Sure.
We've got the Weaver going for the Treads Fest. Treads and Falcon Blade. I mean, Treads Falcon Blade 1 is a lot of gold to be investing into starting items for a hero that has a pretty big advantage of not really necessarily needing the boots immediately.
Oh yeah, but
Mid
I
lane,
think
though,
he wants the HP more than anything else.
Makes sense. Mid lane, though, it's going to be Drake to be caught out of a hair. Good cookie on to the Forge Spirits, but it's a turnaround from the Mars. Invoker's already dead. Wonder Boy is in the ground, and he's got company in the form of MYN.
Just a great wraparound found by him. Wonder Boy really did not see it coming, and never mind, it's a bit too late for the party. He should be the one to teleport in if he wants to make a counterplay, but he's just gonna walk in right now.
Might even work. Look at this. Ken is really struggling for HP. Remember, Whirling Blades does a lot of damage. Chakram continues to chase him down. The Sunstrike will not land, but it does force Ken into the path of the battery assault. Unfortunately, that's slow from T. He is a little bit too much for Takahashi to close the distance. Still, they'll continue to persevere. They are going to keep chasing, and now comes the bug. This Roach cannot be killed. He knows it as well. Rapido finds himself a quick kill. Nevermind will be pursued up as well, running out of mana. There's not going to be a chance to close the distance for that Whirling Blade. And well, with the Sunstrike once again missing, Dragon Tile comes off of cooldown, and Nevermind realizes all of those levels in reactive armor don't do much. In the meanwhile, Wonder Boy is also going to be caught out. Should be falling over here with the help of the dust. Drake needs just one more spell and he'll get it. Sacrifice his life for the cause. That might be worth it.
It's a disaster though. T-Time. Ivory only lose their two supports, but they were able to take Wonder Boy down twice. Ken was able to survive playing Ring of Roses on that Timbersaw. It just did not work out for Buyback Brothers. A 3,000 net worth advantage in favor of Ivory, and there is no hope in sight, right? You talk about what Ivory will be able to gain. It's their items. It's the Blink Dagger for the Dragon Knight that is going to be a massive power spike. But Buyback Brothers, they don't seem to realize that they need to gain that experience. They will not be able to turn these fights unless they had the hook shot.
BB's going to be caught out of a head. They've got full vision. They've got the swarm as well. Madara has plenty of setup. Thought he might be low on mana, but with the help of the Ice Spot, they were always going to find the skill. BB has realized that he is truly not protected. MYN, whose rotation was supposed to be the assistance, is instead going to be the dessert.
That's not what I meant by...
Yummy.
That's not what I meant by they need the Mortimers. Okay, I would like that on the record. He's just a bit too late. We saw Nevermind being so late to that team fight on that mid lane. We're seeing the Snapfire super late to defend the Medusa after the fact that the Medusa has already gone down. Right? You're not going to be saving her ghost.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And this Jakiro T-Time, the support, the position 5 from the side of Ivory is going to overtake the net worth of the cores of Buyback Brothers. That's the state of the game. And it's not even as if we're talking about the mid game here. We're only 11 minutes in.
Yeah, T.'s been involved in 10 kills so far.
90% kill participation. That's for a Jakiro.
That's nuts.
For a Jakiro, right? It's not as if he has some crazed Spirit Breaker ability that he can charge around the map. It's not as if he has a blink that he can be everywhere at anywhere all at the same time.
I mean, this is one of the quintessential babysitter heroes, but have you heard of these? Actually, you know what? Great segue. Have you heard of this, like, babysitter course that basically trains you to be an incredible armed bodyguard for super rich people? That's what this Jakiro is right now. Just the ultimate hitman nanny. coming soon to cinemas near you. Madara, though, has realized that he might have an audience for his death. He's decided maybe he doesn't want to participate in this funeral. Hard to have a funeral without a dead man.
This would be a
Madra's
great
explained
kill
that.
if they could find it. I mean, he's super close to his Blink Dagger, but Buyback Brothers seem to just wander on without a purpose, really. And they're going to lose their tier 1 tower. Apart from this, no, I'm a doctor T-Time. I have a pretty solid purpose.
Last time you were in a hospital was because I was sick and you weren't treating me. This is getting rough though. Wonder Boy has fallen very far behind. He's now going to be finishing up that Spirit Vessel, and it doesn't feel like that's a big power spike to find either. You've got 2 of those earn charges, and remember, it's been increasingly difficult to get kills without him going down over here, especially because sometimes he goes down before they get the kill. So charges on that Spirit Vessel are going to be slightly harder to come by.
He does have the Vessel now, though, right? So that Vessel is actually really good against that Dragon Knight. Just negate all of the healing. The only problem is, even if you go on that Dragon Knight, you're just going to get punished so hard because there's no control against that Weaver. There's no silence you have. Difficult to lock him down. There's not really a whole lot of physical damage that's coming out either. So what do you really do in this kind of a scenario? You have to just brace yourself for impact, really. It's going to be a long winter. And right now, they have to enter hibernation in order for the Medusa to come out just well-fed. I really don't see any other way out of this.
I mean, how much food can you give to Medusa when there is a pest infestation? This Weaver is on 7,000 net worth and he wants more. Again, displays himself. They go in, it's going to be a blink on the clockwork. They also happen to find Wonder Boy, and Wonder Boy is not happy, not one bit. MYN and Takahashi need to get the hell out of there. No, they're fighting back. Stonegaze comes in. Fantastic triple kill from Nevermind. He gets them all in one whirling blade. Ends up being so much more than they ever should have had. Rapido has to settle with the leftovers of a Shrine of Wisdom.
No Macropire used, and that was a very iffy team fight coming in from Ivory. I mean, sure, they were able to go in with the arena, but the fact that Buyback Brothers came in with the hookshot, perfect execution coming in from Takahashi, and all they really needed to do was drop down that vessel from that Invoker, as well as come in with the bombardment from the Mortimers. Those 3 abilities in unison will melt the Dragon Knight each and every single time until Ken has a BKB. But the one thing that they cannot contest against is Rapido, right? We constantly see the Weaver coming out with that Shrine of Wisdom, able to take Takahashi down by himself. There's really no end in sight to that Weaver's onslaught.
Look, there is a chance that B-Buy is able to farm up enough on the Medusa. Right, because Weaver has gone for this build where this is saying, you know what, I've got a very good start to things. I'm going to get all my standard core items up first. I'm not going to immediately go anti-Medusa. I will not prioritize a fast Diffusal Blade. I'm going to get my Maelstrom, I'm going to get my Dragon Lance, my boots, this and that, everything. I want the works. Actually, he's going for the Mjolnir first as well. Of course, he just queued that up. We don't know if that's actually his intention, but that could give Medusa some space theoretically to become slightly more relevant before the Diffusal.
Problem is, Weaver makes smaller items, right? Even the Mjolnir, like you mentioned, the Dragon Lance, Hurricane Pike, the Diffusal Blade, all small components leading up to a big item. What the Medusa has to go for is a Butterfly, the Eye of Scotty. That ultimate orb costs 2,800 gold T-Time. It's not easy to get to, particularly if the opponents have such a long space to farm. The Eagle Song is also about 2,800 gold, Talisman 1,300, Claymore 1,300. It's
And they're hunting. They're hunting for B-Buy. The dragon's been found. T-He needs to be careful. He is a high-value kill, but this is going to instead be a wraparound onto MYN. MYN caught underneath the Dragon Tail. A quick little Mystic Flare to help finish him off as well. And now they go into B-Buy. B-Buy's got plenty of mana. Wand as well over here. With the Stone Gaze, it's actually a great time for Madara to continue turning around. Gets a spear backwards, and despite B-Buy having all of that mana regen, it's not going to be enough again. Awkward positioning coming out from the supports and a very late response from everyone else.
It's Not looking good. I mean, there was no reason why B-Bye should have stayed in that position when he saw his Snapfire go down.
Blink Dagger over here. He's going to be caught out in the Ice Wall as well. This is going to be a good response. Look, it doesn't make up for the fact that Medusa's died, but it is a good kill.
That trifecta of spells coming in again to take Ken down. And you need to keep doing this, because you know that those spells will be enough to take Ken down until he has that BKB, right? It's the second time I'm bringing that point up, but it's a very valuable one, because the Draconite is one of the only valuable kill targets you have. Taking down the Mars is not going to be worth it, because he will be able to drop down the arena when he's going down. Supports don't really care. You can take Drick down 10 times if you want to. It will not matter. And there's no way to kill the Weaver. So I suppose it's you know, if you're getting morsels, if you're getting breadcrumbs, that it's a lot better than going hungry at this point.
Nevermind has started to pick up a little bit of farm as well. The Timbersaw has a Blink Dagger, he's got a Kaya, and he's now building into a Lotus Orb. He's going to have some maneuverability in these team fights, but that critical 18-minute timing where you probably want to have just a little bit more, that has been massively missed. So Nevermind will be playing from behind, and that's never fun. But in the meanwhile, D, he's not having the most fun either. His 4-stuff doesn't get him over the hill, and Nevermind can come through, participate in that kill as well. Madara, though, with the Arena of Blood, looks to respond. You take my dragon, I take your wizard. That's how it works.
And the Wizard is a lot more expensive. They'll even find the Clockwork. Sure, it's just a support, but Ivory will punish Buyback Brothers extremely hard for that play. And again, it just comes down to the same point. Buyback Brothers have to expend a lot of resources in order to get a kill. Are you sure this is the kind of kill you want to get, taking down that twin-headed dragon? It doesn't really seem that worth it. I mean, sure, it's a dragon, it's a support that is at the same amount of net worth that you have, right? So it's as if you're taking down a core, but it's not the target you want to take down.
I mean, he doesn't mind being slowed down, right? This is a big important point. It's not just about like the amount of XP and gold you're getting, it's also about the amount of momentum you're taking away from your enemy. Sunstrike will spot out the fact that Roshan is basically gone. Probably not the news that they wanted, but it is the news that they feared. Mjolnir now ready for Rapido as well. It is the Diffusal Blade coming up next.
And once you get to that Diffusal, your Medusa is going to melt. Unless you're able to get to that Butterfly. But I don't think that B-Bye is even close to the Butterfly. He still needs about 2 more components. Or rather, he still needs about 1 more component, the Eagle Song, before he can get that one. 2,000 gold away. And remember, it's a long journey ahead even when you do get that Butterfly. You need to get to that Eye of Scotty timing. You need to perhaps get to that Daedalus after that. And I'm not too sure if you're going to be allowed to do so. The one good thing though is that Medusa is able to farm. You take a look at her net worth. 11,000, able to match up with the Weaver. With the way that things have been going for Buyback Brothers, I am pleasantly surprised by the fact that their carry is able to hold his own.
Who's gonna get the shard? Oh, never mind. Never mind. I thought maybe you could get a quick little snipe out from the Sunstrike, but not quite that lucky. Extra Arcane Bolt coming through for Skyrat.
Interesting. Wonderboy has the second longest voice line in this game, right? It's the Skyrath Mage who has the longest voice line, which I think extends for about 5 whole seconds.
Dire are scanning.
But Skyrat just doesn't shut up, man. But maybe this is what will help them out with that. Uses himself up, though, just to make sure he's got a voice for slightly longer. And it's worked. Guess what, though? This might be a fantastic follow-up onto Madara. Nevermind, he's going to be able to hunt him down. This is such a split team fight. They're fine with losing out on their Invoker as long as they can get 1 more kill, but that condition might not be fulfilled. B-Bye, Stone Gaze has been used. They're able to freeze up Rapido. Rapido's got an Aegis. He can just go back in there. Just try him. The problem is his mana, funnily enough, is whittling down. T is being chased up, and elsewhere, you are going to have Ken finding another kill. MYN will fall. T stays alive, and with the interrupt onto the Timber Chain, that will not be changing. Nicely done, and they will have the follow-up stun as well. So never mind, despite going for what looked like a very promising follow-up, isn't able to close that HP gap out.
It came in so close. for Buyback Brothers. I mean, they brought Ivory down super low, but they weren't able to clean up those kills. Timbersaw just trying to chase different targets, and Invoker shouldn't be getting caught out. Why is the Timbersaw not frontlining? Or rather, I think the bigger question is, why is Wonderboy placing himself in danger so many of these times? How many times has he been caught out by the arena? I feel like every single team fight, he's inside of that arena. His grave just marked. It's you can't make plays like that.
Oh no, he's been caught again, and this time I can't even blame him. He just wanted some farm.
This is I mean, Buyback Brothers have a clear pathway to actually make it to that 30 to 35 minute mark. Ivory don't actually have a clear pathway to take that high ground. I mean, Buyback Brothers, they have the Snapfire, the Clockwork, the Timbersaw. They can hold that high ground indefinitely for their Medusa to farm. The only thing that Ivory's lead over here indicates is the fact that you can squeeze the opponent's farming capacity, right? The Medusa's farming speed is just going to slow down, but that's just about it. They still won't lose their high ground by that 35 to 40 minute mark, but if you keep losing your Invoker, you're going to open up your high ground for Ivory to take down.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know, man. It feels like a fool's errand because you keep on getting farm on Medusa. He's got the butterfly now as well, but we still know that extra item is needed. He's not going to be able to support his team. In the meanwhile, you can see this Timbersaw is going to be removed from the fight. He has to go back to base. Takahashi will be sent back to base, and the Stone Gaze and the Dragonite, it just doesn't help. He's too tanky, you can't take him down, and he just turns back around. He's got the Dragon Tail, mana's running out. There's not going to be any of that magical blue juice left for B-Bart to survive. If they close the distance, she's a goner. Rapido even prioritizes the kill in the Nevermind first. He knows that it's going to be the Timbersaw who's better at counter pushing, better at reinitiating. Even if the Medusa comes back in without any allies, she's just going to fall.
That was an amateur's mistake. I mean, the last time that these two teams played, when I casted Buyback Brothers, they played a lot more consolidated than this. Rapido has the Aegis. When they went high ground, they had the Aegis for a full 1 minute. Why did the Timbersaw feel the need to engage? Why did Wonderboy feel the need to come close? His spells are incredibly long range. All you have to do is throw down on Tornado. That's it. Throw down the EMP, Deafening Blast from a distance. But the Mars, he didn't even have to wander too far into that high ground to dish out that arena. He found Wonderboy at the outskirts of that high ground. When really Wonderboy should have been near the tier 4s.
You also just have to give so much credit out to Madara. Madara is consistently taking advantage of these small openings that are being given to him. He is always on the ball, be it difficult wraparounds in around the mid lane tier 1 to now what looks like easier arenas. He has never ever failed. And this shouldn't be one of those chances of hey either. Madara happy to let the smoke go. He doesn't want to overextend himself. He knows that right now there's only one way they lose. That's if they beat themselves.
It's going to be tough to actually give up this position. They should be able to come out with another set of barracks, but at the same time, I really don't have the Aegis, right? So perhaps Buyback Brothers can defend this. B-Buy will stand on that front line, and this time around, Medusa, he now has that Chrysalis, right? Has the butterfly.
Farming. Why is MYN farming?
Because he wants to.
Someone has to.
What is
someone has to.
No, I mean, there's really no reason why. I mean, his farm is more like I think he's looking to split the wave. No, he's not even doing that. He's farming. He's farming. I mean, he's in a great position to actually split the wave. You know.
He is. But there's also 3 waves on bottom.
I mean, there'd be 2 of them if he split it. Okay, now he's gonna split it. Okay, he was there to split the wave the entire time, and he will do it.
Okay. Man with a plan.
Well,
that's what he is.
It's a plan. You know, it's
it is a plan.
Seems like he improvised that one midway while he was farming.
Hey, it's called efficiency, Telchus. Look it up. Rapido Back in he goes. I mean, look at that mana go! It's like a glass of water that's just been broken on the ground. Medusa is in shards. And not the Aghanim's guy. Clockwork was a casualty of war, an innocent bystander, and they've lost a tier 3 in the meanwhile. Buyback protection does come back in. Rupido decides, you know what? Maybe I can just kill heroes instead. Dives all the way deep past their tier 4s, will return back in for another kill onto Nevermind, who's happy to collect on the 1 on the Skyrath Mage, but it has to be at cost of his life. Buyback now comes through from Wonderboy. He's trying to fight around his mystical snake lady, but there's still the magic bug on the other side. You know, happy to time-lapse away. He cannot be killed. He cannot be held. Although they're going to end up losing quite a fair bit. Madara and Tihi will fall. They give up a lot of experience. They give up a lot of gold. But they do get the tier 3 kills, force out buybacks. And, well, now this gets a little bit more pricey. If you can get the kill onto Ken, this is going to be good. The problem is, Ken is a man. He's Dragon Knight. He can just fight back.
I feel like it might just be too little too late, because Biba is going to drop down once again, and this counterplay from Buyback Brothers is really not going to work out. Wonderboy will fall, and Rupido, there's no way to squash this bug. In fact, it is simply impossible to take Rupido down at this point. He is just simply too big. 12, 0, and 15, and there isn't enough control that Buyback Brothers have, and we see that to be the main problem that is disabling them from actually taking these team fights. They've been able to take Ken down, they've been able to take the supports from Ivory down, but just no response for Rapido. And I think a lot of it went wrong with the fact that their laning phase, it just crumbled on those side lanes, and what little leeway they had on their mid laner, Wonderboy, we saw him getting picked off too many of those team fights when he was the only one that possessed that lead, when his team needed him to lead the way.
And if you feel like you need to lead your way over to our friends over at 1xBet, then you can do so with the promo code RESD2 for a first-time sign-up bonus of up to 100%. That is code RESD2. Lead your way! What a segue.
Really seems like
also, I think we might need a segue to a second game with the way things are going.
I don't think we'll have a choice. I think it's the only way. At this point, I mean, Ivory only need to take down Roshan, which has spawned by now, by the way, and then head towards that top side. 24,000 net worth advantage at that 30-minute mark. Win probability 92% in their favor. Let's see how much it will spike after Roshan falls.
I mean, you have to remember, Rupido also didn't lose his first Aegis. So he's literally not died once this entire game. But just in case, he will pick up the Aegis. Because you never know. Well, what I do know is that I see someone in trouble. It is going to be a Yule Scepter. Madara keeps getting this fantastic catches. Nevermind is going to be down and out. No Timbersaw for this team fight. He doesn't have buyback, and Rupido, that name up top, has consistently said beyond godlike for the past 4 minutes. And honestly, I think the announcer might be onto something.
Oh, they might find the Dragon Knight though.
Oh my god, Ken is finding them, Teltras. This is not the way you thought this fight would go. He starts off with a stun onto the grandmother. MYN will not have the Mortimer's Kisses. Elsewhere, the arena has already been used. They're not able to find anyone from it. It's a rare miss, but Rupido doesn't care. He's got the mobility to be able to follow up onto Takahashi. Takahashi down, 5 versus 3 with an Aegis to boot. Ivory is ready to close.
Without their Clockwork, without the Timbersaw, no way to initiate, no way to follow up. The Invoker is simply not going to be enough. And even if you throw down your spells here, Ivory can simply ignore you and take this Rax for Mega Creeps. And unfortunately, there are games where the Medusa can stand her own against Mega Creeps, and there are games where she really can't. And I feel like this is one of the latter.
Look at his mana go! My god! This doesn't feel fair. It's the Huskar, not a Medusa. Rupido finishing everything off. And man, I mean, you have to just give it up for Ivory. This has been their game from boot till hat, basically. It's a last-ditch effort, a last stand as a hook shot goes in with Nevermind as well. He survives for so long that they'll get a trade immediately. Now you don't have the Mortimers, and MYN elsewhere is just being chased up by Rupido. Rupido keeps everyone away, and with Mega Creeps and now no reason to stop other than a fountain hitting them, this is going to be just a bash and clash for the throne. Ken continues forward. The Sunstrike yet to land in the entire game, basically. Rupido will be able to disengage and come back in. This is why this hero is so strong versus the Medusa and Overlook counter, but my god, is it good. It has to be GG called. Ivory know it, and the Buyback Brothers know it.
And Drake is having a time of his life. Oh, what a clean game coming in by Ivory. It only goes to show they have brought their A game today, right? Even in the previous series they played against Yangon Galacticos, they played a phenomenal game, taking it to the late game against them, taking it to that third game against Buyback Brothers. They just simply won their lanes. They knew exactly what they needed to do, and that Weaver pick, they knew how to make it work. Too often we see Weavers struggle to make the Glass Cannon build work. They get picked off, they falter too far behind, and the late game carry on the other side is allowed to make a comeback. Not this time though, because Ivory, they just rolled over Buyback Brothers. It wasn't even close apart from that mid lane, and that was only for that for the first 5 minutes.
Fantastic stuff coming through over there, though. I gotta say, Madara as well. I cannot praise him enough for giving this setup, for making this happen. Tihi on the Jakiro, great stuff. It doesn't feel like anyone felt even a step behind on Ivory. And the question is, can they maintain that momentum going into game number 2? Buyback Brothers will have their work cut out for them if they want to survive over here in RES Unchained. But can they do so? Let's find out after a quick break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
We continue on the Wrong to Chengdu. Welcome back to RES Unchained, the Southeast Asian qualifier for Blast Slam number 5. I'm T-Time with Dr. Tultrus, and we will be continuing on with the lower bracket. It is Ivory versus the Buyback Brothers. And Tultrus, game number 1. Look, we praise Ivory a lot, and it's well deserved. I think there's no questions asked. They did a very good job. I think it might be time to ask some questions about what's going on with Buyback Brothers in that particular game.
I think some of the decision making from Buyback Brothers was lackluster. I also think, actually, I don't think it was a difficult decision about the draft, right? I do think they had their draft well put out, but they didn't really play their draft to their strengths. And in fact, their positioning, right? The Snapfire on that top lane versus the Clockwork being on that bot lane, really not advisable to be in that position. Remember, this is a team that most recently did beat Ivory, despite the fact that Ivory have leveled up. Buyback Brothers, Wonderboy has definitely demonstrated the fact that he does have what it takes to take Ivory, even at their best. Let's see if they'll be able to do that. Maybe it's some of the roster changes that Buyback Brothers have gone for, right? I mean, one of the things that we do have to mention is that their previous soft support player, Helmi Ibrahim, he's very close friends with Wonderboy. They have a sort of synergy that is very difficult to replicate. So, and something that I am seeing missing from their lineup currently.
I'm glad you're bringing up the point of synergy, because generally as well, it did feel like sometimes, Wonderboy or Nevermind weren't really always on the same page. You always saw them trying to go for sort of these two-pronged assaults where it's the kind of move you do if you're 4 versus 2, for example, but it's not necessarily the kind of move when you know that there are going to be 5 people clustered together and either one of these prongs can be popped off like a pimple at any given point. So it was kind of strange to see some of the teamfight maneuvering. But with mistakes like these, the good thing is they're kind of easily fixable in a lot of ways, right? You just need a singular shot caller. You just need to be able to pay attention to one person, maybe set up your words a little bit more in advance and just, streamline your game plan a bit. It's something you can actually have a conversation about in those 15 minutes or so that you have on break. What does Buyback Bros need to do to actually start bringing this game back? And for me, Tultrus, I'm sorry, I'm going to start off before, even though I asked you the question. I do think that this is going to be one of those places where Buyback Bros, again, man, I just would love an early game prioritized game for them, right? Like an Ursa Warrior comes to mind, something like that, right? That's sort of what I have in that regards.
I think that they need to go for a strong pick on their mid laner. I think they need to go for a Puck, right? It's one of Wonderboy's most successful heroes. It's also what suits his playstyle. Wonderboy loves to play in danger. We saw it with his Invoker. He was on that front line despite not playing a hero that is designed to play that way. So maybe if he is stubborn about the way that he wants to play the game, if he wants to be a frontline playmaker, then give him a hero that is designed to do that. Maybe pick up a Spirit. Or they can go for one of their classics, the Meepo plus the Pudge combination that it took Ivory to in game number 3 the last time they played. They won against Ivory with that. They tried it today as well. It wasn't successful. In fact, they ended up losing within 18 minutes when they did. But maybe this time it will work out. But I agree with you that early game prioritization is definitely what they were lacking and what they should be prioritizing in this draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, when it comes to sort of talking about that maneuverability that obviously we had coming through with Weaver and this and that and everything, that's really important. That was just a heads up, by the way. You're going to have to rejoin the lobby just with me for this one. So yeah, we're going to get this one sorted out very soon, guys. Sorry, just a couple of small hiccups going on our ends as the casters. But I do think what's going to be really interesting as well is the mid matchup, right? Because as much as we said that Wonderboy had an all right time initially, we also did see this being a pretty exploited Invoker in terms of just, hey, he was wrapped around on a lot. He did get a lot of the priorities that he wanted to when it came to, how do I want my lane lane matchup to go and things like that. But when all is said and done, you didn't see the Invoker do that much, right? Especially when it comes to things like a Quas-Wex versus like an Exort Invoker. You know, what are you trying to get accomplished with that one? Where is your damage going to be coming in from? I would really like there, and as strange as it might sound, I would just like to lower the amount of decisions that there are to be made for these individual players and the heroes and everything like that. That's sort of what my priority is if I'm going into this draft for the Buyback Brothers.
And I think an important aspect that we do need to talk about is the fact that they did have that synergy going in those team fights. It was just all over the place, right? But when you look at the trifecta of spells that they were able to throw Ivory at, in particular Ken on that Dragon Knight, they were able to chain up that hookshot with the Mortimers coming about. The Vessel was also kicked in coming in from Wonder Boy. So if they're able to do that in that laning phase, maybe by picking up heroes that are more classical in nature, that don't get kited around easily by a hero like the Weaver, then they could end up being successful. But I mean, the Weaver isn't exactly an S tier hero, right? The Weaver in that scenario was designed to win against the Medusa in that mid to late game. But Ivory just straight up demolished Buyback Brothers in that early laning phase, something that really should never have happened. But it's hard to say.
Let's maybe make a list of things, right, that we'd like to see coming out from the Buyback Brothers as far as the draft and the strategizing is concerned. And tell me if you disagree with me at any given point. We'll go into it. Number one, obviously, drafting a bit more for, you know, an early mid-game sort of fighting lineup, win your lanes, go into the mid-game with the farming advantage. Ideally speaking, that's what you want, right? Number two, probably minimize the amount of choices that Wonder Boy has to make. Put him on a playmaking hero. Don't take that away from him. He's obviously very good in lane. He's obviously a playmaking kind of player, but don't give him this spot where on a macro level he has a shot call in a lineup where he might not be the most comfortable with one of his sort of core competence of the team when it came to, you know, Ibrahim that you mentioned as well in that regards. You put these things together, maybe go for slightly more defensive supports in certain places, and just stick to that wombo combo that was going well for you, and just have these 2-3 spell synergies and just make that work together. Now, that's a lot of conditions. It's a lot, right? But when you lose like that, unfortunately, there's a lot to take home from it as well.
But it's a lot of small conditions, right? The conditions don't imply a lack of skill, which makes it all easy to actually maneuver around, right? It's all just drafting. It's minor adjustments in playstyle. But if you're able to beat a team like Ivory, which you have done before, all you have to do is replicate the same kind of performance back then, which is just play more aggressive and play more synergized at the end of it. I think that's a good way to summarize everything that we were talking about, even as far as the picks go. But at the end, we will see what Wonder Boy goes for. It's going to be the Sand King. Now, I don't know if this is the off lane or the mid lane. What I will say is that Southeast Asian semi-professional teams, they don't play the Sand King like Tier 1 teams do. This is no Falcons playing the Sand King. This is Tier 2 Dota. And I have seen the Sand King struggle.
You can't just say it's Tier 1 versus Tier 2. I need to know how does it go differently?
I mean, how many times have you seen the stacks get stolen away so easily and teams just are unprepared to contest those stacks, right? I mean, we literally saw it today, right? I don't remember which exact team it was, but it was in the Southeast Asian qualifiers that we just saw the Leshrac wander in by himself, steal away the stacks, and I think it was in the series between Vici Gaming, right, that happened. Yeah, Execration versus Vici Gaming. They just, and Execration, Vici Gaming, they have Tier 1 players, like the Costers mentioned. They just simply wandered on in, stole the stacks, and went out. You do that against the Sand King, he is useless. Remember, lost RES Unchained, we spoke about this. Zibe, the former Avilis professional player, mentioned that the Sand King doesn't win the lane. The Sand King is designed to take stacks, get his early Blink Dagger, and then make plays with the rest of his team. If you disable that, the Sand King's kind of useless.
I do like the fact that it's a singular objective though, right? So at the very least, it's something where Wonder Boy comes in and he knows that, okay, this is how I'm going to win this game. I don't need support rotations coming in beyond maybe just to save my life sometimes and whatnot. And then the Silencer coming out to counter out the Mars is just an actual pickup, right? It's obviously any sort of big AoE ultimate for control, you got a Silencer on the other side. That's just how it sort of works out as well.
10 seconds.
I'm curious to see what Buyback Bros want to do for their carry though, because like you said, if we're treating Sand King as a lane-losing middle hero, you can't go for a lane-losing carry as well.
And you can't go for the Medusa. I mean, you have a Shadow Demon on the other side. All Ivory will need to do is create replicas of the Medusa, and these supports, which are so squishy over on the side of Buyback Brothers, they're just going to melt. Silencer, Hoodwink, not a lot of HP. So maybe you go for something like a Templar Assassin, maybe a Gyrocopter, or maybe not a Gyrocopter, but a Templar Assassin, right? Templar Assassin replicas aren't all that dangerous because they don't have the refraction or the melt, which is what really gives the Templar Assassin the amount of damage you have. But it has to be one of those heroes. And maybe a life stealer. You have the Infest Bomb available, but Ivory, they're just cherry-picking heroes left, right, and center without even really thinking about it all too much. I will say, though, that the fact that they have a Shadow Fiend on that mid lane, it's a hero that I really haven't seen Ken play all that much. I've seen him play every other mid lane hero. Perhaps this is some sort of experimentation. Perhaps it's a coincidence that I haven't seen him play the Shadow Fiend. But maybe that's the way that Buyback Brothers can go into it. Remember, they were able to punish the Dragon Knight, the mid lane from Ivory, lost game in that early to mid game position really hard. If they're able to shut down the Shadow Fiend, which is traditionally a hero that is easy to shut down in that early game, perhaps that will be the way to unlock that third game.
Will this not just be a position 1 Shadow Fiend?
It will be tricky if you run a position 1 Shadow Fiend. You're playing against a Hoodwink, right? Which makes it a bit difficult because that Bushwhack just does so well against the Shadow Fiend. It's very difficult to land your raises, very difficult to actually survive in that safe lane as well. Not to mention, you want to be playing a magical damage Shadow Fiend because you want to be going in for those quick bursts, those quick raises, and the Requiem, which is great against the Sand King. Remember, he wants to be going in for the epicenter, but is going to get feared back. So I think that the magical Shadow Fiend offers a whole lot more over here for Ivory than the carry. You can still go for it because you do have the Mars, the buffer of the arena available. Yeah. But let's see. I mean, there are plenty of ways you can play with the Shadow Fiend. I mean, you have the Shadow Demon,
There's a lot of good save available as well because of that Shadow Demon, right? And even to some extent, Jakiro, who goes for more aggressive save. But what Jakiro is very good at is if you lay an Ice Path down, it's hard to follow up on your hero, even if one guy's sort of bashing away, unless you've got a Troll or an Ursa who have Seer's solo kill potential as a carry. A lot of carries these days feel like they're just, hey, I'm a range carry. I just kind of deal damage over time just by existing. Right, which is the Medusa strategy, as I'd expect. But yeah, I would not hate a Templar Assassin pick actually coming out from Buyback Bros. Well, there you go. I don't hate it at all. Wow.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, like I mentioned, the Shadow Demon disruption doesn't do much against the Templar Assassin as far as creating replicas out to dish out damage against the other opponent's supports, because the majority of Templar Assassin's damage comes from the refraction and that melt strike, which the illusions just can't use. So it's going to be a great ability. At the same time, though, one of the things that I failed to mention was over on Ivory's side, they have a natural setup for that Requiem. It's that disruption. Right, so which is why I think that this is going to be posturing towards a mid lane Shadow Fiend. But Buyback Brothers, let's see. They have everything in their lineup, but they don't actually have a solid front line. Unless you, the Sand King is a frontliner if he becomes this huge target, right? If he gets farmed up and becomes gigantic. Without the Shiva's Guard, the BKB, without those heavy HP sustained items, you don't have a frontliner.
I think what's particularly challenging is that a lot of these offlaners that would be frontliners, where you're thinking like a Bristleback was very good in the previous qualifier, Aureus used it really, really effectively. You also want the stacks, right? So you're in a difficult spot where either you can give it to the Sand King or you can give it to your offlane. Which way is it gonna go? So, yeah. I don't even hate the Timbersaw again, to be honest.
Against a Shadow Fiend, though?
I mean, I'm actually really expecting this to be a position 1, even though I do see the Ursa ban, so maybe, you know, Buyback Bros doesn't think so either. I would be quite surprised if we don't see, like, you know, something maybe a little bit more physical damage on mid lane, like, like, well, obviously Dragon Knight's already been taken away, so maybe not that.
I'm afraid Buyback Brothers will be going for an Ember here. Or a Void. I think that's one of my worries for them. It's really good if you can make those initiations work,
5
but
seconds remaining.
you will lack on sustain so much that if your Ember or Void falters, then you're not going to have a team fight to rely on. Your Templar Assassin is not going to be able to dish out those hits. So
Do you think this
let's
is
see.
definitely going to be an offline Sand King?
Radiant
It might. It's not. It's actually going to be a mid lane Sand King and an off lane Abaddon. No such great target for a hard dispel, the Aphotic Shield, which is what traditionally the Abaddon does really well against. So I wonder what the idea here is, because this is a very greedy lineup D-Time. I mean, the
It's
Abaddon...
kind of good at just
5
buffing
seconds
up the
remaining.
TA, I suppose, right? Like, it's not a 4 protect 1, because the TA can fight with you earlier on as well, but this is very much, hey, we have one hero that we're putting all of our eggs into, and everyone else tries to play for her more than anything else. And I don't hate it, right? Abaddon's also the kind of hero that will stay alive in his lane, not be punished too hard, especially with the Hoodwink as a support coming through over here. But the problem is, whoever the safe lane is, be it Shadow Fiend, be it anyone else, be it the Monkey King in this case, they're going to have a very good time.
And that doesn't answer any of our questions. The Monkey King, until we see who picks it up. So it will be a mid lane Shadow Fiend. Ken does pick it up. Rapido will be going for the Monkey King. I don't know how I feel about the Monkey King, though. I think there were better carries out there. I think the Terrorblade would have been really good in this kind of a position, because he's great against the Sand King in that mid to late game. You can tank the epicenter and then you can just turn it around with a Sunder, just effectively negating all of the effort the Sand King puts in. But let's see what the Monkey King can do. I mean, sure, you have the Wukong's command. You should be able to take that Sand King down if he goes in, but what does the Wukong command actually, or rather, what does the Monkey King actually do against everyone else, right? Isn't exactly super strong against the Templar Assassin, because there is no overtime DPS. In fact, there's no overtime DPS from anyone from Ivory apart from that Jakiro, and doesn't do well against the Abaddon either. It's I don't agree with this.
It's also kind of bad versus the Hoodwink.
Oh yeah, right. And then not to mention you have the global silence, so there's not going to be a real guarantee you can get off your Wukong's command unless you're coming in with the element of surprise, right? If you're hidden inside of those trees. But if Buyback Brothers see you channeling that Wukong's command, all they have to do is press that global silence, and the rest of Ivory, will have no opportunity to respond. The Mars doesn't build a BKB until later on. Shadow Fiend doesn't build a BKB until very later on. The first few...
Wonder Boy on the Templar Assassin. This is a safe lane Abaddon,
Prepare
Dodges.
for battle.
That is what I really wasn't expecting. Now, the thing is, the Templar Assassin on that mid lane destroys the Shadow Fiend. Just simply at the back of that refraction, the Razes will not do a single thing unless Ivory bring in the rotations. But apart from that, it should be a free game for this TA. I think it's less greedy now, because you're going to be going for that first item Blink Dagger on that Templar rather than farming a Blink Dagger. That allows B-Buy to go for that Radiance on that Abaddon and your Sand King to go for the Blink Dagger himself. So you're going to be playing fast.
Oh. Starting things off with Rapido getting a nice little 4-man Boundless Strike.
I'm glad that both teams are
30 seconds.
having a lot of fun with it. I consistently see the ha-has being exchanged.
And hey, if you want to be having some fun with friends over at OneXpert, you can do so by clicking on the pinned message and signing up with code RESD2 for up to 100% sign-up bonus for the first time you are doing so. Remember, that is code RESD2 to help us out and help out the friends at OneXpert.
They won't know what
The battle begins.
A lot of early game posturing, but it's really not going to come down to anything. At the same time, Ivory do come out ahead with 3 bounty runes. I'm glad today, T-Time, there were a lot of even bounty rune exchanges. I've been up since 8 a.m. watching all the matches, but mostly it's been 2 and 2s. I remember last time around, we even saw quite a few matches with 4 bounty runes being acquired by one team, and it was just insane.
And it also did very little to make a difference, so just kind of annoying.
No, facets all pretty much expected.
Yeah.
The Mars has gone for the Bloodsport facet, so there.
I
What
think that's
that
pretty
means
good
is
versus
that
the Templar.
they're putting an increased reliance on their AoE ultimates, the Requiem, the Wukong's Command, and the Mars's Arena. If you're able to take 1 or 2 heroes down, that is going to amplify your team fight, keep some additional fuel in the tank. So maybe that's how they're looking to play this. But I mean, on the other side is one hero that is the ultimate disengager, right? It's that silencer with that global silence. He's going to be key for Buyback Brothers to be able to fight back. Over on the top lane, though, this is a lane that should go evenly, right? And this is something that is... oh, no. He might just end up falling.
Takahashi will be able to get the last right click, and he's more than happy to exchange his life for it. First blood, gold advantage goes to him, and Rapido now... he has to try and make sure that this is worth it in one way or another, and he does so by getting in some decent damage onto Nevermind. Nevermind will not be able to farm up, but it's still a good kill to get.
And
I actually think that the Abaddon is a pretty winning lane versus Mars. You're not going to get kills, but you probably might end up getting more farm and more value out of your farm than the Monkey King does.
Oh yeah, and even towards that bot lane, it's the same deal, right? It really seems like Buyback Brothers, they have 3 lanes which are so much better than that game number 1. Templar Assassin shouldn't lose to Shadow Fiend, Abaddon shouldn't lose to the Mars. Even on their bot lane, they just got first blood, and their Sand King should be able to consistently farm up. Even if he doesn't, he's a Sand King. He can just fall back to the jungle. So, I mean, you know, on that little checklist of RC time, it really seems like Buyback Brothers sure have ticked out that first mark.
We haven't talked much about the potential for, you know, what a carry Abaddon actually brings to you for BY. If he goes for the Radiance, it's going to be really just a pain for Ivory's side, because he's going to have basically as close to free farm as you get in the modern day and age on this safe lane. There won't be anyone who can really go for rotations. What, Jakiro? Sure, we saw a lot of useful rotations coming out from DHE before, but I don't know if this is going to be one of those games where he can actually do as much.
It's not just the Radiance timing, right? It's the fact that when he has that Bloodthorn, Ivory are going to get destroyed.
Well, Rapido is hoping to be able to find a lot, but Ken's actually been the one to come out with a big kill. He managed to keep the Templar Assassin's refraction off, and Wonderboy got really aggressive in those exchanges to the point where Ken gets a full solo kill. That is disastrous.
That should never, ever happen. He has a level 2 refraction. He can absorb 4 instances of damage. What did Ken do? Did he throw down 9 raises? He can't. He doesn't have the mana. And right now, Ken's mana is 150 out of 400, right? So he's used about 250 mana. So 3 raises of mana, or rather 4 raises of mana. The rest of them were probably lost hits. So that's a complete outplay on Wonder Boy. And again, Wonder Boy played too close to the fire last game. I hope he doesn't fall prey to the same mistakes again.
What's going to be a really big problem for here as well is that Ken is fantastic, as we see Nevermind falling in the bot lane. Takahashi, no, you can't lose 2. Surely you can't lose 2. He's scurrying away, but he's so slow, and Rapido's damage. This is the power of the Monkey King. Oh, Takahashi will not be completely caught out right now. Rapido knows he can't find the kill, so he just goes back to farming. But Ken is going to be able to speed up that ancient farm massively, Touches.
At the same time, no Wonder Boy, he's playing a Templar Assassin, so his ability to recover is going to be there. But
right, but how? Because you can't have both the Sand King and the Templar Assassin playing recovery.
I mean, you can go to steal the stacks, right? They have the lineup for it. The Hoodwink plus the Templar Assassin.
Ken could end up falling if you get some fancy side blades over here, but no, he's turning around with a Requiem, wants to catch him out again. The blood grenade on top of it all. Plenty of creeps, but the problem is those side blades. Wasted Requiem, Ken's out of there.
Yeah, I don't think that Ken was going to fall. He may have if he decided to get outplayed himself at the back of trying to outplay the Templar. But He's just going to go back to the fountain, having used his Requiem though, so Wonderboy should feel pretty safe about that fact. Meanwhile,
kill,
Takahashi does go down towards that bot lane, and again, despite of the switch up of the laning, it really seems like Buyback Brothers, their offlane isn't really doing all that well. And it's not all doom and gloom. In a situation like this, they can rotate their Hoodwink towards that top lane, towards the mid lane, get some kills while your Sand King farms up the jungle. That's a clear recipe they have.
Ken picks up the amplified damage rune over here. MYN will end up falling. Ken can try and turn things around, but he knows that he doesn't have the Requiem, and so does Wonderboy. Because of that, Ken will fall. Amplified damage rune being used earlier on, and Drick's going to be the next target. Good bushfire to catch him right on the edge. Drick should fall. So Wonderboy, who was maybe ruining the day, he died, and looking forward to some comeback farm. He's been given that comeback farm.
And this is what they need to do. Rotate Takahashi. I mean, it's a scenario that everyone encounters in their Dota games. Your lane isn't going well, so what do? Do you continue to stay in the lane and feed the other side, or do you switch things around and go and make plays towards the other side of the map? No, T-Time. I'm talking about
My bad. You said everyone.
Games,
you said everyone, okay?
I should have specified. Everyone above 7k MMR, okay?
Oh my god. That's really not everyone. And Rapido is going to be able to contest for this Wisdom Rune with the help of the Wukong. Goes back in. Never mind though. Wants to try and Burrow Strike forward. He's hoping they won't have detection, but he swings by with the dust. Not only do you get the Wisdom, you also get a whole lot of golden XP from the offlane. Rapido is farming up. MYN elsewhere on the map is going to fall to a Shadow Fiend as MYN went to try and contest some of those stacks.
I mean, if you want to go contest some...
being given.
Yeah, if you want to contest stacks, I mean, surely your Silencer isn't the right hero for it. You know, I don't mean
Arcane
to bring
Curse
up
of
any...
Oh, top lane, this is big. There isn't a level 6 available for Abaddon yet. You've got the Requiem back. Ken, this is why you stopped farming the stacks. The level 6 advantage for Madara. That is massive.
Buyback Brothers, oh, man.
Top tower is under attack.
You know, one of the things that
Radiant are scanning.
happened last time, which I was disappointed by, is that Buyback Brothers, last time they played, they weren't able to go for any buybacks. You know, and I'm talking about the
They
time I
didn't go
solo
for
costed them.
buybacks. They just lost.
I wanted to call them the Dieback Bros, but I didn't get to in the game that I costed. But maybe we'll get to this time.
Is under attack.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully we get to have a little bit more contest. Epicenter being charged up only temporarily, so never mind. It's really a big kill to find if he can only just use that damn ultimate. And, well, maybe he doesn't even need it. They're going to find the kills on both of the bot lane heroes. Rapido and T. He will fall. This is a big overextension. Quick mischief is what they're trying for. And if Monkey King had the strength treads, maybe he would have lived. But even so, it would have been hard.
And they didn't even have to commit the epicenter for that one. Sure, they did lose their offlane, but that's completely worth it if you're Buyback Brothers. Now you can go for some epicenter plays, even though you don't have a Blink Dagger. I think you kind of have to. This Ken is out of control on that Shadow Fiend. You know he's taking stacks, as the Silencer's death proved it. Perhaps you want to be going for this kill, but it's been a while since I saw the Smoke of Deceit race play on the Ancients. I will tell you that. You don't normally need to, but this is a safer way to go about it.
I used to do this with the Shin 5 Storm, but right now we're going to see the TP from the Abaddon being interrupted. What a long range interrupt. Rapido comes in all the way from downtown. Bottom lane is where he was supposed to be instead. Up top, helping kill the enemy carry. Rapido has been an active man all across the series.
Just great recognition, right? They knew that two supports had to teleport down towards that bot lane.
What is going on? Touchless, remember that setup you talked about? Well, they were going to go for it. Oh my god, right on the cusp. And with the early level 6, Demonic Purge is going to be there. Ken goes back in. You want a Melt Strike? Well, try me.
Very few situations where you can feel more helpless than that one, where you see a Shadow Fiend slowly coming in towards you to land that Requiem, and you have no choice but to accept your fate. That's, I feel bad for him. I know Ken doesn't, but maybe he should.
Dire's middle tower
I mean,
is under attack.
You know, like, I mean, that he did him dirty there. That was just, oh, that sends shivers down my spine.
Stupidly farmed, by the way, but Invis Rune, as he tries to get on out of there, is going to the Macro Pyre and the Ice Pass to interrupt. Ken is considering flirting with death and going back in, and well, with no sentries down, he's going to be a-okay.
They had such an easy deny on that tower T-time. Only the wagon was available. That tower, there were 3 heroes on that tier 1, and Buyback Brothers didn't deny it. And those are, I mean, I'm not even suggesting an extremely high level play that tier 1 teams do. That was a very basic one that you should. I mean, every single tower that falls, the tier 1 tower gives about 400 to 500 net worth towards the other side. And right now, you are scrounging for net worth because you have no tempo going your way.
Takahashi trying to stick around towards that top lane tier 1, and it is going to be another tower that falls. Takahashi, Bushwhack will not land, doesn't quite have the range for it. In the meanwhile, Sanj and rather Yasha and Kaya will be available for Ken pretty soon. He's really about a minute and a half away from having, what, 13, 14 minute Yasha Kaya. And it's a good time. Another kill over here as well, and Wonderboy might be regretting asking for the high five. Global Silence will not be helping. Those body blocks are fantastic, and Ken now charges up the Requiem. Will not be hitting in time. Epicenter has activated. And because of that, suddenly, what was going to be a very good timing on a core item is going to be instead a missed opportunity. Rupido still up top, giving vision, looking to re-engage. There goes out the Boundless Strike. Arena now used as well. MYN has to be the target. Even though he's used his ultimate, they're more than happy to collect. It's elsewhere where Madara continues to impress on his Mars. Reprioritizes the Templar Assassin, goes back in with a spear and finishes her off as well.
Wonderboy just chasing a bit too far there. Against that Shadow Demon, he doesn't have the items for it. You know, it's as simple as that. He has a Dragon Lance that he's playing with. He doesn't have a Blink. When you go that deep in, you have no way to disengage. But they may be able to find Rapido, though, with Takahashi being here. Nevermind does have the re-engagement in if they can find it, but the Monkey King will be quick on his feet, will just make his escape towards the trees there. And it's going to be Takahashi who, no! The snipe from Takahashi got him.
That's huge. Again, you can see the Buyback Brothers are keeping themselves in this game off the back of punishing these small overextensions. And look, they've done a good job of it. I know that if you look at the net worth chart, it's a 3-3 split. Sure, but also at the same time, they're not that far apart, right? Like this Abaddon isn't that far behind where the Monkey King is. The problem is, Abaddon is building a Radiance. Monkey King has a Diffusal Blade. These are not the same.
Oh yeah, the Diffusal will allow you to fight. The Radiance will allow you to play a bit more passive until you can fight. You will need the Manta Style, you need the Blink Dagger, the Bloodthorn after that maybe. So it's a long road ahead once again. But at the same time, you're about to hit your power spikes. Templar Assassin, as soon as you have the Blink Daggers on Wonderboy, sure, he's about 1,000 gold away from it, but at 14 minutes in, he should be having that by the next 2 to 3 minutes, assuming he doesn't die again. Nevermind already has it. So you're going to go. You have the Epicenter up. And Yasha and Kaya on Ken will not matter in this kind of a scenario. As long as you have that global silence, as long as MYN is able to press his big red button, then they will be able to take these fights. And I feel like they recognize this timing from Buyback Brothers, as they're not coming towards his bot side. They're not getting baited in by Wonderboy.
There's no reason to. They've got their own targets. And their eyes are trained onto the potential of an Abaddon and a tier 2 tower. And maybe for Ken, all he really wants is to continue farming up. Yasha and Kaya is now completed on that Shadow Fiend, and Madara is hunting. The Scepter still whirled away, but don't forget, Madara is on top of the net worth chart right now. 15 minutes in as an offlaner, that is impressive stuff. The only player to not have died in this entire game so far.
I don't think you go on the Abaddon though. It's a very risky target, particularly when he's so close to his tier 2 tower. You go on him and you will get counter-initiated upon. But now it's Ivory who will go for a smoke play of their own. Teehee is alone here. Monkey King is coming by his side, but Ivory, they're not really making a consolidated effort with 5 of their heroes. They're spread a bit too far apart.
Dire go for a scan. Wonderboy doesn't realize that this is going to be the attempt on the Templar Assassin's life. Now that the global silence has been forced out, it has to be a disengage. They knew this was going to happen, but can they actually get out of there? Can Requiem, charged up, finds the Sand King, pushes him out of the sandstorm? No, rather, the trees end up blocking Nevermind. Nevermind's going to be pinned to the wall by his spear, not the way he maybe wanted it. And he will still be unable to close the distance for the epicenter. Now, there is potential of re-engaging Requiem or not. You still have that ice part. Long range comes in, but Wonderboy blinks out. He's going to be fine. Now that the epicenter has been used, is there a target for it? No, not quite. Instead, it's being used defensively to try and get away. Madara's going to be a big kill. Takahashi picks it up with another snipe while Wonderboy falls inside the Wukong's ring. Ken pursues up the Sand King and puts Nevermind into the ground, and it is going to be death and dismay all across the map. I didn't even notice Rapido finding B-By elsewhere, by the way. I have no idea how he kills that Abaddon.
There were around 3 big mistakes that Buyback Brothers made in that entire team fight. One, they didn't counter-initiate quick enough when they knew that 2 of Ivory's heroes, in particular, that Monkey King, Rapido, was towards that top lane. He was not there with the rest of his team, so they needed to go in. And in second, you take a look at that observer board, that Ivory observer board inside of that triangle of Buyback Brothers. It did so much. It allowed the Shadow Fiend to actually play dangerous. He was on top of the Sand King, and he knew exactly when the epicenter would be primed. He knew when to get back. He knew when to initiate.
Slim pickings are better than none, I suppose, but the problem is going to be if you can get a response over here as well. Look at this top lane. Wonderboy, oh no, actually Wonderboy's got damage now, and B-Boy with the Radiance felt like he could fight, but with the borrowed time already having been used, he's going to have to back off. Wonderboy, no such limitations, he can always bring back in and go one more time. That power spike, it's coming.
And it's gonna keep on coming, right? The next set of items, they're going to be a bit dangerous as well. MYN, unfortunately, he's a lone silencer, and there's not really too much he can do about it. But you need to get to that Desolator, that Aghanim Scepter for the Sand King. Meanwhile, you will have B-By continuing to farm up. So it's... even though it's 6,000 net worth of a disadvantage you're faced up against, there's a clear pathway forward. At least multiple avenues through which you can approach this. Last game, it was just playing to that late game. A Hail Mary approach that your Medusa will be able to come online. This time around, you can make plays with your Sand King, make plays with your Templar Assassin, fall back and farm on your Abaddon. And, you know, in these kinds of situations, sometimes all it really takes is one gigantic epicenter.
I do like the fact that Madara is going for the shard, by the way, on the Mars, because obviously you mentioned in the drafting phase that there isn't that much AoE damage, and we are seeing Wonderboy survive very long because of it with the refractions. Obviously that shard makes it slightly easier to whittle them down. Intentions are clear. We need to fight, and we need to fight here and now. The problem is, where are the damage-dealing cores? They're not around, and Wonderboy is more than happy to blink out of there. He's been a target for so long, he knows what he needs to do.
Fast fingers. That was very quick on his feet. Despite the fact that he had no vision towards that mid lane, Ivory just unable to actually catch that Templar, and that's a wasted arena, mind you, without having to commit your own global silence. So right now, it should be Buyback Brothers who go for on the offensive.
B-Boy's given some backup over here. He might need more where that's coming from. All 5 players are here, ready and waiting. B-Boy's just trying so hard to bait out a fight in behind him. Rapido's not buying into it. He's lost too many lives so far. It is around the Tormentor that they're, again, just trying to go for a bait, but maybe they're not. Maybe they don't realize what's coming in here. It's going to be a stun out of the Templar Assassin. B-Boy, early use on the borrowed time, just trying to make sure that they can survive. Tormentor picked up by Takahashi. In the meanwhile, Wonder Boy will fall. Wukong's ring now used. They know they don't have the borrowed time. B-Boy, though, is fighting up. He is the cavalry, and he is taking them all down. Back lines, Ken finally getting up that Requiem of Souls, but he's still going to be in a difficult spot. The teleport comes out. Abaddon missed shot from the missed right click from the Shadow Fiend because of the Radiance. Otherwise, that could have been a little bit more risky. And at the end of the day, when all is said and done, that is a really good trade. 4 for 2, and they might not be done yet. Nevermore. Considering going back in, the Boomerang makes Ken a lot more vulnerable, but still, they don't want to take that risk.
I appreciate Wonder Boy recognizing that his life was forfeit. So instead of trying to get back or dish out damage, he chose to take that Tormentor. So this fight recap that you see before you, it shows 2800 gold that is going to swing the way of Buyback Brothers, but it's actually 2800 plus 1400 because they won that Tormentor exchange. They got that shard and they found the team fight win. And I don't agree with the fact that the Abaddon chose to teleport out. I think they could have stayed because they knew where the Shadow Fiend was, and it was 3 against 1. In particular, they had the shield, they had the stuns coming in from the Hoodwink as well as the Sand King. They had the opportunity to take Ivory down to a full team wipe, but they chose to play it safe. Nothing wrong with that. But
I think he probably
it could have gone
though. Even if they get the kill, it's not worth it to let the Abaddon die. Right? That's a 1-for-1. But what's going on over here
down is
on Wonder Boy? A lot less worth it if you lose your mid out twice in a row. Templar Assassin wants to pick up that Desolator, and soon MYN, he's just another person on the sidelines.
I hope Buyback Brothers aren't hit with the Deja Vu. I hope we aren't hit with the Deja Vu. Because this is prime time for them to play. They finally evened out the scoreline here, or rather the net worth. But they're losing heroes left, right, and center.
Dire's middle tower.
Well, B-Boy might be fighting back. Rubido doesn't feel like his BKB's been doing enough, but he's able to use his changing of the guard to be able to get out of there. Arena as well used defensively more than anything else. Can they catch B-Boy? Borrow time not there. Madara's gonna have a blink back up as well as a Yule Scepter very soon. If Ken had been nearby, he did have the Requiem, but they decide to fight into the support and offlane instead. That offlane is out of there.
Let's see if Takahashi will be able to scurry himself out of this one. Doesn't really seem like it, but oh man, if he had that sharpshooter over there, he could have actually found the sniper on Rapido once again, but Ivory are not going to allow it. I think he was looking for that, but it's a big streak that just went the way of Ken. Takahashi was actually holding on to an unstoppable streak on a support Hoodwink. 700, or rather 919 gold and 2000 experience. How farmed up is this Hoodwink?
We are going to have a difficult conversation to have. Shadow Fiend's on the top of the net worth, but he's magical Shadow Fiend. It really isn't that much of a super carry threat unless you get the perfect ultimate off, especially when you're playing up against Silencer. Now, that Silencer might be dead. MYN is going to try and TP his way out. Right clicks are not enough. Stays alive, will still have access to that global silence.
I mean, if you get to that Aghanim Scepter on Ken, then things will be very different, right? Because that additional fear that kicks in does so much.
D-By spots out Teehee. Pushback to initiate, it's been missed. There's a long-range boomerang that does come in. A sharpshooter that actually ends up hitting on the Shadow Demon because of disruption. Teehee, no force stuff available, but he'll hug the trees like he has one. He's happy to give up his life, but are they re-engaging? No, certainly not. Rapido just isn't in position. Ken's going in with a BKB. He's going to have a 4-man Requiem. Look at the fear. Nevermore's the man he pursues. Picks up a quick second kill. Wonder Boy is going to go down to the Monkey King, and B-Boy can only look to try and tuck his tail between his legs, only to find out his legs are being chopped down by the Monkey King. Takahashi low and will be found as well. Yule Scepter to pick him up. Madara finds him on the sidelines. It is a full team wipe courtesy of that blink-in BKB Requiem onto all of the enemy lineup.
Without vision, by the way. They went in blind. They just simply relied on the fact that while the Abaddon and the Templar Assassin were on the front line, surely that meant that the rest of the Buyback Brothers would be on the back line with the trajectory that they were coming in from their base, right? So, again, perfect execution, excellent intuition kicking in from that Shadow Fiend, and if you're able to take Buyback Brothers down without them being able to commit their epicenter, their global silence, then, I mean, you're good to go for this game. 10,000.
Gotta say, man, MYN could not have gone down without his global silence over there. The BKB from the Shadow Fiend just does not do anything if you're able to get your global off in a timely fashion. He's just unfortunately been caught out of position in a place where, honestly, even just standing in Fountain would have been better for him in that place.
Oh yeah. Right, just stand inside of your base to dish out the global silence. That's all you really need to do. You don't need any items this game. He's going for that Aghanim Scepter, and surprisingly, he'll actually have it pretty soon, in about 1,300 gold. So, I mean, if you get to that Aghanim Scepter, that makes that little team wipe a bit worth it. I don't think it's entirely worth it, but maybe. Because the Aghanim Scepter on that silencer does do a whole lot in that mid to late game. Let's see though. One thing is for certain, T-Time, despite of the net worth advantage that Ivory have, I am not entirely convinced that they will win this game.
It's been awkward. We've seen a lot of places where they have fallen.
Dire's top tower is under
In
attack.
less than ideal spots. Because you can click on the pin message, find yourself in an ideal spot to try and play with our partner over at 1xbet. The code RESD2 to sign up. Now, going in on Drake is going to be a mistake. BB is going to have things turn around on him. Borrowed time available will be used sooner rather than later. That's what they're waiting for. Yule Scepter up, and that's going to be one of the worst feelings as an Abaddon in the world. Knowing that borrowed time is living up to its name, maybe a little bit more so. It is only so much you can borrow. Ken, elsewhere, finds the silencer yet again.
Wait, where did he find the silencer? Oh, man. Unfortunate. You can't even blame the silencer for that one, right? He used a global silence. So he's gonna be thinking, I did my job. Okay, you guys weren't able to get that kill. That's your fault.
Look, Abaddon stays alive as well. Not the worst thing in the world.
But lackluster commitment from Buyback Brothers. I mean, we saw the epicenter coming really in handy at that 16 to 17 minute mark, but for the past 10 minutes, ever since that Tormentor play, haven't really seen it come out. I suppose it's the BKB from Ken that's making it so difficult, but there's plenty of targets that don't have the BKB. The Shadow Demon doesn't, the Jakiro doesn't, the Mars, okay, Madara now has it. And with the 3 cores now in possession of that Black King bar, it really is going to be an uphill task. I mean, Ken also has that Aghanim Scepter. So you're losing your window of opportunity for Buyback Brothers. One more team fight that you lose, if you get team wiped, you're going to be too far behind to make aggressive plays. You're still going to be in the game, but you're always going to be on the defensive from that point onwards.
Radiant are scanning.
And the big worrisome thing, T-Time, is the fact that Buyback Brothers don't have a BKB in sight. Sure, B-Buy doesn't really need a BKB because he's playing an Abaddon. He has the luxury of that borrowed time. But Nevermind is about 1,000 gold, or rather 1,300 gold away from his BKB. Templar Assassin is nowhere near it. He hasn't even been able to queue it up for himself. And in fact, Wonderboy is choosing to forgo that Black King bar altogether. He's going for that Daedalus. And against the Shadow Fiend's Requiem, Aghanim Scepter Requiem, it's impossible to dish out the hits.
BKB ulted. I don't know what he BKB ulted.
The creeps?
Are fortified.
I mean, always a possibility. Use your double damage rune to BKB ult the creeps.
You need to test things out, right? You need to test out how fast the Requiem comes out from your Yasha and Kaya, how much damage it does, how far it goes.
He's a man of science, but he's not a man of a BKB lore and ultimate. That means his bottom lane fight is going to be very difficult. Drake will be casualty number 1, even if he can delay it for a slightly longer. Global silence comes out of here as well. Monkey King, TP back in, BKB not used. He will not need it for the Hoodwink kill. Where's the fight going on next? Ken looking for Nevermind. Nevermind escapes It's going to be Delta split, and remember, Wonderboy's not even nearby. This was not going to be a full commitment. Wonderboy was always farming his way up. Unfortunately, BB didn't get that memo. So he's underneath that tier 3 tower, while Wonderboy is farming, and Sand King is running away. What is going on in the comms? I need to be sitting in this Discord call.
You wouldn't think that Buyback Brothers are playing as if they're behind, right? Because they're rushing tier 3 towers at this point to get a support kill. Alone. I really do think that the Abaddon was dead anyway. Oh no, MYN, not like this. Ken will be able to spot out that silencer once again. MYN this time, he's dropped too low to be able to teleport out. He will just fall to his fate. Trying to go for the jukes, but it's gonna be Ken on a monster kill streak.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That felt like the best chance to take a fight. Of course, they didn't know that the BKB Requiem was used, but for us, it did feel like, hey, this is it. This is going to be that turning point where the Aegis doesn't even matter.
The problem is, T-Time, there's zero chance of them being able to kill a core because of the BKB. So Templar Assassin doesn't have the damage output. You can use the Epicenter, but that BKB is going to come out within its duration. And suddenly, you're going to be at a loss of a team fight unless the one thing that you do have is that sharpshooter. If you're able to chain up the disables before the BKB comes out, that sharpshooter at this point of the game does about 975 magical damage, also applies the break. You can take a core down that way, but it's so hard. It is nearly impossible. Oh, you even have a refresher on Ken.
Oh no.
This is
Refresher
I fear
it's too
I
much.
fear that we're crossing or rather we've already crossed the point of no return. Where Shadow Fiend, you also have that level 25 available, which to be fair does a whole lot now. Shadow Fiend used to have a very useless level 25. Now he has an increased cost speed, 30%.
Practically instant with the Asher and Gaia. An isolated kill would be nice, but we can't forget that Aegis. The big red shield of immortality. Ropide is asking for them to initiate on him. That barely has 25 seconds left, and he will lose it. Never mind. Oh my god, what is up with Madara? Madara is going all the way in to try and play zoning. Ken has already used ultimate number 1. Never mind. Basically just gets away from there with a quick Burrow Strike as well. There's a chance to re-engage. You have to do so before Ken can BKB up again, and that global silence, it won't matter. Refresher BKB is available should Ken want to try and commit for something like it. Never mind. Now, charging up his Epicenter, looks at that second golden form, and he is in despair. Ken is godlike. He cannot be killed, and as he looks to disengage, he re-engages instead. B-Boy, who's the inevitable casualty of war, will end up getting his 6th death of the game so far. Never mind, back in he goes. Drake out of there. Sure, you pick up a support kill, but at what cost?
B-Boy really doesn't seem like he's afraid of anything. He's in between the 4 heroes, and oh, looks like they want to go back in.
That's good.
Just clean snipes, but Ivory, they know Wonder Boy.
Oh no, Wonder Boy's walked uphill into the high ground.
That is an awkward decision to make. I feel like the team fight didn't even end the past 10 seconds. I mean, you take the Jakiro down and what? The Jakiro was supposed to be all alone there?
And you don't know it. He was a fierce one in the previous game.
And they don't even know if there were any observers planted down by Ivory in their triangle, right? Because Ivory were posturing towards this team fight since the past minute or so. So Buyback Brothers certainly not giving Ivory the due respect that they deserve at this point.
Dire's courier has been killed.
But a nice set of pickoffs coming in by then, I will say that. One of the key points that I will mention from Ivory is that Ken saw the Epicenter being channeled up by Nevermind. Right, the idea was Buyback Brothers would be able to read the BKB wearing off, and Ken instantly popped the refresher, used another BKB when the Epicenter went off, thus completely disabling Buyback Brothers' ability to re-engage.
I mean, it feels like you just didn't look at the Shadow Fiend's items potentially. That's the only way you can sort of think about that.
Nevermind is going for a Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah. I mean, with the Stingers, it does stack up with the Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah, I feel like the word you're looking for is that it will sting Ivory, but not much else.
Well, maybe that's all he can really afford over here. Because they're being gone on one more time. Double Bandler strike, double Mars spares, and the global silence does not matter. Goodbye, off lane. That duo is long gone and will not have buybacks.
None of them do. So there should be at least one full lane of barracks, if not more, depending on Ivory's appetite. Remember, they're in the lower brackets as well, so they don't want to give any chance of a comeback to Buyback Brothers. They want to eliminate them from the RES Unchained.
Oh, there's a Tumbler's Toy forward into the blink as well. Quick Requiem for an execution. This is going to have to be game called. Silencer might have buyback, but I don't know what use it is. B-Buy as well is thinking, what do I even do here? Tultrus, you saw the improvements coming here for Buyback Brothers. You saw them trying to make changes, adaptations, try and pick things up, and it looked good, but so many overextensions, so many isolated losses, and it does feel like this is going to be us saying goodbye to the Buyback Brothers in the RES Unchained.
Unless they can pull off a miracle. I mean, they're going to go for one last hurrah, though. But it may not be enough.
He's got himself the two-man Barrow Strike onto both the primary cores, but Rubido with BKB up still continues to fight through. Lifesteal has now been activated. He's going to be able to take down the Sand King before he dies, if he dies at all. So the quick burning spear comes down to B-Buy to keep him disengaged, and B-Buy feels like he's just not been able to get anything done all game long. This last-ditch effort is going to end up in a ditch. Buyback from the Abaddon as he wants to stay on in this tournament, even if it's just for a few more seconds, but he simply cannot chase.
Buyback Brothers turning into the Dieback Brothers at this point in time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're still going to
Tough
play until the
times.
very end. It's you know, at this point, you hope for a Hail Mary, you hope for something to go your way, or maybe you're just playing it out until the very end because you don't want to give Ivory the satisfaction.
Just want to spend a little bit more time in the RES Unchained series as well. I understand that. I understand it.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Blink in from B-Buy. Quick spare backwards. That's been the story of the game for this Abaddon consistently, and Wonderboy can't close the distance, nor does he really want to. They found MYN elsewhere, so that global silence, sure, it was on cooldown, but would have been coming back in 30 seconds. Well, it's not going to be there. Kill onto Ken, though. That's pretty big. I'm not sure how that happened, but when he's blinked in, he did use his BKB as well. How does he die there?
1400 damage coming. I think it was the Orchid. Did he get off his BKB?
I mean, it's on cooldown. Well, no matter, the fight continues as it is Ivory who want to keep on fighting. They know there's only one more building for them to take down before they can heave a sigh of relief. The Wukong's ring, maybe not even needed, but it will be used just in case. Wonderboy was thinking of going back in. Global silence used from the buyback from the silencer. Use Scepter up from Mars. This looks promising. Sharpshooter from downtown. Nevermind picks up a second. They've traded their barracks for a team fight win. And they've got 3 kills so far, but maybe this team fight hasn't been won yet. Great double barrel strike attempt, but Drick's already blinked out of there. And now you're fighting back onto Wonderboy as well. Wonderboy back up is looking to try and Rapido. BKB has now expired, but he's still pushing up to try and go for the Nevermind now loses his BKB as well, and they will be losing every single player every side except for Rupido, who still manages to stay somehow or the other. even going back in for another fight. Montasala, Nullifier ready, will not be able to use it on the TA in time, but no, he just goes forward. The shot on the boundless strike, helping him reinitiate Takahashi, who has to try and fight back. She's got 9 kills so far, and something tells me it's not turning to the double digit kill, and GG is called.
Ivory will end it with an ultra kill. I will say that Buyback Brothers, they did find the right approach to this game. They switched the lanes around. It seemed to be going well, despite of the fact that Wonder Boy did end up falling towards that mid lane. But it was really their off lane that collapsed that really spelled the end for them. Just the fact that they didn't meet any of their objectives. The fact that despite of that great Tormentor team fight, we saw Wonder Boy falling back to old habits, getting caught out time and time again. And at that point, you know, when you're playing a playmaker and if you're dying in these unexpected positions, there's really no chance of a recovery.
Absolutely, we're going to be saying goodbye to the buyback as they are just not able to take it to game number 3. Ivory, though, looking good. They do push forward. Of course, that's not going to be all the guys over here on the STA stream or Vlog B stream. We still have one more series for this day. Why don't we take a look at the bracket or schedule to try and show you that in a second as well. It'll be Yangon Galacticos coming up versus Boom for that upper bracket to decide who will be the first upper bracket finals. Teltros, very quick review of the bracket. We've obviously got results come as well so far. So good for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how Vici Gaming and Team Nemesis end up. Surprising to see them in that lower bracket, but this is, again, the Southeast Asian region is incredibly stacked, and Execration have been looking stronger and stronger with every single series that they end up playing. They're even now invited to the Blast Slam 4 in Singapore, and they're looking pretty dominant. Remember, Execration made an undefeated run to the grand finals in the last RES Unchained qualifiers, and they seem to be on a steady pace of doing that with the fact that they've been able to defeat perhaps the heavyweight contenders for that runner-up position in the form of Vici Gaming.
Well, listen, you guys can obviously go check out Vici vs Nemesis. It is still going on. We're going to be doing just that as well while we wait for the next match. Go over to the secondary stream for Southeast Asia as well. Meanwhile, we're going to be back with Boom Esports versus Yangon Galacticos in about half an hour or so. It's a slightly longer break, but hey, that's what a 2-0 gives you. Fortunately, we've still got you covered with your Dota fix. See you guys on the B stream.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. you break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back to the RES Unchained, the Southeast Asian qualifier for Blast Slam number 5. Teams are fighting for a slot at Chengdu for the Blast Slam number 5. And tea time with Dr. Tultrus as we head over to the upper bracket. This is going to be interesting, Tultrus, because for me, I mean, when we get down to all of the matches that have happened so far today, be it A stream, be it B stream, it's largely been a case of, hey, we probably know one team's supposed to be better than the other. Maybe Execration versus Vici would be the only real sort of standout performance over there. But for me, you know, Boom versus Yangon Galacticos, this is not the matchup where I think, sure, one of them has much more recognizable names, but I think Yangon Galacticos, you've been telling me about them for literally 3 months now, about how this team just continues to sort of climb up the rankings.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is definitely a bit disappointing in the sense that YG, their players play incredibly well. They play with momentum so well that it's they haven't had the results that I expect them to be able to get. They've been playing together for quite a few years now. Not to mention, they also have a very strong organizational support coming in. A lot of people don't know this, but YG actually have the most successful PUBG team out there in the world. So they have the backing of that. They have great players by their side. KSH on that carry position is just phenomenal. Not to mention, Skill Lay is, in my opinion, perhaps the best soft support player in the semi-professional Southeast Asian circuit. But like you mentioned, against a team like Boom Esports, who now have 23 Savage, a solid tier 1 carry by their side, it certainly seems like they will have their work cut out for them. Especially considering we saw Boom play earlier against Buyback Brothers. They finished off the Baby Bros in 18 minutes in that second game. So, I mean, they've come more than prepared for this tournament.
One of the things that I love about Boom in particular is Sanctity has just been such a good pickup for them. It really feels like he's always in the right position to try and take advantage of Jabs' veterancy. For me, this is a team that until now has been defined by the position 2 and position 3 play. Jabs and Sanctity put together, as good as Jackie was, I think that this was really a sort of story about, you know, offlane and mid. 23 Savage now being thrown in does make things a bit more questionable for me, right? Because on one end, obviously, he is an iconic player when it comes to the Southeast Asian region, but also now you have to shift the focus onto him, right? So there's actually going to be a lot of macro strategy that you have to adjust, and there hasn't been that much time for Boom to make those adjustments that are going to be important. Obviously, right now, Southeast Asian DOTA roster shuffle post-TI is still very much ongoing, right? Nemesis is changing players. I mean, basically the only team that isn't changing players are the teams that already qualified to a tournament, like your Execration, your Aureus's. And even there, man, you never know what's actually going to be coming over after that first Blast Slam. So Boom, yes, they're the more known players, but when we look at the Yangon Galacticos lineup, these guys have been together forever.
Oh yeah, I mean, they have been together ever since YG made their foray into Dota 2. And again, like we mentioned, they consistently play incredibly well. They play synergistic lineups. They play playmaking roles at the back of Skill Lay on that position 4 role and Young PH on that mid lane. KSH is able to find the farm as a carry and has one of the most diverse hero pools available. I mean, how many pro players do you see right now who can successfully run a Slark? KSH is one of them, and he may just be one of the few that can do that. Young PH able to play just every single mid lane hero out there. Not to mention, when you talk about the Faceless Voids out there, we saw it in TI. Not a lot of players out there can run a successful Faceless Void at the tier 1 level. KSH is right up there. I'm telling you, when YG play good, it really seems like they're unbeatable.
And I'm glad that you're highlighting KSH, because obviously we're putting him in a very difficult contrast, right? KSH versus 23 Savage, that's a rough matchup to have to live up to. That's a lot that you have to do. And when it comes to the drafting phase, I think it's going to be very telling for us to see exactly how these teams sort of choose to prioritize in terms of early picks and whatnot. Obviously, we've got the current metagame where a lot of times you're seeing an offlaner being picked up early on. You want to get those Marses, your Dawnbreakers, heroes like that out. But also at the same time, it wasn't so long ago that we were in the era of, hey, first pick Shadow Fiends, Templar Assassins, Medusas, rather terrible as well as sometimes, right? So I'm really curious to see how both of these teams actually choose to prioritize their drafting decisions early on.
For White, it's either going to be their that's going to be first pick or their position 4 role, right? Very rarely you do have Zorain's being prioritized as the first pick. Not to mention, I do expect a Faceless Void and an Invoker combination coming out for one of the games in this series because they have been practicing it. I have seen it consistently come out. I mean, I think I've casted YG about 20 times now just in these past 2 months after the TI shuffle. So, and I'm consistently seeing them try out these strategies that Tier 1 teams are able to come out with, teams like Team Falcons. So maybe they're able to pull out the rug from underneath Boom Esports, and they will have to outplay and outdraft Boom, right? They will have to come out strong so in order to beat a team like Boom. But let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what comes out. The puck is still in the pool, so if Boom wants to try and go into a puck pick of their own, they obviously have that option because they are first pick. Always something that I think Sanctity does very well on. Sanctity as well is another hero, another player who I would expect to see a high priority on. Get him his good heroes. Get him his Queen of Pain. Get him his Puck. Get him his Storm Spirit. Active, damage dealing, decently scaling, control heroes. That's what we know him for. I don't want to see any of that DK mid BS coming through if Sanctity is playing. Let me just put it that way.
And for YG, I think Dusk, Marcy, Skill Lays, most successful heroes, but Boom Esports, they will steal the Disruptor away from YG. And I think Otimo mentioned this in the series between when the last series that YG played. Lun has played that Disruptor 21 times in the last 41 games, 19 times. He's been positioned on that Disruptor, so it's one of his most played heroes.
And then Matt's had really bad maths about that as well, where he was like, hey, that's like 95%, right? No, I love it.
But I mean, that's still going to be better maths than mine, you know?
Hey, it's not saying much. That's like saying your Dota is better than mine is. Yangon Galacticos, so in the meanwhile, of course, this means that if they want to try and pick up something like a Puck, something like a Spirit Hero, even a Dawnbreaker early on, they are going to be slightly deterred by it as well. Kind of sucks that you don't get that position. What? Okay. Going for a Dawnbreaker immediately into a Disruptor is always an interesting decision. Obviously, Disruptor is not a super hard counter, right? You can still work around him. It's not global for one thing, so most of the times your goal is to just catch someone out without the Disruptor nearby, but it's still a pretty good hero versus the Dawn.
I mean, this is one of Zoran's most played heroes, right? It's the Mars, it's the Dawnbreaker. He knows how to play the Dawnbreaker, not to mention when you do get that shard, the Disruptor doesn't actually counter you out because you had that debuff immunity. And at the very least, the Dawnbreaker can be flexed into the position 4 or even position 5 role. I think we saw it in the RES, the last RES Unchained qualifiers last month, and we may just see it this time around too. What I'm curious though is whether or not YG will pick up the Marcy, because the Tusk has been banned out. Clearly, Boom have been doing their homework on what YG want to be bringing into the draft.
That's one of the things you have to keep in mind as well, whether or not YG are actually making their way into a position where they're in these late close qualifiers in contention for making it to tier 1 events. They're still definitely in the scrim pool for it, right? Southeast Asia is not this super ridiculously deep, set of teams that the top teams can scrim up against each other with. So you're not going to be like, oh, YG, we only see them winning tier 3 tournaments. We're not scrimming them. So there's definitely a lot of insider info that these guys have on each other beyond just basic research as well. Especially because so just to sort of peel back the curtain a little bit, if there's a qualifier like this one going on, Boom is not scrimming Execration during it. Boom is not scrimming, for example, Talon if they exist during it. Boom's not scrimming Vici during it. Boom's looking for teams like your Yangons, teams like the Chinese teams, like your Extremes and whatnot. And this is generally how the scrim meta develops. That's how these younger teams, especially during the qualifier days, even if they don't make it to the closed qualifiers, it's really important that they do well in open qualifiers so they can show themselves off as viable scrim partners. We are going to have the Bane being picked up now for the Yangon side, so it's a good save mechanism coming in over here as well. The question is, do they want to pair that up with any sort of combination?
I think they're posturing towards an Invoker for Young PH, potentially. I wonder if Boom will spot this one out, the Fiend's Grip plus the Catechism combination. Not to mention, you also have the Solar Guardian to make sure your Invoker stays alive. It's a whole lot you can infuse into this lineup right now. For Boom, though, picking up a hero, they might just go the Abaddon route. It's not really banned out. It does incredibly well against that Bane, just cancel out that Fiend script entirely. But right now, they will pick up the Hoodwink. They do have another pick, though, and the Mars is completely open for them if they want to go for it.
Jokum really likes his Hoodwink, to be fair, so I hate this. I think he's also very good on it. Hoodwink plus Mars together is always it feels like you really wish it was the Snapfire instead, if I'm being honest, in a lot of ways. But the good thing about the Hoodwink is it's got a good long range bushwhack as well, so it's decent versus the Bane in that way. I also actually think that up until the shot comes out for the Dawnbreaker, Hoodwink does surprisingly well versus the Dawnbreaker as well, because obviously you can plant a tree down with the Acorn early on and just counter an issue with the bushwhack in a lot of ways too. So it's not a counter, but it's not bad. But we are going to see Sanctity's hero coming through. It is going to be one of those active early game, mid game, high damage dealing spirit heroes, and it's a Void, surprisingly enough, that they prioritize.
I hope YG go for an Invoker right now. You see in the other side's mid, you can go for your own mid laner. There's not really a hard counter available. Sure, the Disruptor does counter out the Invoker, but then again, what mid hero doesn't the Disruptor counter out, right? It's especially in this meta. Don't jinx it, T-Time. We saw a Wraith King come out. Okay, I did not end up well.
It does counter the Disruptor, okay?
But let's see. I mean, right now, a Faceless Void plus the Invoker combination for YG looks incredibly strong. But no, if they're going to be going for Young PH's Puck, but there's one hero that Disruptor doesn't counter out. The Phase Shift, the Puck doesn't really care about that Glimpse, or even the Static Storm. You can Phase Shift and then blink out of the Static Storm too. If you're
I've
able
heard
to
you say this before, but that's a stretch for me. I really think that Disruptor is still very good versus the Puck. I mean, it's one of the best silences you can obviously have if there's a phase shift down. The way phase shift works, obviously, to anyone who doesn't know, is you are still facing the way you are, like, looking at inside the phase shift, and there's a tech that lets you evade that, but it's hard to pull off in the middle of a team fight and whatnot. So you can't blink out of the Static Storm because you have to blink in the direction you're facing. So it's still a lot trickier than you'd expect. Another Skyrath maze coming out. We've seen more of these today than I have in the past 4 months of play.
I mean, it's great against the Void Spirit, right? Not to mention great against the Disruptor and as well as the Hoodwink. Boom will go for a Medusa. This is surprising, considering you have a Bane against you. That Fiend script actually drains away your mana, not just disables you down. So Boom will forgo the idea of an Abaddon. They will ban out the Anti-Mage, but...
I mean, if anything, Abaddon offlane seems like it's even stronger now, though.
I'm not too sure about how I feel about the Abaddon offlane because you already have a Void Spirit and that Medusa. It just feels like it might just be too greedy. You need someone to initiate in. Right now, you only have the Void Spirit, and that's one initiator is always going to be risky. YG banned out the Night Stalker. Surprising. Not a lot of teams play the Night Stalker. It's actually Zorain who not only played the Night Stalker today, but he loves to play the Night Stalker in general. Would have been a great hero against that Void Spirit, but then you can't really play a Dawnbreaker as a carry, so I suppose they had that idea.
I know it's been nerfed to oblivion, but it feels pretty good here. You also do have a pretty big lack of reliable stuns. Boom could use that. Jabs also loves his Earthshaker. No, it is going to be the Abaddon offline. Okay, so they go for Greed instead.
They will pick up at the very end, Greed or no Greed, right? That Aphotic Shield will be a counter to that Bane regardless, as well as a counter to that Arcane Silence coming in from that Skyrath Mage. as well as the counter out the silence from the puck, right? It's a whole lot of countering this Abaddon can do, even if he doesn't find a lot of farm. So we may just see an Abaddon not really prioritize farm all that much, maybe to decide be a playmaker instead, have that early blink dagger, or even go for an orchid. But let's see what YG pick up as far as their own carry goes. They know there's a Medusa on the other side, so who are they going to go for?
They don't have a lot of damage right now, actually.
Yeah, that's the problem. We may just see a gyrocopter or a Terrorblade come out. We may just see YG going toe-to-toe with the Medusa in that late game. They did it today against Ivory. Let's see if they want to go for it again. All I'm hoping for is that this is not going to be one of YG's morphlings. So it will be a Terrorblade.
That sounds like a man with trauma.
Yeah, it's not just me. And there were a couple of thousand people watching the cast that were traumatized too when that happened. But it's going to be a Terrorblade. We saw KSH play it today. He was incredibly farmed up and came out with some beautiful Sunders at the nick of time. Just some clutch plays coming out by him. And when you look at the other side, outside of that Disruptor, there's not really a whole lot that can guarantee that Sunder doesn't come out. I know there's some short disables coming in with that Void Spirit and with that Hoodwink, but the Static Storm is the only thing that can keep the Sunder from coming out. And YG can make sure their Sunder does come out because they can bring in their Solar Guardian. They also have the Nightmare. So it's a game.
It's going to be a battle of protecting. It's also just a battle of protecting your position one, right? On one end, obviously, you've got yourself Jabs, who's going to be just trying to stay alive, throw Photic Shields out onto 23 Savage. You've got Norman, who's trying to protect him by glimpsing back the right play, trying to get the silence and block, all of these things. But then also, you need to guarantee that the Sunder goes off, otherwise Medusa outlasts you in a team fight in a way that you really can't boast the same thing. It's an interesting contrast of sustain, and I think what things are really going to come down to is Young PH versus Sanctity for me. And it feels reductive. I know mid versus mid is always important, but now more than ever, Buck and Void Spirit will decide exactly what this game looks like between 10 and 20 minutes.
And in my opinion, I think the Buck is a far better playmaker as a hero than the Void Spirit, right? Because you can just play around the other side. Remember, the Void Spirit can't actually jaunt out of the Puck's Dream Coil, but the Puck can run circles around Boom. Whether or not he'll be able to do that is something entirely different. And then you also have to factor in when that Puck goes for those risky playmaking roles, he has the follow-up potential coming in from that Skyrat's Mystic Flare. You also have Zoran's Solar Guardian. You have a plethora of ways, not to mention the Fiend's Grip, which can be used to bait Boom into, because then the Abaddon has to go in for the save. He will have no choice. So it does seem like YG, as far as the early to mid game goes, will be the ones in charge of building up the tempo, and Boom will be the ones to respond to that tempo.
I actually don't know what the Skyrat's facet does.
30 seconds to battle.
I will take a look at that.
It gives you a shield every time you deal damage.
Oh, I don't think the shield's gonna help him very much.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Oh, I haven't heard that voice line before. That's very interesting. Did you know that 23 Savage is the pro player that has the highest number of games on a Medusa?
I was gonna say that, by the way. He loves his Medusa. He always has. He's always been one of those pocket picks, even when Medusa's out of the metagame. But right now, it's gonna be an initial engagement. Jokum is the target. Jokum, speaking of players who love heroes, absolutely adores this Hoodwink. Right now, though, he's going to be adoring her from the grave.
Early first blood going the way of YG, and when you take a look at the odds presented by 1xBet, sure, they're in favor of Boom, but not by a whole lot.
Yeah. My friends over at 1xBet are always giving you good odds, so go check them out if you'd like to, using the pinned message and the sign-up code of RESD2. That's RESD2 for up to a 100% first deposit bonus.
Let's see what Young PH will be able to do. It is a skill-based matchup at the end of the day. I feel like, you remember the recipe I told you last time we were at RES Unchained?
Yeah.
If it's a spirit hero, it's a skill-based matchup. There's really not that much that you can read into. Interesting defensive lane that YG are building up for KSS. Certainly seem like they want to prioritize his farm. They will have a Bane, which means that there's not really a whole lot the Hoodwink or the Abaddon can do to zone him down. On the other hand, if you get got in by the Nightmare, then the Metamorphosis can actually just pop you down. Skywrath Mage falling incredibly low on that top lane may actually just...
He's got the shield, I'll just don't forget that.
It's how much of a shield is it? It's actually no, it's actually nothing. It's an 11 magic damage barrier shield. D-down.
Well, every little bit counts. For Sanctity, what's his item build going to be looking like? He wants to go in for that early earn, of course, but bot lane, Bane's going to be going for that early death. I don't know if he chose for that on his own, but it is going to be pursued that is quickly stopped by the Nightmare. He's able to almost force Jokum into the Roche Pit. Would have been a nice addition. Not that it would matter all that much. But top lane Narman is also going to be continuing to remain passive. Both position 5s are trying to dissuade aggressive offlaners from going after them.
Oh, Jokum might actually find the kill towards that bot side. He's still going at it against Lun. Lun, who plots down that cheeky iron-wounded branch. Needs about 2 more hits to fall, but it doesn't seem like Jokum will be able to find the kill. Will find KSH's courier, though, but it was on the way back, so it's not going to hurt that carry that much.
Yeah, a little bit of extra gold doesn't really do all that much in that regards. Is there any kill potential over here on this top lane? That's what I'm sort of curious about. Obviously, bot lane, we could see the Hoodwink getting a lot done. Top side of the map, can Skillay actually take down 23 over here? Is that a real possibility?
It is if the Bane rotates towards that top side, but that's going to be very risky, right? Because you're leaving your hard carry alone. So Boom can then go in on KSH. But the return, the reward, is that you take 23 Savage down. And this is going to be a game where whoever flinches first loses big, because you know both of these teams are going to be eyeing the opposing side's carry. They know their targets and they want to do everything to take them down. Without the Bane, it's hard because you have the Disruptor who can just glimpse you back, particularly Zoran.
Yeah. No way for Zoran to close that distance and actually get off the full Starbreaker unless the Disruptor's made a mistake by already using his glimpse earlier on. And look, Norman might not have the same amount of Disruptor games, but that doesn't mean he's not very good at it.
Sanctity will be able to pick up the bot lane Water Rune and has quite the lead in terms of last hits over the puck. 1.5 creep waves, or around 6 CS over the puck. It's significant, but nothing that will mean that, you know, Young PH is going to struggle.
Bot lane,
It's
you
KSH
might
who's
see
struggling.
KSH struggling as he's been caught out by a great bushwhack. The one will keep him alive with the help of the Nightmare, though Lune continues to remind us why Bane has been such a good defensive support for years upon years. They might not be done over here, though. Jokum's considering whether there's a chance to go back in. He's hunting for the Terrorblade on the back lines, and they might even try and isolate Lune instead. Terrorblade TPs back to base. That is going to be a big staggering step back in terms of farm.
Particularly when you consider the fact that there's 2 entire creep waves on his tier 1 tower that he will not be there for. So it's not just the farm, but also the experience that he is going to miss out on. At the same time, you know, he has to prioritize the safety of his own life there. You know, there's no other way about this.
Lune is doing his best to drag these creep waves away, but instead he's just going to be glimpsed back into jabs. That aphotic shield going down should just finish off Lune. Lune actually ends up cancelling the Nightmare. That's going to be a mistake. Skillay, who TP'd back in, is really not going to be able to afford enough damage with this low-level Scarlet Mage to actually look for a trade.
Unfortunately, because it was Sanctity who had more denies than the puck, he's actually ahead of the levels, and Young PH did not hit his level 6, so he would have been able to teleport in and punish Boom severely for that over excursion into YG's tier 1 tower. But now that he has the level 6, these extensions by Boom, they might just be costly.
Sanctity gets lucky with the rune and he's able to pick up a double damage for himself. If they want to make it a fight for the Wisdom Rune, this would be the perfect way to start things off.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's hard though, you know, against a puck. But the good thing is you have a disruptor by your side. So anyone that teleports to defend their Shrine of Wisdom is going to be getting glimpsed back. So you'll always have the numbers advantage when you go for a Shrine play. God knows Norman needs it. He's level 3 right now, T-Time, on that disruptor.
It's not going to be getting that level 6 on time for me to talk about that. Oh, well, you know, maybe the Puck's phase shift doesn't matter, yada yada. No, he's not even level 6, guys. Come on, I don't need to worry about this. Top lane, Norman, struggles continue.
He was desperately trying to run into the secret shop, but was this a distraction for Sanctity to make his play on that Shrine of Wisdom? They actually do come out with it.
He's not going to live through this one. They don't have the Nightmare. It was on cooldown for another 2 seconds.
They used it on that disruptor. I'm telling you, it was a sacrifice. It was a calculated sacrifice. See, when I was looking at his position, I was like, why is he running into the secret shop? Surely he's not going to be able to survive from it without a smoke, without just running in blind.
The worst part is that Bane got level 4 from that kill. Had he gotten level 4 earlier on, Lund has Nightmare off cooldown.
Oh man, that was a really big brain play coming out by Boom. I don't know how much of it was intentional, but it certainly seemed intentional.
I mean, it would be nice to see Sanctity now put that to good use over here, though. You can't go without punishing this Puck or anyone beyond it. Young PH is going for a bait play of his own, but he's lost too much HP to try and make that attempt. Norman's hunting for a glimpse that he'll never find. Young PH backs up behind the tier 1 tower, but Sanctity, it's another rune. This bot side river has been treacherous for the Yangon Galacticos.
Boom constantly forcing YG back to their base. First KSH now, Young PH. And the big question is, when will YG make a move? Right? They have certainly been at a loss to do so. At the same time, KSH's farm is pretty good. I mean, you'll be happy with this. 4,000 on the network chart. And it's Zorain who's at the 2nd place position. So the onus is on Boom to make plays.
Zorain is very high level as well, so he's level 7 over here. It will not be easy to get the skill. A little bit of support from that Scarlet would have gone a long way, but skill A actually ends up going the wrong way. So instead, he'll come in when Zorain's demise is basically guaranteed. Maybe not, maybe not. They're setting up for another kill with the Solar Guardian on top of the Nightmare. Puck's making his way over as well. Sanctity is going to be slept one more time before Puck can come through. Now, there isn't the Dream Coil available, so this silence has to be how they finish things off. Skill A is able to follow up. Sanctity feels like he can do nothing right. He just can't follow up. Finally, some help comes in. A bushwhack onto both the supports, but Young PH isn't done. Maybe he should have been. Zorain re-engages with the Celestial Hammer, just trying to get a little bit more damage, but it's going to be Young PH who's the one who simply refuses to stop. It's just complete outplay onto the Boom side. Yangon Galacticos over there running circles around them.
I mean, Zorain recognizing this is what happens when you play with a lot of experience, right? It's one of his most played heroes. He knows what his limits are. And YG, they synergize pretty well together, keeping Sanctity at bay. Unluckily for them, they didn't have the Dream Coil. Otherwise, they would have been able to secure that kill. Or, as well as the fact that they didn't have the Fiend's Grip, right? The Shrine of Wisdom didn't go their way. So they were playing on the back foot for a lot of that engagement, but still able to come out with the Hoodwink kill. It's not great, but it is quite something. At least as far as the mind games go, which early on matter quite a lot. Oh, Medusa's in trouble. T-Time, 4 heroes rushing towards her.
She is behind the tier 1 tower, but they don't have a level 6 disruptor who can TP back in, and he's already low on mana. 23 Savage is going to be a dead man before the TPs can even land. Use whatever you want to try and bring that mana back. Both you and this tower are going to have their lives forfeited. And by the time Boom actually sets his sights onto the bot lane tier 1, this tower will not just be gone. There will be defenders available as well.
And in a game of 2 teams playing 4 Protect 1, you know the team to lose their carry first is going to be at a big disadvantage. As YG were able to take down a tier 1 tower at the back of that, and Zorain will be able to defend his tier 1 tower towards that bot lane. So YG able to open up space. At the same time though, Boom are stacking up numbers towards his bot side tower. At the back of that helm of the Dominator, this Abaddon should be able to clear up the tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Gotta keep in mind, just in case anyone's missed out, Helm of the Dominator, massive nerf coming in. Very needed nerf as well, just in terms of the fact that if you actually start attacking Night Creep, you will get the goal. But turns out Zorain is not really going to be able to do too much of a hit. Tries to get the Solar Guardian out, but glimpse back immediately, and Shabs successfully manages to bait that 100 gold of the Hellbear Smasher. Elsewhere on the map though, it's the mid side where Luna has been caught out, but a quick Nightmare means he can get out of there. No! Long range jump in from Sanctity. Nicely done.
YG kind of overstepping their bounds there. They don't have the Dream Coil, which means they can't take a lot of these engagements, particularly because they know that there's no Solar Guardian for that added insurance. So they should be playing safe with the lead that they are able to get, right? They worked pretty hard for it. Don't want to give it up for nothing. Even that Solar Guardian play from Zorain was a bit I don't know what the right word for it is.
Ambitious. Optimistic. Presumptuous.
Deluded.
Oh. I thought we were going for the nice words.
I mean, he was never going to be able to make it out. I don't even think if the glimpse, even if the glimpse wasn't used, he might have just still died.
You baited out the glimpse. My man.
Right now, the YG might just get baited by this smoke play though. T-Time. Jokum is on the back line.
What's the plan over here? Sanctity silence up immediately, but there's not going to be any more follow-up. Puck needs to turn around with a Dream Coil soon if they want to try and fight. They've decided not to. Boom. They'll have to settle for just a support kill. YG will not be baited into a bigger fight than necessary.
And so far, most of the kills that Boom have gotten have been on that Bane. I mean, 4 kills for them. It's been Lun to die 3 times. So they haven't actually found all that much. The big target, that is the Terrorblade, hasn't really fallen down. But Boom are coming in with a lot of push available. YG don't have too much counter push available, but they're still going to bring in the numbers even if it is at the back of the illusions.
Nice 2-man Dream Coil, and this is where the follow-up has to come through, but Disruptor just completely removes any chance of a fight happening. That is such good counterplay coming through over there. You really have to give credit out towards Narman for keeping his cores alive, but can they do the same for their tower?
As long as it's not Zetsu gets caught up there, it should be fine. Meanwhile, I mean, because Boom are bringing in the pressure towards YG's towers, that has left 23 Savage free to farm up. And he has recovered on that net worth. He's almost actually tied up with the Terrorblade, may even surpass him, because while the Medusa's ability to flash farm increases as time goes on, Terrorblade's ability to flash farm doesn't actually increase the same way. Long gone are the days where you would send in your illusions towards other parts of the map to farm up. You can still do that, but they're not as strong when they're away from a particular distance from the Terrorblade.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
and that damage bonus was just immediately gone. Becomes a penalty eventually. Oh. What's going on over here? Quick Fiend's Grip, and there's that Mana Band that you talked about, Tultras. They continue to catch out Boom and put the pressure on them. Boom. So far, they've managed to disengage. This is going to be the first time we've actually seen a kill coming through from Dream Coil, which seems like it's worth it, seems like it's vital. But man, oh man, right where you're talking about the Medusa being in a position where she can accelerate her farm, she's losing out on it instead. Elsewhere on the map, response kills are being hunted for. Level 11 on Zorain is an incredibly high value kill, and Sanctity's not been having the best game so far, so it matters a lot. Uses the haste rune to get out of there. There's no way to stun him down, and they'll have to settle for Shokum instead.
A nice set of kills being found, and 23 Savage pinging the fact that there might be an Observer Ward, but unfortunately for him, he just got outplayed there.
Right now, silence on silence, but Sanctity has his expire sooner. It's going to be an opportunity for young PH to get out of there. Still, there is the Spirit Vessel on him. Isn't going to be finished off, and Sanctity will be interrupted before he can actually move in for the Resonant Pulse. Could have been the death of the puck over there, but won't be the case.
Would have been a huge kill if they were able to find young PH there. You know he's a playmaker, right? So there's two ways you can go about this. Either take down the carry, that is KSH, or take down the playmaker and disable KSH's ability to free farm. Right now, they're not able to do either at the same time. You just lost your Medusa twice. Every single time you do, you give up 1,000 net worth discrepancy. You created a 1,000 net worth discrepancy between the two carries.
And it's coming online. KSH now moving in towards the shard to be able to just continue farming up. Remember, this is a game where both teams have acknowledged this is a handshake deal. Hey, let's not end this before 45 minutes. That's just the kind of draft we have.
The problem is, the Terrorblade is just so much stronger than the Medusa in that late game mark. Scotty versus Scotty, TB wins.
Especially if you start throwing in the accoutrements of Bane Fiend script that's taking away what? I think it was fully channeled takes for like 30% of your mana or something ridiculous like that.
It's max mana
Even
as well,
more
right? So
if you get the level 15 talent.
Oh yeah, and when you get the level 25 talent on the Medusa, right, the Fiend's grip actually becomes stronger because your max mana increases.
Yeah, the 40 intelligence just doesn't really do that much. Are we, for the first time in the history of Dota, going to see Medusa go for +1 Gorgon's Grasp Volley?
I don't think so. But we might actually see the Bane prioritize the Fiend's grip. I think the Aphotic Shield doesn't work to dispel it. I'm not exactly sure. We'll just have to see how it works out. But if it's 3 instances of the Fiend's grip, then it won't work. But if it's 1 instance of it, then it might just.
Something to figure out. But right now, the question is, for both teams, what are these smokes trying to accomplish? For Yangon, they have a straightforward pathway. Hey, let's find this Medusa while she's farming, hunt her down one more time. A little bit more complicated for Boom. They've got different targets that they can go for if they end up going into the triangle. Sure, Zorain's been a consistent killer finding, but Zorain is incredibly farmed and honestly very high level. He is the highest leveled hero on the map outside of the Medusa right now because he just keeps on farming away. He's doing that Dawnbreaker thing.
And the thing is, T-Time, with the way that YG are now going to move, they are going to collapse upon 23 very quickly. And Sanctity is too far away, so it will come down to Jokum as well as Norman to come in with the support, but they don't actually have any way to reposition themselves too quickly. Who's going to stop this Fiend's grip? Will it be the Abaddon Jabs who has to teleport towards his tier 2 tower? The one advantage that Boom do have is that Observer Ward towards that cliff. But that's going to expire soon. I think it's going to expire within the next 5 to 10 seconds. So there's a very short window that Boom have in which they need to come out with that counter initiation.
Big question mark. 15 seconds. Medusa will be able to spot them out as they go on her over here. Another observer board placed by the Radiant side. They found her. She walks into the Fiend's grip. That's the worst possible way to start the fight elsewhere. The puck has been gone on. It's a 1-for-1. And look, it's not a bad one, but you need more than this if you're on the Boom side. The problem is you can't fight for it.
Oh yeah, no static storm means no team fight. You also don't have a sharpshooter available. Don't actually have anything to take KSH on with his metamorphosis up without those abilities. No way to cancel out that Sunder. You do have Jabs who now has that Orchid online. So you have that additional spell going, or rather additional item going in, that burn. What was it called? The soul burn. But he needs to be present in the team fight. I think you need a dagger on that Abaddon.
Yeah, Jabs is just going to continue to farm away in the meanwhile. Before he can actually find the puck and be an active counter repellent to that puck, it's going to be difficult. Puck in the meanwhile going for the BKB, so there's going to be a very slim window of opportunity where Jabs can actually even take advantage of this Orchid.
And this is what I meant by Boom having a greedy lineup at the back of a lost pick Abaddon, right? You can constantly see the Medusa isn't getting the space that she would have otherwise gotten if you had a playmaker off as an offlaner, right? If you had a Mars in this scenario, for example. But it's a bit too late for that now. I do hope that the Abaddon will start to join Boom soon, because things may just get out of hand.
Dire's bottom tower is under
At the
Who's
same
the
time,
shot
though,
going to go to? Norman. Okay.
the window of opportunity that YG have to constantly take this Medusa down is going to decrease once you have the butterfly up. I'm not sure.
I don't know if that's true though, Teltris, because you
Yeah.
can't underestimate the damage from Mystic Flare coming out with the help of the Fiend's Grip. I think the Medusa just dies.
Yeah, that's what I was actually noticing in those past
Like
few
the
team fights.
Terrorblade isn't the one who's killing the Medusa. Terrorblade's job is to take care of the Medusa once she's like an anaconda, right? Once she's hit that Nicki Minaj territory. But until then, we can't have the same thing. I mean, right now she's barely Sabrina Carpenter. She's tiny.
Not for long though. She will have the butterfly up soon. Maybe you get a Glimmer Cape. Is there a Glimmer available on the side of Boom?
You do seem like you need one, honestly, but the problem is Disruptor's going to be farming up that Blink Dagger. Jokam on the Hoodwink is going for a Glimmer right now, which is not the ideal here to have the Glimmer on, but it's not terrible. The problem is Hoodwink doesn't have that much mana and actually does have a lot of spells that she'd like to spam.
And isn't exactly a flash farmer. I mean, you can flash farm, but that's not the ideal use of Medusa. Oh no.
Not again. 23! 23! They know those are illusions, 23! They're going to be caught out. There's going to Blink Dagger available for the back of a head. They're going to follow it up with the Solar Guardian and stun. Sure, they've got themselves the Disruptor ultimate. It doesn't matter. The full Fiend's Grip has been used. 23 Savage is going to fall one more time. Zorain will give his life for the cause. Of course he will. That's his job. He's the offlaner. And now a nightmare for Abaddon that might not end by waking up either. It is disaster. Boom is being demolished.
KS says stayed alive for that entire team fight, and 23 Savage. I get that you will die when you're farming up in the jungle. That is just the risk that you are going to take when you're playing a Medusa. But to be on that front line at that river mark 22 minutes in without vision on any one of YG's heroes, that is a blunder if I've ever seen one. And that is not something that you can get away with. YG are no joke. They are a team that will punish you every single time you go for a mistake like that.
Dude, I'm just seeing the problem will not even be the fact that 23 Savage has a farm discrepancy. Now the problem is, what is Sanctity supposed to do in this space, right? How does Sanctity make himself relevant when his entire purpose and the entire way he's itemized, he's played this game, everything has been, hey, I need to find space for my Medusa to farm. I am the lowest farm priority on my team right now.
And it doesn't help when your Medusa is the first one to die. At that point, you're lost without a purpose. You have no one you're fighting for.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
For Boom, though, they need to plant down some vision. They need to better spot out these rotations, and they need a Blink Dagger. Okay, they have a Blink Dagger on jabs. So I suppose now the only way is you come out with faster counter initiations. But they tried that last time. I think you really need a Glimmer. I think that with a Glimmer Cape available there, they could have potentially saved their Medusa.
Let's also not ignore the fact that Medusa's died isolated every single time now. Over here, Disruptor came in. He actually got his ultimate off. He got a glimpse off to cancel out the Fiend's Grip, if I'm not wrong, as well, on the long range. That's really nice. Okay, that's awesome. That being said, you're not getting that Medusa to live unless all 5 of your heroes are there. It's also just a matter of positioning, not just itemization.
Radiant are scanning.
You can get the best items in the world, but if you're caught out alone, you are dead.
Oh, no, and I don't like the itemization either.
Going for a Maelstrom?
Yeah, he's going for a Mjolnir. The idea is that you have the Mjolnir on yourself so that the Terrorblade illusions, you're going to be returning some damage out. But the contrast is, you're going to be getting hit by the Eye of Scotty. And that's slow. It's not the healing reduction because Medusa doesn't care about that. It's the slow. She is going to get slowed down to a halt to the point where you can save your Fiend's Grip for another target if you want.
Another day, another death on Zorain. He's been a target. If we're being frank about it, there's definitely been places where this Dawnbreaker has given chances to Boom to start picking up resources, especially considering how farmed and high leveled he is.
Interestingly, T-Time, between Zorain and Lun, those are 90% of the kills that Boom have. Young PH has died once, but it's been Zorain and Lun who died 4 and 4 times each. KSH and Skill Lei have not fallen a single time. Meanwhile, you take a look at Boom Esports, it's 23 Savage who's died 4 times now.
Damn.
So these kills, I mean, have we actually seen a player on KSS so far? The entire game?
Nope. Look, they're hunting, right? But every time they're hunting, they find Zorain. Every time they think they found a hero that's going to be the Terrorblade, it's Zorain instead. And this is the advantage of playing a Terrorblade with a Dawnbreaker. Your Dawnbreaker can still be a 4 protect 1 hero without actually being nearby. So Terrorblade gets a lot more support from his team in ways that otherwise he's not able to do so because he has to farm isolated.
A great read coming in by YG, recognizing the fact that Boom will defend the Roshan. And their smoke play from Boom will not work out. And you can see the pings coming out. These are pings of frustration, T-Times. These are pings of a team that is caught off guard because they did not expect YG to bring this much force, this much contention against them.
I said it in the beginning, you will be surprised about how good this YG team can be, and honestly, I didn't think I would also be surprised about it, because so far, it has felt like YG's game all along. Forget the net worth lead, forget all of that. It is YG in control. The Parasma is almost completed for Young PH here as well, but before that, they're going to go for one more fight. Medusa en route to her Aghanim Scepter. He's going to have that in about a minute and a half or so. But if she goes down another time, that does feel like the last straw. That's going to be Roshan as well to likely go by with it. And maybe Roshan can go by before that entirely. Young PH goes and reveals himself out in mid, getting a D-ward out, pushing out the lane as well. At most, if they take Roshan away, they're going to have to look to trade this tier 2 tower. But Sanctity alone probably can't do that much to that tower either in the bottom side of the map. He's going to TP back in. They want to fight on Boom, but are they going to be here on time?
They can. I mean, YG can't stay inside of the pit against the Static Storm.
Yeah.
But I love this. They're
beating
beating out as many smokes as they possibly can. This is the second smoke. Boom only have one more. Right? You can see the Disruptor actually buying another. So YG are just game of chicken like you mentioned, but it's Tom all the way through right now. Or rather Jerry. I forget which one.
Jabs wants to fight over here. He really wants to be able to blink in and get himself the Orchid out as well.
That's the second smoke that YG have wasted. What's going to be the game plan? Go back into the Roche pit and then force out another smoke. You see them doing this, G-Time. They're literally running circles around Boom right now.
And Roche is low. This time they have a chance of to be able to finish it off. Young PH, as long as he stays on top of the triangle, by the time these illusions will actually make their way over, KSH is the only person inside the pit. Jokum goes forward, looking for an opportunity to get a quick pushback out, but Young PH is just zoning him away consistently. Now comes in the Solar Guardian. They're going to be able to get the Aegis onto KSH. He wants to continue fighting forward. Now the Metamorphosis has been used as well. Elsewhere, Disruptor's already fallen. Abaddon now down and out next. 23 Savage not even nearby. He's had enough deaths. He doesn't want another one of them. Unfortunately, the rest of his team not quite so fortunate as having a choice.
Kudos to YG for recognizing that someone will need to sacrifice their life to be able to secure the Roshan. And Young PH had no qualms about being the one to take the hit there. Now with KSH in
23 Savage. God. Getting tens of 8 ultras.
Oh yeah. You should be going for some towers right now if you're this terribly.
I mean, he's going to have that MKB up in 2000 gold as well, and after that it does feel like the Medusa just, even in like a 2 versus 1, probably can't stand in front of this Terrorblade.
Particularly because when you take a look at KSH's items, you see an MKB being queued up, and you see an MKB almost, or rather, it's not even on the horizon anymore. He just needs about a minute before he can get that. Boom may have
Skillay will
1,000.
contribute his life to the cause.
Well, that's expected, or not expected, but that's
Radiant's
But he also gets a shard for it, right? This is the ultimate sacrifice.
I suppose. let's call it one. Yeah.
He dies for 50 seconds, he gets 1400 gold. That's like 1200 GPM, that's worth it.
1200 GPM for that 1 minute. Yes, it's
Yeah, hey, it's the best sacrifice you can go for. You know what they say, if you pick up $5 off the ground, that's like $3 million an hour. KSH.
Radiant's top tower.
Look, I like what Sanctity's doing. I do. He's really playing on the edge. He's really just forcing people to just keep focusing on him, pushing out waves while there is an Aegis there, right?
Dire's bottom tower.
And that's put KSH in a position where he's got 2 minutes on that Aegis. This could end up being an Aegis with only 1 tier 2 tower picked up, or even less if you lose another player.
The problem is YG don't actually have too much room for error, right? One team fight that they lose, it's gonna be all over, or maybe not all over, but they're gonna be severely behind.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
Another tier 1 tower to fall, last one of the game. And the plan for Boom is straightforward. They want to fight now while the Aegis is still there, trying to circumnavigate around and beyond. They will get the blink up onto the puck, but Puck's got the BKB. Dream Coil on 2, Sun on both of them as well. Follow up with the Mystic Flare and the back lines. You've got a silence on the Bane, keeping him away from the fight. Zoraid, however, a BKB of his own, and he's back in the fray. 23 Savage with the Stone Gears being used, just trying to zone out the Dawnbreaker. He's realized now, though, he's running out of mana. Needs to fight back. Gets the mana stake up, but it will not matter. He's just being sucked dry. There's no chances here whatsoever. Terrorblade, though, does end up going down. 23 Savage with literally 20 mana on him, after having been sundered as well. So KSH now closes the distance. 23 Savage will live because of a bushwhack. What a team fight coming in. Everything has been picture perfect, and Sanctity is the one holding the camera. This is insane. They're not even done yet. Sanctity knows he's got another Astral Step in. He's just trying to delay these heroes for longer and longer. What a fight coming out from Boom.
And not to mention, that fight looked very shaky for Boom when it all started out. But just the fact that 23 Savage was able to play to his limits, the fact that they were able to take the Aegis down, he even ate the Sunder. But the thing is about that Sunder, it trades HP. It doesn't do anything to the Medusa's mana. Doesn't decrease it by even 10 mana. It's just not how it works. So YG didn't actually come out ahead. They needed to use the Sunder on some other target. 23 Savage is not the Sunder target there. They could have used it on the Void Spirit. They could have used it on the Hoodwink, or even, well, the Abaddon. It was too late to use it on the Abaddon, but I think YG could have played that team fight a lot better.
I really think that Sundo is just him trying to stay alive. Norman, for me, MVP of that team fight without a doubt. I mean, he gets such a good glimpse back onto KSH, which pushes him away from the Medusa, wastes another 5 seconds of that Metamorphosis, which means that it goes off cooldown. And then afterwards, he constantly has Bane underneath that silence. He's got the Static Storm out while staying alive. Bane ends up going down. Lung doesn't get his Fiend's Grip off, and that's where the Medusa comes to party.
And you can instantly see the net worth disadvantage that YG will have because of that. 4,000 of it. Now the Medusa in a lead over KSH. If you're able to get to a few more items, Norman has an Aghanim Scepter. So every single time he goes for a Blink Static Storm play, YG are going to be defenseless.
They're going back in. There's a BKB now available for the Terrorblade. They want to fight this one. Teltro's Metamorphosis is going to be back online as well. This is not a bad place to fight at all. The only issue is maybe Bonk's Dream Coil, but even that doesn't feel like a necessity.
Scanning.
And KSH is a big kill to find. He hasn't died once, so when he drops, he'll give about 2,000 gold to the other side. Oh, 23 Savage, he's all alone again!
You can't be getting caught out like this. It's going to be a Fiend's Grip this time over. No Norman to help you, but no! Fiend's Grip not actually catching him out because the Medusa had already used his Stone Gaze. He's able to recover in time. They're going to reinitiate. They've caught out the Terrorblade. He's got the BKB, uses it immediately. Solar Guardian comes back in, catches 23 Savage right on the edge, followed up with a Mystic Flare. Your mana is gone. Your mana is gone. Your life is forfeit. Follow up now, where's it going to go? It's going to be the back line. Sanctity, the man with the camera, has had his lens and eyes broken. His face is on the ground, his body is in the grave, and Norman able to TP out, but they've lost their position 1 and 2 for that one. That looked like it was going to be the fight they needed, but they just don't clock in about the BKB on Terrorblade in time.
Are they going to re-engage? Without their 2 cores?
Radiant's courier.
They're just looking to buy time. They're trying to use that mobility, but it's overextension. That's what it is.
This is a Suicide Squad T-time. There's no way they can buy time. They're just giving up kills at this point. And I don't know what 23 Savage was doing there in that position. With 4 of his teammates at that topside tower, they had a great play with the fact that Medusa was able to use the Stone Gaze before YG were able to initiate upon her. But then the real mistake came when Boom were able to consolidate, but YG were still able to take the fight because of the fact that there was no Stone Gaze. Boom should have disengaged from that point onwards.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, really just not respecting the kind of damage that comes in from KSH, the kind of healing that's coming in from the Solar Guardian, the stun that obviously penetrates all. You can't stop that stun in any real shape or form. This is... I mean, this is just Yangon Galacticos giving us a masterclass.
It's still not over though, right? Not even close to being over. the mid lane barracks still stands. Perhaps the Hoodwink sacrifice played a role into it. I really don't think so, but maybe. And now you see 23 Savage going for that Eye of Skadi, something to actually be able to fight back with. Because right now, all 23 Savage is a tank, without any capacity to dish out damage in return. But once you hit that Eye of Skadi timing, you will have the capacity to do so.
I mean, especially with the Aghanims, right? That's supposed to be another big difference maker.
But look at what Terrorblade, look at what KSH is making T-time. The absolute perfect item on a Terrorblade, a Diffusal Blade, which will work with his illusions, the Disperser, which means he can reposition. But the Medusa's mana, if you thought her mana went down fast before, well, there's gonna be another thing coming. She's gonna get hit by a bus pretty soon.
The nice thing with the Disperser is that even though it actually technically, I believe it burns less mana than a Daedalus does, just mathematically, the nice thing about it is that you also get to abandon your boots for it. So TB now gets to play the actual, hey, I am 6-slotted, like actually 6-slotted.
And it's the Dispel. Don't care about the Orchid anymore. You don't need to pop the BKB just because of that Soulborn kicking in. Max movement speed too. It's a whole lot. You can even use a Disperser on your ally if they get caught in by the Bushwhack, for example. So it's a multitude of ways you can play around it. I really like this approach from KSH. Sooner or later though, you're gonna hit that Divine Rapier timing for both of these carries.
Do you
it's one of those
just go for a Aghanims on KSH first before that?
I thought
The Terror
about
Wave
the
is
agonies.
really good over here because there aren't really any BKB builders.
You know what else is really good to time?
Me?
No, the 100%
As a
bonus
friend?
you get with the promo code REST2 if you go on 1xBet for YG versus Boom.
That is really good. You can get up to 100% deposit bonus, your first time deposit. Wow, that's insane. You need to click on that pinned message now if you're interested.
Are there any
question
interesting
is-
tier 4 items? Surprisingly, you have 4 guild guards on YG. 4! Young
Yo,
PH
that's the
has a
Medusa
Nezulu blood
effect.
right?
That's what it is.
But there are 4 guild guards. I've never seen this actually before.
That's we've got 4 arrows coming towards us. Let's get 4 shields.
Meanwhile, you have the monocles coming in from the rest of Boom, the Disruptor, as well as the Medusa.
The Medusa monocle doesn't get disabled, right? Because like the damage she takes, it only goes from her mana, not her HP. So it's a permanent monocle, if I'm not wrong, right?
I think so. I'm not exactly too sure. I think she... I'm not actually
There's
too sure.
2% damage. Yeah. Because if it works like Blink, it would be disabled. Because obviously that would be too broken if Blink couldn't be disabled.
I think a Laguna Blade will definitely disable it. I think you do take some...
You take 2% damage.
Yeah. So big chunks of damage will disable it.
Okay. Well, this next Aegis is going to be critical. Hang on, Galacticos, you gotta love this. I mean, they're just hugging their tier 2 tower. They're just feeling the love.
This time though, Boom will be the ones to make sure they're not going to get caught off guard by a sneaky play from YG. They will be the ones to make the first move.
Are scanning.
YG are going to be a bit too
YG
slow
might
with that
still
scan.
catch them out.
Oh yeah, they'll have the high ground advantage. They will see the
They're
Ether Remnant
coming
there.
in from behind. Oh my god, this is going to be the worst purple man you could ever have. Jokum's going to be caught out in the back lines of here as well. They could find the Sanctity in Norman. Norman's the most critical hero on this dire side, but now as Buck blinks in, he's going to be caught on the edge of the Remnant. Boom are confused. They don't know where to go, so they're just going to continue powering forward into the Roche pit where they'll find the Aegis 423 Savage. This is going to be a big difference maker, especially if they can find the kill on the Bane as well. Solar Guardian coming in, gets a stun on the 2. It's going to be Sanctity to immediately go down. No, Resonant Pulse comes in. He lives for a while longer. 23 Savage in the midst of the fray. Good damage being dealt. Disabling the supports immediately, and KSH caught out in the Gorgon's grasp. KSH is rooted up, and that slow from the Scotties too much to deal with. Switches out HPs with the Sunder. He needed that just to stay alive. Picks up a quick kill on his way out as well. Sanctity backs up, Spirit Vessels up, and can be engaged should there be a need to do so, but right now Yangon Galacticos are feeling mighty foolish.
Just the fact that Sanctity was able to stay alive there. YG, if they got that kill, that fight would have gone completely different. And because the Puck has not gone for an Octarine score like we usually see, he doesn't have the ability to constantly re-engage in those team fights. So it's only one big burst of go through that you have the first time around. You don't have the secondary initiation that you normally have with the Puck. You do still have Zoran's refresher, so you have that secondary Solar Guardian, but I think YG, the way that they're playing it, Zoran is using the Solar Guardian to save, to use as a saving mechanism rather than an initiation tool, or rather than a follow-up tool.
I actually really don't like the fact that Soren went for the Celestial Hammer cast range target and speed. I know it's very good, but it does feel like in this game more than most, you want to have those extra Starbreakers. Having a Starbreaker on what's basically a 5-second cooldown, because obviously you do trigger the Luminosity every time you're going for a Starbreaker as well. 5-second cooldown on Starbreaker versus Medusa is super strong.
YG, do they want to contest an Aegis on the Medusa for a tier 2 that's barely standing?
Well, they're going to try and do so. At the very least, there's not a Shokum nearby, and you always will have a 5 versus 4 and because of it. But they decide, you know what, maybe this is smoke we don't really want that much. And I don't blame them for it.
Such an even game, Daytime. I didn't think that I would see Yangon Galacticos match up to a tier 1 team this early on post TI.
I mean, we've basically had like at most of 5,000, 6,000 net worth lead for either team. This has been constantly neck to neck, and Yangon Galacticos, they've been the controllers for most of the game, but now with the Aegis on the other side, things do feel like they're going to change a bit too quickly. Terrorblade does have his disperser ready and waiting, but that also means he doesn't have buyback, so that previous fight would have been even less advised.
Hey, he hasn't died once, right? So what if he dies once, he'll lose the game, so you know it's
statistically speaking.
Yeah,
he's never died, so he's not going to die. That's how linear graphs work.
Oh man, but it's risky because the Terrorblade is the only one that holds YG's high ground. If you lose KSH, you're going to lose the game, because in this kind of a scenario, Boom are not going to be going for mega creeps if they see KSH without a buyback. They will just go for the throne. What's his buyback timer? It's a minute and 40 seconds, T-time. It's 100 seconds that he will be down.
His death time, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. So, 100 seconds, you don't need 100 seconds on Boom to finish the game, to finish the tier 4s if you're going directly for them. 2 glyphs, what? Or rather, not even 2 glyphs. You only have 1 glyph because you're going to ignore the melee barracks. So you only have 7 seconds. That's 93 seconds of time you have for Boom from a Medusa that dishes out about 400 damage per hit. The tier 4 tower...
What does the melee barracks have to do with the glyphs? They don't refresh on barracks.
They do. The glyph refreshes on the melee barracks falling, rather than
I thought it
tower
refreshed
falling.
on the tier 3 now.
No.
Or am I getting it? It used to refer to the tier 3. Yes,
Yeah.
of course. Sorry, I got them confused. You know me, man. Silly fuddy-duddy.
It's okay, but you know who's not silly? 23 Savage, because he has an amplified damage rune available, and he is eyeing that tier 3 down. 2 minutes on that
this
Aegis.
is cruel. He's got an Aegis and a DD, basically.
And an Aphotic Shield. Grimmer Cape 2.
Young PH knows that he cannot afford to let these Raxes go down over here either. Trying to threaten out the curveball. But 23 Savage's mana is untouched. 3,200 mana on him.
And this is the box that YG have placed themselves in, because they bought out on KSH. So going for a tier 3 defense, incredibly risky.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm not sure what Jokum is up to. Maybe going to go collect the extra lotuses and see if they can make the block of cheese later on. We'll see.
No, it's for the Medusa. Just constantly give her mana.
Of course. Well, it's good to have the block of cheese as well for her, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you just cannot touch her mana, man. This is the problem. Even if you try and use any of your targeted abilities on her, she's just going to start regenning it back up. You send illusions at her, she can steal mana from them as well. Medusa's A-okay, and right now you can't say the same for Zorain. Zorain's going to be caught out. He's going to be taken down pretty soon. The Outworld staff is able to keep him alive long enough to BKB and get out of there. But you know what he can't do? He can't save these Raxes. He can't save these tier 3s.
They're not
at
fully
the
committing
mercy of the Snake Lady.
because you have the Aegis on 23 Savage, right? That's why they're not going in. But as soon as that Aegis goes down, Boom will go back. Or maybe they will just even go back right now. But YG, they might just go for the chase. No, they're going to go for the D-ward. It's that next Roshan that is going to be the one big decisive factor. Heck, it may not even be the next Roshan that's the deciding factor. G-Time, I feel like we have to brace ourselves for a 60+ minute game. Tier 5 neutrals. Helm of the Undying, that's one item that has been untouched by the patch because apparently it's not broken. But if we're being honest,
you just have to say that the vibes are good for an item and you don't want to nerf it, right? Like put it this way, Buck right now probably kind of overpowered. Should be first pick, second pick material in almost every game. There's like barely any game where I'd say Buck shouldn't be there. That being said, the vibes are impeccable. Have I heard anyone say nerf Buck? No, of course not.
I think plenty of people have said to nerf Buck.
No, of course not. I just close my ears whenever they say it. They might say it. I don't have to hear it.
Meanwhile, it's that 5-man disconnect from YG. It is the internet issues that they face. It's okay. Sometimes when I'm casting YG, they pause because they have a food delivery to tend to. They're like, guys, wait, we have to open the door. Our doorbell rang because we have to get our breakfast. And I'm like, hey,
Now,
man, that's as solid of an excuse for a pause as any.
Now listen, that won't be the case of a hair. That's for your tournament, Tasha. This is a qualifier to $1 million tournament. And I have double checked. And listen, my sources, guys, are press releases, this and that I have quickly skimmed, so make sure you verify this before. But I do believe that Blast Time number 5 will be completely on LAN. There will not be an online stage for that one.
Oh, that's exciting.
So if you qualify, you're off to Chengdu, baby. And Chengdu, dude, I don't know if you get these insanely cool Instagram reels of China and stuff like this. Chengdu is one of the coolest places in the world, from what I've seen. It's a super hyper cyberpunk looking city that China has. It is so cool. I've also obviously seen some other esports events, and Counter-Strike's had some esports events in Chengdu and whatnot as well. That is such a good esports city.
I mean, heck, for a team like YG, right, getting to a tier 1 tournament itself, particularly a LAN playing in front of a crowd, that will be a dream come true. Whether it's Singapore or Chengdu or Europe, anywhere really, just send them to a tier 1.
I think Chengdu is better.
Well, you would know. You've been. To
I'm not.
China
I actually
to
really wanted to
tier
go
1s.
there. I've also never been to Singapore, so I feel like it's a bad comparison. But yeah, I mean, Chengdu is obviously just better because you qualify into the LAN directly, right? Instead of having to go through an online stage before the playoffs that are being held on LAN and whatnot. That obviously that's what's going on for the Singapore over here, which is where, hey, you've got into tier 1, but there's still that extra sort of ladder you need to cross before you get to be face to face with the legends of the game, right? That's where some of the best things in Dota have happened.
And not to mention
awesome.
just the experience level up that you gain from playing in front of a crowd. That's
yeah, I mean, listen, crowds are always playoffs, right? So crowds, no matter what you're doing, you don't get crowds just by getting the LAN. That's a separate incentive. It's steps, right? It's a ladder up to greatness. It's, hey, can I get a good close qualifier? Yangon Galacticos, they've done a great job. That's step number 1. Hey, can I get to an event like a tier 1? Can I get to a LAN event? Can I get to the crowd? Can I get to a grand finals? Can I win? Can I make it a TI? That's sort of that progression. And Yangon Galacticos, they are very much living the dream. The problem is, who's in front of them, Tultras? It's Boom. They are the dream. Right?
And
they
23
are the
Savage,
team that
right?
Makes it
you talk about what it
Savage,
feels like to be at a tier 1. 23 Savage, been there, done that, he came in 3rd at a major tier 1 tournament just this year before TI. So he knows what that feeling is like. Not to mention some of these other players too. Jabs, he's been in Fnatic.
I mean,
it's
23 Savage has had top 3 performances almost every year of his career, it feels like. Over the past 5 years or something. You'll go back to 2021 when the Anime Major was happening, which obviously the Valve sanctioned major were the last few that we had, top 3 over there. Lima Major, similarly Valve sanctioned major, he's top 3 over there. 23 Savage is one of these players that is the legendary Southeast Asian dream, which is, hey, can you be a Mushi? Can you be an Abid? Can you be a mid one? Yangon Galacticos, I mean, these guys, they're from Myanmar. We've never had a Myanmari team making it to the top echelon of a PC esports as far as I am aware, at least for the games I follow. That's not happened. They know they're on the cusp, right? I mean, this team, you're looking out towards their players. KSH joined this organization 2021, Young PH 2020, Skille 2019, Zorain 2020. But on the average time you spend on this org is 4 or 5 years.
And another thing that you have to consider is the fact that you're going to be representing Southeast Asia. It is a Southeast Asian crowd that you are going to be playing for, that you are going to be playing to. And a lot of casters mentioned this, right? A lot of tier 1 casters. The atmosphere of a Southeast Asian LAN is next to none, right? It is just in the passion that Southeast Asian crowds, Southeast Asian teams bring in is just off the charts.
Flame, just a heads up, because you are an observer, I don't think you will be seen when you're typing, but you can try all chatting, just in case. Oh, it does work now. Okay, got it. Excellent.
I like the 30 seconds.
I love 30 seconds touches. 30 seconds are the best. It's right around that time when there's 30 seconds left of the till the broadcast will start, and I'm thinking, oh, can I run and grab my bottle of water from downstairs? I feel like I'm in the Matrix. It's a race against time. Ha ha ha! And I make it back. I'm tired. I'm already heaving and hawing. I've still got 5 seconds. Like, whoo! All right, that was a workout. That's called a Coster's workout, guys.
You could, just be more well prepared.
I could also just have a bottle upstairs in general, right? So
you know what I do? I just don't hydrate at all.
Touches. There you go. That's terrible strategy for everyone watching at home, guys. Please get your water in. You need to get at least 3 liters of water a day. Save your kidneys, save your skin, and save your voices.
Yeah, I will give the caveat that I'm a doctor, so I'll save my kidneys, okay? But for
No, you won't. Doctors take terrible care of themselves.
You only need 50% of one kidney.
I just do not listen to this guy. What I will listen to you about, though, is not medicine. I want to hear about Yangon Galacticos a little bit more, right? Because, Daltras, again, I'll be frank, man. I first saw... friend is casting, one of these smaller, Lunar Snake tournaments and things like that. I'm like, I'll check it out, just so I can, support him as a buddy. And I see this team, Yangon Galacticos, they're kind of stomping, and I'm just thinking, hey, yeah, but these guys are... they're probably not actually good, right? They're one of those teams that stomps down on random tier 3 opposition, and then they're not going to be good, right? I've never heard of a Myanmar team in Dota 2 having any sort of real results. What's their journey been like in this past 3 months or so for you?
I think their journey, I can date back their journey to back in February when I was introduced to a lot of these teams. I think the trifecta of teams, or the triad of teams that is just ready to break through. You can almost see the fact that they're right there. It's Reconyx, it's Ivory, and it's Yangon Galacticos. These 3 teams consistently, when they play well, they look so good that you can almost say that they deserve to be here or deserve to be at those tier 1s. It's just that final inch of an improvement they really do need to make.
And let's see if they can make it over here as the resume has come through. Aegis has expired. Remember, if you've forgotten what was going on over here, boom, snuck out an Aegis because of a nicely placed team fight where they were able to try and actually successfully take out the Frost before the fight started. They pick up the Aegis. They take 2 tier 3 towers, but not the Raxes, never the Raxes. So, although the unmentionables of Yangon Galacticos are exposed, that doesn't mean that it's been quite the same impact as what was being hunted for.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
2 heroes with the greater healing Lotus. So the Medusa, you can pull her around 1800 mana, right? So how much damage will she be able to absorb? I think around 10 times that.
There is
Dire's top tower is under attack.
there is a cooldown on them.
No, but it's 2 different heroes that have it, right? So there's no cooldown.
You are right. Never mind. But I do think... So cheese comes from third Roshan, right?
Yeah.
Radiant's
I do
bottom
think they're
tower
actually
is
just
under
building towards a
attack.
block of cheese, which would be a great idea.
The all damage barrier for everyone, it replenishes even if it wears off. So it's pretty good. Not to mention, it works really well with the Medusa as well.
Because
So
the damage barrier not like a heal.
it is good. Not too sure if it'll make that much of a difference, more so than perhaps say the Refresher orb will for the Disruptor, or maybe even the Medusa for that secondary Stone Gaze. But you have to
I feel
consider...
like if you put a block of cheese on 23 Savage, you just win the game.
Who gets the Aegis though, right? That's the big decisive factor for both of these 2 sides. Because you take a look at YG, if you do get the Refresher, you're talking about a second Dream Coil. As considering the fact that Young PH has that level 25,
Radiant are scanning.
as well as is in possession of that Aghanim Scepter, so that Buck does do a lot. In fact, Buck and the Storm Spirit are 2 mid lane heroes that are one of the strongest heroes in that mid to late game, or rather in that very late game. You can run circles around Boom.
Also, I just double checked as well, just to remind you, block of cheese also has a 300-second duration. So you can have both the block of cheese and the Aegis on the Medusa.
11 minutes
using block of
to
cheese.
that, what do you call it? The
60
60-minute tier 5 neutral item.
Yes.
Right? There we go. There we go. I don't know though. I don't see the clear paths to exit. I don't think either of these teams do either. I think it's just waiting for Roche. I think you just endlessly wait for Roche now.
That's the game of Dota.
At a certain point, yeah. It's just.
I mean, unless you've got a big initiator, that's what it has to be, right? Roshan is what you have to rely on if you don't have a big initiator. And Buck is not one of those. Buck's good, especially with the Agnum Scepter. You obviously got yourself, a lot of damage coming out from her. But it's not a Magnus. It's not a, oh, your stun goes through BKB and you can reposition your enemy. It's not one of those situations.
Skill layer has a hex up.
That's good, because so far it has felt like for the past 8 minutes or so, the Scarth has felt a little bit less than useful.
It's hard to be useful, right? But one of the good things about the Skywrath Mage is his concussive shot is great at pushing out lanes. Yeah. But YG, it turns out they've ran out of patience. They want to take a team fight. They're smoked up 5 heroes. Boom, look prepared though. On the inside of that triangle.
Sanctity is the one they're going to end up going on, playing forward for young PH. He doesn't actually land the Dream Core. Sanctity can dodge it out completely. This is going to be another dead Buck. No! Nightmare comes in. Solar Guardian is there as well. Is the Refresher going to be used? It needs to be. They absolutely have to go back in. But the only player to have died so far is Skillay. Glimpseback is going to be dodged by the Puck. And now they're going after young PH once again. Backlines, KSH is out of there. He decides to use BKB TP. And now the blink of the Puck. Puck has to continue evading to try and fight for his life, a life that is now forfeit.
His blink was on cooldown. It wasn't on a 3-second CD, otherwise he would have gotten the phase shift, or rather the blink out, but it was on cooldown, and YG, they lose a big boom. This is the second team fight in which they have just been able to consolidate to one position, wait for YG's smoke to break, and that Dream Call initiation did not really work out for YG. It got out no more.
It doesn't land the Dream Call on Sanctity, then Sanctity gets the Astral Step on him. That's...
Radiant's bottom tower has
oh god, that's so unfortunate.
Now you do have the Metamorphosis, and you do have the buyback.
You have buybacks.
Medusa doesn't have the Aegis right now, so if 23 Savage wants to commit to this, they're going to have to find a way to successfully push this rack, because the Puck isn't going to use the buyback until YG are able to bait Boom in, and Boom know this. They're just going to go back.
There's 25 seconds though where there is no BKB for this Terrorblade.
But Roshan is going to spawn, right? It's going to be a Roshan play.
Yeah, and you can't fight for Roche is the issue. Yeah,
you're going to have to give it up. You're not even in the position to go for Roche because it falls so quickly.
Jokam's got the invis room as well on top of it all, so he would have been able to scout out anyone trying to come back in for it. Come on, guys, you've got the cheese. You've got the lotuses. Come on, guys, make the damn block of cheese. Even though you don't give it to the Medusa, at least make the cheese.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, they got the DB!
Oh, this could be massive. It's a static storm with an Aghanim's as well, so you're not even going to see this Bane being able to do anything. Finally, the BKB comes off. KSH, Metamorphosis back up. The quick double sunder, and he will get out of there. Buybacks are instant, but they are used, and with that, because of it, 23 Savage feels all the more confident to continue going forward. My oh my. Such a big loss. So many buybacks used.
They have to get something out of this.
4 minutes. They're looking to go back in. Young PH knows it cannot be on 23 Savage. And the rest of the team is too far back. Young PH can't circle around. Yangon Galacticos are losing complete control over the map right now.
You can't let Boom disengage right now. You used 2 of your buybacks. Jokum did come in with his own buyback though. So it's just the support who have used the buyback.
That's still critical. I mean, this is the other issue. You're just seeing too much being done by Norman on the Disruptor now, Tulchus. That Aghanim Scepter, it's such a game changer. Bane just can't live through that. And if Bane can't live through it, we have gotten to critical mass where, honestly, I mean, it sucks to say, but Bane is the most important hero on Yangon Galacticos for killing the Medusa.
But there's no way you get the Fiend's Grip off now. You're too late for it. It's your 54 minutes in. You don't have a Scepter. All in all, I would even suggest not to use the Fiend's Grip on the Medusa. I think you prioritize it on the Disruptor. Take out the main static storm, as the hero that silences you down.
Hold the point right now because you at least have the side device onto the Medusa, but you can't finish off a Mana Vein, not without the Terrorblade, not without the Bane being nearby. Buyback from the Dawnbreaker as well as Solar Guardian will be available, but it needs to be used and soon. Buck is waiting for an initiation possibility. BKB now finished up. He needs to go in, but when will that be? Who will it be on? And the curveball is shown. They're so afraid. 23 Savage is running out of mana. Finally, it will be the Medusa without it. Initiation comes in. Aegis will be gone, but the big bad Snake Queen will be returning into the world very soon. Static Storm, but no kinetic field. The Terrorblade can just walk out of it. Soak in the Buck goes into the face ship, but you've lost the life of your Bane. He does not have buyback. Solar Guardian once again. They are initiating onto this Medusa. Finishing off a mana is going to be a task and a half, one that they are simply not up to. Buyback from the Terrorblade will not be bringing back his Metamorphosis. It will not be bringing back his Dawnbreaker. It will not be bringing back his teammates. It will not be bringing back his compatriots or his chance at winning the game. Boom, persevered through. They have hit critical mass. They will take game number 1.
That was just clinical coming out from Boom at the late game mark, just able to punish YG so severely, take the Aegis, and against a Medusa with 2 lives, it became simply impossible for YG to be able to take her down. We saw the Fiend's Grip being held, and it did finally come out by that Aphotic Shield, just a complete hard counter to that Fiend's Grip. Unfortunately, without a secondary Metamorphosis, your buyback on KSH is not going to be worth it at all. There's simply nothing you could do. YG, it was a slow and painful death, and while they proved themselves to be a formidable opponent for Boom in this game number 1, it just was not enough against the superior experience coming in from their opponents.
I'm glad you bring up experience because that's what it really did feel like was the case. Boom out veterans, see them completely. Last 3 Aegises were basically uncontestable even when things were kind of even. Great game from Boom to bring things back, but Yangon Galacticos were ahead, at least in momentum, for most of that game. The question is, can they do it again in game number 2? Let's find out after a quick break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back to the RES Unchained. The Southeast Asian qualifiers continue. It is Yangon Galacticos to be down a game versus Boom despite a fantastic start to things, I have to say. I mean, the amount of times they were able to hunt down that Medusa, kill her, just get an objective off the back of that, continually have a lead. I mean, the Puck versus the Void Spirit matchup as well, even to the very end, Puck was out leveling the Void Spirit. It felt like everything was going their way, except for one thing that only comes with time, that's experience. Boom just managed to persevere there, Tultrus.
Yeah, it really does feel like it came down to just that experience bit. And that's a theme that has been recurring in the Southeast Asian scene. You have plenty of talent available. Unfortunately, talent, when it faces up against talent plus experience, that's something that still needs to be worked out by some of these younger squads out there. One thing that I would like to see change from YG is that they've tried the late game approach, it hasn't worked out. So now go out for that all-out blasted approach in that mid game that YG are known for, that I have seen them be so successful with. Perhaps that is going to be the way they can find their mark and make it to a game number 3.
Look, obviously, you've definitely seen a lot more of YG than I have, but even just that previous game, I was pretty impressed. I don't even think this was an issue with their game approach or something. It's just sometimes you say, all right, fair play, man, you were just a better team right now, and maybe we can, if we ran it back, we'd still be able to get control of that game and still win it outright. So I don't hate it if they still want to go into something of a late game favored matchup, but if you think that mid game is where their strengths normally lie, then yeah, let's see it work out. But for Yangon Galacticos, you mentioned this in the draft before, they've had research done against them in ways where maybe they weren't always ready for it. Boom was very specific to taking out heroes that Yangon like to play, very specifically trying to close that mid-game window. Boom did put them into a drafting position where it had to be Gary versus Gary, and look, they were happy with it until they weren't.
Yeah, and you can see this again, right? Boom, first ban Marcy. How many times do you see a first ban Marcy come
Almost
out?
never.
This is designed against skill lay, but they have left out the Tusk. Now, Tusk plus the Mars, not an ideal combination, but skill lay is a playmaker. That Skyrath mage, he didn't die a single time until the mid-game mark. That is very impressive. Let's see, though, if YG will be going for that. I would definitely like to see how their Invoker plus Faceless Void combination fares up against a tier 1 team, right? It does seem like whenever I see their Invoker plus Faceless Void, it always seems like they're on to something big with it.
Yeah. Let's see what the plan is going to be. Of course, that's still something that feels like, hey, maybe you pick it out in a 5th pick or something like it. And don't want to go into it all too early.
Remaining.
Boom, though, they don't really reveal their cards over here either. They keep it nice and chill with
5
Dragon Knight.
seconds remaining.
Not really revealing bit too much, right? Could be a mid lane Dragon Knight, could be a safe lane Dragon Knight. What I will say is that YG did struggle early on against the amount of push that Boom were coming in with. You saw their Terrorblade having to come in for the counter push. The Mars will help in that regard, but I think they need a hero that can build up the Dominator themselves. The Mars can't, but the safe lane or the mid lane role can, depending on the hero you go for. The Beastmaster is also open.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see though.
Mid, really? I mean, like, I know it's played, but it doesn't feel like a... It feels like a compromise, put it that way.
It's good against a Dragon Knight, but that's assuming a Dragon Knight
It's
is on the mid
okay
lane.
against a Dragon Knight in the lane.
Yeah.
Right? It's not winning the lane. It's not punishing you for having a Dragon Knight. It's not doing anything beyond just surviving.
Listen, they're not going to go for it. I know that, because if they were, they would have banned out the Abaddon. And certainly, I think that if YG will be going for another one of those BKB piercing ultimates, that their lineup is going to be centered around in last game, it did seem like that Fiend's Grip was a central part in their ability to take down the Medusa, then they should be banning the Abaddon out. But boom, they're going to snag up the Snapfire away from the Mars. That leaves the Hoodwink available for YG, depending if they want to go for it. I still think that the Tusk is a great pick for skill lay.
Tusk is unlikely to be banned or picked up by Boom, to be fair, as well, so you can always leave that for the later game, but they decide to go for a different kind of combination. So, okay, look, I like this. This is obviously something where you are putting a lot into, hey, we are just going to fight around our arena. That is going to be our primary ability, and there's nothing you can really do about that beyond try and pummel us down in lane. We can have our call downs, our rocket barrages, our flat cannons, all within the confines of the arena, and throw in an ancient apparition ulti on top of it all. Good luck surviving, even if you're a Dragon Knight.
Now, interestingly, YG in their game number 3 against Ivory played a gyrocopter as a support rather than as a carry. I wonder if you'll see the same thing right now. Certainly, they have the AoE potential going in. Ice Blast plus the call down plus the arena. It can melt even the strongest of tanks. And the Ancient Apparition right here is designed to counter out that Dragon Knight.
I think it was also just a pick that does really well with the Night Stalker, which is what Yangon and Galacticos went for. I actually think Night Stalker plus Gyrocopter together in the offlane is stupidly strong. But Boom will say, T-Time, you are wrong, and pick up the Tusk for themselves. So we're likely going to end up seeing a position 5 Snapfire, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's also one of those things where you do feel like you're missing out a little bit on that hero.
10 seconds.
Oh yeah, particularly against the Mars, doesn't really seem like a Snapfire does pretty well. I mean, it's really a question about who will YG place on their position 4 role, right? That will determine how successful Boom's safe lane will be. But in this kind of a scenario, I don't think you send the Dragon Knight on the safe lane. I think the Dragon Knight should be on the mid lane.
Honestly, if anything, the Snapfire makes it more likely that it'll be a Gyrocopter to come out on the other side for position 4, because obviously Gyro is much faster than the Snap is. Low range heroes can be punished very effectively by the Rocket Barrage and everything as well. You actually get to fight head to head, even if there is a little Shredder on the other side, and do some pretty serious damage with the Gyrocopter.
I wonder if YG will
one.
flex their own Medusa, right? KSH does play that hero. Would be an interesting thing to see. But YG are a team that you know how the game is going to go depending on their draft, right? That's one thing that I will say about them. That's why I'm always looking forward to seeing what heroes they pick up.
Dire team pick.
Again, no Abaddon banned out. YG can pick it up for themselves right now if they really want to. Counter out that lasso does do well against...
I don't hate if you go for something like
10 seconds remaining.
Shadow Fiend here, to be honest.
It's so risky. It's
okay, so they go for heavy magic damage dealing, controlling mid. This is honestly, this looks like a draft from 6 years ago, and it's one of those evergreen lineups, right, where you've got a lot of magical damage, you've got a lot of late game, you've also got decent early game fighting potential. The problem with the Queen of Pain on this side, though, is every single hero on Boom has a stun.
At the same time, though, only one hero on Boom can effectively lock down that Queen of Pain. That's the Batrider, right, with the lasso.
DK is pretty good at it.
The Dragon Tail is still a projectile, and you have to consider the fact that Queen of Pains now build up the Blade Mail, so even if you stack up the stuns, there's no guarantee that the Queen of Pain will die, or even if the Queen of Pain dies, there's no guarantee you will be healthy enough to take an extended team fight, right? Because YG will come in with some very heavy magical damage with those counter initiations, right? That's what you have to think about. You can't go 5v5 against YG's draft. You have to go for pickoffs. You have to take calculated team fights, because in a head-to-head, YG are coming out on top. All they have to do is throw down their ultimates. I mean, not even all of them, right? Just consider the Sonic Wave plus the Ice Blast. And Boom Esports lineup, all 3 heroes apart from the Dragon Knight just straight up die.
Can you go for an Abaddon in position 1?
You can. KSH does play it, but it's always going to be risky.
This will support Gyrocopter.
it's you know, if you play that Abaddon position 1, you have to end the
5
game
seconds
early
remaining.
because you fall off a cliff in that late game. And then, not to mention, one of the weaknesses of the carry Abaddon is that you become the lasso target, right? So how are you going to get the aphotic shield off if you're the one who's getting lassoed and dragged away?
I would like to see potential. I mean, no, actually, I was thinking about the troll as well, but the troll just really doesn't do well versus the granny. It doesn't do well versus the bat rider, not the bat rider, but the Dusk over here as well.
I think it's a Medusa, if I'm being honest.
Dire
If you get to
team
that Io Scotty timing, oh no, they actually ban out the Medusa. They're not going to go for that one. Templar Assassin, I think either negate the heal coming out from that Dragon Knight or just bring in your armor reduction, right? Those are the two ways that I see YG's
10
draft
seconds
lining up,
remaining.
because you can't stack up all of your heroes on AoE damage. You need some
5
targeted
seconds remaining.
damage, right? Some physical damage going into their lineup. So not a lot of heroes can do that. Terrorblade is still in the pool. You still have the Templar Assassin, maybe the Lifestealer who does well against the Dragon Knight. So those are the few heroes that you can pick up for your side. Abaddon, risky, in my opinion.
There's also obviously the chance that you just go for a standard position 4 and you could put the Gyrocopter as position 1. I as much as we might be theory crafting that, I actually think Gyro position 1 over here so far does pretty well. Like, there's no reason not to believe that that should be the case. Is there a position 4 that it can actually make a big difference? No, the KSH Slark comes out. Okay. I mean, you hyped this up a lot going into the matchup. Why is KSH able to pick up the Slark when basically no one in the world does?
It's just his laning phase, right? He knows exactly how to pick up kills, and this is a snowball-oriented lineup. This is whenever KSS plays the Slark, they aim to snowball, they aim to make pickoffs, they aim to make plays, and they want to make enough of a lead in that mid-game timing that Boom can't come back from it. The Slark also happens to do reasonably well against the Dragon Knight in that early to mid-game, right? Doesn't do all that well in that late game, but Boom, they are going to match that Slark with an anti-mage, a hero that doesn't do too well against the Slark. I will say that. The Aghanim Scepter, if you get to that timing for KSH, he will be able to just cancel out the blink from the anti-mage, right? And then the Queen of Pain does pure damage, not magical damage at the back of that Sonic Wave. So the anti-mage's 40% magical resistance isn't going to be kicking in for that. It's a tough one.
Also thinking, I mean, I was personally thinking of a Bloodseeker, to be honest. I thought Bloodseeker could be really good for them because obviously they already have a lot of damage in the DK. It's a good hero versus both the Quab and Slark and everything as well. But man, AM, it's also the most fun hero versus the least fun hero in terms of gameplay and watching it from the sides. I'll be honest, man. I love an AM game or two.
I will say though, you were talking about the stuns that they do have, and one of the things that I mentioned was the punishment from the Blade Mill is going to be too severe. At the back of 23 Savage playing the anti-mage, you jump on the Queen of Pain in a position where you are farmed up with an Abyssal Blade, you will be able to take Young PH down. Right, so this anti-mage doesn't have to necessarily care about the Slark all too much. Or the backlines from YG are incredibly vulnerable. Not to mention, the Mars can't lock down the anti-mage within that arena. It's just so incredibly hard. All you really need is a BKB from that anti-mage because the arena and the skewer combination is a bit too slow, which is why I think that Zorain will be prioritizing an use for that skewer setup rather than going for that early blink dagger. I think it's going to be an use into a blink more than anything else.
I mean, it's still an awkward anti-mage game for sure because also the other side of things, AM does not like getting ice blasted at all. I mean, obviously he's a low HP hero in general. Anyway, relies a lot on his armor and whatnot. He relies a lot on even able to even up. Quick question: we had this period of time where AMs in like high level pubs had started building Helm of the Dominators as well, because obviously the Helm was such an overpowered item, just like our overpowered first deposit bonus offer with our friends over at 1xBet. It's code RESD2. That's code RESD2 for up to 100% first deposit bonus over with our friends at 1xBet. So check those out if you're interested by clicking on the pinned message. Do you think this AM can go for a Helm of the Dominator, or is that even the build right now?
Yeah, I think he's just going to go for the Dominator. I think you have a lot of push coming in naturally at the back of that Corrosive Dragon with the Helm of the Dom. Not to mention, you have a lot of push potential, you have a lot of counter push potential, and one of the things that a Dominator offers you, which I think is not really all that much talked about, is that it increases the potency of that anti-mage, right? You have an additional ability coming in. The creep is naturally empowered, so the anti-mage will hit you for about 70 to 80 damage, but there's going to be a Centaur or a Hellbear Smasher that is also going to be dishing out that 70 to 80 damage. Maybe he gets a Frost Dragon, and the anti-mage's slow kicking in will also be increased. Plenty of ways that you can play with the Dominator that YG will struggle against early on because they don't actually have a lot of counter push. They have the Mars, they have the Queen of Pain, and the Ancient Apparition once you have that ultimate online, but not too much outside of that. Let's see what the Slark will do on that offlane. It's a hard offlane. It's a hard safe lane for the Slark. Playing against the Batrider, I mean, sure, you can dispel the sticky napalms, but that's not really... it's not really going to make it an easy lane for you. One of the things, though, T-Time, is the synergy between the Slark and the Ancient Apparition. You can essentially, if you just dish out the cold feet, one bounce means that you will get frozen. Right, and then you'll get frozen for about 1-2 seconds to start off with. That's a pretty long stun for a level 1 disable.
Yes, but you know what the problem is? The problem is when the Dust starts fighting back with a tag team, yeah, you just lose that fight before level 5, I think.
Let us fight.
Yeah, it's not easy.
30 seconds to battle.
But it's also one of the things where, hey, even if you're dispelling off the sticky napalm, everyone always forgets this for some reason. Darkpact does do some damage to yourself, and sticky napalm will just be refreshed. Darkpact is obviously low cooldown, but its mana cost is sometimes a little bit unsustainable. Obviously, with the stick and the wand charges, it's still the same. But in an extended fight, if you're actually going for like a 15-second long fight where Slark is trying to come back in and out, it's pretty hard in the laning stage.
The laning phase will be key for YG because the requirement for Slark is too absurdly high to have a good game. You need to have a good laning phase, and then you need to snowball in the mid game, right? It's a pretty absurd requirement for a carry because normally a carry can only do one or the other, right, and not both. And the Slark has a pretty weak lane. Just because you have the Essence Shift and the ability to trade well doesn't mean that you're going to be having a great lane. Because you have such a low amount of HP. Your heal has been nerfed as well at the back of that passive. One of the lanes that you will do well in is that mid lane. Young PH on the Queen of Pain, a natural counter to just about every single meta hero out there. At the back of the Shadow Strikes kicking in.
By the way, big win coming out for Boom over here on this bottom lane. Tusk stuck around after the rune to actually fight onto Gyrocopter, and Gyrocopter was forced to TP back to base, which means Tusk can now go back up top to continue supporting the Slark as well. So yeah, no Gyrocopter nearby for a little while. Zorain will have to be a little bit more careful in the first 3 creep waves.
What is this bottom lane designed to do is what I'm wondering. Now the anti-mage can't blink forward, right? You can't make an aggressive play because you're going to be getting hit by that rocket barrage. But outside of that, can't really get a kill either, unless the Snapfire is completely out of position. Right now, though, Javs is struggling to get any kind of lost hits against ESH. 4 CS for him. Mars is doing fine, Zoran, 8 CS. So it seems like everything is working out for YG. At the same time, Boom aren't struggling all that hard because you take a look at the mid lane. Young PH is prioritizing dishing out damage to Sanctity over securing his lost hits. And actually doesn't have a blink right now.
So who comes out on top if the laning stage goes even, right? Because in my head, it's like, hey, both of these teams have carries which are kind of weak in the laning stage, right? In terms of AM, he's alright, he trades well, but he probably isn't going to get a kill over here, and he is going to be slightly vulnerable. Same with Slark. But who
I think it's going to
does anything with that?
It's going to come down to Young PH and what he can do with his Queen of Fate, because Sanctity is a relatively passive mid lane hero. Is playing a relatively passive mid lane hero, right? A Dragon Knight, all he can really do is dish out damage towards that tier 1 tower. That's it. But what the Queen of Pain can do is dish out a pure damage ultimate that deals about 325 damage, half of the HP of anyone on the map.
Double cookie will not matter. Skill over here is going to end up getting first blood. He knows he's going to be able to stay alive as well. Norman that short range. And it's going to be even more problematic when Skill can come back over with the help of that flower. 2 big kills going the way of Young Gun Galacticos.
And I think we're in a similar situation to that last game. Who flinches first and who loses first is going to be giving up a big lead to the other side. Because when you have 2 carries with a weak laning phase, the carry that ends up giving up the kill or giving up his life is going to be all that much worse. Everything changes when KSH hits his level 6, because then the Batrider can't do anything. Then the Toss tag team doesn't do anything because you can't actually dish out the hits against the Slark. So for YG, it's just a battle of survival for KSH, even being able to find a kill or 2 if you catch Boom off guard. But for Boom, they have to make sure their anti-mage not only survives, but also is able to recover past the abysmally weak laning phase.
Top side of the map, we might actually end up seeing a kill coming out of the show come over here. 1-for-1 trade would be more than welcome, but KSH with a snowball coming out to try and chase him down. Shavs doesn't have boots of speed, so he'll go back into the snowball. KSH is going to get them both. Those tower hits are going to make this a critical error. You can't be giving Slark kills like that early on in the game.
But that was the beauty of KSH's play there. He bounced away from that snowball, recognizing the fact that if Tusk would have no choice. The one mistake Boom made there was Batrider coming inside of the snowball as well. But towards the bot lane, it seems like Skill Lay is going to end up getting punished, and it's going to be another snowball on Zoran. And this time around, YG will lose their off-lane duo as well as Young PH on that mid lane.
Young PH on that mid lane is insane. How does he die? What? There's no level 6 on Sanctity.
Radiant are scanning.
Even with the level 6, how does he die? He'll even find the courier. What is happening? YG?
What?
They got 4 kills on each of those side lanes, but they gave up the entire lead. How is Dragon Knight destroying Young PH?
Are fortified.
I do not understand. Sanctity, he might have heard you talking smack about this being a non-playmaking hero. Is that what you said? Ugh, how could you? How could you say about his Dragon Knight?
That Observer Ward was spotted out as well, I think. Wow. Boom Esports just playing out of their minds right now on this mid lane.
Bot lane though, Anti-Mage, even if he's picking up the last hits, is going to continue to be kept low as far as HP is concerned. 23 doesn't care about it all that much. He does of course have the Helm of the Iron Will as he's building into the Dominator. The extra regen coming through is always nice to get.
Really good read by 23. He knew the exact cooldown of Zoran's spells, calculated it down to a T, and backed away as soon as those spells came off of CD.
Skill is trying to go in onto Sanctity, but an immediate Dragon Form, Dragon Tail means Sanctity can get out of there. Even a cookie to guarantee it. So Young PH, who's used that blink to try and punish this Dragon, is going to be moving in. One more Scream of Pain is going to put him in position of death. The Shadow Strike. Norman tried to close the distance for Deny and said Norman's going to be the one who's going to be closing the distance with Dragon Knight in the afterlife.
YG are playing very fast.
And they're dying even faster, apparently. Bot lane. 23 in pursuit of that Wisdom Rune. Rune will end up falling and giving over the Wisdom. No mana, no movement speed, no chance.
Boom Esports doing an incredibly good job at consolidating their position, at least towards the safe lane, right? Because YG are moving all of their heroes away from this off lane to better enable their Queen of Pain and enable their Slark, that leaves this off lane very vulnerable to whoever makes his journey here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Inside. Young PH is going to be babysitted for a while longer. They know that this 8-minute rune is going to be incredibly important for them to find. Sanctity in the meanwhile is looking to close that distance. Well, he's blinked in, gets a Sonic Wave out on the 2, but Joker can just turn around. Young PH will not have his blink for another 5 seconds. That invis rune is not going to matter either. Radiant have plenty of sentry wards, but they don't have enough heroes to actually right-click him down. Salah comes into play. KSH wanted to fight out much earlier on, but the lasso onto the Mars. Arena will not go off. Zorain tries to turn around in time to get it off his turn speed, not fast enough. KSH disengages, could go look to go back in, but in the meanwhile, Anti-Mage has found himself Young PH, brings onto that Queen of Pain that was low earlier on and finishes him off. Where's the fight going on? The fight's going on behind Slark. Sanctity finds a triple, and in the end, it is still Boom who comes out massively on top. All 3 cores being eliminated, and if I'm not wrong, all 3, rather at least 2 of those kills being found by the Dragon Knight.
A blunder by Young PH blinking inside over there that forced out YG to bring in their own numbers, and they just simply are not in a position where they can take fights like that. They're great at pickoffs in the early game, but not too good at taking team fights. In a position where there's a lasso available. Remember, you lost your Shrine of Wisdom, so your supports are not as leveled up as the other side. Jokum has the level 6 and will be solo killing Lun here with just 1 more snowball.
Oh, I'm deep. Went for the TP, decided not to go for the TP.
It's lackluster at best from YG. And you know, dying with the Queen of Pain against a Dragon Knight is one mistake, but blinking in dangerous positions is unforgivable, right? Those are game-losing mistakes that the Queen of Pain... There's only one game-losing mistake, one type of game-losing mistake a Queen of Pain can make, and that's blinking in wrong positions.
Anti-Mage, by the way, 5,600 net worth already.
Under attack.
Helm of the Dominator treads and well en route to his first component of his Battle Fury. Skill lane is going on. Jokum initiates. He's got himself a Mortimer's Kisses to follow up as well. This was always going to be a dead Gyrocopter. Young PH, with the help of a Haste Rune, felt like he could get frisky. He can at least get out of there, but will not be able to exchange kills.
The interesting thing will be now what Young PH skills up. Whether he maximizes his Scream of Pain or maximizes his Blink, depending on how willing he is to play with the risk. And right now, I think they're forced to go for the Scream of Pain max.
Sanctuary is frozen up, so this is a big kill to get. Zorain picking up that killing spree, getting slightly closer to the Blink Dagger that he's building up because of it, not the Yule Scepter. Maybe judging that the Anti-Mage has already reached escape velocity, and to be honest, I think he might be right. By the time the mules would come in, 23 would still be basically on his Battle Fury.
Now, the one thing you have to consider is the fact that there's no one that can kill Slark right now. So when he does have that Diffusal Blade, YG will be a lot stronger than Boom's Anti-Mage. But they need towers, they need space, because all the while they're playing with 4 heroes trying to get teamfights, trying to get kills, that Anti-Mage is going to be farming up uncontested and trading out towers.
Oh, what's the hunt? The hunt is for another Gyrocopter kill. This helicopter is going to be going down and out of that airspace. Loon, by the way, just a reminder, Tultrus, level 4.
They need the Ice Blast. These kills, or rather the counter initiation, is only possible once you unlock that spell. But we also haven't seen an effective Sonic Wave coming out from YG. Oh wow. According to 1xBet, the odds actually heavily favor YG, as it seems like they might have superior draft, because the odds were completely flipped. before this game.
But if you want to find out more about the odds, of course, you can go over and get the verified, guaranteed odds over on OneXBet. We might be wrong about these over here. Sometimes tooltips can be reversed and whatnot, but hey, go check it out yourself. Right now, what's being checked out is Zoran. He is checked out of this bottom lane. 23 is now 6-1 and 1 on an anti-mage. 12 minutes in.
They will take jabs down, but there's no reason, there's no rhyme or reason to be present on this bot lane. What is Zoran doing there? What are the supports doing there, right? It just seems like you're feeding away kills to the anti-mage where you necessarily don't need to. You take away 2 or 3 of those unnecessary kills that you gave away, and KSH would have been ahead of the anti-mage. But, I mean, YG got a dream start D-time at the early laning phase there. 2 kills from their off lane, 2 kills from their safe lane. Bungling it right now though, and it's going to be Boom confident to go for a smoke of the seat play. They have the Blink Dagger.
They're trying to play in behind the anti-mage. The initiation onto Zoran would go such a far way. If you can get this one, Zoran's demise is going to guarantee that Blink Dagger does not come out until about that 16-17 minute mark. The smoke, the counter smoke, is going to be completely useless from YG. Jabs is going to be the only player you can actually find, and even there, who cares?
I mean, it's an off lane for an off lane, but the big deal is the fact that you now further deter the Blink Dagger from coming out. And you can tell that YG are really looking for it. They don't actually have a solid initiation in, apart from that. The Slark becomes an initiator once you have that Aghanim Scepter, but not before it. Before the Aghanim's KSH's bounce distance is not that high. I think it's 700.
Yep.
But barely anything, really.
Basically a 4-staff away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The other problem is, even if it's a 1-for-1 with offlane versus offlane, what you can't forget is it's a 1-for-1 where the anti-mage gets involved, goes back because it was Battle Fury, and then goes back to farming. Right, by contrast, Slark, he's got a defusal. He's almost 3,000 gold away from his Aghanims.
The Aghanims isn't a massive power spike other than the fact that you can initiate better and you can steal stats better. It really doesn't do all that much else. Oh.
KSH, when he goes, and it's Sanctity who's going to be caught out of it here. He almost evades the Ice Blast, will not be able to do so with the Sonic Wave to follow up with the homing missile as well. Sanctity is barely going to live. Just quite.
It didn't latch on him, otherwise he was as good as dead.
Lack of an Aghanims, that's a problem.
They still want to hunt though. The problem is every single time they don't make an initiation work, the anti-mage gets further and further ahead. Look at the difference in net worth right now, T-Time.
Oh no, KSH is going to be able to go back in on the Jabs. You can't be giving up kills like this one. This isn't even a trade. Jabs is going to be dead at the homing missile, and all in the meanwhile, you even steal the stacks. Jabs is even sending his Warpine Raider after Slark. Realizes, actually, that's 100 gold I don't want to give him.
Can you believe that despite of the fact that the Batrider has died so many times, he's still ahead of Zoran?
Jabs got dealt 600 damage by the neutrals, by the way, which is kind of funny. I don't know if goodbye kisses is quite what you're looking for, Norman. I know that parting can be such sweet sorrow, but maybe don't go kissing around everyone in a group around you before you die.
Hey, it's Grandma.
Feels kind of unsanitary.
Grandma will always go out with a bang.
Actually. Maybe a bit too literally. Blink in, initiation, that Dragonite, well, this time he was bounced. Skille will guarantee his demise.
Okay, so now the pace at which YG are able to get these kills are actually matching up with the anti-mage's farm. I mean, 23 Savage is quite far away to his Manta style. Will have it in about that 20-minute mark. But by then, you'll have KSH with an Aghanim Scepter as well. So it's an even exchange there. The big question is, YG, will you take down towers, right? You're getting kills, great, but where are the objectives?
Yeah, 23 is going to have his Monta maybe even faster than 20 minutes. I think what I'm really curious about is what does Slark go for after this Aghanim Scepter?
I think a shard.
Because I don't actually know what... I mean, that's mini item, but in terms of just like a major purchase, I don't actually know what helps you fight here. But what does definitely help you fight is if you've got yourself an arena and a target inside of it to go on. And whoa, jabs! Interrupts his TP because he realizes there's a fight going on in the bot lane that he really wants to be a part of. KSH, Ultimate's going to be running out pretty soon. Can Jabs find him anywhere nearby? No, without a Blink Dagger he can't. 23, however, is going to be pushing all the way forward with a Mana Void, can finish off Zen, and that's not going to be needed. Norman gets a kill with the Mortimers, and 22 Savage right back upstairs to farm.
Yeah, this time around, YG being punished, actually, or rather being taught a lesson. For far too long, they were able to run around the map, grabbing up kills, but Boom Esports, they can choose to fight up as a 4 or 5 man. And if you can't get a kill fast enough for YG, the potential for a counter initiation from Boom is just too strong. Right? Sure, Jabs doesn't have a Blink Dagger. KSH?
KSH, she's going back in. Oh, barely missing it. And Aghanim's would have meant that the anti-mage was lashed up completely. Could have even been a kill with the help of the Queen of Pain nearby.
He will have the scepter up in about 100 gold. One of the things that I feel like I should mention is that the Aghanim scepter, right? Because he's gone for the leash facet, which is what Slarks usually go for, you are able to steal up 4 essence shift stacks, which means you're able to take away 12 strength from the other side. Or rather, sorry, you're able to gain around 12 agility. You can bounce twice, so that means 2 bounces will gain you about 24 agility just at the back of using those.
Damn. It's a lot of extra damage. It also means you're using all of your bounces to try and engage, and that's never fun as a Slark.
I mean, I think you're going to have to use a double bounce if you want to take down the Dragon Knight or the Anti-Mage, right? Yeah. You can't hold them for long enough.
These conventionally tankier heroes are very important to focus on. In the meanwhile, there's another arena being used to try and find Norman. KSH is going to be back in, even picks himself up the kill. He's now up to 8 permanent agility stacks. He's been involved in a lot of kills so far. And Yangon Galacticos, that's what their insurance policy going into the end game is going to be. Having a super farmed Slark with more stats than the anti-mage can handle.
I mean, 1-to-1, I think the Slark at the very late game is kind of stronger than the anti-mage, assuming you're going to go for a refresher and your mana doesn't get burnt away, right? If you have mana, you're stronger. If you don't have mana, you're weaker. That's really what it comes down to.
Dorman to play, top lane. Who's it gonna be? Jokum actually gets that one for himself. The ice shards being upgraded are pretty good for the Duskar, even if you have a lot of highly mobile heroes in this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do they see KSH, or is it actually KSH who sees them? The problem is, Boom are always going to play with less information, right? Because you have a Slark on the other side, the ability to spot out observer wards or even spot out the fact that you're under vision is something so incredibly underrated about the Slark, is that it's just going to give you a massive advantage. That means the Queen of Pain is going to be able to safely blink in. It means that Zoran is going to be able to safely blink in, so it's just that frontline vision you're able to provide. It's like a Night Stalker, but the vision never really goes away. Yeah.
Yeah. It's also that you have to remember, Slark is just the ultimate ward eliminating machine in the mid to late game, right? So you are not going to be keeping your wards up for a long time unless you are super smart with it versus the Slark. 23 blinks away. Is there going to be a chance to pursue? Doesn't feel like it.
Radiant are scanning.
But every single time YG are forced to respond, oh, Soren, where are you blinking?
He's blinking into trouble. Dolchus, that's where he's blinking. Turns out that you don't actually need a blink dagger available for jabs as long as he just has the other team doing it for him. Thank you very much.
Not too sure what that blink was all about, but the problem that I'm seeing for YG is that they're not able to respond to the push from Boom fast enough, right? Their towers are going to slowly be chipped away, and YG want to take team fights, right? But what's to say that Boom will even give them the team fights they're looking for? Why won't Boom just push out these side lanes constantly? Just make sure the anti-mage is going to be at your high ground if you're going for these kind of kills. The Dragon Knight can split push too.
They have that second plan. The problem is YG might be hoping for something like it right now. I mean, let's not make any mistakes about it. It does still feel like Boom are still firmly in control over the game, right? So if they started focusing on split push rather than split farming and then pushing as a collective, they could just give space to KSH and company to be able to pick up a couple of good, convenient kills to come back into it. That's how YG themselves ended up losing in many ways in the previous game.
Not to mention when you talk about the Queen of Pain against melee heroes, they're super strong. Even a Dragon Knight, I would wager that the amount of control the Queen of Pain brings in against a Dragon Knight is a lot stronger and provides more value than a Dragon Knight provides.
Absolutely. I mean, as far as control is concerned, there's no comparison between the two of them.
And all you're really looking for is control, right? Because control means the Slark can just continually steal stacks, and once you hit critical mass, say once you hit 20 to 30 Essence Shift stacks, there's no one on Boom that can actually stand up and fight. 23 Savage can't. Even with a Butterfly, if all the Slark will need is an MKB of his own, Scotty to counteract the Dragon Knight. But right now, though, KSH, he is on the way to his BKB. I think he'll have it pretty soon.
It's a good read from Yangon Galacticos coming out as they all do disengage, but maybe KSH, well, he's had his ultimate forced out, so he won't be sticking around over here even if he wanted to.
I mean, his ultimate is very spammable, so it's not really all that much of a loss. Better being able to use the ultimate than, you know, potentially get picked off.
Yeah,
because
sure.
make no mistake about it, if you lose your Slark, I think YG will have a similar situation than last game with their TV. If you lose your carry, you've just lost the game. KSH is the one person that is holding YG's chances of victory, and by virtue of victory, holding their chances for a comeback and their existence in the upper brackets of this qualifier.
23 has catapulted in farm though, and that's a big concern. He's on 20,000 net worth lead, or rather just net worth by 26.5 minutes.
You can't stop him.
That's
There's really nothing you can do.
But can you stop him after he's got the farm?
I think you can. Right, all it takes is one Ice Blast on that Anti-Mage, a Pounce and a Sonic Wave.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And the Anti-Mage will die. Remember, he doesn't have a lot of HP. He has a lot of sustain to survive against physical hits, but at the end of the day, he has around 1700 HP. Sonic Wave will take away about a third, or rather a fourth of that. The Pounce will take away his strength anyway, so he'll be about 1500 HP. And with 500 damage on Sonic Wave, that's actually a third of his HP going down, just like that.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Critical kill from the Slark as well, and again, this is the nice thing about support kills. Normally they don't matter that much. With Slark, this is the only way you're even going to be able to consider eventually fighting the enemy. It's by having just better stats overall.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He almost has an MKB, so that Butterfly you were talking about is going to be countered out.
Dire's
I think
bottom tower
all it comes down to is the big question, will it be enough? Right? And I think that was a similar question to that previous game we were asking. And I think it was a question we were asking about both teams. This time around, that question only pertains to YG, of whether or not KSH's MKB will make a difference, or his itemization will make a difference. Right now, though, he's on the prowl.
And he's going to be going in. Norman is going to end up dodging out the bounce, but that doesn't mean he's going to dodge out death. KSH, another kill, another set of stacks, and another tower that it's time for them to seize. There is Sanctity nearby. Don't forget he's got the Orchid as well. If he can go in onto KSH, this should be a dead man, and that's the plan. Goes in, stun is there. Now Orchid as well. The Soulburn will finish him off. KSH is dead before the Soulburn can even pop. Loon doesn't get his ultimate off either, and with that, Yangon Galacticos has been introduced to a silence and they simply were not prepared for.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lackluster is, or I don't even know what to call that, T-Time. You can't stay underneath that tier 2 tower and not expect that punishment. Even if there is no Orchid on Sanctity, he still dies there. Slark has just about as much HP as the Anti-Mage does. And without a BKB...
Are they still looking to fight into the Roche pit? They do have themselves the Blink BKB arena ready. They have themselves the cooldown. They have themselves the Queen of Pain Sonic Wave.
It's time. Okay, this is almost up. So if you can buy time from YG, then the Slark can come in and potentially clean everyone up. But you need to go before Roshan falls. But as it turns out, Boom will just disengage from the Roshan. They're worried about that wombo combo, and for good reason. We've seen the $5 million Echo Slam T-Time. You know, it's can do wonders for you.
Absolutely. Ancient Apparition is also farming up towards a shard. That's going to be a very good shard to pick up. The extra cold feet stun duration to accompany the Ice Blast is a big deal. 23 blinks downwards onto the Ancients. Will not have any smokes popped, and now as the Dire side are looking to steal away this Roshan, it might still be a possibility. And with information being found, Jabs' Firefly has actually run out. They won't be able to go forward. Now he comes back in, will be able to use up that BKB if he's initiated one, will not be needed. For now he saves it. Where's the fight going on elsewhere? It's going to be Loon who's found out by Jokum, so he's the first one to fall. After the initial engagement has happened with the Mars. So Yangon Galacticos, despite looking like they had a team fight over there, will not actually be able to use pretty much any of their ultimates again.
It's hard. KSH will spot out Jokum though, but he's all alone over here. He does have the Shadow Dance, and the leads will be enough to actually make his escape here. Jokum doesn't have the mana to pursue. But it's getting tricky now for YG. They're now playing against an Aegis, and 23 is unkillable. So they have to take everyone else down, but it has to come at the back of Zorain being able to throw down the arena. We haven't seen a Sonic Wave from this Queen of Pain. Haven't seen a good Ice Blast. Outside of those pickoffs, right? It's just never happened for YG. And maybe that's because Boom are playing this in a way that they're not giving those initiations to YG. But you have to try and find an opening. Otherwise, this game is going to be impossible.
What is stopping you from taking this tier 3 with the amplified damage rune? Nothing.
You have the BKB.
There is no Mars here. Gosh, this is Rax's.
Yeah. No TP on the Mars either. So it's going to go by for nothing. The big question is Boom even going to stop here?
Do they need to? AD rune still has about 3 seconds on it, so they can do another 500 damage to that tower before it runs out. Then the Anti-Mage just gets out of there. That is perfect. I mean, after all of those struggles that Boom had in the previous game, this now looks like the easiest time that 23 Savage has ever had. He was 6-1-1 about 15 minutes ago. Now he's still 6-1. He switched out from the fun fighting Anti-Mage into the, hey, I want 500 last hits in 30 minutes Anti-Mage. And he might not have had all of those, but 460 isn't half bad.
Really isn't.
What do? Jabs is nearby. He's on your high ground. He's all the way deep. He's going to be able to come back in for a reinitiation. How do you fight into 23 Savage? 23 Savage now is just going to be waiting. He can blink out of there as soon as this bounce finishes. It doesn't even need it. The cookie comes out instead. And re-engage is always going to be available as soon as you heal up.
Very close to actually taking him down. I mean, you could have thrown the Ice Blast there. You could have thrown
it's
the
not
Sonic
wanting
Wave
to expend it on the Aegis.
Yeah, but the problem is you kind of have to, because the Aegis is around 2 whole minutes. They will go again. All they really need to do is just reset. In fact, they've already reset. The anti-mage is back to full HP.
Yep.
But you do have
Yangon
18 stacks
Galacticos.
on the Slark right now, so one more bounce should do the trick.
I mean, look, that's one small set of solace, all right? The problem is you now have all 3 of the top net worths belonging to the Radiant side. Anti-Mage is 10,000 gold ahead. 23 is TPing to the wrong tower. He's going to be caught up because of it. That wasn't a 3-second TP. He is going to fall. That Aegis is down. Do they have follow-up? No shot over here on that Ancient Apparition, so you're not going to have the chance of an instant cold feed if it's perfectly timed over here either. So 23 Savage, he's out of there.
What is Boom doing towards the opponent's high ground? YG are there.
Boom are getting cheeky just to try and make sure that the aim can stay alive. Right now, the priority for 23 is very clear. Hey, can we go for this tier 2 tower?
It's hard without the Aegis though, right? That's where the high ground becomes really tricky. Because 23, he is able to create this much space because he's just playing that elusive anti-mage and playing it extremely well. The moment YG are able to catch him, they can bring this anti-mage down to his knees in a second. But again, it has to come at the back of a great initiation being found, and Boom are just playing too good, not giving YG that kind of space.
And KSH's signature Slark is going to be feeling all too meek right now, even if he's had a reasonably successful game. The problem is, I don't think we've had a single time where we've had a blink in from Zorain, Arena, Ice Blast, all the works. In the meanwhile, we're getting these synchronized blink inconsistent. Yangon Galacticos are going to lose their Queen of Pain. A BKB from the task means he can just walk out of that leash. He doesn't care about the Slark. Instead, you've got yourself a catch onto a Mars that is still not deployed. It's Arena. Zorain knows there's not even any point in deploying it. Now he has buyback, so he'll be forced to use it soon when they're going for the next set of racks. Yangon Galacticos are going to be losing out 2 lanes in 35 minutes.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
It's
Dire's middle tower
it might just be too late for a comeback at this point. Doesn't seem like it is going to be possible for them unless KSH comes up with a miracle.
If you remove the anti-mage right now from the game, the net worth for Boom would still be almost the same as Yangon Galacticos. This is how far ahead they are. They have not been contested in a single one of the barracks they have taken down so far. The anti-mage has barely been tickled whenever he's actually tried to hit the buildings. Another tier 3 has fallen for free. And now Yangon Galacticos realize free is just not good enough. They need to fight. But the snowball from the tusk will save his Dragon Knight. Going in on the Centaur from Jabs. Jabs almost gets a stomp out. Centaur will go down before it's able to interrupt. Otherwise, that would have been a really sad state of affairs. Still, re-engage, goes back in. Dragon Knight still doesn't have his anti-mage coming over to help him out. And without the anti-mage, you really don't have the damage. 2 kills from Yangon Galacticos. That's nice. That's great. That's awesome. But you've lost too much.
Yeah, it really doesn't feel like it's enough. It's feels like it's too little too late. YG, remember, they could have always done that. They need to be the ones to initiate, but Boom are the ones to go all in. Really seems like YG are scared to press the trigger, to go all out. They're constantly worried about what happens if their initiations don't work out, but so far that has resulted in them slowly losing away their territory, their base.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Abyssal on 23. He's going in for a Wind Waker next, after which I'm assuming will be replacing the Aghanim Scepter he intends on eating.
And the fact of the matter is, this Batrider has more net worth than the Slark does. YG, all 5 of them do have buyback.
Dire
I suppose
are
that's...
scanning.
I suppose they're going to go out with one loss hurrah. You know, that's what it's going to come down to. But I can tell you a slot that buys back is a very weak slot because you don't come back with the Essence Shift stacks. You start from 0.
Well, he started from 0 over here as well, Tultrus. So whatever this fight is going to look like, it's going to look like that for 2 of his lives. Now, it could be very good, or it could be goodbye.
Dire's middle tower is under
And they're getting ready to go in. They don't need to go in. Young PH has walked into the smoke, Ultras. This Queen of Pain now caught out. 4th death. Doesn't seem like that many, but they've always been at critical times. And that's going to be a Blink Abyssal onto Skillay as well. It's decent damage, but the snowball, it is ice on ice. But now the Sonic Wave comes out. Jokum will fall. Anti-Mage disengages with the help of the BKB. He can go back in if he wants to, but for now he will be content with just forcing out the Queen of Pain's buyback. Norman,
it's a slow, painful death. It's just what Boom are dealing right now. Slow, painful death because every single time they go on the high ground, they gain themselves a small objective. This time around, it was Young PH's buyback, as well as a decent chunk of damage on that ranged barracks. All for free. They didn't need to do anything for that. They just had to let YG make a mistake. And this game, in the mid game, they've made plenty of those, especially Young PH.
Again, we've just been missing out on the damage that we know is there. Even here, you had the Ice Blast on, you had the Sonic Wave, but towards the latter end where there have even been some potential stages of hope, Jokum has always been in a great position on the